Become a teacher. Yi Kong abruptly sat up from the floating bed in the pool, incredulously pointing at himself. Yi Ling chuckled, affectionately observing his youngest son, who possessed the greatest talent, yet spent his days idly. Indeed, during your junior year, in pursuit of girls, you obtained a teaching certificate, didn't you? It is only rightful for you to work in that capacity. Is it really just about the certificate? Yi Kong mumbled, what's the point of being a teacher? Consider it a way to assist your sister. It's no small feat for her to become the principal of Langhua. If she achieves great results during her tenure, with a stroke of luck, she might even be promoted to the head of the Education Bureau. She's always bossing me around. Why should I help her? No sooner had he spoken than his gaze suddenly froze, his pupils dilating slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the Teaching God system. This system is dedicated to fostering harmonious teacher-student relationships. It hopes that with its assistance, you will guide students in their growth and learning, ignite their interest in study, and explore the boundaries of knowledge together. May I ask, does the host confirm a binding? Binding successfully will grant you a beginner's gift package. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Yi Kong couldn't help but smile. Having traversed this parallel world for over 20 years, he had thought it to be utterly mundane. Little did he expect that a system would actually be activated for him. The prospect of becoming a teacher didn't particularly excite him. After all, it was merely about teaching a bunch of students, a task well within his grasp. However, he was quite curious about what rewards the system could offer him. Let's hold off on binding for now. I would like to see what's in the beginner's gift package first. He bargained with the system in his mind. The system remained silent for a moment. Host, the system gift package can only be opened upon binding. Well then, if I'm not satisfied with the contents of the gift package, can I exchange it? Host, this is a carefully curated gift package tailored just for you. It's a promise to be fair and honest. Then I suppose I'll let it go. Yi Kong, feeling disinterested, replied, if that's the case, I won't bind. You can find someone else. All right, it's not unreasonable to take a look. Talent enhancement cards 5, concentration buff beginner 1, eagle vision 1, is that it? Do not be too greedy. With 4 or 5 dozen students in a class, isn't 50 talent enhancement cards reasonable? 10 cards. 50.20 cards, 50.30 cards, 50.40 cards, 50. Host, bargaining isn't meant to be done this way. 50. Deal. And system, stop playing dead. Fine, don't be angry, I confirm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the Teaching God system and receiving a beginner's gift package. Contents of the gift package: Talent Enhancement Cards 50, Concentration Buff, Beginner 1, Eagle Vision, Beginner 1. Observing his son suddenly lost in thought, Yi Ling had long since grown accustomed to this. It was his son's pondering state. Since his birth, he often displayed such a demeanor. Sure enough, half a minute later, Yi Kong returned to reality from his thoughts, lazily jumping into the pool. All right, I'll report on Monday. At the entrance of Langhua High School in City S, in the early morning, the mist had yet to dissipate. A sleek sports car, cutting through the cold wind, came to a steady stop at the school gate. The gradually diminishing sound, once exhilarating, returned to a calm, gentle resonance. The boys and girls, backpacks in tow and ready to enter the school, turned back, pausing in their tracks. The Pagani Huayra Dynastia Limited Edition, as the finest high school in City S, although Langhua never claimed to be an elite institution, it was home to many privileged and wealthy second-generation students, making it unsurprising that they recognized such a car. A rare model crafted specifically for Huagua, with only 3 in the world. Recognizing it was one thing. Being able to purchase it was another. Desire ignited in the eyes of the youth, banishing the morning chill. This car is quite impressive. A girl clad in a shortened school skirt, revealing her long, slender legs, gazed at the beastly car with a hint of playful intrigue beyond her years. She tossed her bag onto a companion's shoulder and strode toward the sports car. Casually, she pointed a finger at her friend, shaking it meaningfully. Number 18 got it. As the scissor doors opened, a pair of long legs clad in gray casual pants stepped out, standing beside the sports car. The girl was momentarily taken aback. He is somewhat handsome. Song Ilian? Yi Kong had reviewed the information of Class 2 to 3 the previous day, and with his remarkable memory, he easily recognized the girl before him as one of his students. He glanced at Song Ilian's attributes. Name: Song Ilian. Talent: Chinese, mathematics, B. English, physics, C. Specialty, masterful in makeup shortcoming, eager to help. Advantage, Venom, just an ordinary candidate for the future renowned Asian head-swapping technique. Called by name, Song Ilian paused for a moment, then flashed a confident smile. You know me? Coincidentally, you bear a striking resemblance to a relative of my father. Her youthful, collagen-rich face radiated beauty under the morning sun, the fine hairs on her face illuminating her with a pure, golden glow. Yikong regarded her for a second. Not bad, on the first day of school, daring to flirt with the teacher publicly, quite bold. He smirked, like your father's son-in-law. Hey you, caught off guard by his witty retort. Even with her experience in dealing with boys, Song Ilian found herself flustered in the presence of such a handsome figure. Her cheeks flushed. Were you carbonated soda in your past life? Otherwise, why would I feel so bubbly upon seeing you? Just bubbling with joy. Being hit with cheesy lines twice left Song Ilian feeling somewhat embarrassed, and she playfully glared at him. Didn't see that coming. You're quite the playboy. A playboy? Not quite, just too many people pursuing me. Quite arrogant, are we? As a transfer student, don't you fear being bullied? Our class isn't made up of simple folks. Transfer student? Listening to Song Ilian's smug tone, Yikong realized she had misunderstood. However, refraining from exposing someone's pretense is also a virtue. How remarkable are the students in your class? Well, you just need to know they're extraordinary. As for the specifics, I can't just divulge that information for free, can I? With a playful glint in her eyes, Song Ilian proposed a condition. Well, since you're somewhat pleasing to the eye, if you agree to be my boyfriend for a day, I'll introduce you to the people in the class. How about that? That won't do. Relationships are too complicated. An affair between teacher and student is utterly unacceptable. Are you really so stingy? Then why not be my brother? With a sister as beautiful as me, you should consider yourself quite fortunate. This time, Yikong did not decline. He approached the gatekeeper, presented his identification, and casually tossed his car keys to the attendant, saying, "Thank you." The gatekeeper, momentarily bewildered by the keys in his hand, was taken aback. How infuriating! Did he truly mistake him for a valet? However, his gaze fell upon the Pagani Huayra Dynastia limited edition parked nearby. Well, it seemed that this extravagant wealth was finally his to experience. Soon enough, under Song Ilian's guidance, Yikong arrived at the entrance of Class 2, Year 3. Here we are. This is our classroom. Chapter 2. I self-draw. Everyone be at ease. Song Ilian. Who is this? With her arm intertwined with Yikong's, Song Ilian quickly captured the attention of many within the classroom. With an air of self-satisfaction, she introduced, "This is our new transfer student, my newly acknowledged brother. He arrived in the limited edition Dynastia of the Pagani Huayra series. Wow, that car is impressive. So, you're the new transfer student? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Dong. You don't have a seat yet, right? Come, sit beside me. There's a space here." Though the school is often referred to as an ivory tower, it is evident that even an ivory tower, if left unkempt, can harbor filth. Clearly, this group of children has been tainted considerably. As Yikong entered the classroom and surveyed his surroundings, he could not help but furrow his brow. The desks were arranged in a chaotic manner, cluttered with an assortment of snacks, beverages, novels, and even playing cards and mahjong tiles. The floor was strewn with sunflower seed shells and chip bags. The blackboard was adorned with various humorous cartoons, and the podium was occupied by heaps of trash and miscellaneous items. The entire classroom was engulfed in disorder. In his 2 lifetimes, Yikong had never encountered a place messier than this. It was truly a pity for the school's earnest efforts in decoration. It appeared that this journey as a teacher would indeed be an intriguing one. "Come, everyone, make way. Our class has a new student," Zhang Dong exclaimed. "New student? Please introduce yourself." Zhang Dong looked at Yikong with enthusiasm. Yikong nodded, pleased to meet them in this manner. "I am Yikong," with the yi signifying a leaf that obscures the view, and Kong representing the bright, full moon above. "Yikong, is it?" A slender boy appraised him with keen eyes. "I am Zhang Ning. New student. Care to play a couple of rounds?" "Brother, I've already told you that our class is filled with hidden talents. Zhang Ning is the contemporary gambling god. You should tread carefully if you wish to play with him," Song Ilian interjected appropriately. Zhang Ning frowned. Go on. You've only just met him today, and you already treat him like your brother? We finally have a new classmate. Shouldn't we give him a proper lesson?" "What you said is rather harsh, Zhang Ning. Harmony brings wealth. Come sit." A plump boy next to Zhang Ning chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "You can call me Tian Xingyang. This is Wu Dongping and Du Yuchen. We often play together." Yikong took out a tissue to wipe the seat before reluctantly sitting down. A few attribute panels of the individuals appeared before him. Name: Zhongning. Talent: Chinese, A. Mathematics, S. English, B. Physics, C. Chemistry, C. History, C. Geography, A. Music, A. Art, B. Physical education, B. Specialty: dexterous fingers, proficient in cheating techniques. Strengths: enthusiastic personality. Weaknesses: tends to show off, cheating. How amusing. What a mischievous youngster, neglecting his studies. One day, he might find his hands chopped off if caught. Name: Tian Xingyang. Talents: Chinese, A. Mathematics, C. English, S. Physics, B. Chemistry, B. History, C. Geography, Music, F. Art, B. Physical education, D. Special skills: proficient in English. Island language: German, adept at translating films from various countries. Strengths: the youngest member of an online translation group, selflessly passionate, having translated hundreds of films for free. Weaknesses: primarily translates adult-themed films. He is both overweight and frail, with a physical education grade of D. Day by day, he seems to reward himself while translating. Name: Wu Dongping. Talents: Chinese, A. Mathematics, B. English, B. Physics, A. Chemistry, C. History, A. Geography, A. Music, C. Art, C. Physical education, A. Special skills: extremely sensitive to smells, even capable of discerning subtle differences in flavor. Strengths: the cleanest individual in the entire class. Weaknesses: has a penchant for peculiar scents. Can one really detect flavors? Quite intriguing. Name: Du Yuqin. Talents: Chinese, C. Mathematics, B. English, B. Physics, C. Chemistry, C. History, B. Geography, D. Music, B. Art, C. Physical education, S. Special skills: physically appealing to wealthy women. Strengths: stands at 185 centimeters tall, with a body fat percentage of 14. Boasting an impressive six-pack, and maintains strict discipline in diet and sleep. Weaknesses: has a preference for older individuals. At such a tender age of under 18, he finds attraction in those much older. Nonetheless, one must consider this from a different perspective. Those who favor older partners may indeed exhibit greater compassion, which is preferable to an inclination towards the same gender. Evaluating the academic talents of these individuals, it is fair to say they are not lacking. Graded from SSS to F, with 8 levels in total, most of them fall within the A, B, and C range. With diligent study and the exceptional educational resources provided by Langhua High School, their performance is bound to improve. Yet, the thought of their dismal grades elicits a cold chuckle from Yikong. Even if he were to take an exam with his eyes closed and using his toes, he could hardly score so poorly. So they enjoy playing mahjong, do they? Then let us indulge in a few rounds. As the mahjong tiles are set up, the sound of shuffling fills the classroom. Playing so early in the morning? Their addiction is rather intense. Oh, a new face? Who might this be? Song Ilian cheerfully replies. This is my brother, Yikong, the new transfer student. A transfer student? Quite handsome, I must say. How can you call him brother? A man so dashing surely deserves to be your boyfriend for more than just a few days. Ah, well, I haven't won him over yet. But given my charm, it is only a matter of time. Hearing Song Ilian's words, Yikong, while arranging the tiles, casts a knowing glance her way, eliciting a blush from the young lady. Yikong neatly arranges his tiles and pushes them forward. What shall we play? I want to take advantage of you. Let us play 258 jiang. It's versatile, can be eaten, touched, or melded. How about a wager of 50? 50? What is the matter? You, who drive a sports car, surely find 50 to be mere pocket change? Yikong curled his lips, expressing his belief that gambling with money was rather pointless. What do you think of this? I will wager 100-fold, 5,000 for a round. 5,000 for a round. Those who could enter class 2 or 3 of Langhua High School were undoubtedly from affluent families, often receiving monthly allowances that, while not always in the hundreds of thousands, certainly ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands. However, for them, a stake of 5,000 could still pose a degree of pressure. What if they lost a few rounds? The month had only just begun. How would they manage for the remaining half? Nevertheless, if they were to win, he would pay them. Yikong cast the dice, stating that if they lost, they need not pay him, but must promise him one thing. Deal. Zhang Ning and Tian Xingyang exchanged glances, both seeing exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. If they won, they would receive money. Losing seemed an unlikely scenario. After all, having played so much mahjong, how could they lack such coordination? Soon enough, the 4 players had drawn their tiles. Zhang Ning's expression brightened as he surveyed his hand, raising an eyebrow toward Tian Xingyang, who immediately responded with a knowing glance. One sat at the dealer's position while the other occupied the opposite. Tian Xingyang eagerly fed tiles to Zhang Ning, and their synergy was palpable. Wu Dongping, aware of their actions, guarded his hand with caution to ensure he wouldn't be caught off guard. Yi Kong observed their subtle exchanges with a bemused smile. Their inability to control their expressions while playing left him amused. To call oneself a modern gambling god while lacking such composure, well, confidence was certainly a virtue. As the game continued, just as Zhang Ning and Tian Qingyang were working in tandem, Yi Kong revealed the final tile he had drawn. The game had progressed swiftly. Perhaps it was merely bad luck, but despite Tian Qingyang feeding Zhang Ning a plethora of tiles, neither had declared a win for some time. Zhang Ning regarded Yi Kong with a hint of jealousy, thinking that the latter seemed to possess quite the fortunate streak. He casually drew another tile, silently contemplating what hand Yi Kong might be aiming for, when suddenly Yi Kong flipped his tiles face up, open hand. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically, revealing one's concealed tiles. Was he truly bold enough to risk it? Song Ilyan, who had been resting her chin in her hand while watching Yi Kong with keen interest, was startled by his unexpected move. Brother, how can you play like this? Yi Kong remained unfazed, stating, you may play as you wish, I shall draw for myself. His demeanor was calm. With only 136 tiles in total, he was acutely aware of what had been played, what remained with the other players, and what was left in the deck. The remaining students, however, wore expressions that were hard to decipher. Play as you wish. How audacious. Does he believe this is his own domain? Yi Kong had a winning combination of 3 of a kind and a straight. 3 of a kind had already been played out thrice, and he held 1 tile. Yi Kong could not draw any more of those. As for the straight, he had 1 tile, Tian Qingyang possessed another, and 1 had already been discarded. Thus, only 1 remained. The odds were slim. Zhang Ning calculated the tiles on the table, his expression growing unexpectedly grave. Yet, while the chances were minuscule, there remained a glimmer of hope. Today, he found himself in an extraordinarily unfortunate streak of luck, having drawn 2 cards and melded 1, leaving him with merely 4 cards in hand, yet unable to declare victory. In frustration, he picked up a triplet from the table, shaking it in the air with a somewhat provocative tone. Yi Kong, you claimed you were going to self-draw. This doesn't count as giving away points, does it? Hey, Zhang Ning, you're being rather shameless, Song Ilyan remarked, casting him a disdainful glance. Tian Qingyang followed suit with a triplet. What do you know? It's not as if we forced him to do this. He chose to self-draw himself. Who can he blame? Precisely. After another round, Zhang Ning drew a card, his smile widening suddenly. Self-draw. Without a second glance, he confidently laid his cards upon the table. However, the surrounding gazes were peculiarly unsettling. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Ning sensed something was amiss and glanced down at his cards, his expression shifting dramatically. On the table lay a pair of 2 dots, a 6 of bamboo, a 7 of bamboo, and an 8 of dots. Where was his 8 of bamboo? He had clearly exchanged for an 8 of bamboo. Zhang Ning, what are you playing at? Tian Qingyang was displeased, having fed him a round of cards only for him to create such a blunder. How could you make such a basic mistake? Zhang Ning could not explain that he had exchanged for an 8 of bamboo, but was puzzled as to why it had inexplicably transformed into an 8 of dots. You wanted the 8 of bamboo, didn't you? Just as Zhang Ning was feeling frustrated, Yi Kong spoke slowly, lifting a card and revealing it to be an 8 of bamboo. He had indeed swapped cards. Fuming, Zhang Ning stood up. You're cheating. Who is cheating? I want to say, but you know in your heart the truth. With so many eyes upon us, I'm sure you're aware. After all, being students, they had not yet developed the thick skin to be devoid of at least a modicum of shame. Yi Kong's words made them all a bit uneasy, their gazes darting about. Seeing no one respond, Yi Kong leisurely drew a card. It's my turn. After feeling the suit of the card with his fingertip, he flipped it over and placed it before him. Now, this is a self-draw. My apologies, it seems you won't be earning any money from me. However, you 3 must agree to one thing for me. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping wore grim expressions, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Song Ilyan placed her hand on Yi Kong's shoulder. Bro, you're rather handsome. Do you have a lighter? Enough. Yi Kong swiftly brushed her hand off his shoulder. No more of those cheesy lines, or I shall have to punish you. As he spoke, his brow slightly furrowed, a glint of coldness and mischief flickering in his eyes, akin to a wild beast, brazenly stirring the hearts of the nearby girls. Song Ilyan, well versed in the ways of men, found herself captivated by Yi Kong's words. Her heart skipping a beat, her cheeks flushed once again. Punish her? How might that punishment manifest? Yi Kong, you haven't acquainted yourself with all our classmates yet, have you? Sit next to me, and I shall introduce you to each one. Another sweet and gentle girl, Feng Man, after observing for quite some time, took the initiative to approach Yi Kong, eager to bridge the gap between them. Besides Zhang Ning's remarkable card skills, Li Hao also excelled. He was exceptionally proficient at playing Honor of Kings. Oh, your class is indeed a treasure trove of talent. Yi Kong appeared somewhat disinterested in Feng Man's words. Though I believe the term Crouching Dragon, Hidden Phoenix would be more fitting. Crouching Dragon, Hidden Phoenix? It sounds like a compliment. Yet who among us is unaware of its true meaning? Isn't that a rather blatant insult? Smack. As soon as Yi Kong finished speaking, Tian Xingyang slammed his palm on the table. The sound was so resounding that it startled everyone present. The youth's face was aflame with anger as he pointed at Yi Kong, his eyes burning with fury. Yi Kong, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can look down on others. Have you ever heard the saying, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake? As a transfer student, you should temper your arrogance. If we truly wanted to deal with you, we have our ways. Yi Kong's behavior was a blatant affront to their dignity. Several girls, who initially held a favorable opinion of him, fell silent and retreated to observe from a distance. A number of boys, who were on good terms with Tian Xingyang, subtly moved closer to him, casting threatening glances at Yi Kong. The atmosphere had suddenly turned tense, charged with an impending confrontation. Among them stood Du Yuchen, the tallest, wearing only the school-issued shirt. His well-defined muscles, honed from years of training, were visibly outlined, exuding an intimidating aura that was hard to ignore. In this gathering, only he could withstand a punch from Yi Kong. However, starting off by sending a student to the hospital was somewhat inappropriate, wasn't it? A teacher must uphold their ethics. As Yi Kong mentally chastised himself, a dark head suddenly peeked through the classroom door. What is going on here? The voice of the class teacher, akin to a lioness's roar, resonated sharply yet powerfully throughout the classroom. The furious homeroom teacher of class 2 to 3 stood at the entrance, her eyes nearly ablaze behind her glasses. So, you all want to surprise me this early in the morning, do you? Return to your seats. Who allowed you to make such a mess of your desks? The teacher had long since given up on discussing the classroom's cleanliness, as class 2 to 3 was perpetually at the bottom in that regard. However, the sight of desks arranged in such disarray for a game of mahjong made her wish she could strangle each of them. Oh no, Mei Xiaofeng has arrived. Quick, tidy up. Just a quick cleanup, as it usually is, right? Under the thunderous voice of the homeroom teacher, they lazily shoved the desks back to their original positions, stowed away the mahjong, and returned to their seats. In the end, only Yi Kong remained standing. Observing his upright figure, Zhang Ning muttered a curse under his breath. And then, with a glint in his eye, a scheme began to form in his mind. Report to the class teacher. We certainly do not wish to create chaos in the classroom. It was Zhang Ning who stood up, pointing a finger at Yi Kong, declaring, this transfer student is the one. The moment he arrived, he insisted on gambling with us, wagering 5,000 per round. Chapter 4, The Millennium-Old Demon. Ah yes, that's him. He led us into group gambling. Zhang Ning continued, class teacher, he is not a good influence. What decent person transfers to our class? With the camaraderie forged over time, Zhang Ning merely pouted, and immediately, Tian Xingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen understood Zhang Ning's intention to speak ill of Yi Kong. The four of them, in a cacophony of voices, poured all their accusations onto Yi Kong. The homeroom teacher of class 2 in the third year of high school cast a puzzled glance at Yi Kong. Although he resembled a student, it was indeed true that a transfer student was meant to join class 3 in the second year, yet that student had not yet arrived. Where had this one emerged from? Class teacher, why are you dawdling? Don't you remember? It's the transfer student, Yi Kong. Zhang Ning chimed in, relishing the misfortune that awaited Yi Kong on his very first day at school. All eyes turned to Yi Kong, some filled with mockery, others with sympathy, some with jest, and many with indifference. In any case, they all believed Yi Kong was destined for trouble, despite Mei Xiaofeng only being adept at shouting and calling parents. The torment he would endure from her scolding would be more than sufficient for him to handle. Yi Kong. The homeroom teacher of class 2 in the third year focused intently on Yi Kong, to the astonishment of the students from class 3 in the second year. Her demeanor was not one of fury. Instead, her voice trembled slightly as she uttered his name, laced with an undercurrent of excitement. Moreover, there were even tears glistening in her eyes. Her sudden change in attitude left the students from class 3 in a state of bewilderment. Goodness. I heard Mei Xiaofeng divorced her husband. Could it be that she's going through menopause and is yearning for a man? Tian Xingyang whispered. The teacher has taken a liking to this kid? Du Yuchen quickly countered, impossible. My physique is far more appealing. Why would she prefer him over me? You know women are often superficial. They only care about looks. Nonsense. When I hit the gym, those ladies always say I'm their sweetheart. Just as Du Yuchen finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Reflected in his pupils were two hands clasped tightly together. The homeroom teacher of class 3 in the second year held Yi Kong's hand firmly. Her voice choked with emotion. Teacher Yi, you've finally arrived. I trust you've already reviewed the student files, so there's no need for me to elaborate further. I have other matters to attend to, and I'll leave the morning study session to you. The students in class 3 of the second year, who came from well-off families yet were inherently rebellious, had been at odds with her for the entire year. She felt as though she had endured a decade of torment in hell. Despite using expensive skincare products, she could not retain her youthful appearance. Once, she had been a vibrant and enchanting young teacher. With that, the homeroom teacher of class 3 in the second year did not even bid farewell before elegantly turning and fleeing. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Kong sensed she must be off to celebrate. He sauntered onto the stage and came to a halt. Below him sat a total of 45 students. 45 pairs of eyes wide open, fixated upon him. In their gazes lingered a crystalline foolishness. Among the audience, Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to process this revelation. To their astonishment, the new transfer student who had so brazenly disrupted their morning class had suddenly transformed into their homeroom teacher. It was no wonder he declined any monetary compensation. Truly, he was a relic from a bygone era. Hey Ilian, didn't you say he was your brother? Feng Man nudged Song Ilian's arm. Song Ilian, her cherry lips slightly parted, wore an expression of betrayal and hurt. He was so handsome, so charismatic, driving a sports car, and had effortlessly captured her heart as a potential romantic interest. Just moments ago, while he played cards, she had contemplated the possibility of winning him over, dismissing her backup choices, believing she could have a genuine connection with this dashing figure. Yet, he had inexplicably morphed into her teacher. Now, she bore the weight of betrayal from her numerous backup suitors simultaneously. No, it was a pain far greater than that. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your new homeroom teacher, Yikong. Observing the silence in the room, Yikong's gaze settled upon Song Ilian, and he raised a finger to his right eye, a gesture symbolizing the obfuscation of truth. Ensnared by his allure and wealth, she had failed to discern his true identity. He had never intentionally concealed it, merely chosen not to clarify. Understanding the implication, Song Ilian lowered her head, her heart a tumult of despair. Upon reflection, it seemed he had never explicitly claimed to be a transfer student. All assumptions about his identity had been her own clever fabrications. Empty words. As Yikong directed his attention to Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen, he could not help but note the deep-rooted corruption within these four. Gambling, bullying the weak, cheating, and falsely accusing the innocent, all completed in less than half an hour, devoid of any moral integrity. What do you mean by empty words? You were already gambling with us. Zhang Ning's abrupt voice pierced the stillness of the classroom, brimming with ignorant defiance and stubbornness. Yikong's gaze fell upon Zhang Ning's slightly puffed chest and taut form. Yet, he still appeared so young, a mere sapling. Though it had grown awry, a sapling remains a sapling, and while there is still time for intervention, there is a glimmer of hope for it to straighten. He approached Zhang Ning, towering over him. Locking eyes, he reached out, gently patting his face. The roar of a lioness may initially appear intimidating, but over time, one realizes that it is merely a roar. When prey understands that the roar poses no tangible threat, it loses its intimidation. Yikong's subtle gesture was akin to a cheetah extending its lethal claws, the icy sharpness sending a shiver through the heart. Zhang Ning's calf muscles involuntarily tensed, and his gaze gradually dimmed. He harbored no doubt that if he dared to continue resisting, Yikong would undoubtedly erupt in an instant, tearing him to shreds. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. The feeble, mosquito-like apology signified that the prey had temporarily surrendered. In the midst of silence, Yikong cast a glance at the fine beads of sweat glistening on Zhang Ning's neck. His hand then lightly tapped Zhang Ning's shoulder. All right, take a seat. Zhang Ning obediently complied, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling a chill creeping down his back. It was only then he realized that his shirt had grown somewhat damp. You three, take a seat as well. A mighty dam can collapse due to an ant's hole. Initially, the four of them had united to confront Yikong, exuding a semblance of bravado. Now, with Zhang Ning clearly showing signs of weakness, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen followed suit and sat down. Good. Yikong nodded. Before I formally engage with everyone, does anyone harbor any dissatisfaction towards me? Chapter 5. What a fine cabbage I was. Only to be ravaged by this group of swine. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After Yikong swiftly subdued Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen with a mere glance, the remaining students understood well the formidable nature of Yikong. He was certainly not as easily intimidated as their previous homeroom teacher. 10 seconds later, Yikong strolled back to the podium, resting his hands upon it, his gaze sweeping over the students below. Well, since no one has any objections to me, let it remain so in the future. Even if you do, keep it to yourself. Having stated this, Yikong relaxed his tone, his expression no longer bearing the weight of seriousness. Now that I have become your homeroom teacher, I cannot rely solely on your records to understand you. Moreover, I aspire to be an exemplary educator. Thus, let us begin with your expectations of a teacher. He pointed to the first student in the front row. You, Zhao Jinqing, correct? We shall start with you. Proceeding backward. Each of you will express one expectation for a teacher, and no repetitions are allowed. Zhao Jinqing, accurately summoned by name, stood up trembling, feeling utterly isolated as if besieged from all sides. Why must it start with me? Besides, can you truly meet our expectations? Speak up if you dare. Yikong's gaze bore down upon him, inch by inch, compressing him further. Finally, Zhao Jinqing managed to utter 2 words, gentleness. Yikong nodded. Very well, the second student. Knowledgeable. Ethical. A well-rounded development of morals, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Wealthy. Handsome. Responsible towards students. With 45 individuals in the class, they exerted themselves to unearth 45 distinct praises. Yikong listened with an expression of enjoyment as they articulated their expectations. It seems I am entirely in accordance with your expectations. Observing the heartfelt conviction in his expression, the students below exchanged glances of disdain. Truly, how narcissistic. Since you have shared your expectations of me, allow me to express my expectations for you. One must cultivate a positive attitude towards learning, embody a sense of responsibility, exercise self-discipline, respect others, possess effective communication skills, exhibit problem-solving abilities, uphold integrity, and manage emotions adeptly. Regrettably, I must express my disappointment, as it appears you have not embraced a single one of these virtues. A hint of melancholy crossed Yikong's face. How could such an exceptional teacher as I be assigned to serve as your homeroom instructor? It is akin to a splendid jade cabbage being ravaged by a horde of swine. What? A jade cabbage being ravaged by pigs? Is he indirectly insulting them as a bunch of swine? How could a teacher be so unscrupulous? This is utterly excessive. Initially, I merely perceived Yikong as somewhat self-absorbed. But the students' expressions gradually morphed into one of profound exasperation. What an abstract predicament had they been thrust into. Never mind, consider yourselves fortunate to have me, and enjoy your good fortune in silence. Yikong concluded his remarks, strolling leisurely off the podium with his hands clasped behind his back. However, this fortune may not be as easily obtained as it seems. I consider myself unfortunate to be your teacher. You ought to temper your actions accordingly. For misfortune can incite unpredictable behavior, and I fear I may lose control. Unfortunate to be your teacher? Who, in fact, is truly unfortunate here? It is they who are unfortunate to encounter such a narcissist. Yikong continued on his path, stopping abruptly when he reached the fourth row. His gaze fell upon a bespectacled boy on his right, and the boy's profile materialized before him. Name: Feng Yukai. Talents: Language: A. Mathematics: B. English: B. Physics: A. Chemistry: C. History: S. Geography: A. Music: C. Art: B. Physical education: B. Specialty: Proficient in history, well-versed in the records of the grand historian. Comprehensive mirror to aid in government, and the 24 histories. Strengths: quick errand runner. Weaknesses: timid, a class leader, and his sole commendable trait is his swiftness in running errands. Why not pursue a career in food delivery instead? What good is he as a class leader? Yikong tapped lightly on his desk. So, you are the class leader, are you? Yes. Feng Yukai sprang to his feet, startled. His inherently meek and timid nature rendered him an easy target for bullying within the class. His election as class leader was merely a means for others to exploit him for tasks. In front of Yikong, he resembled nothing more than a hatchling quail. Yikong could almost sense the tremors coursing through his body. Well then, from this moment forth, you are no longer the class leader. What? Just like that? I'm dismissed. Feng Yukai was momentarily bewildered. Yet, whether or not he held the position of class leader was never within his control. It was a decision made by his classmates, and losing the title bore no significant loss for him. Moreover, Discipline Committee Member Kai Jia, Hygiene Committee Member Chu Ting, and Cultural Committee Member Jiang Fengli, you three epitomize the phrase sitting idly in your position while enjoying the benefits. You are all dismissed as well. Kai Jia, Chu Ting, and Jiang Fengli exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with sarcasm. After all, titles are merely ornamental. Besides, did they not assume these roles to benefit their peers? Have you not heard the saying, all crows in the world are black? If you are dismissed, who will take over? What difference does it make who assumes the position? Thus, for significant positions within the class became vacant. I aspire to select 4 individuals who possess capability, responsibility, and accountability to competently fill these roles. Yikong strolled around the classroom, while most students were merely spectators, and those who had been dismissed remained silent. Zhang Ning, Tian Xingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen, who had recently been admonished by Yikong, managed to suppress their indignation, yet it was evident that they had not fully accepted their fate. They wore expressions of anticipation, thinking it preposterous to believe that capable, responsible, and accountable individuals could be found within their class. Their sole advantage lay in their unity. Regardless of who ascended to these roles, the outcome would remain unchanged. Is there anyone willing to recommend themselves? The classroom remained eerily quiet, devoid of any response. Yikong nodded with satisfaction, pointed directly at Zhang Ning, and declared, "Very well, you shall be the class monitor." Startled by Yikong's sudden selection, Zhang Ning appeared bewildered. Me? Why me? Because I see your potential for this role, Yikong replied, his tone gently persuasive. He subsequently designated Tian Xingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen for the other positions, Tian Xingyang as the Cultural Committee Member, Wu Dongping as the Hygiene Committee Member, and Du Yuchen as the Discipline Committee Member. The 4 individuals, astonished and confused, could hardly comprehend how they had gone from opposing Yi Kong to being entrusted with the most critical roles in the class. What was he playing at? Observing their perplexed expressions, Yi Kong offered no explanation, calmly checking his watch before striding out of the classroom. The moment he crossed the threshold, the bell for the end of class rang. In essence, this was a simple act of persuasion. Wasn't this how the Jade Emperor dealt with the Monkey King? Forget the details, just appoint him as the stable manager. Chapter 6. You want to be a teacher, yet you expect me to bring you a sports car? As Yi Kong exited the classroom, the students of Class 3, Year 2 instinctively exhaled in relief. They had never realized that a single class could stretch on for such an eternity. One could easily surmise that their future days would not be any easier. Song Ilian. You've invited the wolf into the fold. Zhang Dong shot a glance at Song Ilian, believing she should bear the blame. Had she not claimed that Yi Kong was her brother from the outset, they might not have underestimated him. You all lost to him at cards. What does that have to do with me? Enough. Is this the time for infighting? Zhang Ning snapped, slamming his hand on the desk and surveying everyone with a stern gaze. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss today. My methods were flawless. He was exceedingly confident in his own tactics. Yet today, Yi Kong had seemingly altered the game. Either Yi Kong's gambling skills were extraordinarily profound, or there was an insider among them. Upon hearing Zhang Ning's words, the classmates exchanged wary glances, each reflecting uncertainty. The only possible culprit seems to be Song Ilian, but she has already been singled out by Yi Kong for her lack of foresight. Regardless, the most critical thing for our class right now is to avoid mutual suspicion and to foster unity. Tian Qingyang stepped forward, lit a cigarette, and wore a grave expression. It was evident that he had come prepared. We cannot afford to be complacent, and we must reclaim our standing today, or how shall we face the days ahead? Just then, amidst the huddle of conspiratorial whispers, Yi Kong's voice unexpectedly rang out. He appeared at the classroom door like a specter, his demeanor calm. What is wrong with you all? The startled students turned around, clutching their chests, nearly having heart attacks from the fright. How did he manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously? Consider this a warning, Yi Kong said, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Ning. He then smiled and added, as class monitor, cultural committee member, discipline officer, and sanitation officer, you all must take on your responsibilities. I give you 1 day to ensure that the classroom floor is free of litter, that there is no dust on the windows and sills, and that the area around the trash bins is kept tidy. The blackboard and bulletin board must not display meaningless doodles. Replace them with appropriate content. During class, no whispering, no mobile phones, and no extracurricular reading. Should you fail to comply, you will answer to me. After delivering his speech, Yi Kong exited with precision. This time, he truly left. Within the brief span of a study period, his phone had already received over 20 messages, all from the principal of Langhua High School, who happened to be his sister, Yi Rushi. Who did he think he was? Once Yi Kong's figure vanished down the corridor, the students began to murmur their complaints. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuqin dismissed Yi Kong entirely. They thought that just because they had been given titles, they would actually take action. Ridiculous. And to issue commands as if they were his subordinates? He was far too full of himself. If he wants me to do something, he better have the capability. Zhang Ning squinted, suggesting that they hold off for the time being, planning to hit him hard the next morning. Just as Yi Kong opened the door and had yet to step inside, a book came flying towards him. He swiftly dodged, and the book struck the door, leaving a white mark. Bending down, he picked up the book, dusted it off, and cheerfully placed it on his desk. Sister, what have I done to make you so angry? You nearly committed fratricide. How dare you say that? A woman in a black suit, her hair pinned up and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, turned around, her face flushed with anger. I appointed you as a teacher, and you show up in a sports car? That was a birthday gift from Dad. If I don't drive it, wouldn't he be heartbroken? That old man just indulges you. Cough, mind your manners. Yi Rushi retorted coldly as she strode over to Yi Kong. Have you met the students in your class today? Langhua High is renowned for its exceptional faculty and student body in S City. 2 experts enjoying special government allowances from the State Council, 6 nationally recognized outstanding teachers, 1 exemplary teacher of ethics, 6 academic and technical leaders from Haiyun Province, 19 excellent teachers from Haiyun Province, 4 educational specialists from City S, 39 subject leaders from City S, 12 senior teachers, and 109 advanced teachers, many of whom are graduates from prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. The students who gain admission here are undoubtedly gifted. Last year, they secured 9 international gold medals and 1 silver medal in subject Olympiads. However, Class 2 to 3 of the second year could be described as a blemish on the entire school. The majority of its students were admitted to Langhua High School not due to their abilities, but because their parents were willing to invest significantly. In an effort to prevent their influence from affecting other students, Yi Rushi decided to group them into one class under the pretext of implementing stratified education. She had attempted to assign them different teachers, but regrettably, even the finest educators could not work miracles in such circumstances. Thus, she thought of Yi Kong, her younger brother. who had been far more rebellious than these students in his youth. Yi Kong smirked, pondering whether he could achieve what others could not. He was well aware of his brother's capabilities. Yi Rushi began to plant ideas in his mind, expressing her utmost faith in him. By the way, you're still single, right? I've arranged for the kindest, most gentle, and single beautiful female teacher in the school to sit beside you. She made a phone call and winked at him, encouraging him to cherish the opportunity. The most beautiful teacher in the school? Shortly after Yi Kong exited the principal's office, he spotted a graceful figure ascending the staircase. The girl, clad in a flowing white dress, moved elegantly, her silhouette reminiscent of a delicate paper-cut art piece. Indeed, she was striking. Are you Teacher Yi? My surname is Bai. You can call me Teacher Bai. Her gentle voice, reminiscent of soft pastries, exuded a sweet charm that lifted one's spirits. Yi Kong smiled faintly, extending his hand. Hello, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Bai Ying's hand briefly clasped his before she withdrew, discreetly appraising the young male teacher, who seemed to be of similar age. It must be said, he was extraordinarily handsome. The so-called heartthrobs at the school paled in comparison to him, appearing rather juvenile and naive. Let me take you to the office. Your desk has already been prepared. If you need anything, you can collect it from the Academic Affairs office. Chapter 7. Capturing a Little Cutie. Aren't they adorable? Bai Ying led Yi Kong to the office, a space shared by 4 teachers, each equipped with a locker, a desk, and a chair. Among the 4, 2 were subject teachers for Yi Kong's class. Bai Ying, being the art teacher, left to attend her class shortly after arriving. Feeling somewhat bored, Yi Kong stifled a yawn and activated the eagle eye system provided to him. Instantly, the classroom situation of class 2 to 3 appeared before him. The Chinese teacher, with an air of indifference, methodically delivered the lesson while students below slumbered, leaving a pool of drool on the desk. Ah, what a splendid book. Now rendered a soggy mess. The remnants of sunflower seeds litter the ground. How could one indulge in such a quantity of seeds without suffering from heat? No wonder the face is riddled with acne. The fervent cries of excitement from gaming have left the Chinese teacher trembling on several occasions. It is no easy task for the instructor. In one corner, 2 girls engrossed in their novels weep profusely, consuming an entire roll of tissue to dry their tears throughout the lesson. This sparked Yi Kong's curiosity, prompting him to zoom in on the scene. He was taken aback. Did the male protagonist truly excavate the female protagonist's uterus and heart for the second female lead? Indeed, that warrants tears. One must wonder how much water has flooded the brain to find such a narrative moving. If only they read a bit more, they would realize this is a criminal offense. The male lead ought to serve a decade or 2. Educating these students is a formidable task. After a while, Yi Kong turned off the surveillance. It must be said, this device is quite effective. The following day in the classroom of Class 3, Year 2, excitement buzzed in the air due to the meticulously crafted plan from the previous day. It had been a while since they had a rebellious teacher to test their limits. To be frank, their academic journey had been rather dull. Hence, during the morning self-study session, aside from Zhang Ning, who had been entrusted with significant responsibilities, no one was late. Each student arrived early, filled with vigor, ready to set up, eagerly anticipating Yi Kong's arrival. After a night of contemplation, Yi Kong, under Yi Rushi's insistence, had traded his vehicle for a more understated Audi. He hummed a tune as he approached the classroom door, coincidentally encountering Zhang Ning, the class monitor, who arrived just on time. Zhang Ning leaned closer to Yi Kong, glancing at his watch and preemptively stating, "There's still a minute. I'm not late." Yi Kong surveyed the chaotic classroom, devoid of a single absent student, and then regarded Zhang Ning with a knowing smile. As class monitor, you certainly haven't set the best example. Well, as long as I'm not late, Zhang Ning replied, squeezing past Yi Kong and inadvertently bumping into him. Apologies, teacher. All right, take your seat, Yi Kong instructed, striding directly to the podium and setting down his backpack. Even without activating his focus buff, all 45 pairs of eyes in the classroom were fixated upon him, awaiting something extraordinary. In the corner beneath the podium, a wooden box the size of a watermelon had mysteriously appeared. With the jolt of Yi Kong's bag, a flat head emerged from the box, adorned with oval eyes that held vertical, chilling pupils. The rustling sound of scales against the floor sent shivers down the spines of several girls, raising goosebumps on their arms, as if their feet were fitted with wheels, compelling them to flee. The expressions of some boys were equally grim. Had it not been for their desire to witness Yi Kong's embarrassment, they would have bolted miles away. When one discovers a snake slithering at their feet, perhaps even inching up their ankle, it would surely instill terror, for the fear of snakes is ingrained in human DNA. Soon, Yi Kong also sensed something amiss at the podium. He lowered his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with those vertical pupils. It was a corn snake, as thick as half an arm, its pure white body adorned with fiery patterns that danced elegantly as it slithered. According to the rule that the more vibrant the color, the more potent the venom, one could surmise that this particular hue could potentially bring about a dire consequence. Alas, the snake's coloration was merely the result of selective breeding. Why was it not moving? Had it been rendered speechless by fear? Perhaps. How peculiar. Its reaction was unlike that of an ordinary person. Could it be that a heart attack was imminent, or would it simply collapse in silence? The students below, initially eager to witness Yi Kong's screams of terror, began to feel a twinge of anxiety as he remained unresponsive. They had only wished to frighten him, never intending to provoke such a dire outcome. Even Kai Jia, the owner of the corn snake, felt a surge of tension. Suehua was his prized possession. If it scared someone to death, his family would certainly forbid him from keeping it. Just as the students were engulfed in uncertainty, Yi Kong suddenly broke into a smile, his face alight with surprise. Zhao Jincheng, seated in the front row, was taken aback by his grin, nearly toppling over in shock. How could someone smile so brightly in the presence of a snake? Was he truly unfazed? In the next moment, Yi Kong crouched down, extending his arm toward the corn snake. The timid little creature, already stressed from being taken to a strange environment and likely accustomed to human interaction, began to crawl up his arm, wrapping itself around him several times. Rising to his feet, he gently stroked the snake's head, beaming at the bewildered crowd below as if he had captured a charming little companion. The students, witnessing this astonishing scene, were utterly at a loss for words. He was not afraid of the snake. How absurd. To him, it was merely a cute little creature. Apart from Kai Jia, who could possibly find a snake endearing? Yi Kong, with the corn snake coiled around his arm, slowly descended from the podium and brought the snake closer to Feng Man in the front row. Look, doesn't the pattern resemble the shades of lipstick you girls often wear? Isn't it adorable? Feng Man, frozen in place, locked eyes with the snake, and then let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the classroom. With Yi Kong to her left and her desk partner to her right, she had nowhere to escape and resorted to scrambling atop her desk, leaping off to flee. She retreated to the corner of the classroom. The remaining girls, terrified that Yi Kong might pull a similar stunt, quickly stood and bolted for the exit. Soon, a 2-meter radius around Yi Kong became a veritable vacuum. He looked regretfully at the corn snake coiled on his arm, as it flicked its tongue in agitation, sensitive to the shrieks surrounding it. Yi Kong soothingly patted its head, casting a glance at a nearly invisible fishing line 3 steps away. If he dared to touch that line, he would be doused in ink from the fan above, becoming a veritable crow. You all continue with your self-study. I shall attend to this little darling. Chapter 8. Will the little crows need a bath? No leave granted. Can we please consider the impact? Our relationship remains undisclosed. In the corridor near the stairwell, all classes were engaged in their morning self-study, leaving the space deserted. Yi Rushi was summoned by Yi Kong, her face reflecting impatience. The matters within the school were numerous and convoluted, and her younger brother seemed to be a source of endless trouble. After observing the empty corridor, she adjusted her glasses. Her striking and piercing eyes fixated intently on Yi Kong, silently demanding a valid reason for his summons. Of course, Yi Kong extended his right hand, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a corn snake resting quietly there, its indifferent vertical pupils gazing ahead. Wow! The moment she beheld the delicate, rosy body and its exquisite coloration, Yi Rushi transformed from a cold, irritable headmistress into a starry-eyed little sister. She gently stroked the snake's head, exclaiming, "You are such a kawaii little creature. You must be hungry. Haven't had breakfast yet? Come with your sister. There are delicious little white mice in my office, and I'm sure you'll love them." Before long, the adorable creature found its way onto Yi Rushi's shoulders. After indulging in her playful interaction, she turned to Yi Kong and inquired, "Did you acquire this from one of your students?" "Yes, it will belong to you from now on," he replied. "Truly, you are my brother, always looking out for your sister's interests. Is there any excitement to witness?" Indeed, what a blunder. He is not afraid of snakes. Every year has its fair share of peculiarities, but this year seems particularly abundant. Not to worry, don't we have a plan B? As Yi Kong exited the classroom, the students erupted in a chorus of lamentations, each one expressing their despair. This corn snake was a seasoned performer. The first homeroom teacher had been successfully ousted by its antics, and now Yi Kong was sweeping away even the seasoned players. What a tragedy. My Tsuehua. What will become of her? In the corner, Kai Jia wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. Though merely a corn snake of little monetary value, it was one he had lovingly nurtured from a slender finger's width to a robust arm's girth. And now, it seemed to be lost before it could shine. Oh woe! Oh, the pain! Cease your crying. Zhang Ning shot a vexed glare at Kai Jia. This old fool has some skill. Quiet down. We are activating Plan B. This is crucial for the survival of our sophomore class. Only success will suffice. Failure is not an option. They're coming back. They're coming back. Zhao Jincheng, seated in the front row, kept watch at the door. As soon as he spotted Yi Kong approaching the classroom, he hastily returned to his seat. When Yi Kong entered the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Well done, he remarked, casually straightening Zhao Jincheng's books. But one must read them the right way up. After aligning the books, a peculiar smile crossed Yi Kong's face as he swiftly pressed the switch for the ceiling fan. He then exited promptly, locking the door with seamless efficiency. What on earth was he doing? Before this thought could fully form in the students' minds, the mechanical whir of the fan began to resonate above them. That old fool will meet his demise. Realizing the unfolding events, the students attempted to flee. But it was already too late. The fragile ink pouch, filled with ink, burst under the rapid rotation of the fan blades, transforming into a dark blossom. Countless black petals rained down, swiftly enveloping the entire classroom. The anguished cries of students echoed relentlessly as several attempted to flee, only to discover that both doors had been securely locked. Quick, turn off the fan. After what felt like an eternity, a minute later, someone finally located the fan switch at the door, and the overhead fan gradually came to a halt. The classroom was left in disarray, with ink splatters adorning the floor, desks, walls, and even the students themselves. Song Elian was the first to retrieve a mirror, cautiously dabbing at the ink on her face, only to smear it further. "Ah!" she exclaimed, emitting a scream reminiscent of a startled groundhog. Whose brilliant idea was this? I spent an hour perfecting my natural makeup this morning, and now it's ruined. All fury subsequently shifted toward Yikong. You insufferable old fool. I could just kill you. Anger bubbled within each student in class 2 to 3, if given the choice. They would gladly take Yikong down with them. They had always been the ones to torment their teachers. When had they ever been subjected to such chaos by a teacher? Truly, an impressive feat for my brother. At the doorway, Principal Yi, doubled over with laughter, patted Yikong on the shoulder, glancing at his watch. All right, the morning study session is almost over. I'll be on my way. Only then did Yikong nonchalantly open the classroom door. Faced with the students' seething wrath, he blinked innocently. Oh dear, why do you all look like this? A flock of little black crows? Oh dear, I merely caught a whiff of something in the classroom and thought to turn on the fan for some ventilation. Who would have thought as he posed that question, the students' anger diminished by half? Who was responsible for the ink? Naturally, it was they who had created the mess. It was infuriating that this old fool had even uncovered that fact. Several girls stood up, raising their hands. We would like to request a leave of absence. Being girls, they were particularly fond of cleanliness and could not endure the thought of being covered in ink like oversized calico cats. Request a leave? Go home and take a shower? Not a chance. Yikong dismissed their plea outright. Today, no excuses would be entertained, as the class was nearing its end. They were to tidy themselves up during the 10-minute break in preparation for the next lesson. How infuriating. It must be deliberate. The students seethed in frustration, yet felt powerless against him, returning to their seats to desperately salvage their appearances with paper towels. Zhang Ning nearly ground his teeth to dust, clenching his fists as he glared at Yikong. No worries, I still have a backup plan. He was determined to succeed this time. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Qingyang. Tian Qingyang immediately stood up. Teacher, I forgot to erase the blackboard today. May I take care of that? Yikong glanced at him lightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Sure. Tian Qingyang promptly ascended the podium, diligently erasing the blackboard. Upon completing this task, he kindly tidied the lectern, but inadvertently knocked his bag to the floor. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, only to accidentally unzip the bag. A photograph leisurely floated out from within. In Chapter 9, the Chinese teacher is absent, and today is designated for physical education. In the classroom, students who were previously wiping their faces turned their attention to the photograph. Against a dark background, vast expanses of alabaster skin, provocative and audacious movements, and unabashed temptation. Oh, how could the homeroom teacher place such a photograph in their bag? Such an eyesore. Are they so starved for attention? How can one uphold the dignity of a teacher in such a manner? A few girls in the front row dramatically covered their eyes, while Zhang Ning and others, reveling in their mischief despite their painted faces, broke into exaggerated grins. Teacher, with your striking looks, surely you are not lacking in female admirers. Could it be that you are incapable? Quite the flirt, aren't you? Who is this? Surely not your girlfriend's artistic photograph? The boys' unabashed malice was magnified by their triumphant expressions. Though still minors, they had already laid bare a part of human nature's darker side. Yikong remained silent. He approached, picked up the photograph, glanced at it, and clicked his tongue in disapproval of its poor taste. Subsequently, under the mocking and teasing gazes of his classmates, he retrieved his own bag and produced a stack of photographs. Ah, so you are fond of art. I have plenty to share. Would you care to take a look? Why are there so many? Wasn't there only one? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Ning's eyes. Then, he watched as Yikong picked up one of the photographs and flipped it over. It vividly depicted Zhang Ning in class, one hand wielding a mobile phone for gaming, while the other, unnoticed, delved into his trousers. The indecent photo was widely known to be Zhang Ning's doing, intended solely to embarrass Yikong, devoid of any surprises. Yet, the picture Yikong revealed genuinely astonished everyone. Someone could not contain their laughter, and soon, mirth spread like a contagion throughout the classroom. Do not look. Do not look. Zhang Ning's face turned crimson with shame, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. with a sprint rivaling his best-ever physical education score. He leapt onto the podium and snatched the photograph from Yikong's hands. Not fond of it. I have more here, Yikong declared, lifting the substantial stack of photographs. His smile deepening. Isn't this about mutual harm? Then let us proceed. One by one, he revealed the photographs, showcasing the likes of Song Ilyan, who fancied herself a goddess among otaku, yet was now discarding sunflower seed shells with rolling eyes. Feng Yukai, caught secretly indulging in a booger, and Zhao Jincheng, who had drooled all over his desk while sleeping. The classroom fell into a profound silence once more. The once gleeful smiles vanished from their youthful faces. No, the smiles did not disappear, they merely shifted elsewhere. Yikong scattered the photographs one by one onto the ground, his smile radiant and innocent, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my apologies. I inadvertently captured some rather unflattering images of everyone." Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode outside. "Oh, remember to tidy yourselves up and prepare for the next lesson," he called out. During the break, the atmosphere in the classroom of Class 3, Year 2, was unprecedentedly dismal. The students rushed to the podium to destroy their photographs, then slumped back into their seats, exuding an aura of despair. Their newly appointed homeroom teacher was nothing short of a tyrant. No, even a devil could not compare to his terrifying presence. In just one day, he had managed to capture so many unflattering photos of them. When had he even taken them? He was nothing less than a covert photographer. Moreover, every action he had taken today seemed deliberate, intentionally brandishing a corn snake to frighten them, purposely turning on the fan, and surreptitiously snapping their unflattering photos. Every movement they made was anticipated by him. Not only did he refrain from exposing their misdeeds, but he also allowed them to reap the consequences of their own actions. Repeated failures had significantly dampened the spirits of the students in Class 3, Year 2. The bell rang for class to begin. The first 2 periods on Tuesdays were always Chinese language lessons. The Chinese teacher was notoriously timid, leading them to disregard her entirely. As they watched the teacher enter the classroom, they could hardly be bothered to lift their eyelids, lazily dragging out their greeting. "Hello, teacher." The Chinese teacher, trembling, surveyed the battlefield-like classroom of Class 3, Year 2, sensing something was amiss. Why was there ink everywhere, on the walls, the floor, and on the students themselves? They appeared to be in a rather unusual state of mind. Something strange was indeed afoot. Were they plotting against her again? At that moment, the teacher had no desire to conduct the lesson. She simply wished to escape this dreadful place. Yet, the next 2 periods were both Chinese language lessons. Was there truly no difference between this and a death sentence for her? Just as the Chinese teacher resolutely approached the podium, preparing to commence the lesson, Yikong's tall figure appeared in the doorway. He smiled politely and gently, leaving the teacher slightly dazed. "Did you not take a leave today? Have I made a mistake?" "Leave?" The teacher's eyes clouded with confusion. When had she ever taken a leave? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her. Ah, yes. She grabbed a book from the podium and rushed outside. "Mr. Yi. Oh dear, I completely forgot. I should have taken a leave today." With that, she dashed away. Glancing back at Yikong, her eyes filled with sympathy. How could such a gentle young teacher end up in the den of Class 3, Year 2? At that moment, Yikong, the object of sympathy, stepped into Class 3, Year 2. The students exchanged bewildered glances. How had their Chinese lesson transformed into a session with Yikong? Instinctively, they straightened their postures. After their earlier antics, couldn't he possibly be here for retribution? Could he? Given his nature, it is indeed quite possible. Fellow classmates, you have all witnessed this. Yikong's voice remained calm and gentle, devoid of any trace of anger or joy. Today, our Chinese teacher is absent. So all Chinese classes will be transformed into. He paused momentarily, transforming it into physical education. Physical education? Are they really shifting Yikong to physical education? Has he experienced a moral awakening, or is there some new scheme at play? To speak candidly, although I am a teacher, I too find the current examination-oriented education system rather inhumane, particularly for students like you. While it is unclear why Yikong suddenly addressed them in this manner, his words resonated deeply within their hearts. Indeed, what is the point of such rote learning, if not for the stagnation of our educational reforms? They wouldn't be confined to this classroom every single day. It is akin to imprisonment. Though Yikong is a malicious and detestable figure, his statement garnered the students' approval. Chapter 10. The rule is, I do not cease, nor shall you. The students' gazes were firmly affixed on Yikong. Observing the youthful, innocent faces before him, he continued, Frankly speaking, I am not the least bit angered by your actions today, such as scaring me with a corn snake, hanging ink bags on the fan, or stuffing inappropriate photos into my bag. I too was once a student, and the antics you are currently engaged in were once my own, merely a repetition of history, with new tracks overlaying the old. I am even somewhat gratified to see your exuberance, your vitality, brimming with youthful spirit. The sunlight outside the window rose, its golden rays dispersing the mist and illuminating each youthful face. The students, initially tense and anxious, suddenly found themselves in a peculiar state of calm. Although the old teacher is quite detestable, he did not appear angry. Rather, there was an undercurrent of pride in his tone. Could it be that he truly regards them as his own students? I recognize that confining a group like you within these four walls is akin to imprisoning a bird with broken wings, and it is indeed a cruel act. Yikong's tone carried a hint of compassion, hence I deliberately transformed the Chinese lesson into physical education. In this splendid season of youth, you should not be shackled within the classroom, ensnared by incessant studies or endless examinations. Go forth, run freely on the playground, engage in playful banter, and relish your own youthful moments. His voice gradually grew fervent, igniting a wave of enthusiasm in the hearts of the students. Indeed, if not for necessity, who would willingly remain confined to a classroom? Even playing games within these walls does not provide true satisfaction. His words resonated with many students, evoking feelings of empathy and guilt, particularly among the four who had led the charge against him: Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen. They exchanged glances, each perceiving regret in the other's eyes. This old teacher does not seem to be as despicable as they had imagined. Please grant me 5 minutes to conduct a brief inspection, and then we shall proceed to the playground. Observing the students below, moved to tears by his heartfelt words, Yikong descended from the podium and approached the window. He extended a finger, tracing it across the glass, and then wiped it along the windowsill. Raising his dust-laden finger, he addressed Wu Dongping. Dear Wu Dongping, the Hygiene Committee member of Class 3, Grade 2, as I mentioned yesterday, you were given a day to resolve the sanitation issues. Yet it appears you have accomplished nothing. Wu Dongping stood up, scratching his head. Well, resolving hygiene issues isn't something that can be achieved in a single day. Yikong refrained from responding. He turned his attention to Tian Qingyang, the cultural committee member. Have you given no thought to the issues concerning the blackboard and teacher graffiti? This matter is rather complex, Tian stammered. And you, Du Yuchen, the discipline committee member. The photographs I took should be sufficiently persuasive, correct? Yikong's gaze drifted lightly over the four, causing a tightening sensation in their hearts. They had been moved by his earlier sentiments for naught. Just as they braced themselves for a reprimand, Yikong strode towards the exit. Let us go. The entire class to the playground. Off we go. Time for physical education. The students filed out in a lively manner. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen exhaled in relief, albeit with a hint of confusion. Hadn't he stated yesterday that there would be consequences for failure? Yet there seemed to be none. Had he forgotten? Physical education classes were typically scheduled for the afternoon, and with the frequent absences of the PE teacher, the playground was deserted. Golden sunlight poured through the soft branches of the willows, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow, even dressed in their ink-stained uniforms. The students felt invigorated to step out of the classroom during the morning language lesson. Yikong instructed the sports committee member, Zhu Yurong, to organize the students. Once arranged, he smiled. In a moment, you may engage in free activities. Cheers erupted from the students. He paused briefly and added, except for you four, Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen. The remainder of the class dispersed in a flurry, scattering to various corners of the playground. The four couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Why have you kept us behind, teacher? Yikong chuckled. I mentioned that if you fail to meet my expectations, I would impose a punishment. Punishment? What sort of punishment? Oh, nothing too severe. Yikong adjusted his attire. You will accompany me for a run. Is that really a punishment? Isn't it merely a few laps? The four dismissed the notion of punishment entirely, perceiving Yikong as lenient, perhaps intending a light reprimand. Before long, the five found themselves at the starting line. Yikong stretched his ankles and suddenly declared, by the way, the rule for our run is that as long as I do not stop, neither may you. Understood? The four responded half-heartedly. Yes, understood. The playground measured 800 meters per lap. Every physical education class necessitates running. What is so remarkable about that? By the way, you all are free from ailments such as heart disease or hypertension, correct? No, not at all. Du Yuchen, with an air of impatience, flexed his robust muscles, proclaiming, do these muscles appear to belong to someone unwell? Thus, they commenced. The five of them took off from the starting line, embarking on their laps. Before long, they completed the first lap. Yikong appeared unfazed, his complexion unaltered, and his breath steady, as though he had merely strolled around leisurely. Du Yuchen was slightly out of breath, yet his years of fitness training rendered an 800-meter run trivial for him. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping felt a bit fatigued, but still managed to persist. The second lap concluded swiftly, with Yikong maintaining his composed demeanor, while Du Yuchen was merely feeling a tad weary. In contrast, Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping found the 1,600 meters increasingly taxing, their legs growing heavier. During the third lap, the pace of Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping noticeably slowed. their heavy feet dragging forward mechanically, while Yikong and Du Yuchen had already surpassed them. Hey, something feels amiss. Tian Qingyang gasped. How is it that this old fellow has completed 4 laps, yet seems utterly unaffected? I have no idea. Perhaps we've been deceived again. His athleticism appears commendable. Came the reply. My throat feels parched. When can we stop? Slow down. It seems we won't be halting anytime soon. Chapter 11. Teacher, I truly adore class goodness. Are we still human? In truth, it was not just Zhang Ning and the others who were beginning to struggle. Even Du Yuchen was finding it increasingly challenging. As the most athletically gifted and proactive individual in their class, he was reluctant to exhibit any weakness to Yikong during their run. He matched Yikong's pace. And after 5 laps, Yikong exhibited only slight breathlessness, seemingly unaffected. However, Du Yuchen, though faster than Zhang Ning and his companions, found himself gritting his teeth to keep up with Yikong. After 5 laps, his legs began to ache, and his breathing grew rapid. He had not anticipated that Yikong, who appeared to be an ordinary person without visible signs of rigorous training, possessed such formidable endurance. Could he possibly be a marathon runner? Once again, he felt deceived by this fellow. I've only just warmed up. You all are already faltering? Strangely enough, Du Yuchen's guess was indeed correct. Yikong is effortlessly capable of completing a full marathon, making 10 or 8 laps on the playground a mere child's play for him. Who can't keep up? Du Yuchen gritted his teeth. I can still run. Indeed, a true man should never admit defeat. Yikong nodded, quickening his pace. Then push yourself. With that, he distanced himself from Du Yuchen. Gritting his teeth, Du Yuchen forced himself to accelerate for 200 meters, his throat ablaze, nearly collapsing, and had no choice but to slow down. Meanwhile, after leaving Du Yuchen behind, Yikong swiftly caught up with Zhang Ning and the others, reducing his speed to match theirs. Are you 3 not men? Why are you dragging your feet while running? Having promised to accompany me on my run. They fell a full lap behind. The 3 of them cast a resentful glance at Yikong, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. They had initially contemplated retorting, but their bodies lacked the strength to utter even a word. Breathing was already a struggle. Their throats felt as if they were being sliced open. Speaking would surely cost them their very lives. Yikong observed their reactions with great delight. Did they genuinely believe he could not handle them? Ultimately, he chose not to quicken his pace, instead leisurely keeping stride with them, occasionally throwing in some sarcastic remarks. How is it that your physical condition is so poor? Have high school students fallen to such a lowly state? I dare say you might be the weakest cohort I have ever encountered. They had barely completed 1 session, and another awaited them. What? Another session? This last statement shattered Zhang Ning's psychological defenses entirely. His legs buckled, and he sank onto the track, exclaiming, Damn it. I'm exhausted. I'm done running. I wouldn't run even if my life depended on it. The truth was, he simply lacked the stamina to continue. Are you all right? Tian Qingyang and Wu Dongping rushed to assist him, and in the process, they too plopped down on the track, their backsides sticking to the ground as they lost the will to rise. Yikong paused to assess their condition, and once he confirmed they were unharmed, he joined them on the ground. After several laps, he felt invigorated, propping himself up on his hands. Your physical condition is abysmal. You hardly resemble high school students at all. You can forego Chinese class from now on and join me for daily runs. Only when you can comfortably complete 20 laps should you return to class. I believe your physical fitness is far more crucial than your performance in standardized education. Yikong's words struck them like a thunderclap. Today had nearly exhausted them. Tomorrow, even ascending the stairs would be a challenge. They were to run again. They would much prefer attending Chinese class. Teacher, I believe our academic performance remains important. It's acceptable to skip a class occasionally, but not every day. Du Yuchen, who had just arrived, protested feebly. This is akin to the rigorous training of soldiers in a military camp. In comparison, how much freedom we enjoy in Chinese class. We can play games or sleep as we please. It's truly a second paradise. Oh, do enlighten me on the benefits of attending Chinese class, Yikong challenged. It enhances literary cultivation, expands knowledge, strengthens expressive abilities. When a girl writes you a love letter, you must master Chinese to comprehend it. In a desperate bid to avoid further training, the 4 of them racked their brains. After enumerating their points, they looked expectantly at Yikong, hoping he would relent. Finally, Yikong nodded. You do raise some valid points. Very well, return to class. With a sigh of relief, the 4 of them felt a weight lift from their shoulders. However, Yikong smiled, and as my class monitor, my disciplinary officer, my literary committee member, and my hygiene committee member, can you fulfill your responsibilities effectively? Certainly. Absolutely. It's merely tidying up the classroom and addressing those chaotic scribbles. Isn't it? Compared to our rigorous training, this task is a mere trifle. It suffices to say that I shall grant you 1 more day, should you fail to meet my expectations. The entire class shall join me for physical education. Understood. This old man truly has no regard for humanity. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen, who supported each other back to the classroom, collapsed into their seats, gulping down water. The other students, meanwhile, happily relaxed during the 2 periods, some playing basketball, others engaging in games, and some taking leisurely strolls. They certainly witnessed the torment that Zhang Ning and his companions endured at the hands of Yikong. However, if the blade does not fall upon oneself, one is often unaware of the pain. Song Ilian, having refreshed her makeup during the 2 periods, approached with her innocent, wide eyes, relishing in their misfortune. Haha, it seems the class teacher is targeting you all. What transgressions have you committed? Go on, go away. And do not revel in our plight. Wu Dongping, emboldened, retorted, I am the hygiene officer. Oh, and what of it? So hurry up and clean. What? Song Ilian, misinterpreting his words, assumed he had fallen ill and playfully reached out to touch his forehead, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? Slap. Her hand was swatted away. As the students gradually entered the classroom, Wu Dongping, limping, climbed atop a desk, declaring, look at me. Look at me. I have a significant announcement to make. Listen attentively. The class gazed at Wu Dongping, puzzled. He placed his hands on his hips. You will form pairs, 2 to a group, and come to me to collect your hygiene tasks. You must complete the assigned tasks before school ends today. Hygiene tasks. Were they not typically handled in a laid-back manner? The thoughts of the students mirrored those of Song Ilian, who believed Wu Dongping had lost his senses. All right, if you choose not to do it, that's fine. Tomorrow, we'll all attend physical education together. Chapter 12, Mathematics Teacher. I shall take leave too, observing the defeated demeanor of Zhang Ning, Tian Xingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen. The students of Class 3, Year 2 exchanged glances. They were well aware that Wu Dongping's notion of physical education would not mirror today's experience. Wasn't it clear that neglecting hygiene meant they would endure rigorous training? Reluctantly, they decided to tackle the hygiene tasks. After weighing the pros and cons, they paired up and approached Wu Dongping to collect their assignments. Wu Dongping divided the cleaning duties into several tasks, such as wiping desks, emptying the trash, clearing corners, sweeping the floor, cleaning windows, and dusting ledges, efficiently allocating the responsibilities. Following the break for physical activity, they seized the opportunity and worked fervently in the classroom. When the class bell rang, they had yet to complete their tasks. The mathematics teacher, clutching her textbook, stood bewildered at the door, questioning whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. Is this truly Class 3, Year 2? Teacher Zhang, perhaps you should also take a leave of absence? Yikong strolled leisurely towards them, hands clasped behind his back. The mathematics teacher, having heard of the language teacher's situation, felt as if he had encountered a savior and immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming, yes, I shall take a leave as well. It is best not to attend this B class. After the mathematics teacher departed, Yikong entered the classroom, observing students diligently wiping tables, cleaning windows, disposing of trash, and erasing graffiti, nodding in satisfaction. This was a semblance of student life. What had it been before? Why had the mathematics teacher left? Wu Dongping, with a bag of trash in his left hand and a few books in his right, a cloth clenched between his teeth, grew anxious upon seeing the mathematics teacher leave. Damn it, now that the mathematics teacher is gone, it's back to this old routine? Are we not allowed to have a normal life? With the mathematics teacher on leave, Yikong declared, focus on your cleaning duties. I hereby grant you a class dedicated to hygiene. Yikong noticed that no one was cleaning the chair beside his desk, and frowned slightly. Feng Yukai, quick-witted, rushed over with a towel. Class monitor, let me clean this for you before you sit. He swiftly wiped down Yikong's chair, his obsequious demeanor eliciting admiration. It was no wonder he had been chosen as the class monitor responsible for errands. Feng Yukai understood his position well. He knew he was not destined to be the leader, so he would align himself with the strongest ally. Previously, he followed Zhang Ning, the class's alpha, and now, with Yikong's ascendance, he sought to curry favor with him. Let us all work hard. Once we finish, we can have our class. During class, we must adhere to discipline. No mobile phones, no novels. Observing Yikong nearby, Du Yuchen, eager to demonstrate his commitment as the discipline committee member, began to pace around, raising his voice to ensure the entire class could hear. After all, he had made an effort to maintain discipline. Whether others listened was their concern. Come here. Yikong beckoned Du Yuchen. Is this how you fulfill your role as the discipline committee member? What else can I do? Du Yuchen replied. With such a stature, don't I have any influence in the class? Managing such a large group, Yikong could not attend to every matter personally. It was essential to cultivate a reliable assistant. Influence? Du Yuchen's expression was somewhat difficult to interpret. I do have influence, but using it on my classmates feels inappropriate. Why would it be inappropriate? Use it for me. Understood. Du Yuchen cleared his throat and stepped to the center of the classroom. He glanced at the busy students and suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing the impressive abdominal muscles he had painstakingly sculpted through rigorous training and protein supplementation. Now, Yikong was perplexed. What does exposing your abs have to do with influence? Come and see, everyone. Perfectly sculpted six-pack abs. Not a single one too many or too few. You once find such prowess in any premium area. Du Yuqin continued. As long as you all maintain classroom discipline today, before school ends, you may touch these flawless abs. A gentle reminder. The affluent women at the gym are charging $100 each for a touch. Don't miss this opportunity as you pass by. Surprisingly, several young ladies have indeed gathered around. Du Yuqin, are you serious? I thought you never allowed anyone to see before. So this is what an 8-pack looks like. Well, I'm reserving my spot for tonight. I'll take one too. All right. The process is insignificant. What truly matters is achieving the desired outcome. Yikong paid no heed to their antics. He lowered his head and opened the short video app to appreciate the art of the human form. The desks in the classroom were soon arranged neatly, and the floor gradually became clean, as the colorful graffiti on the walls was scraped away bit by bit. Most students, though reluctant, understood that Yikong was not to be trifled with. Observing him sitting on the podium like a statue, they dutifully continued their work. Meanwhile, at the back door of the classroom, the class's sports representative, Zhu Yurong, was slacking off. He and another girl, Jin Shuezi, formed a pair. Their assigned task was to empty the trash and clean up the litter, yet it was mostly Jin Shuezi who tirelessly ran around while he busied himself with his phone. Hidden from Yikong's sight. Why are you working so sluggishly? After feeling a bit of strain in his neck, Zhu Yurong looked up and turned his head. Noticing that everyone else was nearly finished tidying their desks, while Jin Shuezi still had work to do, letting out a dissatisfied hum. Jin Shuezi held up the last half bucket of trash, stating, I'm almost done, just need to dump this, and it'll be finished. Hurry up then. Witnessing this scene, Yikong clicked his tongue and couldn't resist glancing at Jin Shuezi's profile. Name, Jin Shuezi. Talents, Chinese, A. Mathematics, A. English, B. Physics, B. Chemistry, D. History, A. Geography, C. Music, A. Art, SS. Physical education, B. Strengths, delicate mind. Weaknesses, love-struck mind. Upon seeing the glaring love-struck mind listed as a weakness, Yikong felt a mix of emotions. Jin Shuezi possessed an SS-level talent in art, qualifying her as a gifted artist. With some nurturing, she could carve out a niche for herself in the art world, even if she didn't become a legendary master. Yet, she was simply love-struck. Quite perplexing. After a vigorous lesson, the classroom finally resembled what a classroom should look like. A faint scent of lemon filled the air, and golden sunlight bathed the clean desks, instilling warmth throughout. Exhausted from the lesson, the students sat in their seats, gazing at the refreshed classroom, suddenly realizing that a cleaner environment didn't seem so bad after all. Chapter 13. Let us chat about novels. This final class of the morning arrived swiftly. When Yikong re-entered the classroom, the students' faces had turned a shade of green. How is it that he is still here after an entire morning? Zhang Ning inquired. Mr. Class advisor, which teacher is absent this time? Yikong casually pulled a half piece of chalk from the lectern, and with precision, it flew across the room. This is my chemistry class, and your chemistry teacher cannot withstand your antics. Henceforth, I shall take over your chemistry lessons. Oh, Zhang Ning reluctantly closed his mouth. Enough of the trivialities. Take out your chemistry books and turn to page 3. Today, in our first lesson, we shall discuss chemical thermodynamics. Although Yikong lacked teaching experience, delivering a chemistry lesson seemed a simple task to him. Before delving into thermodynamics, I trust everyone is familiar with our country's Mars exploration mission, Tianwen-1? As Yikong spoke, he descended from the lectern. Passing by the first row, he suddenly halted and seized Zhao Jincheng's book. This is a chemistry class. What is the meaning of you reading a Chinese literature book? Zhao Jincheng stammered, attempting to explain. You see, a few days ago, we had a charity event, and I noticed that students in the mountainous regions lack even chemistry books, so I donated mine. A ripple of quiet laughter spread through the classroom. Yikong continued his stride, stopping beside Chu Ting in the third row. He picked up her book, 5 Years of Genshin, 3 Years of Elements, Mastering Elemental Reactions. And yet you still appear to be an elemental envoy. My chemistry book was accidentally sold as scrap by my grandmother. After surveying the class, he discovered that half the students lacked chemistry books, dampening his desire to teach. He returned to the lectern. With a resounding clap, he startled the students below. All those without chemistry books, stand at the back. The students without books resignedly stood up and quietly moved to the last row. Your class indeed has a significant issue. You cannot even gather the necessary books for a lesson. So what is the point of attending class? Yikong promptly discarded his lesson plan onto the lectern. The students were unaware of his intentions. He casually dragged a chair over, sat down, crossed his arms, and propped up one leg. While inspecting your books, I noticed a considerable number of novels on your desks. Since you lack chemistry books, shall we discuss novels during this lesson? Discuss novels? That certainly piqued their interest. The students were oblivious to Yikong's true agenda, but students of this age share a common trait. They possess an interest in everything except studying. They must be quite knowledgeable about novels, right? Fortunately. Yikong squinted, If they discussed romance novels, some male students might not be interested. And if they delved into fantasy novels, some female students might not engage. Thus, let us compromise and talk about internationally renowned novels that everyone knows, shall we? Internationally renowned novels? What might those be? Journey to the West. Surely everyone is familiar with it? Even if you haven't read the book, you must have seen the television series, right? It turns out to be Journey to the West. What is there to discuss about it? The enthusiasm of half the students dimmed, their eyes losing their sparkle. Having seen it, they elongated their responses, their interest waning. Have you ever pondered certain questions? Yikong smirked and inquired. Why was the Monkey King not refined after being in the supreme Lord Laozi's alchemical furnace for 3 days and nights? Isn't that simple? The Monkey King is no ordinary being. Was the answer truly that straightforward? What else could it possibly be? Yikong stood up and boldly drew a large X on the blackboard. He then leaned on the podium, declaring, "Let me enlighten you about what fuels the supreme Lord Laozi's furnace. It burns coal, reaching temperatures of up to 1,200 degrees. The Monkey King emerged from a stone. What is the primary component of stone? Silicon dioxide. The melting point of silicon dioxide is 1,600 degrees. Can a furnace at 1,200 degrees melt stone?" As Yikong spoke, the expressions of the students transitioned from confusion to astonishment, realizing there might be substance to his words. However, can Journey to the West be interpreted in such a manner? Nonsense. Zhang Ning muttered softly from below, then stood up with a hint of provocation in his tone. Then may I ask the homeroom teacher, how do we explain that although the Monkey King was not refined, he developed the ability of the fire-eye golden sight? I suggest you study your chemistry book instead of neglecting it. Perhaps consider donating to the children in the mountainous areas like classmate Zhao Jinsheng. Yikong shot him a glance. What reaction does silicon dioxide undergo at high temperatures? It vitrifies. Does glass not reflect light? Isn't that the fire-eye golden sight? A burst of laughter erupted from the students below. This explanation seemed quite logical. What are you laughing at? Zhang Ning glared at the audience. The alchemical furnace ultimately exploded. Why did it explode in the end? That is a good question. Yikong surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the students in the back row. Whoever answers this question correctly may return to their seat. Under the promise of a reward, Zhang Fengli timidly raised her hand. Yikong raised an eyebrow. Speak. I remember from watching the TV series that it was kicked open by the Monkey King, she replied. Yikong rubbed his temples. You may remain standing. Seriously consider what other main components are in stone besides silicon dioxide. There's calcium carbonate. What does calcium carbonate decompose into under high temperatures? Calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. With a great deal of carbon dioxide being compressed within the furnace, wouldn't it explode? The eyes of the students widened in astonishment. Yet, this explanation seemed to hold some merit. I urge you to focus on your studies. You can't even comprehend a novel, especially those romance novels that constantly make me cringe. At this point, Yikong suddenly called out, Shu Ting, stand up. Shu Ting, caught off guard, stood up nervously, her heart racing. The romance novels that made him cringe were still tucked away in her desk. Look into my eyes. Shu Ting timidly exchanged glances with Yikong. If someone were to extract your kidneys and plunder your heart, what should you do? Chapter 14. Put away your phone, better dead. In the classroom, dozens of eyes were fixed on Shu Ting, eagerly awaiting her response. Shu Ting held her breath for half a minute. Make him regret it? How could she make him regret it? She would never forgive him in this lifetime. Forgive him? Absolutely not. Yikong tapped on the desk and said, if anyone attempts to dig out your kidneys or your heart, please immediately retrieve your phone from the right pocket of your school uniform and dial the emergency number. Shu Ting instinctively clutched her right pocket and exclaimed in a fluster, what phone? I don't have a phone in my pocket. This feeble lie was almost more damaging than silence. Who couldn't see through her guilty conscience? Lying is not a commendable habit. Yikong did not dwell on this matter. Merely stating in a calm tone, I am not one to deny others a chance. I will overlook your previous transgressions regarding phones. Consider this incident as if it never occurred. However, starting tomorrow, any phones found in the classroom will be confiscated. With that, he uttered the 2 words, class dismissed. As his words fell, the bell for dismissal rang at that very moment. The students of Class 3, Grade 2, suddenly realized that the final class had passed by without their notice. It seemed that class was not as tedious as they had imagined. How unfair. Why were they prohibited from bringing their phones? How could they pass the lengthy hours without their devices? While they had to concede that Yikong exerted a certain authority over them, especially with regard to cleanliness, that did not imply they would comply with all his demands. For instance, the issue of mobile phones. What era are we living in? The digital age. Being without a phone felt akin to being thrust back into a primitive cave overnight. If they had never used a phone since childhood, perhaps they would find comfort in that cave. Yet, having witnessed the light, how could they endure the darkness? Life without a phone was indistinguishable from death. Confiscating phones? Better dead. Someone shouted this rallying cry, which resonated with the crowd. Yes, confiscating phones? Better dead. The students of Class 3, Grade 2, chanted this slogan as they dashed towards the cafeteria. After all, the most important thing was to eat, not to worry about phone confiscation. Teacher Yi, you are truly extraordinary. After a casual lunch in the cafeteria, Yi Kong returned to his office for a brief respite. In the office, Bai Ying, the art teacher, was absent. Only Mr. Su, the Chinese teacher, and Mr. Zhang, the math teacher, remained. Today, they had been spared the torment of the morning by Yi Kong, nearly revering him as a deity. After all, Class 3, Grade 2, had driven several homeroom teachers away. Those esteemed educators, or those with authority, had even threatened resignation to avoid teaching this class. Consequently, the burden of instructing Class 3, Grade 2, fell upon the shoulders of these ordinary teachers. To retain their positions at Langhua High School, they had no choice but to reluctantly accept this daunting task. After enduring several pranks from the students, I reluctantly resigned myself to being merely a tool for the classroom. However, teaching the second and third classes of the second year was nothing short of torment. When Yi Kong became the homeroom teacher for those classes, we couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Yet, it seemed he truly possessed some remarkable skills. A genius? Perhaps not quite. Yi Kong chuckled softly. I too navigated high school in a similar manner. Dealing with them is a piece of cake, isn't it? Indeed, Mr. Yi is quite impressive. Mr. Zhang, the mathematics teacher, drew his chair closer and leaned towards Yi Kong with a jovial smile, offering him a cigarette. Mr. Yi, feel free to take over my math class. I have no expectations for the second and third classes anyway. Mr. Zhang, smoking is prohibited on school grounds. Observing Mr. Zhang attempting to bribe Yi Kong, Ms. Su, the language teacher, fearing she might fall behind, pulled a bag of beef jerky from her drawer and placed it on Yi Kong's desk. This was brought back for me by my niece from her travels. It's quite tasty. You should give it a try. Let us not be too pessimistic. Yi Kong accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, and popped a piece of jerky into his mouth, savoring it slowly. What if the second and third classes transformed into well-behaved students? The idea of them turning into good kids prompted Ms. Su and Mr. Zhang to exchange glances, both wanting to remind Yi Kong of the absurdity of such a notion. Not a single normal child graced that class. They were all forcibly enrolled by their parents' financial means. If they refrained from causing trouble for the teachers, it would be a blessing. Good kids? After the final class ended, during evening self-study, Du Yuqin stood by the door, showcasing his abs for everyone to admire. Yi Kong, feeling indifferent, made his way to the parking lot, settled into his car, and leisurely lit a cigarette as he rolled down the window. Before long, the door to the passenger seat swung open, and Yi Rushi, clutching a bag of snacks, climbed into his vehicle. She quickly rolled up the window, wary of being seen. My dear brother, how has class been for you these past few days? Following the events of that morning, Yi Rushi felt reassured, entrusting the second and third classes to Yi Kong. It feels quite good, Yi Kong replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette with his long fingers, a subtle smile playing on his lips. They are quite an endearing bunch of carnivorous flowers. Through these past few days, it became evident that these students were not the archetypal good students. They certainly had their flaws. Yet, they had not descended into irredeemable mischief. Thus, in Yi Kong's eyes, they remained rather charming. It seems you can offer such a positive assessment. It appears my decision to appoint you as the homeroom teacher for the second and third classes was indeed wise. Yi Rushi remarked with satisfaction, feeling her choice was truly astute. Indeed, the indigo dye on white cloth illustrates the principle of overcoming adversity. Yi Kong has proven to be the nemesis of the second and third classes. I only took on this teaching role for your sake, he jested. Dad said if I do well, I might get a promotion. Shoo. Before Yi Rushi could bask in her satisfaction, Yi Kong's next words startled her, prompting her to quickly cover his mouth. You little rascal, do you not realize that there are ears everywhere? Stop spouting nonsense here. Understood. If you were to become successful, would you not arrange a position for me? Is it truly that simple? Moreover, was it not you who expressed disinterest in such roles? If you genuinely wish to pursue it, why not approach our elder brother? Surely, he could allocate a position for you in no time. However, I wish for you, dear sister, to arrange it for me. Yi Rushi adjusted her glasses with a hint of resignation. Very well, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Pray tell, what is your true objective? To allow me to visit your charming abode for a couple of days? 1 hour, not a minute more. Very well then, you miser. Chapter 15. Let us take attendance before class. Collecting phones? Do you truly believe I would allow you to keep your phones? Early the next morning, the classroom of the second year, third class erupted into a fervent game of concealing phones. They had purchased dummy devices overnight, prepared to submit them when the time came. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, they had also set their phones to silent. TSK. Old Deng remains too naive. Do you know the adage that for every measure taken, a countermeasure exists? With everything in place, Tian Qingyang sat in the classroom, speaking confidently. Were I in his position, I would conduct a surprise operation regarding phone collection. Having announced it in advance, how many phones would one truly gather? Who said that? We are all prepared to submit our phones, are we not? Zhang Ning thumped his chest, asserting that under the leadership of our illustrious class monitor, what would it matter if he submitted 45 phones? Silence. Old Deng is coming. With an invigorated spirit, Yikong entered the classroom, shouldering his bag and carrying a basket designated for phone collection. Good morning, class teacher, he greeted. Greeted by the sycophantic smiles of Feng Yukai and the rest of the students who followed suit with their salutations. Yikong nodded in return. Glancing at his watch, it was 5 minutes until morning self-study commenced. After sitting at the podium for 5 minutes, the bell rang, prompting him to rise and scan the room. He then pointed to the last row in the corner, inquiring, I believe that seat is occupied by Su Ran. Where is she? Su Ran left a strong impression on Yikong as one of the more earnest girls in the class, quiet and solitary. In this era, she was an anomaly with her heavy bangs. Logically, a person who tends to avoid attention would not be late. Oh, Su Ran is absent. I'm not sure. Su Ran usually kept to herself and had little presence in class. Many classmates had not even noticed her absence today. Perhaps something had delayed her. Yikong resolved that if she had not arrived by the end of self-study, he would contact her parents. Ahem, very well. Yikong opened the basket in his hands. You should all recall what I mentioned yesterday, yes? Now, I would like each of you to write down the model of your phone along with your name on a piece of paper and submit it to me. If you lack adhesive tape, come see me. With that, he placed 2 rolls of transparent tape on the podium. Before long, students began tearing off paper, writing down their phone models and names, and lining up to submit their devices to Yikong. The first to approach was Feng Yukai, who naturally placed his phone into the basket. Wait a moment. After placing his phone in the basket, he was about to turn and leave when Yikong called out to him. Feng Yukai felt a surge of panic. What is it, Mr. Deng? Is this your phone? Yikong asked, pulling out the phone he had turned in and weighing it in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you usually play with bricks? Please give me back my real phone. Yikong's suddenly raised voice was cold and menacing, causing Feng Yukai to shudder in fear. Without further ado, he dashed back to his seat, retrieved his actual phone, obediently affixed a note, and placed it in the basket. Witnessing this, the students in line behind him were thrown into a state of panic. Their previous homeroom teacher had also confiscated phones, but they merely submitted model phones to fulfill tasks. Yet, this Mr. Deng was being unusually serious. Here, Mr. Deng. Zhao Jincheng, who was lined up behind Feng Yukai, hesitated to step forward, caught in indecision. While he was mulling it over, Wu Dongping suddenly cut in front of him, casually placing his note-adorned phone into the basket. It was the latest model of a fruit phone. Yikong's gaze fell upon the device. What is this? Care for an inspection? Wu Dongping grinned as he retrieved his phone from inside, pressing the power button. Soon, the startup animation filled the screen. However, once the animation concluded, it displayed a low battery warning and shut down. My apologies, Mr. Deng. I forgot to charge it after using it last night. With that, he returned the phone to the basket and turned to leave. Interesting. Yikong's voice echoed from behind him, prompting a twinge of guilt as Wu Dongping turned back. On the podium, his latest fruit phone had found its way into Yikong's hands. Yikong scrutinized it from every angle. Indeed, after years of development, the technology of model phones had advanced remarkably. This model not only mimicked the weight and appearance of the genuine latest fruit phone, but even imitated the tactile feel quite convincingly. It could power on. What a facade. Mr. Deng, what are you examining? Wu Dongping's anxiety surged as Yikong's silence loomed over him. Steeling himself, he said, if you don't believe it's real, why not charge it and turn it on to check? No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash startled him back several steps. The latest fruit phone that had just been in Yikong's hands lay shattered on the ground. Beneath its exquisite exterior were scattered lead weights. At that moment, Wu Dongping's face drained of color, and a pang of regret struck him. He had spent several hundred yuan on the authentic model phone to ensure he received it promptly. He had even paid an extra 50 yuan for same-city express delivery. It was over. Mr. Deng had come prepared. What to do? Gazing at the remnants on the ground, the students in line and those writing notes fell into silence, their hearts heavy with despair. They lowered their heads, harboring a flicker of hope, awaiting Yikong's judgment. Time seemed to stand still. TSK, Yikong sighed in resignation. The students' hearts suddenly contracted. Well, they are just children. Acknowledging their mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. Just hand over your genuine mobile phones, and I shall overlook the matter of the models. With this statement from Yikong, the students' anxieties swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, there was a hint of affectionate exasperation in Yikong's tone, evoking a peculiar sensation among them, as if they had indeed transgressed. This time, most of them momentarily relinquished any thoughts of resistance, returning to their seats to surrender their devices. However, only 40 phones were collected in total. The 5 who did not submit theirs were Zhang Ning, Du Yuqin, Kai Jia, Jiang Fengli, and Su Ran. Su Ran's absence rendered her exempt. Why haven't you forehanded them in? Zhang Ning shrugged. We genuinely did not bring them. If you don't believe us, feel free to search our seats. Observing the nonchalant expressions of Zhang Ning, Du Yuqin, Kai Jie, and Jiang Fengli. Yikong nodded and allowed them to take their seats. All right, let us commence our lesson. Yikong narrowed his eyes, his tone gentle. However, before we begin, let's take attendance. Attendance? Isn't Su Ran the only one absent? What is the point of calling names? Amidst the students' puzzled gazes, Yikong uttered the first name. Hi Siri. Beep, I'm here. Chapter 16. Happiness arrives unexpectedly. The familiar mechanical voice echoed from a corner by the classroom window. All eyes turned toward that spot, each harboring a singular thought. This old geezer is akin to a world-destroying demon. Thankfully, they had obediently surrendered their phones. But whose hidden phone is that? Some students could not resist glancing at Yikong's expression, eager to discern whether he would react with anger or leniency. However, upon hearing the voice, his reaction appeared rather subdued. The class monitor, Zhang Ning, sat at his desk, hands clenched into fists, lips trembling as he emitted barely audible sounds. He fixed his gaze on the phone concealed behind the curtain, unsure whether to retrieve it now. Amidst his silent pleas, Yikong had already approached the curtain. The light blue drapery was tied into a massive knot, suspended in midair. Given the structure of the school building, which featured windows solely on one side while the other was a corridor, it was evident that, during daylight hours, the windows and curtains would generally remain open unless multimedia was in use. Hiding a phone in the curtain was indeed a bold and meticulous choice. He extracted the device from within. Oh, how did a phone end up here? All the students in our class have either submitted their phones or didn't he bring them. This surely does not belong to anyone in our class. Yikong murmured to himself. Goodness, in this day and age, phones growing in curtains might just herald a change in the weather. What is this? Phones growing in curtains? Curtains sprouting phones? The students' hearts mirrored his every movement. Akin to a roller coaster ride early in the morning, truly an extraordinary thrill. All right, let us continue with the attendance. After retrieving his phone from behind the curtains, Yikong, without uttering a word, placed it into his pocket. His voice resonated like a devil's whisper. Casting a glance over Du Qinyu, Kai Jie, and Jiang Fengli, he instilled a shiver down their spines. Shall I here? Following the sound, Yikong approached Jiang Fengli. Being a girl, she was unable to withstand the psychological pressure and promptly extracted Su Fei's bag from her backpack, obediently handing her phone over to Yikong. He accepted the phone and lightly remarked, phone confiscated. Ensure your belongings are secured. Do not repeat this behavior. The subdued laughter from those around flushed Jiang Fengli's face crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. Yet, she recognized this as a consequence of her own folly. Now, she truly regretted not surrendering her phone sooner. All right, continuing with attendance. Shall we? Here came the simultaneous responses from Du Yuqin and Kai Jie. Yikong couldn't help but chuckle internally, appreciating their patriotic spirit. He moved to Du Yuqin's side, picked up his thermos, unscrewed the lid, and retrieved a phone meticulously wrapped in tissue and plastic. Next, he approached Kai Jie, took his glasses case, and extracted a phone concealed beneath a lens cloth. Zhang Ning, Kai Jie, Jiang Fengli, Du Yuqin, you all exhibit remarkable ingenuity. After collecting their phones, he returned to the podium. His words elicited laughter from the students below. Hiding phones in glasses cases and curtains was one thing, but concealing them in a thermos? Truly a talent. The four of them turned various shades of pale, their lips pressed tightly together, unable to retort. What are you laughing at? Do you think I want to pursue this? You find it honorable to hand in your phones? As the laughter subsided, the students felt Yikong's gaze upon them. I am not joking. I genuinely believe you four are quite creative. As a reward, before evening study, I shall return your phones. You may come to my office to collect them before class. Is this for real? The unexpected joy left Zhang Ning and the others momentarily speechless. Could it be that Yikong, this teacher, favored students who defy conventions? He truly was an unconventional educator. Regret washed over the remaining students, who wished they had hidden their phones as well. All right, attendance is complete. Take out your chemistry books and memorize the first 3 chapters of chemical formulas. There will be a written test tomorrow morning. With that, Yikong turned to leave the classroom. Upon reaching the door, he glanced back. Discipline monitor, he said, forming a gun shape with his thumb and forefinger, pointing at Du Yuqin. I have my eye on you. After exiting the classroom, Yikong intended to call Su Ran's parents to inquire about her situation. His finger hovered over the dial interface, but he reconsidered. System. Can Eagle Vision observe the situation outside the school? The basic range only covers the school. I am indifferent. Show me the situation of my classmate Su Ran. The system complied, and suddenly, Yikong found herself confronted with the distressing image of Su Ran. A rippling expanse of blue enveloped her, within which Su Ran's face contorted in agony. Yikong paused for a moment. Was he swimming early in the morning, or had he jumped into a river? Su Ran, you wouldn't dare to inform the teacher about today's incident, would you? As a haughty and arrogant voice echoed, Su Ran was yanked by the hair, forcefully dragged from the sink. Yikong then realized that Su Ran was in a girls' restroom at school. This was a clear case of bullying. System. Identify the location of this restroom. I apologize, host. This system lacks that capability. Damn it, hurry. It is located on the first floor. The girl's thick bangs, drenched in water, clung messily to her forehead, revealing a beautiful face devoid of expression. She appeared as though she were a mere shell of a person, shoved back and forth by several girls. The ringleader, with her high ponytail and a smooth forehead, was Yujia, the top student in Class 9 of the second year, who consistently ranked among the top 50 in her grade. At that moment, she reached out her hand towards Su Ran's face, saying, "If you wish to report this to the teacher, be my guest. Just remember, I am a good student. Do you think someone like me would lie? Who will the teacher believe, you or me?" Su Ran's eyes were hollow. Indeed, no one would believe her. What was the point of reporting or defending herself? Those who are favored act without fear. Who would care about someone like her, a rat in the gutter? Hee. Our Yujia is a model student. She would never lie. TSK, how bold of you to steal our Jia's boyfriend. This is merely a small warning. If we see you acting up again, it won't be so simple next time. As Chapter 17 began, they were to go to the entrance to welcome the new transfer student. This cunning vixen, if she doesn't behave tomorrow, let us ruin her face and see how she lures anyone after that. When Yujia and her companions exited the girls' restroom on the first floor, the morning self-study session was nearly over. Dressed in neat uniforms, their skirts modestly below the knee, coupled with their high ponytails and fresh faces devoid of makeup, they appeared every bit the obedient students. Silence, Yujia suddenly interjected, halting her two minions as she turned down the corridor. For some unknown reason, a tall figure had appeared at the stairway. The man seemed to be in his early 20s, handsome and radiant. He wasn't wearing a school uniform, indicating he was likely not a student of the school. Given the strict management of the institution, delinquents would not be admitted. Hence, his role must be that of a teacher. What a handsome teacher. Yujia's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached Yikong, displaying the innocent smile favored by educators. "Hello, teacher." Her companions followed suit, echoing the greeting. Such young students, radiating an aroma of fresh tea. A glimmer of sarcasm flickered in Yikong's eyes as she nodded at them and continued towards the restroom on the first floor. Sister Jia. Could he possibly be Su Ran's homeroom teacher? Silence. Yujia watched Yikong's figure slip past, her smile tinged with a hint of indifference. She fell in the restroom. What does that have to do with us? The girl's lips were bitten until pale. Silently, she retrieved a tissue from her backpack, wiped her face clean, awkwardly arranged her bangs, and straightened her clothes, finally staring blankly at the slap mark on her face in the mirror. This won't fade away anytime soon, will it? If the teacher asks, what should I say? She thought too much. Their homeroom teacher clearly disliked them and wouldn't meddle in their affairs. With her head lowered and shoulders slumped, she stepped out of the girls' restroom, only to collide with someone unexpectedly. Is this your excuse for being late? A familiar yet strange, devilish voice echoed from above. Su Ran's body tensed abruptly, hair standing on end as she took 2 steps back. I'm sorry for bothering your homeroom teacher. Explanation? Or should she report it? Would an explanation even help? Would reporting it be of any use? It would be better to simply apologize, if she did. Perhaps there wouldn't be any repercussions. What apology? What have you done to deserve my ire? Yikong manifested a sense of disappointment, feeling that it was unjust. She had done nothing wrong. She was the one being bullied. Why should she apologize? Enough, there's no need for explanations. Su Ran's words were interrupted. Yikong raised her hand, rubbing her temples. Had the ones bullying Su Ran been a few obnoxious boys, she would have rushed over to drag them to a secluded place and dealt with them thoroughly, ensuring they would enter upright and exit horizontal, all while studying the hospital's Wi-Fi speed. However, they were just a few seemingly fragile and obedient girls. In all his lifetimes, he had never struck a female, let alone do so in the capacity of a teacher against a student. Come with me. All right. Accustomed to compliance, used to not questioning why, and familiar with the feeling of being overlooked, Su Ran followed Yikong forward. She initially thought Yikong was leading her back to the classroom, but instead, they arrived at Yikong's office door. Inside, the teachers had all gone to supervise morning study, leaving it empty. Wait here. Yikong left Su Ran in the office and stepped out. Moments later, he returned with an ice pack and a towel in hand. Here. Yikong wrapped the ice pack in the towel and handed it to Su Ran. It doesn't look too serious. A cold compress should reduce the swelling. You can skip the next 2 classes and stay in my office. The other teachers are all occupied, so you won't feel awkward. Su Ran silently accepted the ice pack. The cold sensation swiftly spread from her fingertips to her heart, and her eyes gradually filled with glistening tears. Damn it. Why are you crying? Did I hit you? Yikong observed Su Ran, who was on the verge of tears, and his heart swelled with a sense of helplessness. With his limited romantic experiences, which had mostly involved women comforting him, he found himself utterly inept at consoling her. Fortunately, his phone rang, a sound he had never found so melodious before. He quickly answered the call, casting a hesitant glance at Su Ran beforehand. signaling her to apply her facial mask promptly as he had pressing matters to attend to. With that, he snatched up his phone and fled the scene. Watching as the office door was hastily pulled shut behind him, Sue ran, now smiling through her tears, thought perhaps her homeroom teacher wasn't so terrifying after all. In fact, he appeared somewhat endearing. At the school gate, he was to meet the new transfer student from his class. The call had been from the head teacher, and upon hearing the mention of a transfer student, he was taken aback, so there truly was a new student. No wonder he had been mistaken for someone else on the first day. He strode purposefully towards the school entrance, where 3 figures awaited, a well-dressed couple and a boy with dyed blonde hair. "You sending me here is pointless," the boy said, casually puffing on a cigarette and expertly blowing a smoke ring. "I want to be attending classes properly anyway." The cigarette was swiftly snatched from his mouth by the woman beside him. "I'll tell you this, if you don't attend class diligently, I'll sell your precious car," she warned. "Why should I care? That was a gift from my grandfather. Because I am your mother. Because I am your guardian. Because I am responsible for your future." "Huh? Responsible for my future? Is your idea of responsibility turning me into a soulless person like you?" The man's anger flared, and he raised his hand threateningly. "Is this how you speak to your mother?" he demanded, though ultimately, his hand did not descend. "If you don't study hard, I will indeed sell your car, mark my words." With that, the couple, visibly enraged, stormed off in their vehicle. Yikong approached the boy, greeting the gatekeeper, and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, only for it to be swiftly shrugged off. The boy's voice was cold and indifferent. "I don't care who you are. You're no different from anyone else." "Then just lead the way," Yikong replied. The boy was like a hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness. Communication was utterly futile. Yet, Yikong was not one to engage in fruitless arguments. He turned and walked away. The boy hesitated for a moment before coldly following behind. However, upon reaching their destination, the boy's composure shattered. "What does this mean? Didn't you ask me to lead?" Yikong remarked, glancing at the empty boy's restroom, a smirk forming on his lips. "I believe this is the perfect place for you. Are you insane?" The boy rolled his eyes and turned to leave. But just as he took a step, an immense force yanked him back by his collar, pulling him into the restroom. Instinctively, he reacted with a side kick. However, his movements had long been anticipated, and his sidekick not only failed to strike his opponent, but instead collided painfully with the corner of the wall. A sharp ache coursed through his shinbone, eliciting a muffled groan, yet he refrained from crying out, momentarily incapacitated. But that was not the end. In the next instant, a fist imbued with terrifying force crashed into his jaw. Dazed, he found himself momentarily unable to react, his vision clouded with stars. "If you do not comprehend the essence of respecting others, I can enlighten you," Yikong stated, towering over him. The morning light filtering through the window rendered his features indistinct, shrouded in shadow. His voice, however, pierced through the chill of the dawn air, chilling the very marrow of the youth's bones. The boy gasped for breath. "You are hitting a student. Oh, you still recognize yourself as a student?" Seizing the moment before class concluded, Yikong produced a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a sharp snap, and exhaled a languid plume of smoke. "My demands are not excessive. Tomorrow, have that unruly hair of yours cut, attend class obediently, and when you see me, address me as homeroom teacher. When I escort you to the classroom, kindly use the word please." Though the boy had lost his ability to act, his eyes still brimmed with defiance and mockery in the face of Yikong's overwhelming authority. "Is that all you aspire to? Just because of your age? Do you think you deserve to be my teacher? Even a tree outside or a turtle in the pond could outperform you. Go back and tell your parents to find a 1,000-year-old turtle to teach you. Let's see if they agree. Do not use my parents to pressure me. You are unworthy." "Oh, is that so? Do you believe you are fit to play with cars?" With those words, Yikong's statement ignited a furious response from the boy, who leapt up like an enraged lion. The veins on his neck throbbed, his voice escalating to a frantic pitch. "You know nothing. You have no right to judge me. Some people go through their entire lives without ever gazing out at the world beyond their windows, yet they seek to confine others within those very walls. Do you even realize what you are doing? You are suffocating my soul, annihilating my spirit. You think that because you wield no blade, you are not a butcher." The boy's voice, hoarse from his fervent outcry, burned with a fierce crimson rage. The spirit of youthful rebellion blazed behind him. Yikong listened, then chuckled. He could not suppress a laugh. That sudden burst of mirth washed over the boy like a bucket of cold water, catching him utterly off guard. His fists tightened, knuckles cracking ominously. "My apologies, truly," Yikong remarked, his lips curling in a grin more difficult to contain than an AK. He rubbed his face thoughtfully. "How about you grant me 2 minutes to alter my expression to one of shock, like that of a bystander? How does that sound?" This time, the boy's expression genuinely shattered. "Do not be so disillusioned. In truth, nothing is insurmountable if one is willing to relinquish it." Yikong tilted his head. "Why not consider it? Get lost. Very well, in light of my role as your homeroom teacher, I am not entirely averse to assisting you with this matter." Yikong observed his expression and murmured to himself, It seems you still haven't learned how to respect the homeroom teacher. If one beating is insufficient, then two it shall be. Sensing the sudden pressure emanating from Yi Kong, the youth glanced up momentarily and managed to utter, "How can I help?" You see, at the end of the day, you simply do not wish to attend school. You crave the thrill of driving. To be honest, I harbor no objections to dropping out for the sake of driving. You don't object? The boy nearly jumped in surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Then will you help me persuade my parents? Upon hearing Yi Kong's lack of opposition, the youth's demeanor shifted entirely. Oh, by the way, my name is Chu-Chen. My parents are quite hard to convince. They are stuck in their old ways, preoccupied with business every day. If you dare to mention dreams to them, they will simply inquire about the value of those dreams. Convincing your parents is not an issue. What do you intend to do? However, the prerequisite is that you must first defeat me. What do you mean by that? Chu-Chen frowned. Don't make a mockery of me. My time is precious. Your time is valuable, but does that render mine worthless? Yi Kong retorted. If you wish for me to assist you, you must first overcome me. Chu-Chen blushed, reluctantly conceding, I cannot defeat you. In the very field you take pride in, you cannot surpass me? This statement prompted Chu-Chen to re-evaluate Yi Kong, incredulously asking, You also drive? Recreationally, of course, Yi Kong replied with a smile. I am willing to compete in any category you desire. F1, F2, F3, DTM, BTCC, rally racing, or endurance racing. I am game. Ah, very well. It appears you possess some knowledge about cars. Chu-Chen soon smiled, his expression radiating confidence. No need for complications. I will send you the address this weekend. Just come over. And before that, Chu-Chen glanced at Yi Kong's fists. I will attend class with you. Yi Kong escorted Chu-Chen to the classroom, offering a brief introduction and assigning him a seat. Zhang Ning, you are the class monitor. After class, take the new student to the administration office to collect his textbooks. Observing the newcomer, Zhang Ning seemed intrigued, especially since there were no mobile phones to distract them. With Yi Kong's strict supervision, the usual games of mahjong were off the table. He asked Chu-Chen, So, Chu-Chen, why did you transfer schools? Because I hit a teacher. Wow, you hit a teacher? Impressive. What happened to your jaw? The homeroom teacher instructed you to assist me with the books, not to pry into my affairs. With that attitude, you can go by yourself. Then I won't go. Chu-Chen tossed his backpack onto the desk and buried his head, preparing to sleep. After all, I am not like you. I will only be here for a couple of days. A couple of days? Do you think our school is a transit station? What do you believe this place is, a paradise? Given Chu-Chen's arrogance, Zhang Ning rolled his eyes and apathetically led him to collect his books. Chapter 19. Ordered to attend class and use phones soon, the evening self-study session commenced. After enduring a day devoid of mobile phones, a group of individuals could be described as utterly distressed. Amidst envious glances, Yi Kong returned the phones to Zhang Ning. Du Yuchen, Kai Jie, and Jiang Fengli. The four, cradling their long-lost devices, rubbed them in their palms with fervor, their excitement causing their hands to perspire. However, as they observed Yi Kong standing at the podium with no intention of leaving, they began to grind their teeth in frustration. It was no wonder this old fox was willing to return their phones. After all, this lesson was his. What difference did it make whether he returned the phones or not? If they wished to indulge in their devices, Yi Kong leaned on the podium, a smile gracing his face, gently encouraging them to do so. The students below, upon hearing Yi Kong's words, wore expressions of disbelief, questioning the reliability of their own hearing. He was permitting them to use their phones during class, no less, and brazenly so. Most importantly, on what grounds? They had been the ones misbehaving. Yet why were they being afforded such leniency? The four, initially cursing Yi Kong under their desks while secretly handling their phones, felt a chill run down their spines after his gentle remarks. Given their understanding of Yi Kong, they sensed a hidden agenda lurking behind this seemingly generous offer. They could not allow themselves to be outmaneuvered by this cunning lad. Perhaps, just as they dared to take out their phones, he would seize the opportunity to confiscate them under the pretense of prohibiting phone usage during class. Zhang Ning forced a few awkward laughs before shaking his head. Class teacher, I believe that studying is far more important than playing with phones. Yes, I love studying, echoed Du Yuchen and Kai Jie in agreement. They were resolute in not falling for this old trickster's ploy. It's commendable that you exhibit such awareness, Yi Kong replied with a smirk. Very well. You may use your phones during evening self-study as a reward from me. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. I shall not confiscate your devices. If you doubt my word, the witnesses present can attest to it. His statement exuded an overwhelming sincerity. Soon, nearly half the class turned to cast disdainful and scornful glances at Zhang Ning and the others. Such an opportune moment had presented itself. And with the teacher's words so explicit, how could they hesitate to partake? They longed for such an opportunity themselves. Zhang Dong nudged Zhang Ning's arm, suggesting, I think the teacher has no ill intentions. Why not give it a try? You try it. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. Zhang Ning retorted. Ignoring him, Zhang Dong huffed, You coward. You're too afraid to play, aren't you? What is he going to do, eat you? Nonsense. I'm not afraid of him. Then why won't you dare to play? Zhang Dong teased. The brave enjoy the world first, clearly. You lack the fortune to do so. Though Zhang Ning recognized Zhang Dong's blatant provocation, he nonetheless fell for it. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone from beneath the table, placing it on the surface and powering it on. The melodious startup sound elicited envious tears from the entire classroom. During evening study sessions, the delight of indulging in mobile phone entertainment, or rather, being granted permission to do so, is a peculiar joy. Envy perhaps? You should be envious. For Zhang Ning, the duration of the startup animation is filled with contentment and bliss. Yet, as the animation concludes, his gaze falls upon the phone screen, his expression tinged with confusion. This is not his wallpaper. His wallpaper was supposed to feature the renowned gambler, yet it now appears as a blank void. Nevertheless, this is undeniably his phone. He hastily unlocks it, but upon entering his fingerprint, a prompt unexpectedly materializes. Fingerprint recognized. Please answer the question correctly to unlock. Zhang Ning rubs his eyes. The words are familiar, yet their meaning eludes him. What does it mean to say, fingerprint recognized? Please answer the question correctly to unlock? Before long, the first question appears on the screen. When equal masses of zinc powder are added to 10 milliliters of HCl and 10 milliliters of 1 mol LCH3COOH solution, producing volumes of H2 denoted as V1 and V2. If zinc is an insufficient quantity, which reaction occurs at a faster rate? Please input the correct answer to unlock this level. What on earth? Is this truly his phone? Oh, I forgot to mention. I've installed a few amusing mini-games for you to enjoy. You must complete these games to unlock your phones, announces Yi Kong with an almost maddening calmness. Soon, the other three also realize something is amiss. Their expressions upon unlocking their phones are quite the spectacle. Students can't help but stretch their necks to glimpse the screens. And upon discovering the absurdity, they burst into laughter. Ha! Truly, the homeroom teacher is remarkable. Isn't the phone entertaining? Then enjoy it. Alas, we don't possess phones to play with. We can only ponder our lives through our books. In that moment, the frustration of not having phones dissipates, replaced by a sense of schadenfreude. Witnessing another's misfortune is indeed a source of amusement. Fear not, there are only 25 questions in total. All answers can be found in the chemistry textbook. Once completed, your phones will be unlocked, Yi Kong reassuringly explains. I refuse to participate. In just 3 short days, the repeated torment has ignited Zhang Ning's fury to its zenith. He slams his hand on the table and rises, declaring, Do you think that by employing such tactics I will be compelled to study? How naive. The rebellious spirit of a 17-year-old ignites, fueled by a defiance against the world. Today, be it the director of education, the principal, or even parents, not even the king of heaven himself could compel him. Du Yuqin and Kai Jie silently rise as well. Though they utter no words, their solidarity with Zhang Ning is palpable in their silence. If you choose not to participate, then so be it. In the face of Zhang Ning's soaring ire, Yi Kong merely smiles nonchalantly. Yet her words send chills down one's spine. Your phones are connected to the multimedia system. If you do not complete the mini-games before the evening study session concludes, the system will automatically activate, replaying your browsing history in a loop. What? Initially, Zhang Ning, consumed by rage, was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. He pointed a trembling finger at Yi Kong, and after a 10-second pause, managed to utter through clenched teeth, You're quite something. Thank you for the compliment, Yi Kong replied, nodding with a hint of kindness. You should hurry up, otherwise, I believe everyone will be quite intrigued by your browsing history. Damn it, browsing history. The cursed browsing history. The 4 of them hunched over their desks, fervently scribbling away, unafraid to stand against the world. Yet, as the ancient saying goes, fear not the shattering of bones, but strive to maintain one's integrity in this world. Chapter 20. The chemistry teacher who is actually a lawyer behind the scenes now. Let's not revel in their misfortune. After all, they are our classmates. Let us show them a modicum of respect. After dealing with Zhang Ning and his companions, Yi Kong surveyed the room. The students instinctively straightened their posture and looked up at him. Now, please tidy up the clutter on your desks. We won't be studying or solving problems during this evening session. Instead, we will discuss the concept of justifiable defense. At Yi Kong's directive, the students eagerly began to stow away their books into their desks. However, upon hearing the theme of the lesson, a hint of confusion flickered in their eyes. What on earth is this about justifiable defense? What is our homeroom teacher up to now? Yet, amidst their puzzlement, Su Ran, seated in the back corner, felt a slight tremor in her frail spine. She abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Yi Kong. His gaze radiated determination, strength, warmth, and encouragement. The intensity of his stare sent a jolt through her, causing every cell in her body to tingle. She realized that this lesson was tailored specifically for her. Let us first define what justifiable defense is. Yi Kong activated the focus buff. In simple terms, it refers to actions taken to stop an ongoing, unlawful act against oneself. The essential components include the existence of an unlawful act, the act being in progress, the intention to protect legitimate rights, and ensuring that the means of defense does not exceed what is necessary to avoid significant harm. If your lawful rights and personal safety are under threat, as your teacher, I urge you to always maintain a courageous heart ready to resist. Being bullied does not equate to being weak. When the moment for retaliation arises, one must not hesitate. Perhaps it was the gravity and infectious quality of Yikong's voice, or perhaps the focus buff was effective, but some students were compelled to exclaim, "Well said." In the past, the law dictated that one could not retaliate if struck, lest it be deemed mutual fighting. However, two individuals with the surname Yu altered this stipulation. The first was the Yu Huan case. Due to time constraints, I won't elaborate further here, but interested students can research this case online after class. Let us focus on the second case of Yu Haiming's counterattack. On August 27, 2018, Yu Haiming was cycling home, as usual when, at a traffic light on the non-motorized lane, a BMW driven by Lu Hailong made a sudden right turn, attempting to merge into the lane. When Yu refused to yield, a man and a woman exited the BMW to confront him, even moving his bicycle onto the sidewalk. At this juncture, both parties had taken a step back, as the incident was merely a minor friction. However, Lu Hailong, who had been seated in the driver's seat without showing himself, suddenly rushed out and, alongside the man who had previously confronted Yu, began to physically assault him. In a moment of self-defense, Yu retaliated, inciting Lu's wrath. Lu turned back to his car, retrieved a knife, and struck at Yu. During Yu's resistance, the knife fell to the ground, and he seized it, turning back to Lu and inflicting 5 stabs. This incident has become a classic case of Yu Haiming's counterattack. Your predecessors paved the way for you with their flesh and blood. Justice should never yield to evil. Yikong declared, his gaze sweeping over the back row where Su Ran sat. The young girl clasped her hands on the table, listening intently, her eyes sparkling like stars. In any case, he had said all he needed to say, though Yikong was not a victim himself. He understood the underlying logic of bullying. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you are bullied, you can report it to teachers or parents. But there will inevitably be times when they are absent. If you remain weak, others will always find an excuse to torment you. To fundamentally eradicate bullying, one must become strong. It requires the courage to resist, an indomitable resolve, and a smattering of legal knowledge. Lastly, let us discuss the 5 criteria for justifiable self-defense. First, there must be an unlawful act of aggression. Second, the defensive action must be directed against the aggressor. Third, the purpose of the defense must be just. Fourth, the defensive act must be timely. Fifth, the defensive action must not exceed the necessary limits. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study session. The students of Class 3 in the second year were fully absorbed in the lessons, most astonished by the revelation that their chemistry teacher was secretly a lawyer. Indeed, I believe the old man speaks with a certain wisdom. Justice should not yield to evil. After all, if someone dares to bully me, I will report it to my uncle, who runs a taekwondo school. Tap, tap, tap. Yikong rapped his knuckles 3 times on the table, taking a minute more of their study time to conclude the lesson. Though I have not been your homeroom teacher for long, I am aware that many of you dislike me, perhaps even wishing for my immediate resignation. But remember this, as long as I serve as your homeroom teacher, I will always be your support. Class dismissed. With that, Yikong slung his bag over his shoulder and departed. Curse it, had I known I would have spoken less. Wasn't he that just delaying his own departure? However, as they watched Yikong's retreating figure, the students of Class 3 felt a different kind of sentiment. Their homeroom teacher, though somewhat disliked, a bit devious, rather stern, and slightly narcissistic, is still considered a decent teacher. At the very least, he is handsome. Not only does he possess striking looks, but his demeanor is equally captivating. No wonder he caught my eye at first glance. Song Yilian cupped her face, exclaiming that he is truly a paragon of male beauty, unparalleled in the world. Oh, your words sound quite cultured. Indeed, is this how he usually conducts his classes? Chu Chun, new to the school, was still unfamiliar with the situation. During his first evening study session, he was subjected to a rigorous lesson on law by Yikong, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is this high school? Do they even have law classes in high school? Just like that, Zhang Ning, while packing her bag, sneered. You don't know yet that it's your first day? He.s. no good bird. Chu Chun, feeling the lingering pain in his bruised chin, began to realize the truth. By the way, let me kindly remind you, he has many methods for confiscating phones. Either don't bring your phone to class tomorrow, or hide it well. Zhang Ning squinted, suggesting, or just get a backup phone. After all, a model phone 1T passed muster with him. After enduring the whip-like education of 2 classes, Zhang Ning had come to a realization. One cannot reap rewards without taking risks. If a model phone won't do, then spending a few thousand more on a second-hand backup phone is a small price to pay. At this moment, Chu Chun had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What is the big deal about collecting phones? Chapter 21. Saving oneself from peril the morning commute to school was as routine as ever. Someone had also persistently followed along. Hey, Sue ran. How rare is it for us to walk together? Can't you talk to me a bit more? At the bus stop, Sue ran. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, awaited the arrival of the bus. The boy beside her, perhaps feeling bored, attempted to engage her in conversation several times. It wasn't until the bus came into view that Sue ran spoke up. You have a girlfriend, right? Well, she's not really a girlfriend. It's just a casual thing. Sue Ran's expression turned frosty. If you have a girlfriend, kindly keep your distance from me, lest she turns into a rabid dog, barking at everyone. With that, she boarded the bus and swiped her card. The boy followed her onto the bus. Is my girlfriend causing you trouble? That shouldn't be the case, right? She's a top student and a well-behaved girl. How could she bother you? He chattered incessantly, much to Sue Ran's annoyance. She put on her headphones. When the bus stopped at the school gate, Sue Ran stepped off, and the boy followed closely behind. Hey, Sue Ran, say something. Some things you don't misunderstand. You simply choose not to understand, or perhaps you're just foolish. Sue Ran's words halted the boy in his tracks. He stood behind her, looking at her in confusion, feeling as if she had transformed into a different person today. She ignored his thoughts and retraced her steps to the staircase she had taken the previous day. As the school bell rang, students quickened their pace. And she did the same. Soon, she found herself intercepted in the same spot as yesterday. Yujia's arrogant face appeared before her, flanked by the same two lackeys from the day before. In Sue Ran's mind, the words of Yi Kong from yesterday surfaced. The determination of justifiable defense primarily hinges on 5 conditions. Fourth, the timeliness of the defensive action. It must be executed while the unlawful aggression is ongoing. Defense cannot be employed against aggression that has yet to commence or has already ceased. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her backpack. Excuse me, class has begun. And I must attend. Class, you must be dreaming. Yujia yanked at her hair. Have you forgotten everything I told you yesterday? Clearly, yesterday's lesson was insufficient. Sister Jia, stop wasting time with her. The three of them swiftly dragged the struggling Sue Ran into the girls' restroom on the first floor, which remained deserted at this hour. They soon cornered Sue Ran. Slut, you're ugly and foolish. Take a moment to look at yourself in the mirror before you dare vie for a man with me. Yu Jia delivered a sharp slap, even more forceful than the previous day, leaving a distinct mark on Sue Ran's pale face. First, there must exist an unlawful act. The cause for justifiable defense must stem from a real and ongoing unlawful act. Sue Ran silently unzipped her backpack while raising her gaze to meet Yu Jia's eyes. I have no intention of competing for your boyfriend. No intention? You little vixen. Dare you deny it? Yu Jia, furious, retrieved a utility knife from her bag, lightly dragging it across Sue Ran's face. You go to school with someone else's boyfriend every day, and you still claim you don't? Do you think it's purely coincidental? I truly have done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Fine. Then kneel and bow 3 times, saying, I am a seductress, enticing others' boyfriends, and I shall let you go. As Yu Jia spoke, she produced her phone and activated the recording function, capturing Sue Ran's distressed visage. Sue Ran shook her head. No, please, I haven't done anything. Don't record this. I beg you, spare me. The camera revealed Yu Jia's hand grasping the utility knife. In the girls' restroom during morning self-study, the malevolence was magnified infinitely. Yu Jia's smile resembled a poppy bud ready to bloom. Ah, you refuse to bow? Then your face. Third, the righteousness of the defensive purpose. The defensive action must aim to protect the state, public interest, oneself, or others' personal property, and other legitimate rights from ongoing unlawful aggression. If it is intended to protect the legal interests or to provoke others to attack oneself, it does not constitute justifiable defense. With a piercing scream of despair, Yu Jia dropped her phone. Sue Ran pulled a steel ruler that gleamed coldly from her backpack and began to strike wildly. Why are you bullying me? What have I done wrong? Why? Sue Ran questioned amidst her counterattacks. She genuinely could not comprehend what she had done to deserve this. All she desired was to exist quietly like a transparent figure, yet even that was forbidden. Yu Jia, have repeatedly troubled Sue Ran, who did not retaliate. Gradually testing Sue Ran's limits, she discovered that Sue Ran seemingly possessed none, emboldening her to act against her. However, she did not anticipate Sue Ran's sudden fury. Although she had brought a utility knife, she dared not use it. Moreover, its short length was no match for Sue Ran's steel ruler, which soon left her arms marked with raised red welts. Following Yu Jia, her 2 companions, witnessing Sue Ran's wrath, had already scurried away to seek assistance. After Sue Ran disarmed Yu Jia, she seized her hair, arms, back, and hips, delivering a flurry of blows. Are you out of your mind? You've gone mad. Truly mad. Ultimately, Yu Jia struggled and screamed, barely escaping the women's restroom. She's gone insane. That Sue Ran has lost her mind. Left in the restroom, Sue Ran gazed at the trio fleeing and could not suppress a triumphant smile. It turned out they were merely paper tigers. They, too, could feel fear. They were just flesh and blood. I can indeed save myself from peril. She murmured 2 words to herself, her ears filled with Yikong's steady and resolute voice. Chapter 5. The defense must not exceed necessary limits. Defensive actions must not significantly surpass what is necessary to thwart unlawful aggression and must not inflict substantial harm. If defensive actions evidently exceed necessary limits and cause considerable damage, it may constitute excessive defense, incurring corresponding criminal liability. However, in certain severe instances of violent crime that threaten personal safety, defensive actions resulting in injury or death to the aggressor do not fall under excessive defense and bear no criminal responsibility. Chapter 22. I will pursue this to the end. Teacher Lin, Yu Jie has been attacked. After Yu Jie's 2 little followers dashed out from the restroom, they sprinted to the classroom of Class 9, Senior 3. Class 9 of Senior 2 was in morning self-study. Upon hearing the news, everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with intrigue. You all focus on your studies. Hearing that Yu Jie had been harmed, the homeroom teacher of Class 9 hurriedly rushed outside. Yu Jie had always ranked among the top 10 in her class, and within the top 50 of her grade. She was typically obedient, submitted her assignments on time, actively participated in class activities, and was regarded as an exemplary student. Such a well-behaved child had been assaulted, and it was imperative for her teacher to rush over and offer support. Where is she? In the first-floor women's restroom. Everyone, follow me. Which class was responsible for the attack? Class 3 of Senior 2. Upon hearing the name of Class 3, the teacher from Class 9 nearly ground his teeth in frustration. It was those ruffians from Class 3. No wonder they bullied the exemplary students of our class. Today, I must demand an explanation from the principal regarding this matter. In truth, it was not just the teacher from Class 9. Nearly all teachers held a low opinion of Class 3. They were merely a group of parasites, funded by parents with money, a pot of soup tainted by mouse droppings. It disgusts others while simultaneously repulsing oneself. However, the teacher of Class 9 remained oblivious to the fleeting glint of guilt that flashed in the eyes of her 2 students as she uttered these words. Soon, they arrived on the first floor. Yu Jie's scream was so piercing that several teachers rushed over to witness the commotion, eager to comfort her. Poor child. It's all right now. How could such a thing happen in our school? It is a moral decay of the highest order. The perpetrator must be severely punished to rectify the school's atmosphere. Yu Jie trembled, huddled in the arms of one of the teachers, looking utterly disheveled and pitiable. While soothing Yu Jie, several teachers occasionally cast disdainful glances towards Su Ran, their eyes brimming with contempt, as if she were a mere maggot. From Class 3? Yes, that Class 3. Even though they had already envisioned the repercussions they would face, the moment Su Ran confronted the distrust and disdain directed at her, the flicker of hope that had kindled within her heart was extinguished once more. The vast world around her seemed to be drenched in a relentless drizzle, a pervasive stickiness infiltrating her every pore. The rust on the iron bars transformed into blood, trickling down from her fingertips. Finally, a warm hand rested upon her shoulder. A man's voice, steady yet gentle, prompting Su Ran to lift her gaze abruptly. Yikong smiled at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern, while behind him, the scorching sun began to rise. Yu Jie, how did you end up in such a state? The teacher from Class 9 hurried over to assess Yu Jie's condition, discovering numerous red marks on her arm, causing her eyes to well with tears of sympathy. Subsequently, she turned to Yikong with fury. You are the homeroom teacher of Class 9, aren't you? I will pursue this matter regarding your students bullying our child to the very end. The subdued fury in Yikong's voice and his icy demeanor left the Class 9 homeroom teacher momentarily stunned. Shouldn't these lines belong to her? However, after a brief lapse in thought, a more intense fire of anger ignited within her. You are the new homeroom teacher from Class 2, right? Quite adept at turning the tables, I see. Given the obvious nature of the situation, you still have the audacity to distort the truth before me. Several first-year teachers also rallied in support of Yu Jie. It was indeed that girl from your Class 3 who struck her. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Faced with the barrage of accusations, Yikong maintained his composure. He posed 3 questions in succession. What are the obvious facts? It seems you are all quite aware of the events that transpired. Can you clarify the specifics for me? You claim to have seen it with your own eyes. Could you elucidate the sequence of events? His inquiries left several teachers feeling uneasy. Upon reflection, it became apparent that many aspects of the situation were indeed questionable. During morning self-study, instead of attending class, what were you doing in the girls' restroom on the first floor? Moreover, the students from Class 9 comprise 3 individuals, while Class 3 has merely 1. Quite inexplicably, they find themselves at a numerical disadvantage. Furthermore, they genuinely could not comprehend the reason behind the altercation. Perhaps there lies an undisclosed truth within this matter. The evident fact remains that our class Yu Jie is an exemplary student, ranking within the top 50 of her grade, a paragon of academic excellence. As for your class, I believe I need not elaborate, for the teachers present are likely well aware of its reputation. The head teacher of Class 9 spoke with conviction. asserting that the intricate details of the situation were clear enough without further inquiry. If necessary, we could bring this matter to the office of the academic director. Very well. They soon proceeded to the academic director's office. With the early morning dedicated to addressing such student conflicts, the director bore a rather displeased expression. He regarded the assertive head teacher of Class 9 and tapped his desk, inquiring about the incident. Yujia, speak honestly. Your head teacher is here to support you. Yujia, clutching her arm and lowering her lashes, appeared particularly heart-wrenching as glistening droplets threatened to fall from her lashes. Her face partially obscured by the head teacher of Class 9, she cast a defiant glance at Su Ran before beginning to speak, her voice quivering. This morning, my best friend and I had just reached the first floor when she appeared, claiming she wished to speak with me. I told her that I did not know her and suggested she could speak right there. She insisted that she had some personal matters to discuss. So I followed her into the restroom. Who could have predicted that a mere disagreement would incite her fury? She retrieved a steel ruler from her bag and began to strike me. She came prepared. Yujia recounted the events as they unfolded. Yikong attentively listened throughout her narrative. And once she finished, a sardonic smile graced her lips. To lie in front of so many teachers reflects quite a remarkable fortitude, doesn't it? Yujia felt a sudden unease under Yikong's seemingly all-knowing gaze, prompting her to lower her head. The head teacher of Class 9 shielded her protectively, addressing Yikong. Do not slander my student here. I know her well. She consistently ranks within the top 50 in every examination. How could she possibly lie? Oh, so high grades preclude dishonesty? Yikong retorted, turning to the academic director. What is your perspective on this matter? The director, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Both sides have their reasoning. You must prove your claims yourselves. My best friend can vouch for me, and there are surveillance cameras throughout the school that can corroborate this. Yujia asserted, eager to demonstrate her confidence. She was unwavering, fully aware that the few steps she had chosen coincidentally fell within the surveillance's blind spots. Naturally, those present would side with her. The head teacher of Class 9, upon hearing Yujia's declaration, grew even more convinced of her truthfulness. Casting a cold glance at Yikong, curious about her response, Yikong smiled faintly. I, too, possess witnesses and video evidence. You have evidence as well. The head teacher of Class 9 regarded Yikong with suspicion, inquiring about the identity of the witness he mentioned. Me? Yikong replied. You? The head teacher furrowed her brow, but Yujia interjected. As her class teacher, of course, you would speak in her favor. Are you implying that I would lie? Yikong raised an eyebrow, returning her words to her. A mere student who barely placed in the top 50 would never deceive, while I, a versatile educator from a prestigious university, fluent in 4 languages and possessing a handsome visage, would be the one to fabricate a story? Yujia found herself at a loss for words. Biting her lip, she seized a moment when Yikong was distracted to shoot Su Ran a fierce glare. Su Ran glared back defiantly. All right, that was merely a jest. In truth, the actual witnesses are not with me. They are your 2 close friends, Yujia. Yikong addressed the head teacher, Zhang Laosher. Perhaps you could have this exemplary student step out for a moment and see what her friends have to say. The head teacher, trusting Yujia, directed her to wait in the adjacent office and summoned the 2 girls. Yikong allowed them to enter one by one. The first girl, upon noticing Yujia's absence, appeared flustered, standing with her hands at her sides. Class teacher, why did you call me? There's not much to discuss. Yujia has already detailed everything. I'm primarily here to inquire about certain specifics. Before the head teacher could speak, Yikong had already begun his questioning. The girl, feeling apprehensive, asked, what did Yujia say? She claimed that you instructed her to take action, identifying you as the mastermind. What? Yikong's gaze turned cold and serious, systematically dismantling the girl's composure. Observing the head teacher's silence, the girl panicked, exclaiming, it wasn't me. It was her issue. She said her boyfriend was being flirted with by Su Ran and wanted to teach her a lesson. That's why we accompanied her. Who? The head teacher. Initially observing Yikong with skepticism, became unsettled by the girl's revelation. Are you saying Yujia has a boyfriend? The girl, bewildered, nodded cautiously. Yes, she does have a boyfriend. When did this happen? It seems they got together about a month ago. Did you go to find Su Ran this morning? Or did she come to you? The girl realized the gravity of the situation, hesitating and refusing to speak further. However, the information she had just divulged darkened the head teacher's expression. Taking a deep breath, she called the second girl into the room, signaling the first one to remain silent. What transpired here? The second girl, even more timid than the first, with tearful eyes, quickly recounted the events, her account aligning closely with that of the first girl. The head teacher's mind began to piece together the unfolding situation. Yet, she could scarcely believe that such actions could be carried out by the typically obedient girl from her class, especially as it would tarnish her reputation. This incident, after all, cannot be resolved with a single hand clap. The head teacher of Class 9 maintained a composed demeanor, stating that she would inquire further upon returning. It was evident that she was aware the situation was far more complex than simply a matter of Yujia being bullied. if the investigation continued. It was possible that someone could suffer consequences. She resolved internally to minimize the situation. Surely, this cannot be a wasted trip to the director's office? Yikong observed the head teacher quietly and asked the director, wouldn't you agree? The specifics were yet to be clarified, and she added, I will check the surveillance at the security office. There is no need to review the footage. You have taught your student well. She knows which areas are blind spots for surveillance. Upon hearing Yikong's words, the head teacher of class 9 secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although Yu Jie might not be as flawless as she had imagined, she was nonetheless among the top 10 in her class and within the top 50 in her grade, a promising student for the future. Being from her class, she felt a natural bias towards Yu Jie. If Yu Jie had indeed been bullied, she would undoubtedly stand by her. Conversely, if Yu Jie had instigated the situation, her commendable grades indicated she was not a bad student. A sincere conversation would suffice to ensure such incidents did not recur. The priority was to safeguard her academic pursuits. Since the surveillance could not provide clarity, it was also difficult to ascertain who had initiated the altercation. It was them. They were the ones who started it. Suddenly, Su Ran, who had been silent behind Yikong, spoke up. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. Beneath her heavy bangs, her gaze was resolute and bright. Don't think that just because there is no surveillance, you can slander others at will. Such a young age, yet your heart is quite impure. The head teacher of class 9 sneered first. Su Ran instinctively looked towards Yikong, who pulled her behind her and suddenly laughed. Mr. Zhang. That area is merely a blind spot for school surveillance. It's not as if it cannot capture anything at all. He retrieved a Canon R5 camera from his bag, explaining, I had intended to capture the school-less scenery, but while adjusting the lens this morning, I inadvertently captured some rather telling moments. He displayed the photos to the head teacher of class 9 and the director, revealing an image of Yu Jie grasping Su Ran's hair, flanked by two others, as they escorted Su Ran toward the girls' restroom on the first floor. The moment the head teacher beheld this photograph, her expression transformed dramatically. The two girls trembled in fear. However, in the final moments, the head teacher chose to cover up the incident, as she was in the midst of an evaluation for a senior teacher position. Although she met all the necessary criteria, the competition was fierce, with numerous candidates awaiting evaluation. If a problem arose with her students at such a critical juncture, it would undoubtedly jeopardize her chances of selection. All right, I have said it before. This matter cannot be resolved with a single hand clapping. The words of the homeroom teacher of class 9 had barely escaped her lips when a resounding slap met her face, leaving a vivid red imprint on the heavily powdered surface. Chapter 24, My Strike, without doubt, is your fault. In that moment, the air became thick with tension. The homeroom teacher of class 9 stood there, mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief, only the tingling sensation on her cheek reminding her that she had indeed been struck. Behind her, two timid girls watched in shock, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The director of education, caught off guard, spat out his drink and awkwardly scrambled for a tissue. Yikong, however, appeared unfazed as he withdrew his hand, as if the act of striking had not been his at all. Did you not say that a single hand cannot clap? Yikong gazed at her calmly. Now that I have struck you, it is clear that you too must bear some fault. Take a moment to reflect on where you went wrong. The homeroom teacher, faced with Yikong's words, felt a surge of indignation, nearly bursting into a tirade and lunging at him to scratch his face. Yet, she forced herself to remain composed, her gaze drifting to the director of education, filled with a silent plea. Once the director finished drying himself, he cleared his throat, glancing between Yikong and the homeroom teacher, and finally spoke. Well, what Mr. Yi said does hold some merit. The competitive atmosphere at Langhua High is intense, and to attain the position of director is no small feat. While he may not grasp all the specifics, he understood that this newcomer Yikong was not to be trifled with. The homeroom teacher felt her composure shatter once more, raising her voice. Director, what do you intend to do about this? Regrettably, the director showed little interest in her grievances, cutting her off. Langhua High has a renowned reputation, yet we find ourselves facing such severe bullying. Whether as educators or students, we should feel ashamed. You must be well aware of who is at fault in this situation. Proper actions must be taken, and apologies must be made. Upon finishing, Yikong raised an eyebrow at the homeroom teacher. I trust that you have reflected upon the slap you received, and hope to witness you making the right choice. With that, he departed, accompanied by Su Ran, who silently trailed behind, admiring his upright and clear demeanor. The homeroom teacher's audacity to strike was truly cathartic. He was undeniably impressive. Having such a decisive teacher who addresses issues without hesitation brings a sense of security. Are you in a relationship? As Su Ran pondered these thoughts, Yikong suddenly spoke, startling her. Ah, no, not at all. A man capable of inciting such a confrontation between two girls, yet remaining entirely inconspicuous, is certainly no ordinary individual. Yikong did not turn back. If you are to seek a boyfriend in the future, aim for someone like your teacher. Do you understand? Su Ran paused for a moment, then nodded quietly. Yes, I understand. Truly, he is a narcissist. Teacher Zhang, I am well aware of your situation and understand the thoughts that occupy your mind. However, the incident today was instigated by students from your class. The girl was merely acting in self-defense. Here's what we shall do. Have the 3 students from your class publicly apologize, and in return, you can grant Yu Jia a probationary sanction. This matter can then be considered resolved. After Yi Kong's departure, the director of education made a decision. Yet, the homeroom teacher of class 9 was far from satisfied. Why should it be so? Our students were injured as well. Teacher Zhang, if you wish to successfully attain the status of a senior teacher, I advise you to follow my instructions. The director of education gazed at her with piercing eyes. His expression grave. The class 9 homeroom teacher began to grasp the implications of the situation. Fuming, she stormed out of the director's office and sought out Yu Jia next door. Yu Jia, initially under the impression that the matter was resolved, was comfortably absorbed in her phone when the class 9 homeroom teacher abruptly entered, startling her and causing her phone to crash to the floor. Teacher. Yu Jia hastily retrieved her phone from the ground, anxiously concealing it behind her, cautiously observing the expression of the class 9 homeroom teacher. The teacher regarded her coldly, stating, Yu Jia, I never anticipated you could present such a facade, while secretly engaging in a romantic relationship and bullying your classmates. Yu Jia instinctively retorted, her tone a blend of grievance and innocence. I did not. In past instances, the class 9 homeroom teacher had chosen to trust Yu Jia, but this time, she felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her. No more excuses. I have unraveled the entire sequence of events. The teacher from class 3 even captured photographs of you bullying a student from their class. The school has imposed a probationary sanction on you. Furthermore, you are to compose a sincere letter of apology, which I expect to receive by the beginning of the next period. After my review, you will publicly apologize to them. The words of the class 9 homeroom teacher left Yu Jia in a state of confusion. She murmured in disbelief, how could that be? It was in a blind spot of the surveillance. The teacher regarded her with a steely gaze. Almost immediately, Yu Jia began to concede, Teacher, I did not wish for this outcome. I was simply overwhelmed with fear. I truly did not intend to lie. Please believe me this once. Tears welled in her eyes as she lowered her head like a contrite schoolchild, evoking sympathy from any educator who beheld her. This morning's self-study session was led by Yi Kong. He arrived late to find the classroom in a cacophony of noise. However, the moment he appeared at the classroom door, silence fell. He naturally approached the podium, instructing Su Ran to return to her seat, and commenced a new round of phone collection. Following protocol, he placed the collection basket on the podium and stated, no need for further discussion. Please hand over your phones in an orderly manner, starting with Zhao Jincheng. Zhao Jincheng, realizing the futility of opposing their homeroom teacher's authority, decided to comply, understanding that failing to submit his phone could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he obediently surrendered his device. After he submitted his phone, it soon became Li Hao's turn, who sat behind him. Li Hao also placed his phone into the basket, but was quickly halted by Yi Kong. Stop right there. Li Hao froze, uncertainly looking at Yi Kong, the homeroom teacher. What is it? Come, take off your school jacket. Will you do it yourself, or shall I do it for you? After a tense 5 seconds, Li Hao reluctantly removed his jacket, his eyes burning with indignation at Yi Kong, clearly perceiving such a question as utterly absurd. Yi Kong swiftly snatched the jacket from his hands and rummaged through the pockets sewn inside. Li Hao has submitted 2 phones. Chapter 25, Bewitched by the Sun. Pay attention to the people around you. Silence enveloped the classroom like the tranquil waters of the Cam, as everyone watched 2 phones being confiscated from Li Hao. Despair and anguish filled their eyes, as if they were witnessing their own impending fate. The model was already ineffective, yet now even possessing 2 phones would lead to scrutiny. How could such an unreasonable teacher exist? Many chose to obediently submit their phones since admitting the truth was preferable to being caught, which would be far more embarrassing. When it was Zhang Ning's turn, he calmly handed over 1 phone. My dear class monitor. Yi Kong grabbed him by the collar from behind. You seem a bit dishonest. What do you mean? Zhang Ning boldly confronted Yi Kong. The phone I submitted is the same one from yesterday. You've seen it. Well, you don't need to do anything else. Just squat down. Huh. I said squat. Initially reluctant, Zhang Ning, recalling Yi Kong's recent behavior, begrudgingly complied. He even found the humor to joke. Why do you want me to squat? If I don't have it, I can't possibly produce a phone. Laughter erupted from the other students. All right, now hop around the classroom. What for? Just hop. Yi Kong's authoritative tone left no room for dissent, and Zhang Ning gritted his teeth, deciding to jump. However, after a single hop, his expression shifted. Damn, this is really painful. If he had to jump around, either his newly purchased phone would be damaged or his feet would end up injured. Why aren't you jumping? Yi Kong's voice hovered like a shadow, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. With no choice, Zhang Ning removed his shoes and, in utter humiliation, pried the phone from the sole. Here. Yi Kong did not accept it. You think of hiding your phone in your shoe. Are you not concerned about the smell? Put your phone in a plastic bag before handing it over. I don't want it tainted by yours. Laughter erupted in waves, and Zhang Ning went off to find a plastic bag. Many students were nearly in hysterics. The methods for hiding phones had escalated remarkably. Among the loudest laughter was Chu Chen's. ISNT at just about not submitting phones. He never used to submit his before. Once everyone had obediently surrendered their mobile phones, Yikong's gaze finally landed upon Chu Chen. Is it my lack of clarity in description? Or is your understanding of Chinese insufficient? Chu Chen stood up defiantly, hands shoved deep into his pockets, locking eyes with him. Teacher, I have no intention of handing over my phone. Studying is rather dull. Without my phone, I wouldn't know how to pass the time and might even cause a ruckus. Observing his audacious demeanor, the other students couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, he was the one expelled for striking a teacher, clearly not an ordinary individual. How audacious to speak such words to Yikong. Impressive. I am aware of your prior offense, but before you attempt to strike me, I suggest you contemplate whether you can actually prevail against me, Yikong remarked, casually gesturing towards Chu Chen's chin. All eyes in the classroom shifted to his chin. Sitting beside him, Zhang Ning suddenly grasped the situation. You previously claimed that your chin was injured accidentally. It turns out, silence. Chu Chen longed to sew Zhang Ning's mouth shut, clenching his fists as he glared at Yikong. Teachers striking students is against the law. Oh, then calling your parents to come retrieve you shouldn't be illegal, right? Your family invested considerable effort to enroll you in Langhua. If they were to take you back now, do you think they might actually sell your car? Yikong raised an eyebrow slightly. Shall we make a wager? You. This was an outright threat. If glares could kill, Yikong would have been executed 100 times over. Chu Chen glared fiercely at Yikong, ultimately slamming his phone down onto the podium in frustration. Caught between feeling humiliated and angry, he chose to embrace the humiliation. Feng Yukai, the sycophant, approached and placed the phone into the basket, also securing the lid. Yikong shot him a glance and assigned him a task. From now on, you will be responsible for delivering collected phones to the office, and after evening study sessions, you will retrieve them from my office to distribute to classmates. Feng Yukai appeared rather pleased. All right, now, let us commence the morning study session. I will not dictate what you choose to review. However, he paused, stepping down from the podium and casually picking up the Chinese textbook from Jiang Fengli's desk. Under no circumstances may you review novels. Jiang Fengli, exasperated, lightly pounded her desk in frustration. How infuriating. I disguised it so well, yet it was still discovered. After confiscating Jiang Fengli's novel, on his way back, he also snatched up Song Ilian's compact mirror, saying, and stop gazing into the mirror all day. Your face is not inscribed with the answers. How annoying, Song Ilian sighed, resting her chin on her hands and casting a flirtatious glance at Yikong. I'm a girl, of course, I care about my appearance. Care about your appearance? With that makeup, can you even focus on looking at others? Yikong's words drew everyone's attention to her. Hauntingly beautiful, truly an unrelenting description. You are the one hauntingly beautiful. Song Ilian was visibly shaken. Honestly, do you have no sense of cherishing beauty? He truly embodies the archetype of a straightforward man. It is no wonder he is devoid of a romantic partner. However, he remains single. On the podium, Yikong appeared somewhat weary and resigned. Stop laughing and focus on your studies. Persuading you to read is more challenging than time travel. The homeroom teacher's words seemed to imply a personal experience of traversing time. How do you know I haven't traveled through time? Amidst the students' collective chatter, Yikong settled onto the lectern, activated his focus mode, and began scrolling through his phone. Observing the myriad of alluring figures competing for attention on the screen, Yikong couldn't help but ponder. Some women are born as exquisite beauties. Marrying a fleeting beauty can lead to a prolonged existence. A few likes here, and there may even contribute to longevity. After scrolling through his phone until the morning self-study session concluded, Yikong rose from the podium and glanced at the class schedule. With 2 mathematics and 2 English classes lined up for the morning, he instructed, "You all better behave during class. I do not wish to hear complaints from the math or English teachers." Following this admonition, he made his way to the office. Su-ran, why are you late again today? As Yikong departed, Song Ilian shifted her focus to Su-ran. You've been tardy for 2 consecutive days. What punishment did the homeroom teacher impose on you? Many were intrigued by the topic and turned their attention toward her. Chapter 26. All are ancient green tea. Pretending to be White Lotus. Su-ran typically lacked presence in class, and being suddenly scrutinized by so many pairs of eyes made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and quietly replied, "No, he didn't punish me. He actually helped me." "Helped you? Helped you with what?" "Oh, come on, just spill it. You're making me anxious." Su-ran, being rather reticent and unable to articulate her thoughts under pressure, covered her ears with her hands, refusing to communicate. Jean Shuezi, sitting in front of her, was more familiar with her demeanor. "All right, let us not press her any further." She asked just like that. The crowd dispersed, somewhat disenchanted. After the second class ended, they proceeded downstairs for the customary morning exercises. However, after this session concluded, they did not immediately disperse. The director of education approached the podium, microphone in hand, and his serious voice resonated throughout every corner of the playground. This morning, our school experienced a particularly grave incident of bullying. Ujia from Class 9 of the second year has led the bullying of Su Ran from Class 3 of the second year. His words left the students in a state of confusion and disbelief. Ujia? Isn't she the academically accomplished student? She's quite attractive. Why would she bully others? Su Ran. Who is she? The students from Class 3 of the second year suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder Su Ran had been reluctant to speak. Many turned their gazes towards her. Su Ran silently lowered her lips, remaining voiceless. Meanwhile, Song Ilian nudged her arm. So you've been bullied? Why didn't you tell us sooner? After all, we're in the same class. We certainly wouldn't stand idly by while you were mistreated. This sentiment resonated with the students of Class 3, who all nodded in agreement. Although they are infamous, their internal relationships are surprisingly harmonious. Even though Su Ran is merely a minor presence, the students of Class 3 of the second year have never regarded her as an outsider. Since the founding of our school, it has upheld the motto of cultivating virtue, knowledge, practicality, and innovation, dedicated to nurturing well-rounded socialist builders and successors. Do you understand why the phrase cultivating virtue is placed at the forefront? Because morality is the foundation of being a person. It is the cornerstone of social interaction and personal conduct. A person of good character, even if their academic performance is not particularly outstanding, can still earn respect and trust within society. Our goal in education transcends merely raising your grades. It is also to cultivate your sense of responsibility and compassion. The recent incident of bullying on campus, though it did not result in significant injuries, was of an extremely vile nature. Regarding the primary perpetrator, Ujia, our school has imposed a probationary sanction and has publicly required her to apologize to Su Ran. I hope all students take this as a cautionary tale. I do not wish to see such incidents occur again. After the director of education concluded his speech, Ujia reluctantly took the stage. As she lifted her head to face the microphone, her expression swiftly transformed into one of remorse and pity. I am sorry, Su Ran. I was misguided and should not have bullied my classmates. Her soft voice resonated throughout the playground, leaving many in perplexity. Could such a gentle girl truly engage in bullying? Some scoffed at her facade, while Song Ilian easily saw through Ujia's pretense, recognizing her as a long-time manipulator masquerading as an innocent flower. On stage, Ujia tearfully read her apology letter, receiving a round of applause below. Regardless of circumstances, her attitude towards the apology was commendable, pleasing both the director of education and the homeroom teacher of Class 9. After descending from the stage, her homeroom teacher lightly poked her forehead. Considering this is your first offense, I will speak kindly to your parents when I call them, and this matter will be overlooked. However, if you repeat this mistake, I will have your parents come to take you home. I understand, teacher, Ujia replied obediently, her lowered eyelashes concealing her underlying resentment. Su Ran, don't you live on the same street as Chu Ting? Following the events of this morning, Su Ran's situation garnered increased attention from her classmates. To prevent any recurrence of such incidents, Zhang Ning took the lead in organizing a plan for someone to accompany her to and from school, ensuring that should Ujia retaliate, they could promptly inform the class. With good intentions, Su Ran agreed. Standing at the classroom door, Yi Kong observed the scene and inwardly chuckled at the childishness before entering the classroom. I have a rather important matter to attend to, so I am leaving now. I leave you in the capable hands of your mathematics teacher for evening study. Behave yourselves in class and refrain from mischief. After evening study, those who should go home, please do so. Those who need to return to the dormitory, go to sleep. After addressing these matters, Yi Kong picked up his bag and departed. One must admit that being the homeroom teacher for a group of unruly youngsters can be quite troublesome. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never adhered so strictly to a work schedule, particularly when it came to notifying this group of children before leaving for the day. Once he exited the classroom, he made his way directly to the garage, starting his car to return home. Young master, you seem to be in good spirits today, remarked Butler Lin, as he approached to assist in removing Yi Kong's outerwear, his gaze consistently reflecting that of a guardian observing a child. Yi Kong replied, puzzled. I am usually in good spirits, not just today am I? Your demeanor has been particularly cheerful these past few days, Lin commented with a smile, his face lined with wrinkles. Having watched you grow up, I can discern whether you are genuinely happy or merely putting on a facade. Lin had dedicated his life to the Yi family, having begun caring for Yi Kong since infancy. From a young age, Yi Kong exhibited a distinct difference from other infants. While the eldest son and daughter would wail throughout the night, requiring constant attention for feeding, Lin would keep a watchful eye even when the hired nurse was present, ensuring the formula was prepared to the appropriate temperature. However, Yi Kong was unique. He never cried, which initially alarmed nurses and caretakers alike, prompting various examinations that confirmed he was simply not prone to tears. He would sleep soundly through the night, and when awake during the day, He would quietly observe the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, it became evident that Yi Kong was not devoid of hunger. Rather, he possessed an unusual maturity for his age, always considerate of others. Without jest, Lin, as an adult, often felt he could not fully comprehend the enigmatic nature of this young master. Despite Yi Kong's early maturity, he displayed an unparalleled rebellion during his teenage years. He would occasionally utter peculiar statements and often found himself lost in contemplation. His prodigious talents in various fields were frequently abandoned halfway. And despite being born into affluence as the youngest child, adored by his father, brother, and sister, with an abundance of beautiful girls vying for his affection, he remained unfulfilled. Chapter 27. Young Master, what do you need that for? Have I truly been so happy these past few days? Yi Kong pondered as he immersed himself in his gaming room, booting up his computer. Today marked the finals of the LPP tournament, and he had requested the math teacher to excuse him from evening study to watch the match. Although he was familiar with several teams competing, a sense of disconnection enveloped him, as if he were witnessing a distant reality. This was a parallel world. Many aspects mirrored his previous life, yet numerous details diverged significantly. Goodness, the gameplay is abysmal. If only Faker were here. But alas, he must be aging now, he muttered to himself while watching the competition. Yet his mind seemed elsewhere. Thus, by a twist of fate, he opened Eagle Vision, and before him appeared the scene from Class 3 of the second year. The mathematics teacher sat at the podium, preparing his lesson. Although the second-year Class 3 had become less unruly than before, the discipline remained far from satisfactory. A significant portion of the students were engrossed in comics and engaged in hushed conversations. Song Ilyan, seemingly pulling a small mirror from nowhere, began discussing makeup techniques and the best angles to captivate the attention of boys. Meanwhile, Zhang Ning and Tian Qingyang were debating where to play basketball over the weekend. Particularly conspicuous were Zhao Jincheng, Feng Yukai, Li Hao, and Gao Chuxiong, who were conversing about sneaking out tonight to visit an internet cafe. Zhao Jincheng slumped over his desk, lamenting, tonight is the LPP finals. I had planned to watch the match, but my phone was confiscated. They truly leave no escape route. Hearing this, Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. Oh, the truth emerges. What does he know about games? I bet he's off chasing girls. A glance is sufficient. What's so enticing about pursuing them? Such a hassle. Our homeroom teacher is quite handsome. If anyone were to chase, it would be the girls after him. This statement held some merit. Why speak of him? Such bad luck. Yi Kong's smile faltered as he sat up straight. Bad luck? How dare they say he had bad luck? Glancing at the time, he noted there was still half an hour left of evening self-study. Wanting to sneak out to surf the internet? Such fanciful thoughts. Yi Kong closed the game, dressed, and descended the stairs, finding Uncle Lin and whispering a few words in his ear. Uncle Lin's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. And Master, what do you need that for? It's almost time. Yi Kong replied. The patrolling security guards had also moved along. Let us go. After assessing the situation, Zhao Jincheng, Feng Yukai, Li Hao, and Gao Chuxiong skillfully approached their usual spot to scale the wall, crouching in the bushes to evade the security patrols. Zhao Jincheng was the first to emerge from the foliage, taking a short run up to leverage himself onto the adjacent flower bed, grasping the wall's edge with both hands. However, the moment he clung to the wall, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses. The texture beneath his hands felt wrong, sticky and damp, holding back his nausea. He brought one hand to his nose for a whiff. Ugh, the intense odor nearly made him retch. What are you doing? Hurry up. The patrol is going to return. Feng Yukai, noticing Zhao Jincheng's hesitation atop the wall, urged him impatiently. Zhao Jincheng replied, something's not right with the wall. What nonsense. Just get over here. Frustration surged within Zhao Jincheng. Without further ado, he kneeled against the wall and leapt to the other side. Soon, Feng Yukai reached the wall as well, only to be met with the same foul smell. What the? He glanced at Zhao Jincheng on the opposite side, eyes wide in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me? Under the moonlight, Zhao Jincheng's gaze held a hint of menace as he slowly made a shushing motion towards Feng Yukai, enduring the stench. Feng Yukai glanced at his hands in dismay. After a moment of retching, he found himself in silent accord with Zhao Jincheng, quietly pressing his knees against the wall and leaping to the other side. 2 minutes later, the four of them were frantically rubbing the leaves of the greenery to wipe their hands and knees, leaning against the wall while retching again. Gao Chuxiong felt an overwhelming urge to stab his companions in frustration. You three are truly something else, not a word of warning. Li Hao turned to glare at Feng Yukai and Zhao Jincheng. You two are truly remarkable. Feng Yukai glared at Zhao Jincheng. Why didn't you mention this beforehand? Did you have to drag us into this mess? Zhao Jincheng was equally exasperated. I was going to say something, but you kept urging me. After a round of mutual blame, Zhao Jincheng finally roared, enough. What is the point of arguing now? Damn it. I don't even know which idiot smeared filth on the wall. I swear, if I catch that scoundrel, I'll make him lick my hands clean. And my knees. And my feet. Whoa, licking feet is a bit extreme, don't you think? I have dirt on mine as well, given their current state. Hailing a cab to an internet cafe was out of the question. The stench would surely get them kicked out immediately. However, returning home for a shower was equally impractical. As Zhao Jinsheng, Feng Yukai, and Gao Chuxiong lived quite far away, Li Hao's home was nearby. But his family had sent him to Langhua High School for boarding precisely to focus on his studies. If he were to return home for a shower at this hour, his family would undoubtedly prevent him from going out again. What if we pooled some money to rent a room for a shower? That seems to be the only option. However, I didn't bring my ID. Neither did I. The four stood in the wind, feeling utterly disheveled, caught in a dilemma. Returning to the dormitory in their current state would surely invite mockery. Yet, they were also in no condition to go anywhere else. Just as they were grappling with their predicament, a slender shadow emerged slowly from the alleyway. A figure stood at the entrance. Against the light, they could not discern the person's features clearly. What are you looking at? Zhao Jinsheng snapped, his tone sharp. The other party spoke, their voice familiar yet gentle. Shouldn't you be asleep in your dormitory? Why are you here? Oh no, it's the homeroom teacher. The four jumped up in fright, scattering like mice. Only to realize they were in a dead-end alley. There was no escape. Feng Yukai forced a sheepish grin. Haha, we were just looking at the moon. Oh, how interesting, said the teacher, and the four felt their hearts sink colder than the moonlight. They regretted not staying in their dormitories. Why did they venture out to this place? The warmth and comfort of their beds had been so alluring. Chapter 28, Yikong-esque gaming name, Faker. Get in the car. What is going on, teacher? Come to my house for a shower. You all smell terrible. Do you want to bring shame to class 23? After a moment of hesitation, they realized there was no other path to take and reluctantly followed Yikong into the car. Once inside, Zhao Jinsheng sniffed the air and couldn't help but exclaim, why does it smell even worse in here? Are you foolish? The four of us already reek. Enclosed in this confined space, it's bound to be worse. That makes sense. Zhao Jinsheng continued, teacher, I remember you arrived on the first day in a limited edition sports car. Why are you driving an Audi now? While driving, Yikong chuckled softly. One must learn to maintain a low profile. Besides, if I had driven the sports car today, there wouldn't have been room for all four of you. Half an hour later, Yikong's vehicle entered the renowned villa district of S City, Yushui, Bay No. 9. Although Zhao Jinsheng and his companions came from relatively well-off families, engaged in small businesses, and could be considered lower middle class, they certainly could not afford such high-end villas. They were aware that Yikong drove a sports car, but had never seen it in person. Coupled with his usual understated attire, they knew he wasn't lacking in wealth. Yet they were astonished to discover his family's affluence. Villas in Yushui Bay were worth hundreds of millions. If one could afford such a villa, their family wealth must exceed that sum. Why would someone so wealthy come to our school to teach? Young master, you have returned. Uncle Lin greeted Yikong and noticed the four students behind him, his expression tinged with curiosity. Oh, these are my four students. They will be staying over for the night. Please prepare 4 guest rooms for them and find them some pajamas to change into. Understood. Observing the group's foul odor, Uncle Lin surmised what Yikong had done. A slight smile graced his lips as he respectfully ushered the four upstairs to wash and change. Once they finished bathing and emerged from their rooms, Uncle Lin was waiting by the door. Young master is in the gaming room waiting for you. Please follow me. They followed Uncle Lin, bewildered, as they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room, the four were astounded. Wow, this is an incredible internet cafe. The room was a renovated gaming space created by merging 2 guest rooms, featuring 5 computers arranged in a circular formation. The interior boasted a cyberpunk aesthetic, adorned with various limited edition figurines, complemented by dazzling lights. In short, it exuded a vibrant gaming atmosphere reminiscent of an internet cafe. Yikong glanced at them. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you climb the wall to come here to surf the internet? Can we really use the internet here? Of course. It's already 10 o'clock. You can play until 1 o'clock at the latest, then return to your rooms to sleep. Tomorrow, you each go back to your homes. Yay. The four cheered and promptly scattered to find a computer to sit at. With Intel's 14th generation i5-14600KF boxed CPU and RTX 4080 Super iCraft OC 16G graphics cards, Yikong certainly spared no expense. All 5 computers were top tier, far superior to the ones in their homes or at the internet cafe. Li Hao cheered with excitement as he powered on his device and scanned the code to log in. Compared to the mundane world of farming games, he undoubtedly preferred the thrill of League of Legends. Hey, teacher, you play League too? How about we team up for a 5-man match? Zhao Jinsheng clapped Li Hao on the shoulder, boasting, Brother Hao is phenomenal. He can take on 4 opponents single-handedly. We can play casually. He'll carry us. No, that won't do, Li Hao replied, slightly embarrassed, waving his hand dismissively. I've already messaged my goddess to duo with me tonight. I intend to help her rank up. What goddess? She's just a rank-up opportunist. How dare you? If you insult my goddess again, I won't hold back. All right. We can still play with the 4 of us. Li Hao went off to woo his companion, while the remaining 4 flexibly formed a team. Zhao Jinqing set up a room for 3 and invited Yi Kong to join. Yi Kong's username was in English, Faker. Upon seeing this, Zhao Jinqing became instantly excited. I know this one. This one I recognize. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet uncertain. You say you know him? Zhao Jinqing nodded proudly. Of course. I just memorized the word this morning. Faker, meaning counterfeit, fraud, imposter, imitation. Pretty impressive, right? Wow, that's amazing. So you actually studied hard this morning. Of course. With no phone and no novels to read, what else could I do but memorize words? I can't just sit around doing nothing, can I? As they bantered, they failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Yi Kong's eyes. He sighed softly. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Soon, they entered the game. Yi Kong took the top lane, facing off against the enemy champion with his own. Zhao Jinqing played the jungler, while Feng Yukai took the ADC role as Kaisa, with Gao Chuxiong supporting as Leona. At the start, seeing that the opposing team consisted of all diamond tier players, with the top lane even boasting a master rank, Zhao Jinqing and the others felt a sense of despair. Teacher, stay steady and don't feed. Wait for jungle support. Jungle support. Zhao Jinqing quickly shook his head. Have you not seen that their jungler is a diamond tier Lee Sin? Once he finishes clearing his jungle, he will surely come looking for me. If you have time, come check on me in the jungle. Just as they spoke, a flash on the screen signaled that the enemy had been slain by Li Hao's champion. Oh, what a splendid start. Feng Yukai exclaimed. Teacher, you mustn't let him recover. Otherwise, I'll have a tough time. Understood, Yi Kong nodded. In the midst of their conversation, he once again eliminated the enemy, bolstering his confidence with 2 kills and solid last hitting, returning home to purchase a significant item. Upon respawning, the enemy jungler attempted an ambush. But Yi Kong, having reached level 6, executed a perfect counterattack, securing a double kill. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinqing, immersed in the jungle, controlled his champion with reckless abandon. After clearing the jungle, noticing that the enemy jungler had perished, he boldly snuck in to steal the dragon and then assisted the bottom lane, inadvertently gifting the opposing team a triple kill. The 3 teammates began to blame one another. I told you not to dive the tower, yet you insisted on doing so. Do you think I'm some sort of formidable ADC? The dive should have been flawless. My jungle state was poor. Leona, you should have tanked the tower. I too yearn to shoulder the burden, yet you have boldly thrust yourself forward. What am I to do? Yi Kong listened to the trio squabbling over the darkened screen, the corners of his lips curling upwards as he once again secured a double kill. At this juncture, the opposing top lane's Kog'Maw stood at 0-4-0, and the jungler at 0-2-0, effectively collapsing in the early game. Chapter 29, The Celestial God of the Game. The inferior in matters of the heart. 15 minutes into the match, the opponent's Kog'Maw was thoroughly demoralized by Yi Kong, cowering beneath the high ground turret. Too fearful to emerge, timidly last-hitting minions, Yi Kong pushed forward relentlessly, claiming 1 kill after another. 1 foe met their end, 2 fell in succession, and with 3, he exchanged for 2. Meanwhile, the AD carry Feng Yukai had been thoroughly tormented, unable to escape from his second turret, fervently requesting to switch lanes with Yi Kong. Without hesitation, Yi Kong descended to the bottom lane. It was now time for the opposing AD to face the torment. Let them taste the might of my formidable prowess. Feng Yukai, piloting Kaisa, eagerly ventured to the top lane. The opposing Kog'Maw, with a score of 0-9-0, was laboriously last-hitting minions when Feng executed a swift maneuver, diving straight into Kog'Maw's face. In an instant, he was met with panic. Oh no, I've been incapacitated. Help! Support, where are you? The screen faded to black, and the opposing Kog'Maw found himself at 190. The hapless support, Gao Chuxiong, struggled to reach Kaisa's lifeless body, exclaiming in frustration, "You should have called for assistance. You flew right into him. How could I possibly follow?" The opposing Kog'Maw sent a message visible to all. "You may refer to me as Kog'Maw, and I bear no objection, but after you dive into my face, what should I be called? A man's dignity must not be trifled with." Feng Yukai was infuriated. "I hadn't even purchased items," he retorted, quickly acquiring a component and once again heading to the top lane. Kog'Maw's score stood at 290. He sent another message. "What should you call me?" Reluctantly, Feng Yukai typed, "Greetings, Lord Nasus." Upon seeing those 5 words, Kog'Maw began to dance gleefully upon Kaisa's fallen form, only for the screen to go dark once more. Yi Kong typed to the entire team, "Let us play it smart and farm." What a magnificent display. This Kog'Maw is driving me mad. Teacher, I never imagined you excelled so greatly in the top lane. This lane master Kog'Maw faces no pressure at all. Only Yi Kong enjoyed a significant advantage, while the mid lane was evenly matched. Zhao Jinqing, who had originally been playing a stable jungle role, found himself entangled in a forced gank in the bottom lane, leading to a collective collapse. The opposing team proved competent, making the struggle quite arduous. Do you understand the significance of 41 minutes? While the 4 of you cluster together, I shall lead the way. The 3 were exceedingly reckless, causing even the previously faltering Kog'Maw and Jungler to gain momentum. Team fights became impossible to win, leaving Yi Kong with no choice but to implement the 41-minute strategy. Zhao Jinsheng nodded earnestly. All right, 41 minutes it is. Just after he had uttered the strategy, as they passed by the Baron, he beheld the creature swaying its alluring tail, prompting him to frantically signal his teammates. Come, let us take the Baron. My level surpasses that of the enemy jungler. It will not be stolen. The equipment of the 4 players was mediocre, and the Baron was being taken down at a painfully slow pace, coupled with poor vision control. They had only managed to deplete a third of its health when the opposing team arrived. Instantly, 3 of them fell, leaving only Gao Chuxiong, who was controlling the Sun Goddess, still enduring the onslaught. He had already surrendered to despair. It's over. Why are we even attempting the Baron? Wasn't it agreed that we would secure a victory at 41 minutes? This game is lost. Quickly, does anyone have vision? Place a ward in the Baron pit. The calm and steady voice of Yi Kong resonated in his ears. Gao Chuxiong hesitated for a moment and instinctively placed a ward in the final second before the screen went dark. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Yi Kong, who had been farming in the bottom lane, teleporting into the Baron pit, dodging skills, activating his ultimate, 5 kills in a second. The announcer's voice echoed continuously, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Wow, what an incredible display of skill. Teacher, you are truly my god. With such prowess, why not pursue a professional career? Or at the very least, consider streaming? Feng Yukai exclaimed, pounding the desk with excitement, his hands trembling. Initially believing the game was lost, JJ's pentakill turned the tide, securing the low-health Baron and shattering the opponent's morale, leading them to surrender. As they watched the enemy nexus explode, one word encapsulated their feelings: exhilaration. However, before Yi Kong and the others could revel in their victory, Li Hao, who was gaming alongside the goddess, began to furiously pound the keyboard. Feng Yukai paused. What is wrong? How go? Can't keep up? After being questioned, Li Hao felt even more aggrieved, raising his fist to smash the keyboard in a fit of anger and frustration. Yi Kong coolly remarked, the Angry Meow 65 less are 2 limited edition mechanical keyboard ISNT cheap. It's about 4,500. The keycaps are quite expensive too, custom made at 18,000. If you can afford to break it, go ahead. So expensive? My goodness. Are there really keycaps worth 18,000? Zhao Jinsheng and the others were astonished. No wonder my last hits felt so good today. It must be the superior peripherals. Li Hao silently withdrew his fist, but the turmoil within him had nowhere to express itself, so he simply punched himself in the head. Observing his state, which resembled that of a distressed individual, the others lost interest in the keyboard discussion and inquired about his troubles. With tears of frustration, Li Hao lamented, my goddess won't play with me anymore. She's paired up with a gold rank player. I'm a 1,000-point king. Why am I inferior to that gold player? Why is this happening? Wah. The others exchanged glances, and seeing Li Hao's sorrow, Feng Yukai couldn't help but pat his shoulder to console him. How go? Don't be too disheartened. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Besides, with your skills, that girl is the one missing out. Shut up. My goddess has big, bright, gentle eyes. She's not blind. Li Hao wiped his tears and said earnestly, and you owe my goddess an apology. What? Feng Youcai's hand, which rested on Li Hao's shoulder, stiffened as he incredulously pointed at his own nose. Apologize? Me? What gives? He exclaimed, indignation rising within him. Indeed. My goddess would rather team up with a seasoned duo than partner with me. Doesn't that prove she isn't merely a rank-chasing fiend? Li Hao stared intently at Feng Yukai. Therefore, I demand an apology for your earlier insult, labeling my goddess as a rank-chasing harlot. Absurd. Utterly outrageous. Feng Yukai, typically of a gentle demeanor, felt a surge of rage, wishing he could strike Li Hao down where he stood. Apologize? Do you have any idea how unfortunate it is to know you? Just get as far away from me as possible. Amidst their heated exchange, Yi Kong discreetly opened Li Hao's attribute panel for a brief glance. Name, Li Hao. Talent. Language, A. Mathematics, A. English, S. Physics, C. Chemistry, B. History, A. Geography, C. Music, C. Art, C. Physical education, B. Gaming, SS. Specialty, quick to grasp various game strengths, kind-hearted weaknesses, obsequiousness. Someone had previously mentioned that Li Hao was quite adept at gaming, and upon inspection, his talent indeed shone with an SS rating, just a step away from the pinnacle of excellence. With such potential, should he dedicate himself and utilize a talent enhancement card, a career in gaming would likely be well within reach. However, he exemplified the archetype of a gaming prodigy while being inept in matters of the heart. With such a mindset, pursuing a professional career would render him vulnerable to manipulation by women. Success would be unattainable. Chapter 30. He, a top-tier talent player. Early in the morning, Yi Kong was roused from his slumber by the relentless ringing of his phone. He hastily buried his head beneath the covers. Damn it. It's Saturday. No work today? Who dares disturb my peaceful dreams at this hour? Initially, he contemplated ignoring the call, but the persistent ringing forced him to answer. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, the voice on the other end spoke first. Yi, don't think that by ignoring my calls, you can evade this. It's not so simple. Here's the address. I expect you to arrive within half an hour. Before Yi Kong could respond, Chu Chen hung up. His phone vibrated, revealing an address. Yi Kong felt a blend of exasperation and resignation. Truly, what a child, disturbing his peace over such trivial matters. He climbed out of bed and, while freshening up, informed Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, have my racing car transported to this address. Uncle Lin was taken aback at the mention of the racing car. Young master, what prompted this sudden interest in racing? He felt a surge of excitement, but quickly tempered it, adding, I thought you had lost interest in racing. Well, I've lost some interest, but there's a little brat in my class who wants to race, so why not indulge him? Another little brat? Is it that group of students from your class? Uncle Lin felt a sense of satisfaction and hurried to prepare. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. After completing his morning routine, Yi Kong descended the stairs, only to find Zhao Jinsheng and his companions already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Yi Kong, they erupted with excitement. Teacher, are we racing later? Last night, Yi Kong led their squad of 4, wreaking havoc along the way with an impeccable winning streak of 6 matches. Such prowess is indeed remarkable. What is the point of lingering? Let us finish our meal and return home swiftly. Yi Kong nonchalantly snatched an egg from the table, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth, stating that he had some matters to attend to. Hey, aren't you the homeroom teacher? You have a day off today. What matters could possibly be pressing? Isn't at your trivial business? You still have the audacity to mention it? Chu Chen, you know him, right? Yes, I do. He wants to race with me. Upon hearing the word race, the others instantly perked up, for it is rare to find men uninterested in the thrill of racing. Teacher, you race too? They suddenly found their breakfast lacking flavor, rising to encircle Yi Kong, bombarding him with questions. Indeed, what do you wish to do? We want to join you. Join what? Quickly head home. The 4 pairs of eyes gazed at Yi Kong with pitiful expressions, akin to 4 loyal and endearing dogs yearning for affection. Yi Kong, being more receptive to softness than rigidity, felt a shiver run down his spine under their gaze. Fine, but first, call home to assure them of your safety. At the Hongye Racing Club, Chu Chun rushed in early, having purchased track insurance and changed to a set of tires worth over 10,000. Warming up with a couple of laps on the track. Xiao Chun, didn't you say your parents forbade you from racing? Why are you here so early today? The Hongye Racing Club, established by several retired professional drivers, is one of the larger racing clubs in City S. However, most members are amateurs who race infrequently, merely seeking the thrill of speed, with only a handful of regulars. They were quite familiar with Chu Chun. He was seen as a promising talent due to his natural aptitude and fervor for the sport. With proper guidance, he might one day shine in the world of F1. Unfortunately, his family does not support his racing endeavors. If they don't allow me to race, what of it? Just because they say no doesn't mean I want to. Chu Chen stepped out of the car, cradling his helmet. For today held significant importance. His future racing pursuits hinged on this event. What do you mean? Didn't I switch schools recently? My new homeroom teacher wants to race with me. If he wins, I'll focus on my studies. If I win, he'll persuade my parents to let me race. Such a wager was almost laughable. The vice president patted his shoulder. Then you're bound to win, right? Your homeroom teacher surely doesn't know your maximum speed reaches 322 km/h. Shoo, I would never disclose such information to him. That's for the best. I would hate for a prodigious talent like you to be forced into retirement, just like him. At the mention of that name, the vice president squinted, lost in reminiscence. The impression he left was indelible. Even years later, the mere thought of him induced a shiver of regret and trepidation. Who is he? As Yi Kong has yet to arrive, Chu Chen engages in casual conversation with the vice president. However, among all present, he alone displays a look of confusion, as if everyone else is silently aware of the identity of this unnamed individual. This piques Chu Chun's curiosity. What manner of person could evoke such a response from the vice president and the others? It is said that he is a prodigious talent, only a few years older than you, and if he were to join F1, the championship would likely belong to our nation. Is it really that exaggerated? Chu Chen scoffs, refusing to believe it. With a proud lift of his chin, he challenges, is his talent superior to mine? Why hasn't he joined F1? If he is so remarkable, let him come and compete with me. Observing the proud and dazzling Chu Chen, the vice president and others merely smile. One cannot fathom what they have not witnessed. For a gifted youth like Chu Chen, who has been coddled by all, it is indeed difficult to accept that someone in this world might possess greater talent. Enough, enough. I say, you lot are rather dull. Why do you keep looking at me and smiling as if I'm a child? Chu Chen waves his hand dismissively, glancing at his watch. 50 minutes have passed since he called, and Yi Kong has not yet arrived. Surely, he wouldn't stand him up? Hastily, he retrieves his phone from his pocket, prepared to call Yi Kong again, only to be met by a familiar figure approaching. It is Yi Kong. You finally made it. You're almost half an hour late. I thought you had backed out. Chu Chun's tone, clad in racing attire, is more arrogant than usual, showing no respect for Yi Kong. This is his domain, and he will not show submission to anyone. Yi Kong's lips curl in a resigned smile as their eyes meet. Their gazes intersect in the air. One is provocative and arrogant, as if the world revolves around him, while the other is calm and gentle, as if he has come not to compete, but to relax in a bath. Immersed in his own world, Chu Chun remains oblivious to the surrounding silence. The few who had been jovially conversing with him moments ago now stare wide-eyed at Yi Kong in disbelief. Yi Kong, is it really him? Am I seeing things? It is indeed him. What brings him here? The group gazes at Yi Kong with excitement, hardly able to believe their eyes, especially since he had previously vowed never to engage in racing again. Is he here for a triumphant return? The vice president, bursting with excitement, pushes past Chu Chun and rushes to Yi Kong. Before he can utter a word, he notices Yi Kong placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, causing him to swallow his words immediately. Hello, I am Yi Kong, Chu Chun's homeroom teacher. Yi Kong extends his hand toward the vice president, smiling at him. Today, he is not here as a race car driver, but merely as the teacher of a rebellious youth. The vice president quickly grasped his intention, steadying his emotions as he extended his hand, unable to contain his excitement. Greetings, I am Zhong Li, the vice president of the Red Leaf Racing Club. It is a pleasure to meet you. In his lifetime, he never imagined he would have the opportunity to shake hands with Yi Kong. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence without delay. Chu Chun interjected, proudly patting his own beloved car while casting a provocative glance at Yi Kong. Surely you possess a vehicle of your own. Do you not? If not, fret not. We offer car rentals and track leasing services here. Renting a decent car along with the track for a day would cost you around 100,000. Surely, you can manage that? What a preposterous jest. Although Chu Chun's dazzling red-painted race car stirred the adrenaline within them, Zhao Jincheng and his companions had aligned themselves with Yi Kong after their gaming session the night before. Reacting instinctively to Chu Chen's taunt, they spoke up. Li Hao pointed at Chu Chen's car. That dilapidated vehicle of yours could easily be replaced by hundreds, should our homeroom teacher lift a finger. Are you jesting? Chu Chun retorted, visibly displeased and somewhat irritated. If you do not comprehend, kindly refrain from making unfounded claims. The transmission and differential of my car alone cost 300,000, the reinforced suspension adds 80,000, and the racing turbo engine is 36,000. While the Rage specialized shock absorbers are an additional 17,000. Altogether, it amounts to no less than 2 million, mind you. So exorbitant? While aware that racing is an exceptionally costly pursuit, Li Hao was taken aback by the price of Chu Chen's vehicle. However, for Yi Kong, such a sum was merely a trifling amusement. I do indeed have a mediocre car, he nodded, acknowledging that it had been in use for several years but was still serviceable. Ordinary cars will not suffice. Just as Chu Chun finished speaking, a delivery truck entered the venue, and as its rear doors swung open, a sleek silver and black race car emerged. Upon witnessing that Yi Kong indeed owned a vehicle, Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Yi Kong was not to be underestimated. Yet, upon seeing the glimmer of silver and black, the vice president and his companions were nearly moved to tears. They never anticipated they would see this car again. The Fury is equipped with a 6-liter 6-cylinder engine, a standard F1 gearbox, and the most advanced braking system. It accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 2 seconds. This car had once shattered their dreams upon its initial appearance. Who would have thought it would resurface due to a seemingly absurd wager between Chu Chun and his instructor? Homeroom teacher. Your car appears to be even more expensive than Chu Chen's, exclaimed Zhao Jincheng and his friends, astonished. I never imagined you possessed not only a sports car, but also a racing car. Chu Chun, take heed, for you may find yourself facing a rather embarrassing reality. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jincheng and his companions, the extent of Yi Kong's vehicle was beyond their comprehension. In fact, Chu Chun was equally oblivious, as many aspects could not be discerned merely from appearance. However, the vice president and his associates understood all too well that Yi Kong had personally overseen the customization of his car at the factory, with specifications meticulously tailored to an extraordinary degree, and its cost was undoubtedly steep, starting at a minimum of 50 million. Thus, even after several years of being idle, Fury was far from being outdated in terms of modifications and technology. Compared to Chu Chen's vehicle, this one boasts superior performance. Enough of the idle chatter, let us commence. Chu Chun was somewhat impatient. Driven by an instinctual foreboding of danger, he yearned to return to his familiar domain with haste, hoping to dispel this unsettling sensation through victory. After all, this feeling was profoundly discomforting. He felt as though he had been masquerading as a pig while in reality, he might be the very pig that the tiger has already seen through, the tiger merely toying with him. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow at him. You don't want me to familiarize myself with the track? What is there to familiarize? It's merely a replica of the glass circuit, with a lap length of 43 kilometers, featuring 2 lengthy straight sections and 3 curves, with the last curve situated just before the finish line. That's all there is to it. Chu Chen regarded Yi Kong with a provocative and sharp gaze. You have a racing car. You must be aware of the glass circuit, right? All right, fine. Yi Kong offered no further comments and proceeded to change his attire. When he emerged from the changing room, he was clad in professional racing gear, complete with a helmet and gloves, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with restrained brilliance. I must say, our homeroom teacher looks quite dashing. I feel quite impressive in this racing suit. Nonsense. Have you seen our homeroom teacher's physique? Can an ordinary person compare? Zhao Jinsheng and his companions had already moved to the observation area. Given that they were brought by Yi Kong, the vice president treated them exceptionally well, providing bottled water alongside a variety of snacks. Meanwhile, he subtly inquired, is he truly your homeroom teacher? Of course. Why would he come here to be your homeroom teacher? Abandoning racing altogether? How would I know? Observing the confused expressions on Zhao Jinsheng and his friends, the vice president snatched some snacks from their hands. Hand them over. Chu Chun was already in position. Were it not for the absence of a horn in the racing car, he would have sounded it thunderously. Yi Kong, on the other hand, took his time warming up, checking the engine, tires, and various other equipment before finally settling into the car. A red and a silver car stood at the starting line. Both drivers, adhering to tradition, completed a warm-up lap. Chu Chun, impatient, swiftly finished his lap, glancing in the rearview mirror at Yi Kong leisurely meandering along the track, unable to suppress a smirk. Racing is an art of speed, a challenge against the limits of velocity. At this leisurely pace, does he think he is partaking in a tortoise and hare race? Yi Kong had no time to spare for Chu Chen's taunts. His focus was solely on the data displayed on the dashboard. Oil temperature, 90, tire temperature, 89. Quite suitable. Chapter 32, shocking the entire audience. Yi Shun, please accept my knee. The start signal drew nearer. The engines of the red and silver-black racing cars roared to life, resembling a powerful growl that quickened the heartbeats of the spectators, who held their breath in anticipation. Soon, the signal lights extinguished. In that instant, the two cars surged forth like arrows released from a bow, unleashing a terrifying speed that propelled them into the race. Although Chu Chen's car is not particularly expensive, its modifications have been meticulously tailored by professional race car drivers, pushing the vehicle's performance to the brink of its limits, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in merely 2.6 seconds. The crimson vehicle resembles a blazing flame, swiftly spreading across the racetrack. However, a flash of silver and black suddenly appears before him. The screeching tires clash against the ground, and the rear wing resembles an eagle taking flight, propelling forward with astonishing speed. It surpasses him effortlessly. How can this car possess such exceptional capabilities? As he watches the silver and black vehicle widen the gap between them, Chu Chun feels his heart pound in rhythm with the engine's vibrations. Yet, he refuses to concede. Instead, a fierce flame ignites within his eyes. Racing is all about pushing one's limits and surpassing rivals, is it not? Only through formidable opponents can he grow stronger. On this straight track, the competition is predominantly about the car's performance, and he concedes that his vehicle does not match Yi Kong's in prowess. However, there are still the curves. The bends are precisely where overtaking occurs. As long as he can brake late enough and apply the brakes with precision, overtaking is within reach. Soon, the two vehicles approach the first turn. The fire in Chu Chen's eyes blazes even brighter. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolds before him. Unbelievable. The silver and black vehicle shows no signs of slowing down as it enters the curve. With a speed of 312 km/h, tire temperature at 90 degrees. Mechanical downforce at 300 kilograms, total downforce at 2,100 kilograms, and lateral acceleration at 345 ms. The tires are at their maximum lateral grip of 1,680 kilograms, precisely at the limits of dynamic stability. In contrast to the wild acceleration before him, Yi Kong's focus remains solely on the racetrack and the dashboard. The tires scream as they cling to the edge of the track, creating sparks in a state of extreme tension. Yi Kong's heartbeat synchronizes with the pulse of the engine. He navigates the curve flawlessly. Today is not a designated race day. It is merely an ordinary weekend, resulting in a sparse audience. Besides Zhao Jinsheng and his companions, most present are either staff from the Red Leaf Racing Club or amateur members. Yet, at the moment Yi Kong executes the perfect turn, the spectators erupt in screams that nearly pierce the eardrums of Zhao Jinsheng's group. Although they are exhilarated by the spectacle, their experience with racing is limited to mere observation of speed. However, the vice president and others, being seasoned racers, understand the extremity of navigating a turn without decelerating. Firstly, the vehicle's weight distribution and suspension settings must maintain balance during the turn, preventing instability caused by shifts in the center of gravity. Secondly, the car must possess sufficient grip to sustain the necessary cornering speed. Achieving the limits of dynamic stability demands that drivers possess an intricate understanding of every detail of their vehicle and precisely manage temperature and pressure during long straight runs. Thirdly, it tests the driver's precise control over the vehicle. The driver must ensure that the dynamics of the car are fully under control while navigating turns. Even a slight tendency towards oversteering or understeering can be perilous. Should any aspect of this delicate balance falter, the racing car risks losing control and skidding off track, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, few dare to engage in such pursuits. They chase the limits of speed rather than courting death itself. Only Yi Kong possesses the audacity to persist in this manner. "Oh, ye God, I humbly bow before you." After the initial wave of excitement, the vice president felt that mere shouts and cheers could not adequately express his inner fervor. In a moment of reverence, this man in his 30s knelt towards the racetrack. No one around him found his actions to be inappropriate. Yi Kong is a top-tier racer, a deity of the track, the undisputed king without a crown. Their presence here today, witnessing this race, is a blessing from fortune. During the long straightaway, Yi Kong had already created a significant lead over Chu Chun, who, stunned by the spectacle, made a critical error while turning and fell behind by a full half lap. The fiery determination in Chu Chun's eyes was suddenly extinguished. He had never anticipated that Yi Kong could not only outperform him, but also dominate him on the racetrack. With the crowd cheering incessantly, Yi Kong completed the race at nearly breakneck speed. As that sleek silver-black vehicle crossed the finish line, it came to a steady halt on the track. The vice president, Zhongli, could not help but marvel once more. The thrill of speed is unparalleled, from 300 km/h to a complete stop in merely 36 seconds. This car, despite its age, remains astonishingly formidable. Alas, our talented racer is likely to face a heavy blow. Some cast sympathetic glances toward Chu Chun's vehicle, where the crimson flames still flickered upon the track, yet he lagged behind Yi Kong by a staggering 5 laps. Such a performance is nothing short of heartbreaking. For an ordinary person, the opportunity to race against Yi Kong might be a lifelong dream fulfilled. Yet, Chu Chun is the prodigious talent they have nurtured. Since his entry into the Hongya Racing Club, he has consistently claimed victory during track days, rarely losing to the seasoned retired racers. To lose so devastatingly is beyond comprehension. It seems he has not merely lost a race, he has been shattered in spirit. As a racer, Yi Kong truly deserves the title of the uncrowned king. However, as a mentor, Zhongli sighed. Is it truly beneficial for a passionate and dream-filled youth to endure this? Under the silent gaze of the onlookers, the red racing car finally reached the finish line. Chu Chun emerged from the vehicle, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. His shoulders slumped, and his eyes lost their luster. This defeat was not merely the loss of a race, it was the loss of his dreams. Underestimating the competition is the primary reason for your downfall. Yi Kong stroked his vehicle, turning to meet Chu Chun's gaze. Chu Chun scoffed, resigned to his fate. "Well, I've lost, say what you will. To know oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in 100 battles. Spare me your lectures. Your pretense is unnecessary here." The young man, with his neck arched defiantly, confronted Yi Kong, attempting to preserve his final vestiges of dignity and pride. "If you are truly as formidable as you claim, why haven't you clinched an F1 championship?" In response to Chu Chun's provocation, Yi Kong smiled nonchalantly. "F1, you say? The F1 here is rather trivial and lacks excitement." Chu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Can you hear the whispers of the crowd? Chapter 33. I am your class teacher and your mentor Yi Shun. I've finally caught up with you. Would you grant me an autograph? There are countless legends about you in the world. It's a blessing to meet you in person. Yi Shun, let us take a picture together. Before they could exchange many words, Vice President Zhongli approached with a throng of admirers. After much effort, Zhongli squeezed through the crowd, revealing a broad smile and holding a registration form. Yi Shun, would you be interested in joining our Red Leaf Racing Club? The club can cover your track rental fees. You can race whenever you desire. Yi Kong shook his head. I'm afraid I'm not a renowned racer. Having my autograph or a photo with me holds no significance. I am merely here to enjoy some time with my student today. His hand rested on Chu Chun's shoulder, which Chu Chun angrily shrugged off. He remained indifferent, merely casting a glance at Vice President Zhongli, who immediately understood and dispersed the gathering. Yi Kong's gaze returned to Chu Chun. Do not regard me with such disdain, since I have conceded defeat. I shall accept my loss and attend class diligently. Chu Chun, unwilling to accept this, muttered a retort and turned to leave. Yi Kong called after him. Are you leaving just like that? What else would you have me do? Your attitude towards racing mirrors your approach to class. If you do not apply yourself in your studies, you cannot expect to excel in racing either. Chu Chun spun around, glaring at Yi Kong, his eyes aflame with indignation. Wasn't he his aim to blend in, behaving like an ordinary student in class? He has accepted his defeat, so what more is there to discuss? Must his failure be paraded for judgment? Who does he think he is? Yes, Keep your gaze fixed upon me. Focus intently. Yi Kong met his gaze calmly, urging him to remember every word and punctuation mark of what he was about to say. You are well aware of your poor attitude in class, sleeping, chatting, reading novels. While the teacher's words go unheard, Yi Kong gestured for Chu Chun to be silent and continued. The same applies to racing. If you do not comprehend the strength of your opponents, if you fail to grasp the condition of their vehicles, and if you remain oblivious to your own car's capabilities, then what have you accomplished by circling the track? You have even chosen the wrong racing line. What does it matter if you spent millions modifying your car? Even if you spent tens of millions in your hands, it is an affront to the vehicle. You need speed and the will to push your limits, yet you remain unaware of how to achieve greater velocity or where the key to breaking through lies. Having dreams is commendable, and I have never opposed your passion for racing. However, I must candidly express that, given your current attitude towards the sport, you may ultimately fade into the crowd. Vice President Zhongli initially intended to defend Yi Kong, yet upon hearing Yi Kong's words, he silently fell silent. Indeed, Chu Chun possesses a remarkable talent for racing, yet it is precisely this gift that has rendered him oblivious to the perspectives of others. He competes on the track with an instinct akin to that of a beast, unaware that racing is not merely a contest of speed, but a battle of will and skill. While these individuals are retired racers, their innate abilities do not match his, and they are incapable of imparting any wisdom to him. If Yi Kong were willing to guide him, it would undoubtedly be the first step towards the ascent of this dazzling new star. What exactly do you wish to convey? Chu Chun stood frozen, a surge of electricity coursing through him. I wish to say that previously, I was merely your homeroom teacher, but from now on, would you allow me to be your mentor? Chu Chun gazed at him in disbelief, his eyes widening. Are you implying that, I mean to say, I do not oppose your racing ambitions. In fact, I am willing to be your teacher and assist you in advancing further. Yi Kong's lips curled into a smile. However, as a compromise, you must still attend your classes. His smile was like a gentle breeze, soothing Chu Chen's restless spirit. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt that his previous attitude might have been somewhat excessive. If it's about attending class, then so be it. I will take my studies seriously. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chu Chun averted his gaze from Yi Kong, glancing to the right and softly uttering, "Teacher." Yi Kong cupped his ear. What did you just call me? I didn't quite catch that. I said teacher. Once again, he failed to hear. Chu Chun, now exasperated, raised his voice. Teacher. 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 All right, that's enough. I heard you. Yi Kong beckoned him with a finger. Do you aspire to be as formidable as I am? Yes. Good. Then I shall assign you your first task. What is it? Every morning, you must run 10 kilometers upon waking, and after school, head straight to the gym. Chu Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. What kind of nonsense is this? I call you teacher, and you immediately put me through this? Yi Kong glanced at Vice President Zhongli beside him. Please explain to him the importance of physical conditioning. Zhongli promptly stated, I have already mentioned that racing demands exceptional physical fitness. Only with adequate physical conditioning can one maintain heightened focus and quick reflexes throughout a race. Furthermore, your lack of precision in controlling the car stems from insufficient physical fitness. At your current level, if we were to remove your power assist, you wouldn't even be able to handle a straight line. All right, I understand. In truth, these were merely well-worn cliches. Chu Chun was not unaware of them. But he felt that with his talent, such measures were unnecessary. I realize you may not appreciate my words, but I must say, you have encountered a truly excellent teacher. Zhongli gazed towards Yi Kong, feeling somewhat wistful. If I had encountered such an exceptional teacher at your age, perhaps what? Never mind. You wouldn't be thinking of vying for my teacher, would you? Chu Chun scrutinized him suspiciously, his eyes brimming with caution. To be honest, I genuinely wish to compete for your teacher, if only he were merely 17 or 18 this year. Zhongli chuckled to himself, lamenting the fact that he now had aging parents and young children, alongside a wife in the prime of her 30s, eagerly awaiting his return to fulfill familial duties. Being able to casually come to the club and run a couple of laps, nurturing promising talents like Chu Chun, was already a commendable endeavor. Chu Chun looked at him disdainfully, saying, You old man, you truly entertain such notions? You think you could compete with me? Besides, you lack my innate talent. He certainly wouldn't take you. You little rascal, do you even wish to continue mingling in Hongya? Chapter 34. Gossip is Human Nature Monday, the second week. The classroom of Class 3 in the second year was still in a state of uproar. Several students surrounded Zhao Jincheng, Feng Yukai, Li Hao, and Gao Chuxiong. Watching the racing footage from Saturday, they chattered animatedly. I've heard that racing is incredibly expensive. Our homeroom teacher must be quite affluent. Wow, he is amazing. Is he really that good at racing? Why doesn't he become a professional racer instead of a homeroom teacher? I really wish the school would bring back Mei Chaofeng. I now realize that he was actually quite good. Yi Kong peeked in, smiling as he said, You might be disappointed. I'm determined to be an outstanding teacher of the people. Until you all have successfully entered university, I do not plan to leave. Zhang Ning, who had just been bad-mouthing Yi Kong, awkwardly smiled at him. Bang! Yi Kong slammed his hand on the desk, the resonating sound startling everyone present. Don't you know it's time for morning self-study? Return to your seats. The crowd scattered like startled birds, obediently returning to their seats. Yi Kong stood at the podium, instructing everyone to hand in their phones. Once the students dutifully complied, he finally spoke. I apologize, but I must be honest. My teaching experience is zero. Upon hearing this, the students below nodded in agreement. It was evident he was not a seasoned teacher. Which competent educator would treat students this way? Previously, I believed teaching was akin to herding sheep, as long as I kept an eye on you, preventing you from being devoured by wolves, and let you roam the meadows. You would naturally grow plump and become fat lambs ready for slaughter. What nonsense. Fat lambs awaiting slaughter? Them? Seriously, is there a teacher who describes students in such a manner? Now I realize I was gravely mistaken. In fact, you are even inferior to sheep. If placed in the meadows of knowledge, you would rather starve than graze. What do you mean? They are even worse than sheep. Such words render them utterly worthless. Moreover, to belittle them so early in the morning, what is he aiming to achieve? Thus, I have resolved to no longer grant you the freedom to roam. Commencing today, during our morning study sessions, I shall guide you in reciting classical Chinese poetry, memorizing English vocabulary, and internalizing chemical formulas. Today, let us select a verse from the 100 essential classical poems required for high school. He casually flipped through the book and decided to begin with Guo Guang's notes on the Xiangji Pavilion. Come, let us read it through once, he began. Xiangji Pavilion. The Old South Pavilion. Within the courtyard stands a loquat tree, which my wife planted in the year of her passing. It now stands tall and full of life. As he finished this line, Zhao Jincheng, sitting below, quickly interjected, if we cut it down now, it would surely elicit a smile from the young lady. The previously tender atmosphere, rich with emotion, was abruptly shattered by his words, transforming it into a self-indulgent monologue. The students reciting alongside him could not help but stifle their laughter. Yi Kong paused momentarily. However, he did not reprimand Zhao Jincheng. Instead, he smiled and inquired, interesting. What follows? Zhao Jincheng sheepishly scratched his head, responding that he had only seen that one line online. May I complete it for you? Yi Kong's voice was clear and warm as he continued. A smile from the young lady is akin to my wife in her youth. This once self-indulgent narrative, with Yi Kong's deft touch, was instantaneously transformed into something heartwarming, prompting involuntary smiles among the listeners. Wow, homeroom teacher, you are quite impressive, Song Ilian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she cupped her face in awe. Even those boys, seemingly devoid of literary inclination, found his words quite commendable. Never mind. I was merely jesting with you. Since you are reluctant to memorize, I shall share a few insights instead. When you studied this text, your Chinese teacher must have explained that it is a minor literary piece from the Ming and Qing dynasties. There are quite a few such works from that era, all adept at expressing deep emotions through subtlety. Mr. Qian Jibua once remarked. A muffled giggle erupted from the audience. Qian Jibua? What a name. Faced with the bewildered stares of the students, Yi Kong felt a twinge of exasperation. You know Qian Zhongshu, right? Qian Jibua is his father. He continued, Mr. Qian Jibua said. The notes on the Xiangji Pavilion evokes memories through objects, a sentiment everyone experiences. However, to convey profound emotions with the faintest of strokes is a skill few possess. Though this may sound exaggerated, it holds a kernel of truth. Within the courtyard stands a loquat tree, which my wife planted in the year of her passing. It now stands tall and full of life. Why does it resonate so deeply? Simply reading notes on the Xiangji Pavilion in isolation does not suffice. This work was composed over 2 periods. The first 4 sections were written when Guo Guang was 18, and the latter 2 when he was 33, marking a span of 15 years. What transpired during those years? The text mentions, after I penned this, 5 years later, my wife returned, indicating that he married the beloved woman he reminisces about at approximately 23 years of age. Let us delve into how he and his wife came to know one another, a detail absent from notes on the Xiangji Pavilion, yet chronicled in another of his works. A brief account of my late mother, which states, 16 years passed before I took a wife, one whom my mother had betrothed me to. This implies that after his mother's passing, he married the girl chosen for him in an arranged marriage. In an era where arranged marriages were commonplace, these 2 individuals once shared tender moments together. As previously mentioned, from ancient texts or perhaps from the study of books, my wife returned to her family, recounting to her younger sister the tale of a certain pavilion. She expressed her affection for her husband, often visiting him to engage in light-hearted conversations, only to return home to boast about him to her family. They spent 6 years together, and 2 years after her demise, he found himself languishing in illness. Subsequently, he penned an additional piece titled The Pavilion of Xiangji, which included a eulogy for Han Hua, a work not selected in the book. Allow me to recite a couple of lines. It begins with, the maid, Wei Ruren, is a handmaid. This indicates that Han Hua was a part of his wife's dowry. In the eulogy, he reminisced about numerous aspects of his wife. Although ostensibly mourning Hanhua, he was, in truth, yearning for his beloved spouse. Gossip is a fundamental aspect of human nature. While no one paid heed to the meticulous translation of the Pavilion of Xiangji, the tales of the author Gue Yoguang captured their rapt attention. What a poignant love story it is. True love still exists in this world. Below, Jin Shuezi listened intently, even shedding tears as Yikong narrated the tale. She couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Zhu Yuro. Yikong noticed her as well and continued speaking. Oh, it is worth mentioning that Hanhua was not only his wife's handmaid, but also one of his concubines. Additionally, he had 2 other concubines, one surnamed Wang and the other Fei, both of which are documented. Chapter 35. 10 years of teaching with no one listening. One day of gossip captivates the entire class. Yikong's words somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. Many students felt deceived by Gue Yoguang. It seemed that Gue Yoguang had a somewhat unsavory character. Only a rogue would compose poetry, while honest individuals would not. This sentiment resonated with the students, who began to chatter amongst themselves. Only Song Ilyan, gazing up with her large, curious eyes, inquired, "Old classmate, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Is it because you haven't found someone you like, or because you haven't pursued anyone?" As soon as her words fell, all discussions ceased, and all eyes turned to Yikong. Clearly, they found him far more intriguing than the gossip surrounding Gue Yoguang. Observing their eager expressions, Yikong felt inspired to respond. "Song Ilyan, as a young lady, do not belittle yourself. Those who admire me are not unworthy. It is merely a matter of fate." Puffed, how pretentious. As for whom I admire, how could I possibly fail to pursue them? We shared a beautiful time together, but alas, she is no longer in this world. She is no longer in this world? So, she has passed away? Instantly, everyone was struck by a disquieting notion, and their gazes toward Yikong shifted. They were astonished to discover that beneath his sharp tongue and harsh demeanor lay such deep affection. Unfortunately, beauty often meets an untimely end. Why do you all look at me like that? She is living well in another realm. Yikong's gaze revealed a hint of nostalgia and tenderness. If she had married and had children in the year I departed, her child would be as old as I am now. Do you not think you are a bit confused, class teacher? Understood. She must be living blissfully in another world. Please, take care of yourself. Do not entertain despair. Children of that age harbor no malice. Upon hearing Yikong's words, they mistakenly believed they had touched upon a sensitive subject and began to comfort him with a chorus of voices. Yikong found himself in a humorous predicament. He retrieved his phone. In truth, I have a way to reminisce about her. Wow, teacher, you still have her photographs? Do show us this beautiful lady. His actions reignited the crowd's curiosity, their anticipation palpable. Yikong hesitated, asking, "Are you certain you wish to see?" "Yes," came the resounding affirmation from over 40 distinct voices, unwavering in their enthusiasm. Very well then, Yikong opened a popular app and clicked on a girl's profile, playing a video. The girl in the video had chestnut hair and a captivating gaze, clad in a gray suit with long, elegant legs adorned in 10-centimeter high heels. She stepped forward in rhythm with the music, each stride perfectly timed. Standing at 168 centimeters, she exuded an aura of 186. Wow, she's stunning. A true goddess. After watching her, some students remarked that they felt their teacher was somewhat unworthy of such beauty. Initially entranced by the video, they soon sensed something amiss. "Teacher, did you not say she had departed to another world? Moreover, is this not the internet sensation Ningzai? She boasts millions of followers. You are deceiving us." Yikong, taken aback, replied innocently, "I am not lying. I never claimed she was my girlfriend, merely that her long legs resemble those of my girlfriend." Without delay, Yikong played a second video featuring another internet celebrity. The girl in this clip sang sweetly, her every smile and frown imbued with the vibrancy and beauty of first love. Yikong reminisced, noting how similar her voice was to the one he cherished. The third video displayed a girl whose collarbone bore a striking resemblance to hers. The fourth video showcased a girl with eyes akin to hers. The fifth video revealed a girl whose demeanor mirrored her grace. "Enough," interrupted Song Ilyan, casting a glance at the list of followed accounts, feeling both insulted and heartbroken. "You have followed over 800 accounts. Surely, not all of them resemble her. You must be quite the lecher. Humph, how could she have thought him handsome? Only to discover such lewdness within. Do you all share this sentiment?" Yikong surveyed the rest of the class. Most of the girls returned his gaze with scornful looks. Zhang Ning, grinning, spoke up, "Teacher, I do not share that opinion. How about this? Let us add each other as friends. And you can recommend them to me, so I can see for myself how similar they are." Yes, I want to be friends too. "Teacher, I had no idea you indulged so well." Yikong mercilessly declined their requests, stating, "This is my girlfriend. What do you want? Focus on your studies." "Oh right. The piece I will be discussing, the memoir of Xiangji Xian, will be recited in tomorrow's morning study session. If you do not memorize it." Yikong elongated his tone, "It will not matter. If only I had met him on the first day and heard him speak like that. I would have thought him an easy target. But now, they have learned to translate. No matter, just wait. Old class leader, this Xiang Jishuan Ji is rather lengthy. Can we have it recited by Friday? The students groaned in despair. Sure, Yikong nodded, but from Monday to Thursday. You shall stay home and see if your parents agree to that. This is rather inconsiderate. What an old fogey. Bring Mei Chaofeng back. Amidst the chorus of lamentations from the students, Yikong stepped out of the classroom. Truth be told, being a homeroom teacher is rather amusing. This group of little rascals is both gullible and entertaining. However, upon reaching the office door, he felt as though he had overlooked something, pausing in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Attention! Attention! The focus buff was not activated for this lesson. Oh, he realized he had forgotten something. System, don't you think this focus buff you provide is a bit underwhelming? Yikong haggled with the system. After all, it seemed there was no difference whether the buff was activated or not. How about you upgrade it for me? Upgrading focus buff, intermediate, requires 800 points, current points insufficient. Then how many points do I have? Currently, 0. 0? That was unacceptable to Yikong. After all my hard work, I end up with nothing? How do I earn points? In various formal examinations, such as monthly tests, midterms, finals, mock exams, and college entrance exams, each point of improvement in the student's grades under your tutelage will earn you 1 point. System, don't you think you are a little outdated? Nowadays, we don't advocate for exam-oriented education. Do you understand what quality education means? System, don't play dead. This system is a bit unplayable. Anyway, he only manages this one class, which is quite easy. After half an hour of scrolling through his phone in the office, finding it dull, he opened the surveillance again to monitor the classroom situation. This class was an English lesson. Aside from Yikong, the rest of the class remained unchanged. Chapter 36, Unscheduled Inspections. Sitting in the front row, Zhao Jinqing clearly had stayed up late gaming on Sunday, his head resting on the desk, drooling all over. Feng Yukai, Li Hao, and Gao Chuxiong were not in much better shape. Li Hao was excusable, at least he was somewhat engaged. As a genius, Yikong could not fathom the appeal of Zhao Jinqing and his companion's antics, akin to Chao Pai's wife weeding in the garden. Was it enjoyable to be humiliated? And to endure that humiliation while staying up late? TSK, their hobbies are rather peculiar. Jin Shueji exhibited her romantic inclinations, passing water and snacks to Zhu Yurong during class. Originally, Yikong considered separating her from Zhu Yurong, seating Zhu with Song Ilian and Jin with another handsome lad to create a rift between them. However, therein lay the dilemma. Based on Yikong's analysis, Jin Shueji was simply enamored with Zhu Yurong's handsome face. Among the entire class, Zhu Yurong was indeed the most striking. Thus, separation proves futile. What perplexes Yikong the most is that if one were to label Zhu Yuran as a scoundrel, he certainly does not engage with other girls. Conversely, if one were to argue he is not a rogue, he consumes the snacks and beverages provided by Jin Shuezi while engaging in lively conversation with Du Yuqin from across the aisle, completely disregarding Jin Shuezi. It is indeed a conundrum. Moreover, there is Chu Ting. Last time she was engrossed in a heart-wrenching novel, and after being called out by him, she ceased reading. This time, she is delving into a tale of apocalyptic vengeance. In a previous life, an elderly matron hoarded a warehouse of provisions, stubbornly refusing to feed her family, ultimately leading to the starvation of numerous souls. In this life, one wonders, is this matron sustaining an army? Perhaps she should revert to the heart-wrenching novel? It is truly vexing. On the other hand, there is a game of Go, which seems acceptable. Su Li and Feng Man are engaged beneath the table, alternating turns, prompting Yikong to lean closer to the scene. It is Gamoku. There are no restrictions? This surely guarantees a victory for the first player. No. I cannot contain myself. Yikong procured an iron basin and a thick stick to serve as a mallet and made his way to class 2 and 3 of the second year. The English teacher, positioned at the front of the classroom, was the first to notice him, observing his dark expression, instinctively halting her lecture and stepping back. She adjusted her glasses, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yikong, while undeniably handsome, often inspires a sense of respectful distance. Before she could inquire about Yikong's intentions, she witnessed his long index finger pressed against his lips. The slight upward curve of his mouth suggested a smile, yet it did not reach his eyes. The sight was somewhat chilling. The English teacher found herself feeling a tinge of sympathy for the students below. In no time, Yikong strode into the classroom. With astonishing speed, he wielded the basin in his left hand and the stick in his right, approaching several students who were sleeping. Bang, bang, bang. What is happening? What is going on? The resounding noise jolted the sleeping individuals awake, as if they had been propelled from a spring. A surge of fury coursed from their feet upwards. How dare he disturb their peaceful slumber? However, before their anger could fully manifest, their gazes converged upon Yikong's face. Oh, so it is he who did this. Well, in that case, let it be. The others, though not asleep, were hardly in better condition, scrambling to tidy away their novels and other distractions. Those who had stayed up gaming should not expect to catch up on sleep in class during the day. After delivering his remarks, Yikong confidently approached Chu Ting. Chu Ting froze, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. But I didn't do anything. Did I accuse you of anything? Yikong swiftly snatched away her extracurricular book, declaring it confiscated. All eyes were upon him as he continued his deliberate advance, the classroom silent save for the sound of his footsteps, reminiscent of a predator nearing its prey. He halted beside Zhu Yuren and Jin Shuezi. Du Yuchen, Zhu Yuren, you two seem to be enjoying a lively chat during class, one captivated by the other's face, the other by their physique. A ripple of suppressed laughter echoed throughout the classroom. The mocking gazes of onlookers wandered between the two individuals, particularly amongst several seasoned fans. Their glances imbued with innuendo. Zhu Yuren and Du Yuchen felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Yikong rapped his knuckles against Jin Shueji's desk, remarking on her penchant for snacks. With your love for treats, how could you forget your dear homeroom teacher? From now on, do bring an extra portion for me. Oh, really? Jin Shueji looked at Yikong in bewilderment. Indeed, remember, I adore fried squid strips, especially the wasabi flavor. All right, finally. Yikong paused before Su Li and Feng Man, who instantly straightened their backs, hands neatly folded on the desk, resembling well-behaved primary school students. Yikong inquired, where are your gamoka pieces? A sheen of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, revealing their unease. I'm not forbidding you from playing. Yikong's tone bore a hint of frustration, as if he were suppressing something within. What I mean is, you are rather inept. He could not fathom why. Despite being in high school, they struggled with such a simple game. Not forbidding them, merely calling them inept? The tension that gripped Su Li and Feng Man dissipated as disbelief washed over their faces. How outrageous to be criticized for playing a game of Gamoku. It would have been better if they were simply prohibited from playing. English teacher, please continue with your lesson. After reprimanding the students, Yikong turned his attention back to the English instructor. The teacher, who had been admiring Yikong's presence, suddenly called upon felt as if she were transported back to her student days. She instinctively nodded. Yes, Mr. Yi, I will resume the lesson right away. She approached the podium and continued her lecture while Yikong leaned against the classroom door, arms crossed. The students below sat up straight, their postures impeccably attentive, although whether or not they possessed English textbooks remained to be seen. This level of diligence was indeed a rare sight in Class 3 of Year 2. Such authority, such prowess. It was said that he was merely an inexperienced teacher without formal qualifications, yet he embodied the very essence of a natural-born educator. After enduring 2 English classes, Yikong felt quite pleased with the students' dedication. From now on, I shall conduct surprise inspections during your classes. His statement detonated like a bomb dropped into a pond, causing an uproar in Class 3 of Year 2. Surprise inspections? What a way to disrupt life. A few more of these, and I shall be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Zhang Ning was the most agitated of all. No mahjong during class. Fine. I want tea play. Confiscate our phones. All right, go ahead. But now, with surprise inspections on the horizon, he abruptly slammed his hand on the desk. Rising to confront Yikong, Mr. Yi, do you not think you are being a bit excessive? All eyes turned to him. What a brave soul to voice the sentiments of many. Oh, you think I am excessive? Then let us have a chat in my office. Wait, Mr. Yi. That is not what I meant. Observing the tranquil gaze of Yikong, Zhang Ming suddenly noticed the bruised chin of Chu Chun, and his imposing demeanor instantly diminished. He reluctantly attempted to explain, what I meant to say is that your behavior disrupts the teaching of other subject teachers. Oh, now? Stand up and accompany me to the office. Old class, I may have spoken too harshly. Chapter 37. You are all my right and left arms 5 minutes later. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, and Du Yuchen appeared in Yikong's office. The Chinese and mathematics teachers were also present, though they sat at their respective desks, seemingly engrossed in their tasks. However, one document had remained open for an extended period, displaying a jumble of garbled text, while another screen had inadvertently navigated to an inappropriate web page. Their focus and thoughts were entirely on the 4 students. Heaven had indeed opened its eyes. It was rare for these 4 troublemakers to be summoned for a lesson in discipline. In Class 2 of Year 3, they had been the ringleaders of the chaos, orchestrating the disturbances against the teachers. They were, after all, the primary victims of their own mischief. Now, these 4 rascals stood at the office door like elementary school students, awaiting judgment from Yikong. Their thoughts were solely concentrated on him, leaving little room for concern about the opinions of the mathematics and Chinese teachers. Where did it go? I distinctly remember placing it here, Yikong muttered, rummaging through his desk with a puzzled expression. He had been searching for 3 minutes. Each passing second felt like a torment for Zhang Ning and his companions, as if a guillotine hovered above them, ready to descend at any moment. At last, Zhang Ning and Tian Qingyang, communicating through subtle glances, pondered, what is the old man searching for? Is he armed with some kind of prop? A prop? That can't be right. Physical punishment is against the law. There are other teachers in the office. Do you believe the other teachers would testify on our behalf? Teachers are supposed to uphold moral integrity, right? Just as the two were frantically exchanging glances, Yikong suddenly exclaimed, startling them. Ah, so it was here. They then watched as Yikong retrieved a large stack of assignments from his cabinet and placed them on the desk, casting a serious gaze upon the four. You four are my class monitor, my discipline committee member, my hygiene committee member, and my publicity committee member. The four bowed their heads in silence. It appeared that Yikong was about to impart some wisdom upon them. You are all my right and left arms. Huh. The four exchanged bewildered glances. When had they become his right and left arms? Had they truly performed so commendably? Now, I have a formidable task to entrust to you, and I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Yikong tapped the pile of chemistry assignments on the table. These assignments are now your responsibility. With that, he handed each of them a red pen. Here are the correct answers. Grade them according to this. The four held the red pens and clutched the stack of assignments, feeling a sense of chaotic bewilderment. After all this time, they had been summoned to the office merely to grade assignments. Why not say so from the beginning? Was it not simply a matter of grading? They are unable to write, and are they incapable of grading as well? Soon, the four of them established their own territories within the office and began the task of marking. It turned out they had been summoned to grade assignments, much to the evident disappointment of both the mathematics and Chinese language teachers. Yikong gently patted teacher Zhang's shoulder. You can take this home, Zhang. Besides, the class bell has already rung. It's time for you to head to your lesson. The mathematics teacher awkwardly shut down his computer and hurriedly exited. Yikong followed suit, only to be called back by the keen-eyed Zhang Ning. Old class, didn't you say you had no classes? Where are you going? Conducting unscheduled inspections. Observing the office door close, Zhang Ning and his companions felt a sense of relief. Staying in the classroom was indeed a grim prospect. Being summoned to the office to grade assignments was far preferable. Moreover, grading assignments was certainly more engaging than completing them. Why were there so many ungraded assignments? It seemed that aside from the first day's work, the old teacher had neglected the rest. It's not as if grading assignments was as arduous as doing them. Such laziness was intolerable. Exactly. What exactly? The unexpected voice of Yikong startled the four. Old class, didn't you say you were going to inspect? Did I ever mention I was checking on you? Yikong entered the room, casually picking up a Chinese textbook to read. When I'm not around, you conspire behind my back. It appears you are not at all trustworthy. Very well, you shall grade the assignments while I prepare my lessons, and no slacking off. Reluctantly, the four began the laborious task of grading. Initially, the act of marking assignments was rather enjoyable. However, after the umpteenth repetition, it grew monotonous. Why are there errors on such simple questions? Were they done with eyes closed? Du Yuchen remarked as he surveyed the filled notebooks, unable to restrain his sarcasm. In this question, the answer is K, yet it was mistakenly transcribed as KTV. What a talent. Beside him, Zhang Ning enthusiastically chimed in. What is that compared to mine? I have one that says bulk KTV. Ha. Wu Dongping's voice drifted over. What? Do you find this amusing? This assignment is not even yours. Why are you so excited? Before Zhang Ning could finish, he spotted Wu Dongping's name on the assignment and burst into laughter. Ha. Whose work did you copy? In the corner, Tian Xingyang gazed at his own notebook, where the words bulk KTV were inscribed, and quietly marked it with a red pen. After a full class period of grading, they barely completed the assignments. The four stretched and intended to report their findings to Yikong, only to discover he was still engrossed in the Chinese textbook. Was this textbook truly so captivating? Honestly, I think being a teacher is quite arduous. One must teach, prepare lessons, and grade assignments, Zhang Ning mused. Observing Yikong in the midst of his preparations stirred a subtle emotion within him. Something feels off, Du Yuchen remarked, stroking his chin. You would think he was merely preparing lessons, yet how can he be laughing while reading a Chinese textbook? Not only is he laughing, but he also appears utterly absorbed, completely oblivious to our conversation. Du Yuchen stealthily approached Yikong from behind. Upon glimpsing the contents of the Chinese literature book in Yikong's hands, an overwhelming fury surged within him. How could they be toiling away, correcting assignments while he idled nearby? The old class monitor. How could you be caught reading a confiscated novel? Startled, Yikong tucked the book away and shot him a sideways glance, asking, what is the matter? Is this the book that was confiscated? I am merely striving to understand you all. Though I may be only a few years your senior, I am indeed an adult. I cannot fathom the thoughts that occupy your youthful minds, so I must delve into what piques your interest to truly comprehend you. With a solemn pat on Du Yuchen's shoulder, Yikong continued, while I was engrossed in that novel, I reflected. And it is no wonder you all are fond of reading, for novels are genuinely captivating. So, you want to confiscate our novels anymore? On the contrary, I have resolved to intensify the collection of novels henceforth. Chapter 38. The cohesion of Class 3 in the second year at last, the evening study session concluded. The day under Yikong's governance had finally drawn to a close. Once they received their phones, the entire class erupted like wild horses, galloping from the classroom towards the school exit. Li Hao, clutching his phone, furiously typed a flurry of messages, only to be met with an unsettling silence from the recipient, prompting him to release a dramatic sigh. Old Deng is truly inconsiderate. I can no longer chat with my goddess daily, and she has ceased to acknowledge me. Be quiet. You are merely a fish in the pond. My situation is far worse. I cannot assist our guild leader, who is perpetually offline, and I have been reduced to an ordinary member. Nonsense. You are the fish in the pond, while my goddess is simply too busy. She informs me every time she goes to take a bath. You are beyond hope. You are all quite mistaken. At such a critical juncture for our class, do you truly have time to discuss matters of the heart? That makes sense, Li Hao nodded. So, tell me, how can I win back my goddess's heart? In unison, the others retorted, you should be quiet. Meanwhile, Song Ilian entered her car, and before departing, she reminded Feng Man, who was heading home with Su Ran, remember, if that scoundrel bothers Su Ran again, message the group, and I will come immediately. Su Ran mumbled softly, there's no need to go to such lengths. Feng Man disregarded her words and signaled an okay to Song Ilian, assuring her, rest assured, I will not allow her to be bullied again. With that, she took Su Ran by the hand, and they proceeded to wait for the bus. Since the incident where Su Ran was harassed, she had repeatedly insisted that she did not require assistance, yet Song Ilian still assigned Feng Man, who lived closest to her, to accompany her to and from school. This seemed to be effective, as the scoundrel who had previously harassed Su Ran had not returned. Nevertheless, Feng Man continued to walk with Su Ran daily. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two young girls. Hey, Su Ran, do you dislike me? Why do you hardly engage with me even though I walk with you every day? Su Ran paused. No, I don't dislike you. I just don't know what to say. Well then, let us talk about our homeroom teacher. Alright, sounds good. When asked about his character, Su Ran paused for 2 seconds, recalling the unwavering and encouraging gaze of Yi Kong from that day on the podium, before slowly responding. I believe he's a good person. Really? Just that? Feng Man expressed her profound disappointment. With so many flaws, it was hard to fathom how Su Ran could still regard him as a good person. No wonder he was so often bullied. He was indeed an easy target. Su Ran and Feng Man lived relatively close to one another, merely a 10-minute bus ride apart. After disembarking, they traversed 2 blocks before reaching the moment of parting. Just as Feng Man was about to bid farewell, a shadow loomed over them. A man, hands in his pockets and cigarette in mouth, raised an eyebrow. The glint of an ear stud caught the light ominously. Which of you is Su Ran? He inquired. And who might you be? Feng Man retorted, her brow furrowed in displeasure. What business do you have with Su Ran? Before she could finish her statement, several more shadows encroached upon them. These men, seasoned troublemakers, reeked of cigarette smoke and alcohol, creating an atmosphere both nauseating and oppressive. Feng Man, not naive, realized they were specifically seeking Su Ran, clearly intent on causing trouble. Almost immediately, she altered her stance, exclaiming, I am not Su Ran. Su Ran, gazing blankly at Feng Man's profile, felt the flicker of hope in her heart extinguished in an instant. It was true, she was always the one left behind. But then again, she was just a burden, unable to articulate her thoughts, devoid of emotional value, utterly insignificant. Who else could they abandon if not her? With her head bowed, resigned to her fate, she slowly and deliberately confessed, I am Su Ran. Hurry, Su Ran is in trouble. 7 or 8 people from the streets just cornered her. I'll send you the location. Come quickly. It's urgent. 2 minutes later, upon Yi Kong's arrival, the long silent class group chat for year 2. Class 3 erupted with Feng Man's frantic messages. Soon, many nearby responded eagerly. I'll take a taxi. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wait. I'll call my cousin who practices taekwondo. He has worth 2. Should we bring something? Like what? A kitchen knife? A spatula? A frying pan? Forget it. That would be too embarrassing. In no time, students from year 2, class 3, who had initially been scattered, swiftly rallied around Feng Man's call to action, abandoning their plans to return home. Meanwhile, on the playground, just as Chu Chun was preparing for a special training session with Yi Kong, he saw the messages in the group chat and made a resolute decision. As a member of year 2, class 3, he could not remain a bystander in such a situation. What? You're not running away even before it starts? Yi Kong, hearing this, felt a headache coming on. Because there is something crucial going on. Look, Chu Chin showed him the messages from the class group, and as he donned his jacket, he noticed something was off with Yi Kong. He stared at the class chat, his expression intense, exuding the aura of a wounded beast. You actually have a class group? As a newly transferred student, you have joined the class group? How come you all have not added me, your homeroom teacher, to the group? Chu Chin stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not even noticed that Yi Kong was absent from the group. Nonetheless, he found this situation somewhat understandable. Are you not aware of your own eccentricities? The group chat is merely a space for casual conversation. Would you really want to be included just to be tormented? You little rascals, I will settle this with you later. Yi Kong shot a glare at Chu Chun, her teeth clenched. What are you still dawdling for? Follow me. Little girl, you seem quite innocent. Yet I did not expect you to be so adventurous. In a dim alley just a block from Su Ran's house, she found herself cornered. The boy with ear studs advanced step by step, while several other delinquents loitered at the alley's entrance, ensuring that no one would interrupt the unfolding drama. Bullying incidents, both large and small, occur incessantly in society. There is nothing new under the sun. It was merely Yu Jia's inability to handle Su Ran at school that drove her to enlist the help of a brother she knew from the bar to teach Su Ran a minor lesson. Su Ran felt trapped, staring down at the moss growing at her feet, nurtured by years without sunlight. She found the moss to be quite reminiscent of herself, continuously retreating. She eventually leaned against the cold wall, which served as a stark reminder that the ephemeral warmth she longed for was nothing but an illusion. There had never been anyone behind her. She was utterly alone. Chapter 39. Have the children who haven't even fully grown up finished their homework? How can you possibly let me go? Su Ran feigned calmness, yet her voice trembled. Her legs, shaking beneath her school skirt, betrayed her inner vulnerability. After all, this group was not comprised of girls like Yu Jia. Their physical prowess far exceeded hers. Even if she possessed a knife, it would hardly intimidate them, especially considering she was unarmed. Moreover, they were truly seasoned individuals from the streets, their audacity often surpassing that of others. Don't be nervous, little sister. The boy with ear studs took another step forward, reveling in the thrill of toying with his prey as he observed Su Ran, who had nowhere left to retreat. You brought this upon yourself by offending my sister. She has a temper, but she is also a tender-hearted girl. She hasn't asked me to do anything too severe to you. An evil glint flickered in his eyes, his mouth revealing yellow-stained teeth from his smoking habit. His lascivious gaze slithered downwards like a serpent. The young girl's figure was as exquisite as a freshly bloomed jasmine flower in the morning sun, exuding a pure and delicate fragrance. I merely wish to take a few photos of you. You are shameless. Su Ran's teeth chattered in fear. She was all too aware that the photos the boy with ear studs spoke of were far from ordinary. She had never imagined someone could be so despicable. Truly, he was scum, a disgrace, a beast. What do you mean by shameless? I am merely teaching you a lesson on behalf of my sister. If you cooperate, my foot. Suddenly, a raspy voice, caught in the midst of puberty, emerged from the alley's entrance. It was Zhang Ning's voice. Su Ran, do not be afraid. We have arrived. Yes, my cousin is here too. And so am I. The cacophony of voices erupted around Su Ran, leaving her momentarily stunned. These voices were all too familiar. They belonged to the students of Class 2, Year 2. How could they possibly be here? She hardly knew them well. For an instant, Su Ran's mind went blank, and in that void, a profound sense of bitterness surged from her heart, rapidly spreading through her limbs, rendering her entire being numb. Su Ran, let me clarify. I have not given up on you. I simply went to fetch reinforcements. Feng Man's breathless voice interjected, despite having navigation assistance. Locating the exact spot proved challenging, and she had tirelessly scurried about to gather people. It was only now that she managed to assemble a number comparable to that of the local ruffians. Yes, I understand. Su Ran's voice was barely audible, as if her throat were constricted by a wad of cotton, preventing her from speaking. The earring-wearing boy, however, was increasingly impatient. He shot a glance at Su Ran, who had intended to discuss matters amicably, but it seemed she was unwilling to heed his counsel. Let me deal with them first, and then I shall attend to you. However, I assure you, I shall not be as accommodating then. Prepare yourself. With that, he strode towards the alley's entrance. What are you all shouting about? Facing a group of naive high school students, his tone dripped with disdain. He seized the frontmost boy, Zhang Ning, by the collar. What did you just say? Zhang Ning was about to respond when he was suddenly pressed against by a hard object at his waist. Instinctively, he looked down, and his mouth fell open in silent horror as he realized a glimmering spring knife was pressed against him. The sharp blade sliced through his thin school uniform, nearly grazing his skin. He had no doubt that had he finished his previous statement, he would have faced a dire fate. Not only was he petrified, but those who had accompanied him, Zhang Dong, Tian Xingyang, Wu Dongping, Li Hao, and Zhu Yurong, were equally dumbfounded. Despite their rebellious antics towards teachers, their mischief was merely adolescent folly, harmless in the grand scheme of things. Even in altercations, they had only ever exchanged punches, never considering the use of a knife. This was a weapon that could easily claim a life. Is this all you've got? The earring-wearing boy sneered at their silence, mocking them. A bunch of foolish kids, still dreaming of playing the heroes. Have you finished your homework? The group stood there, subjected to his ridicule, yet too intimidated to respond. In the presence of these true thugs willing to resort to violence, they felt utterly outmatched. Brother. Ultimately, Zhang Dong gritted his teeth and stepped forward, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Brother, let's discuss this calmly. Here, allow me to light it for you. The earring-wearing boy did not refuse and took the cigarette between his lips. Zhang Dong's hands trembled as he struggled to light it for him. The man with the ear studs squinted his eyes and slowly inhaled, lifting his right lip as he exhaled smoke toward Zhang Dong's face. Zhang Dong coughed. struggling to plead for Su Ran. Brother, Su Ran is my classmate. Is it a matter of money or work? If it's money, we can gather it right now. If it's work. Before he could finish his sentence, the man with the ear studs spat the smoke onto the ground, and simultaneously, he spat a glob of saliva onto Zhang Dong's face. The sticky saliva hardened Zhang Dong's facial muscles, erasing any courage he had to continue speaking. It seemed they had come in vain today. They could not resolve the issue with Su Ran. The screeching sound of tires grinding against the asphalt pierced the air as a red Audi drifted elegantly, coming to a halt by the roadside. This noise drew the attention of many. Instinctively, they turned to gaze at the Audi, wondering who drove like that. Did they think they were in a race? However, the thought of racing immediately reminded some of Yikong. The door of the Audi swung open, revealing a pair of familiar long legs stepping out. It truly was Yikong. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the students of Class 3 in their sophomore year felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance upon seeing him. Just as he had previously stated, he would always be their support. This was not an empty promise, but a solemn vow. Little brats. You didn't even add me to the group. Upon exiting the car, Yikong took the initiative, his expression notably grim. Add to the group? Oh. It seemed they had indeed neglected to include him. Was this the appropriate time to discuss group invitations? The moment the students of Class 3 felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Yikong, it dissipated within seconds, shattered by his remark. Their expressions turned sour, as if they had swallowed a fly. Yikong, however, did not wait for their responses. He scanned the scene and strode directly toward Zhang Ning and the man with the ear studs. With one hand, he grabbed Zhang Ning's arm, pulling him behind his own back, while his other hand swiftly seized the man with the ear studs by the wrist. He then forcefully twisted the wrist inward. Lowering his left shoulder, he used his body weight to restrain the man's right arm while delivering a kick to his right calf. The man with the ear studs felt an excruciating pain shoot through his right calf, causing him to fall to his knees uncontrollably. As he knelt, Yikong maintained his grip on the man's wrist, turning the blade of the spring knife toward his right eye. The man nearly wet himself, releasing a scream from his throat uncontrollably. Yet, the blade halted a mere 5 centimeters from his eye. He gasped for breath, finally exhaling in relief as the spring knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Yikong released him, picked up the knife from the ground, and tossed it into the air, playing with it for a moment, revealing a hint of disdain. This worthless object would not even qualify for slicing fruits in his household. How could it possibly be wielded by a gang? It appeared that the underworld was lacking in capable successors. Brother Chong, are you alright? Yikong's movements were so swift that they rendered onlookers momentarily stunned. It was only after he released the man adorned with ear studs, referred to as Brother Chong, that his underlings hurried over to assess his condition. Brother Chang's complexion was a vivid tapestry of colors, akin to a painter's palette, as he forcefully pushed his subordinates aside, casting a dark glare at Yikong and inquiring, "Who are you?" "Me?" Yikong pointed to himself, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "I am merely a pitiful class teacher, toiling tirelessly for a group of unruly little rascals who, alas, do not even include me in their class group." Chapter 40. If your excellency cannot grasp reason, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. A class teacher? Yikong's response momentarily bewildered the 7 or 8 thugs present. What business do you have here? Are you simply bored? In stark contrast, the students of Class 3 in their second year wore expressions of uncontainable pride. Yes, this was indeed their class teacher. In the school, he could assertively reclaim mobile phones with a flair for the dramatic, while outside, he could deftly disarm thugs with bare hands. You're just a class teacher. How much do you earn? You'd best scram while you can. Otherwise, the weapons in our hands are far from blind. After the initial shock wore off, the thugs, seasoned in the ways of the world, could not be easily intimidated by Yikong. Brother Chang's remaining henchmen retrieved their weapons, electric batons, switchblades, and even fruit knives. Upon witnessing such an array, Yikong couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling a mix of sympathy and sorrow. Though these thugs engaged in bullying and were far from virtuous, they were still products of their upbringing. The reasons for their current state were manifold. Had they been blessed with decent parents and received a better education from a young age, they might not have ended up in such dire circumstances. The amount I earn is of no concern to you. However, you would do well to stow away those weapons. Should blood be shed, it would not end well for any of you. Have you ever heard of the consequences of winning a fight, ending up in prison, or losing and being hospitalized? If you face me, the likelihood is that you will find yourselves in both predicaments. Is it worth the agony? Is that so? Have you taken it upon yourself to educate us? The thugs, having just been threatened, felt as though the narrative had taken a bizarre turn, akin to a nonsensical tale where one boasts of killing without a second thought. Shut your mouth. Brother Chong, still seething from having his weapon taken earlier, was further incensed by Yikong's admonishments. He could not fathom that a single individual could best their entire group. Yikong cast a glance at him, remarking, "Cursing is exceedingly impolite." "Huh, who are you to dictate to me? Do you believe you can threaten my family? I can curse your entire lineage without fear. Brother Chang's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. Very well, Yi Kong extended his hand, gesturing towards the alley. Walk inside. What for? Brother Chang was momentarily at a loss regarding Yi Kong's intentions. However, he instinctively took a few steps into the alley. The remaining thugs hesitated for a moment before following suit, and soon, all their figures vanished into the depths of the alleyway. As Chang Gu comprehended the gravity of his actions and raised his gaze to glare at Yi Kong, his expression instantly solidified. Yi Kong had also entered the scene. The warmth of the setting sun faded from his visage, merging seamlessly with the dark, damp alleyway. The once gentle and innocuous face, devoid of expression, now emanated an aura as frigid as millennia-old ice. Particularly, his gaze sent shivers down one's spine. Don't come any closer. We have weapons in our possession. And not just one. The faint pain radiating from his calf left Chang Gu feeling uncertain, and his voice quivered slightly. Weapons. Yi Kong chuckled softly. Very well. If you refuse to heed reason, I shall demonstrate my proficiency in martial arts. With that, he sprang forth like a ferocious cheetah, launching a swift and violent assault. Bang! Before Chang Gu could react, a sharp pain struck his face, and blood gushed from his nose. Damn it! Is this how one conducts themselves in a fight? Just like that? He instinctively touched his nose, glancing at the crimson smear on his palm. Stepping back a few paces, he urged his lackeys. What are you all standing around for? Did you not see me being attacked? Hurry up. Damn it, stab him through. A few of his underlings exchanged glances. Rooted to the spot, their so-called weapons appearing less like instruments of aggression and more akin to tools of defense. This fellow was evidently not to be trifled with. Why didn't they take the initiative? Many silently grumbled, their gazes towards Yi Kong now filled with trepidation. Your leader has already been struck. Do you intend to share his fate? These petty thugs instilled fear in ordinary folk primarily due to their numbers, a ragtag assembly of aimless drifters rallying behind a so-called leader who only knew how to flaunt his bravado and engage in brawls. They appeared united and formidable, yet in truth, they were as fragile as scattered grains of sand. Now that their leader had been bested, they showed no inclination to avenge him. First and foremost, they sought to ensure their own safety. After all, if their leader fell, they could always find another. Yet if they were injured, their leader would not foot their medical bills. As for me, I possess ample funds. Yi Kong refrained from further violence, instead smiling at the remaining thugs. If you are as obstinate as your leader and fail to comprehend reason, I shall render you all incapacitated. All incapacitated? Huh, such audacity. However, observing his nonchalant demeanor, the thugs felt no amusement. He was indeed capable of such threats. In that case, you will find yourselves languishing in a hospital, while your families squander your compensation on lavish homes and cars. Oh, you shan't be bored. I shall arrange for you to share a hospital room, where you can converse about the swift internet speeds of the medical facility. What do you say? Shall we put this to the test? Though Yi Kong's tone remained calm, it sent waves of chill down the spines of the thugs, the last question causing their hearts to tremble. They began to exchange glances. This man seemed serious, and it appeared they could not withstand him. If they ended up in the hospital, it would be a swift turn of events for both friend and foe. Time ticked away, each second passing with a weighty silence. 1 minute later, one of the ruffians, with a clatter, tossed the fruit knife he had been gripping onto the ground. Chang Gu was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You foolish fool, did you truly believe their deception?" His agitation caused his nose to bleed profusely, and a metallic taste of blood lingered in his throat, rendering him a pitiable sight with blood streaming from his mouth and nose. No one paid him any mind. With one person taking the lead, a series of clangs followed, and soon an assortment of items lay scattered across the ground. Chang Gu glanced left and right, realizing the situation was slipping away, and his anger intensified the flow of blood from his nose. Yi Kong cast a glance at them and issued a command. Hands on your heads, crouch down. This was utterly humiliating. Though reluctant, surrender was the only option now. Advocating for human rights at this juncture was out of the question. Thus, the ruffians complied, placing their hands on their heads and finding positions along the wall, forming a line as they crouched down. Chang Gu looked around once more, feeling that this posture diminished his dignity as the elder. Unable to suppress his anticipation, he glanced toward Yi Kong, hoping for some concession due to his stature. Yi Kong, however, swiftly responded, "What? Is one punch not sufficient?" Chapter 41. An opportunity for redemption. Are you all right? After effortlessly handling the ruffians, Yi Kong turned his attention towards Su Ran, who stood in the shadows by the wall. The girl's eyes were red, glistening with tears that sparkled like stars. Alas, was she about to cry again? Yi Kong felt a mix of awkwardness and confusion, caught in a dilemma. Should he console her or not? Su Ran, are you all right? He inquired. Oh dear, it's all right now. We've come, haven't we? Our old class is truly formidable. Wasn't he that just impressive? Fortunately, several girls from class 3 of the second year quickly rushed in, alleviating Yi Kong's discomfort. They surrounded Su Ran, offering her tissues and comforting embraces. Su Ran soon transformed her tears into smiles. Thank you, everyone. What is there to thank? We're classmates. This is what we ought to do. Indeed. The students of Class 3, despite their lackluster academic performance and mischievous behavior that often exasperated their teachers, were undeniably warm-hearted and kind individuals. Even if she felt invisible in class, they had never bullied her, genuinely embracing her as a member of their community. It was Su Ran's own sensitivity that led her to isolate herself, rarely engaging with them. Observing the girls from Class 3 surround Su Ran in a heartwarming display. The ruffians crouched by the wall felt no such warmth. Their eyes collectively darted toward the alleyway. If they were to escape now, it would indeed be an opportune moment. What are you staring at? Planning to run? Not a chance. With Yikong backing him, Zhang Ming quickly straightened up, blocking the alley entrance without hesitation. His voice caught Yikong's attention. Yikong smirked. Though Su Ran was unharmed, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Accountability was still necessary. He approached the group of delinquents. As his long legs drew nearer, the young ruffians began to feel a sense of trepidation. To their dismay, they had yet to enact any mischief. Soon, Yikong halted before them. Their hearts fluttered, and they lowered their heads, daring only to steal glances at Yikong's shoes. Yikong, indifferent to the presence of these petty thugs, directly inquired, "You are Chong Ge, correct?" "Yes," he replied. "My full name is Yu Chong." "Who sent you here?" "Yu Jia." "So, she instructed you to come, and you complied?" "I need money, and she offered it." "What do you require the money for?" "To find a lady." "Oh, engaging in that line of work, are we?" Yikong raised an eyebrow. "With your intellect, you know where to find such services?" "Where is it?" Yu Chong answered candidly. "I didn't know at first. A friend took me there." "How did your friend come to know about it?" "Through gambling." "You gamble, do you?" "Yes. I only gamble when I have money. Without it, I'm not allowed in." "You seem to have sought various means to earn money. Besides receiving funds from Yu Jia, what else have you engaged in?" "Stealing batteries, committing fraud, providing security at bars." Very well, very well. Yikong smiled, squatting before him, urging him to raise his head and meet his gaze. Yu Chong reluctantly complied. "How about I offer you an opportunity for redemption?" "An opportunity for redemption? That sounds good. Here's the deal. Whatever Yu Jia instructs you to do to Su Ran, you shall do it. If you perform well, I will reward you." Yikong's voice was low and tempting, reminiscent of a siren's whisper. Yu Chong, without a moment's thought, nodded eagerly. Sure. I'll do it right away." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yikong struck him on the back of the head. Yu Chong, momentarily bewildered and with a trickle of blood from his nose, asked, "Why did you hit me?" "I already agreed. You lack resolve. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of bullying others." Yikong rose to his feet. "You need money, correct?" "Yes. How about I find you a job that provides meals, accommodation, and health insurance?" All right. Listening to Yikong's words, the students of Class 3 of the second year were somewhat perplexed. How could someone so incorrigible be offered a job with such benefits? It was astonishing to discover that their homeroom teacher displayed such benevolence. Then, they observed Yikong take out his phone and dial a number. "Brother, you know many people. Do any of them work in law enforcement? I have a third-class merit here." "Sure, I'll send you the address shortly." After a brief exchange, Yikong hung up, and the students finally comprehended that the promised meals, accommodation, and health insurance were, in fact, a way into the correctional facility. "Wow, you're quite impressive." After Yu Chong and his companions were taken away, most of the students from Class 3 of the second year gathered, with only the boarding students remaining behind. Witnessing Yikong's swift disarmament of the delinquents and his concise handling of the situation, Zhang Ning and others vividly recounted the scene, lamenting to the newcomers that they had missed an exhilarating episode. Simultaneously, they felt fortunate that Yikong had arrived. Otherwise, they would have struggled to handle those few rascals. With arms crossed, Yikong cast a cold glance at the group of unruly youths. "No matter how formidable you think you are, you cannot exclude me from the class group." The expressions on everyone's faces turned somewhat awkward. This group was established by the previous homeroom teacher, who promptly exited the group upon relinquishing his duties. They had indeed deliberately omitted Yikong from being added to the group. However, was it not merely a trivial matter? "Go ahead and make excuses. I am all ears," Yikong remarked, effectively silencing the crowd. Zhang Dong immediately nudged Zhang Ning. "Aren't you the group leader? Hurry and add our classmates to the group." Yikong shook his head, pulling Chu Chen along as he departed. "No need. It's better not to join this wretched group." Why did it seem that their homeroom teacher was so prideful? So, should they add him or not? "What are you doing?" Chu Chen, bewildered as Yikong dragged him into the car, questioned, "You aren't going to force me into physical training, are you?" But it was already so late. From Monday to Friday, not a single day can be missed. On what grounds? The mere thought of attending classes from Monday to Friday, in addition to undergoing physical training, made Chu Chen's head throb. Wasn't there still the weekend? "I want to rest on the weekend." "Chu Chen, is it true that you are so familiar with the old teacher?" The group was left in a state of confusion as Yikong sped away. leaving behind a cloud of exhaust fumes. Zhang Ning explained. Zhao Jinqing mentioned that the old teacher will conduct private physical training sessions with Chu Chen daily. He must have taken him for training. Private physical training? Upon hearing this, many felt a surge of discontent brewing within them. Why was Chu Chen receiving such exclusive treatment? It was utterly unfair for the homeroom teacher to play favorites. Chapter 42. The versatile Lao Dang Wow. Chu Chen, you are quite favored by the old teacher. Indeed. None of us old classmates ever received such special treatment. You've only been here a few days. What can we do? He possesses extraordinary skills and ambitious dreams. Unlike us who are merely a pile of rat droppings. Oh, that is too unfair. You, a pure lotus flower emerging from the mud, have to grow among rat droppings. The following morning, Chu Chen trudged into the classroom, burdened by heavy steps, only to be met with a chorus of sarcastic remarks from all sides. He stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame, incredulously gazing at them. Are you truly jealous of me? The crowd immediately denied it. Who is jealous of you? We are just feeling a little out of balance. If you were genuinely jealous, you should join me for special training today. I wouldn't mind. He suggested while limping toward his seat. Beneath his uniform pants, his calves trembled profusely. Damn it, this Lao Dang really doesn't treat people like human beings. If this continues for a few more days, what will I do on the weekend? I just want to lie in bed. Before long, Yi Kong entered the classroom just as the morning self-study bell rang. He rapped on the desk, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Before we begin our morning self-study, I have an announcement to make. He leaned on the podium, expressing his frustration. Yesterday, my car was ticketed for parking on the roadside, resulting in a fine of 200. This will be deducted from your class funds. Zhang Ning, feeling somewhat indignant and sarcastic, retorted, why should it come from our class funds? Certain individuals Haven T even provided us with specialized training. Yi Kong shot him a glance and replied, given that you excluded me from the class group, I received this information secondhand. I was unable to plan my route in time, which led to my failure to find a suitable parking space, hence the ticket. So, tell me, should this fine be taken from your class funds? Zhang Ning, exasperated, exclaimed, why is this again about the class group? Are we not allowed to discuss this? Your mindset is as narrow as a needle SI. Alright, if the class funds are to be used, don't you think you're being a bit biased? Chu Chen has special training, while the rest of us do not. As the class teacher, you should be treating everyone equally. The crowd murmured in agreement. Yes. This is unfair. Yi Kong tapped the table to regain their attention and then descended from the podium. This caused a wave of unease among the students. Oh no. Whenever Yi Kong steps down from the podium, it's never for anything good. What is he planning now? As the anxiety grew, Yi Kong began to speak. I believe you have a point. You are all my students, and the privileges Chu Chen enjoys should be accessible to you as well. Besides his morning and evening training sessions, he also has the right to request leave at any time, such as before competitions. His words ignited a commotion among the students. Wait, his treatment is that exceptional? Special training is one thing, but the ability to take leave at will is incredibly tempting. Wu Dongping immediately raised his hand. Teacher, I'd like to request leave to go home and rest. Teacher, I want to take leave to sleep. I'm so tired. Enough. Yi Kong banged the table once more, surveying the crowd. You certainly know how to take advantage, don't you? If you wish to earn such privileges, you must strive for them yourselves. How did Chu Chen secure such rights? I trust you all know the answer. He successfully challenged me. If you desire the same privileges, you are welcome to challenge me as well. Should you win, I will grant you that right. As his words settled in, a hushed murmur spread through the crowd. The privilege of taking leave at any time? I think it's worth a shot. Who will be the first to challenge? Where are the brave souls of our second and third year class? I believe it's high time we teach the teacher a lesson. He has been riding high above us for too long. In the corner, Chu Chen remained quietly massaging his legs, unfazed by the commotion. This old demon is formidable. Winning against him? Perhaps in another lifetime. Teacher, do you mean what you say? Zhang Ning was the first to inquire after 5 minutes of deliberation. One's word is one's bond. Very well. Now, find me privately if you wish to discuss this further. For now, let us focus on our morning self-study and memorize some English vocabulary. Finally, enduring the long wait until class ended, as Yi Kong exited the classroom, the students erupted into chaos. Gather, gather. Emergency assembly. Zhang Ning waved his hand, and everyone gathered around him, noticing his serious expression. Ever since confronting this formidable opponent, our class 2 to 3 has faced continuous setbacks. If this persists, our entire class may fall into a state of subjugation. Therefore, we must fight to secure the right to take leave whenever necessary. This initial battle is of utmost importance, as it directly affects our class's morale. Who shall we designate for this crucial task? His gaze swept across the hesitant faces before him, and seeing their silence, he felt a pang of disappointment. You all pride yourselves on being formidable, yet now, faced with a seasoned opponent, you shrink back? Zhang Gu, I believe we should first gather information and assess what this seasoned opponent excels at. We can then challenge him in areas where he is less proficient. suggested Feng Yukai timidly. Zhang Ning clapped a hand on his shoulder, acknowledging, what you said today holds merit. Let us summarize our findings. Zhao Jinqing spoke first, asserting his prowess in driving, particularly with motorcycles and sports cars. Du Yuqin stroked his chin in contemplation, adding that he was also adept in sports, likely excelling in ball games as well. Zhang Ning paused for a moment, recalling how skilled the opponent was at card games, having previously caught him cheating. Zhang Fengli proposed, Zhu Yurong, aren't you excellent at street dancing? How about we challenge him in that? No way, Zhao Jinqing immediately refuted. When we visited his home, I noticed a display case in his esports room filled with trophies from the National Street Dance Championship. Isn't Feng Man skilled at playing the piano? He has a grade 10 certificate in piano performance, someone chimed in. Then let us have Jin Shuezi compete with him in painting. Half of the paintings in his home are his creations. How do you know that? They are signed. After 5 minutes of deliberation, Class 2 to 3 suddenly realized that this seasoned opponent was nearly omnipotent. No wonder he spoke with such confidence. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, it was Song Ilian who broke the silence. Her newly developed smile revealed a confident and proud curve. A bunch of useless individuals, this time. Allow me to take the lead. You? What can you do? Everyone turned to look at Song Ilian, finding her words amusing. What skills did she possess beyond applying makeup daily? Hey, don't underestimate me. My makeup skills are unparalleled, with 30,000 fans on Zaihongshu and 40,000 on Douyin. How can I not hold my own? Are you suggesting a competition in makeup? Jin Shuezi hesitated, questioning the fairness of this challenge against our esteemed opponent. Oh, you, a mere peasant, are worried about the landlord's sustenance? Song Ilian's eyes sparkled with determination. He himself said he could be challenged. And there was no rule against challenging his makeup skills. Whether he could withstand it was his own concern. That is indeed a valid point, Zhang Ning remarked gravely. Looking at her, Song Ilian, our Class 2, 3's first turning point rests upon you. Confidently, Song Ilian signaled an okay gesture, as victory appeared within reach. Wu Dongping excitedly dashed to the podium, swiftly clearing the blackboard. In the center, he drew a large tombstone and inscribed the name Yi Kong upon it. Prepare to meet your end, old Deng. After their agreement, Song Ilian, brimming with confidence, marched into Yi Kong's office with a few friends to declare war. Just as they entered, Yi Kong emerged, holding a chemistry textbook. Teacher, I challenge you first, Song Ilian declared, tilting her chin defiantly. Would he accept? The youthful exuberance radiating from her collagen-rich face was vibrant, alive with the essence of fearless youth, more vivid and captivating than any masterpiece in the world. Yi Kong nodded in assent. All right. With that, he strode towards the classroom on his long legs. Song Ilian stood frozen for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Was his reaction so lackluster? She was declaring war on him. Hey, why are you acting like this? You agreed to my challenge. Yi Kong continued walking. Well, didn't I just accept your challenge? But you haven't even asked what I wish to challenge you with. Oh, what do you wish to challenge me with? Makeup skills. Song Ilian responded, eagerly awaiting Yi Kong's incredulous expression. Surely, no matter how capable a man might be, he could not possibly possess makeup skills. It would be best if he conceded on the spot to avoid the competition. Oh, Yi Kong replied with a single word, his expression remaining remarkably unchanged. Song Ilian stared at him in disbelief for several seconds. Is this it? Just this reaction? What are you all standing around for? Hurry back to your seats. Class is starting. Yi Kong strode into the classroom, prompting the students to obediently settle down. Yi Kong glanced at his chemistry textbook, retrieved a piece of chalk from the box, and turned to write on the blackboard when he noticed his own tombstone. His hand halted. The students below felt a wave of awkwardness, the atmosphere suddenly thickening. Had he forgotten to erase it in his moment of excitement? Would old Deng, being so petty, concoct some scheme against them? Surely he wouldn't be angry? Zhang Ning also felt that this prank had gone a bit too far. He shot Wu Dongping a look and said, Wu Dongping, how can you be the hygiene committee member if you leave the blackboard dirty? Go and clean it. Wu Dongping stood up, ready to wipe the board when he saw Yi Kong raise his hand in a gesture to stop. The early sunlight streamed through the window, casting a solemn glow upon his sharply defined features. In his customary gentle yet deep voice, he spoke slowly, his tone as calm and free as the tiny dust motes in the sunlight. I won't pursue who wrote this, but seeing this tombstone evokes a poignant thought. In a certain sense, this classroom is indeed a grave. He is my grave, entombing my dreams and infinite possibilities, transforming me from an exuberant youth into a dutiful teacher. In the days to come, I can foresee countless entries into this classroom, persisting until my twilight years. He is also your grave, burying your youth and precious freedom, clipping your wings and confining you to this limited space. Yet, I require a tombstone while you do not, for this grave marks my conclusion, but serves as the starting point for you, my 45 students. I sincerely hope that after you depart this classroom, you will surpass your predecessors and achieve remarkable feats. As Yi Kong spoke, The expressions on the students' faces shifted from initial awkwardness to profound emotion. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of guilt. In many ways, Yi Kong is indeed a commendable teacher. When all others turned away from them, even giving up on them, he never showed disdain. He consistently extended his hand whenever they sought assistance. However, they have repeatedly disappointed him, causing him heartache time and again. Do not feel guilty. I do not perceive this matter as significant, even considering it worthy of commemoration. I wish to photograph the tombstone you have drawn for me, so that if I ever find the need, I can utilize this design, with the inscription crafted by my students, a source of great pride. As Yi Kong spoke, he began rummaging through his pockets for his phone. After several attempts, he looked up. I left my phone in the office. Can anyone lend me theirs? Teacher, you can use mine. Du Yuqin stood up, approaching the podium and directly handing his phone to Yi Kong. Upon receiving the phone, Yi Kong's expression turned cold. Oh, so this morning's phone collection missed you, huh? What a surprise. Seriously, what is this about? You said it was just for a commemorative photo, not for collecting phones. Du Yuqin's face twisted in frustration. Just a moment, he added, but I'm quite puzzled. Where did you hide your phone? You conducted a thorough check during the morning study session. There shouldn't have been any oversights. That's not easy to say, Yi Kong replied. Swiftly delivering a light slap to the back of his head, his tone suddenly sharp. Speak. Du Yuqin, feeling helpless, responded. You asked me to say it. Just give me the phone first. I'll demonstrate, or you'll think I'm deceiving you. Yi Kong handed the phone back to him. Once he had the phone, Du Yuqin promptly removed his school uniform jacket, preparing to take off his short-sleeved shirt as well. Yi Kong grasped his hand. Are you trying to be inappropriate in front of all these people? Fine. Du Yuqin relented, abandoning the idea of undressing. Yet he still rolled his short-sleeved shirt up to his chest. His well-defined pectorals resembled two perfectly shaped buns, their contours sharp and full. The boundaries between the muscles strikingly apparent, exuding a sculptural beauty. Soon, he placed his phone between his pectoral muscles, where it was securely held. All right, I understand now. Yi Kong took the phone down. His expression remained composed, yet he could not suppress his inner thoughts. Damn it, his pectorals are even more developed than mine. He must have undergone some sort of enhancement. Chapter 44. Do you think that just because I am dead, you need not study? Du Yuqin returned to his seat. Feeling dejected. Such sincerity wasted. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Kong rapped on the blackboard, drawing everyone's attention back to it. Did you really believe that when I die, I would want a gravestone designed by you? I fear being laughed at for eternity. The earlier sentiments of the students dissipated instantly. Listen, how could the mouth of one with a score of 36 utter such cold words? Ah, well, I am a teacher after all, here to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Yi Kong casually closed the chemistry book, retrieved a piece of chalk from the box, and began to transform the gravestone depicted on the blackboard. Though it was merely a few strokes, it was a dramatic improvement over the previous gravestone. A solemn and dignified monument sprang to life on the board. Look, now this resembles a true gravestone. What you created was utter nonsense, unworthy even for a dog. Yi Kong tapped the blackboard and then, preparing to erase his name, cast a glance at Wu Dongping. Wu Dongping, you ought to practice your writing. It resembles a dog's scribble. Suddenly called out, Wu Dongping's pupils widened in shock, panic flooding his expression as he stared at Yi Kong, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he possibly know? Did you think I was unaware just because you didn't admit it? How many people witnessed you just now? Yi Kong chose not to dwell on the matter, briskly erasing his name before continuing. The structure of a gravestone typically consists of three parts: a heading, the main text, and the signature. The heading reflects the deceased's position or occupation, while the main text specifies the epithet and name of the deceased. The signature must also be included, detailing the identity and name of the inscriber. For instance, if you, Wu Dongping, were to erect a gravestone for me, it should be inscribed as follows. He began writing on the blackboard with deliberate precision, and soon, a series of vigorous and powerful characters appeared. Here lies Yi Gong, also known as Kong, former Minister of Education, Chief of the Science Department of the Zhenghong Flag, recipient of a Master degree, triple champion of the International Art Competition, Level 10 pianist, Level 8 in English, and senior national athlete. Under Yi Kong's transformation, the previously crude gravestone was instantly revitalized. Those bold characters radiated vitality and strength, making it hard to fathom that chalk could possess such tension. The students below stared at the lines of text, rendered speechless, as unspoken emotions surged within them, fermenting and spreading. Ah, I intended to write a signature, but there's no room left. Take heed, when erecting my gravestone, ensure it's a large one, lest there be too many titles to fit. The familiar scent of narcissism lingers on. Furthermore, with the gravestone in place, there arises a need for eulogies, couplets, epitaphs, and memorial texts. Among the esteemed disciples of Confucius, there were 72, and our class boasts 45. Surely, the disciples composed their verses for him in the Analects, and others must do the same for their masters, right? The atmosphere in the classroom grew notably somber. Song Yilyan, wide-eyed and incredulous, pointed to herself. Wait. Do you mean for us to write for you? Indeed, Yikong replied, a smile gracing his features as he surveyed the class. Is this too much to ask? The students collectively thought, isn't this rather difficult? Before this lesson, they could hardly distinguish between eulogies, epitaphs, and memorial texts. Not to mention they hadn't even memorized the analects yet. Now, they were being asked to write. Why not just hand them a knife instead? Teacher, it's not that we refuse to write, but we simply lack the ability. It's exceedingly challenging. They lamented. Please, have mercy. Why not let Wu Dongping write alone? It's all his fault. Wu Dongping stood up abruptly. How can you all be so disloyal? We promised to die on the same day. We only said we'd die on the same day, but we never agreed to take the blame. While he had drawn the gravestone, they too were complicit. Yikong, with a touch of compassion, proposed, let us simplify this. Given your evident lack of skill, we shall forego the eulogies, epitaphs, and memorial texts. Instead, each of you will write a couplet. 2 stipulations accompany this task. First, no online plagiarism is permitted. Your words must come from the heart. Second, the couplets should extol the virtues of your teacher, highlighting his integrity and noble character. And remember, he stands at 188 centimeters. Do include that detail. The last remark earned him a plethora of disdainful glances. However, the task of crafting a couplet seemed manageable. At worst, they could muster a few flattering phrases. Why must these requirements be so demanding? Zhao Jinsheng from the front row muttered. Especially the heartfelt bit. If I were to express my true feelings, you might as well prepare for my demise. Yikong raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Nothing. I was merely contemplating how to adequately describe such a magnificent teacher as yourself, he replied. Good. Take your time. I shall wait, Yikong responded. Glancing at the clock, 10 minutes remained until class concluded. Let us proceed with the lesson, shall we? I understand that composing couplets may be daunting. So I shall present you with a chemistry problem. Those who answer correctly will be exempt from writing the couplets, and today as homework. He called Wu Dongping to the front to erase the blackboard, then inscribed the words granite, marble, limestone, sandstone, and bluestone, followed by a colon. He tossed the chalk aside, stating, these are common materials used in gravestone fabrication. If any of you can provide the chemical formula for one of these, you will be relieved of both the couplets and today as homework. Silence enveloped the room. Theoretically, they ought to know these formulas, yet none could respond. After a minute of silence, Yikong sighed and turned to write the chemical formulas himself. You lot, with barely an ounce of knowledge to spare, yet you wish for my demise daily. He suddenly raised his voice. Do you think that just because I am gone, you no longer need to study? These chemical formulas are today as assignment. Copy each one 20 times and memorize them. I will conduct a check tomorrow morning. Those who fail the check will have to attend physical education class. Yikong smiled. Those who do not pass will join us for gym class. If other students had heard about attending gym class, they would surely have jumped for joy. However, after enduring a nightmare, Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping, who had suffered from leg pain for 3 days and dared not bend their knees, turned pale at the thought. Not gym class again. What is it? Is it merely writing a couplet? Is it simply copying chemical formulas? Is it just memorizing chemical formulas? Memorize, just memorize. Chapter 45. She bullies my students. Let her go. That old dang is too much. How many characters does this couplet even have? Just write a few more. It's not like it can hurt, right? It's just like writing an essay. Better to write more. Finally, when the bell rang, Yikong walked out of the classroom, feeling refreshed. However, chaos erupted the moment he left. Ever since Yikong arrived, although they had lost their phones, novels, and other forms of entertainment such as mahjong, playing cards, and Go, one must admit that their academic lives had become increasingly vibrant. It was all that old dang's fault. In Yi Rushie's office, she was engrossed in the documents from above when the door was flung open, and a file bag was tossed onto her desk. You little rascal. Do you understand what politeness means? Without lifting her head, Yi Rushi knew who was responsible for this. Her unruly, spoiled brother, no one else. Sister, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to fuss over such formalities. Yikong casually shut the door and pointed at the documents on the desk. Although a smile lingered on his face, it was laced with a chilling edge. She bullies my students. Let her leave. It was rare to see Yikong in such a state. The moment he spoke those words, an aura of aggression seemed to emanate from him. Yi Rushi was taken aback, feeling both alarmed and surprised. Initially, she had only intended for her reckless brother to serve as the homeroom teacher, thinking it would be a case of using magic to defeat magic, but he had unexpectedly taken a stand to defend his peers. She glanced at the documents on her desk. Although somewhat surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. Such incidents of campus bullying occurred in every school. Even though Langhua High School maintained strict regulations, occasional occurrences were not unusual. After all, in every pot of porridge, there is bound to be a grain of mouse droppings. She nodded. I understand. I will handle this matter. For the sake of the school's reputation, Yi Rushi intended to address the situation discreetly. She picked up the phone, preparing to discuss it with the head of education, when she noticed Yi Kong still lingering in her office. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Is there something else?" "Well, there's one thing I would like to ask for your help with." "Oh." Yi Rushi decisively set down the phone in her hand, a smile playing on her lips as she straightened her posture, never expecting that one day her beloved younger brother would seek her assistance. "Why don't you ask dad and brother? They spoil you far more than I do. This matter is of no use to them." "Sis, are you really up to this? I find it all rather awkward." Upon returning home, Yi Kong sat before Yi Rushi's vanity, staring at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily at a loss for words. The disheveled wig atop his head and the largest dress Yi Rushi owned clung tightly to his muscular frame, while his face was painted a ghostly white, accented by 2 patches of ruddy blush on his cheeks. No matter how one looked at it, it was quite the eyesore. Yi Kong never imagined he could appear so unsightly in his lifetime. Yi Rushi, stifling laughter, attempted to explain, "Although I am a girl, I have no experience in applying makeup on boys, so please bear with me a little. How can you expect me to face anyone looking like this? Don't worry. I've hired 2 professional makeup artists who specialize in transforming men like you into women. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Yi Rushi innocently blinked. "I just wanted to try it out." "Try what? You were just seizing the opportunity to make a fool of me." Yi Kong held his breath, waiting for the 2 makeup artists to arrive, and thankfully, they showed up within 10 minutes. It was evident that the 2 artists were not particularly professional. Upon their first glimpse of Yi Kong, they burst into laughter. Yi Kong's expression darkened. "What are you laughing at?" The first makeup artist struggled to suppress her chuckles, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, sir, I just recalled something amusing." "What was it?" "My wife is divorcing me." "Why are you so happy about your wife leaving you?" "Everyone's situation is unique. This is a joyous occasion for me." Yi Kong turned to the other makeup artist. "And what about you? Why are you laughing?" "I'm sorry, sir, I also thought of something funny." "What is it?" "His wife is divorcing him too." "Are you so pleased because his wife is leaving him for you?" The makeup artist could no longer contain her laughter. "Excuse me, where's the restroom?" Yi Kong, brimming with frustration, awaited the makeup artists to finish their work. They proceeded to remove his makeup, then began applying wigs, contouring, moisturizing, foundation, eye makeup, and lip color. After more than 2 hours of meticulous effort, during which he was forbidden to move, Yi Kong could only squint his eyes, fighting off sleep. At that moment, he found himself admiring the tenacity of those girls who endure such a lengthy and intricate process of makeup application every morning. It required a considerable amount of faith to maintain such a routine. Finally, he heard the makeup artist's voice, causing him to startle awake. Opening his eyes to gaze into the mirror once more, for a fleeting moment, he believed he was hallucinating. The girl reflected in the mirror possessed a cascade of chestnut curls, her face exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of an unfolding Eastern painting, every inch imbued with delicate grace. Her skin was as fair and luminous as the finest porcelain, exuding a delicate sheen. Her lashes were long and lush, each blink reminiscent of the gentle flutter of butterfly wings, light and enchanting. Most captivating were her lips, a soft rose hue, full and elegantly contoured. When they curled into a slight smile, it was an expression that danced between innocence and subtle allure. "Wow!" Yi Kong exclaimed, touching his face in disbelief. Despite the 2 makeup artists appearing somewhat unreliable, their aesthetic sensibilities were undeniably impressive. With a visage like hers, how could one not be moved? Any man would find it impossible to resist. "Well done." Yi Kong expressed his satisfaction, generously tipping them 10,000. "I would like to hire your services for a week." "Your satisfaction is our honor," the 2 makeup artists replied, equally pleased. Firstly, Yi Rushi's offered price was several times above market value. Secondly, they enjoyed creating looks for Yi Kong. Although there were slight differences in facial structure between genders, the principles of beauty remained universal. Yi Kong possessed exceptional bone structure, and his features were in perfect proportion. By softening his masculine traits with makeup, they could easily achieve a remarkable effect. After changing into a different outfit, Yi Kong turned before the mirror, sensing that something was amiss. His eyes caught sight of a plate of apples on the nearby table. He approached, taking one in each hand and tucking them into his clothing. Perfect. To test the look, Yi Kong descended the stairs. Downstairs, Yi Ling was in the living room, wearing reading glasses while perusing a financial newspaper. Upon hearing footsteps on the stairs, he instinctively turned around, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Since when had a beautiful woman appeared in their home? Moreover, she seemed oddly familiar. "Father," Yi Kong instinctively called out, altering his voice to a perfect blend of intellect and gentleness. Yi Ling sprang to his feet, dropping the newspaper in surprise. "Calling me Dad? Does that mean you're going to be my future daughter-in-law?" Though the timing of the address was a bit premature, he found it quite gratifying. With 3 children, 2 of whom were over 30 and still single, he felt a unique sense of worry. "Well, I don't quite know if you're my eldest girlfriend or my youngest," Yi Ling remarked, causing Yi Kong to pause in surprise. In that moment of distraction, Yi Ling noted her height, which was strikingly above average, and slapped his thigh. Oh, I apologize. You must be my daughter's girlfriend. Yi Kong was taken aback by his father's imaginative leap. He walked over and returned to his natural voice, calling out, Dad, you're a man? Yi Ling exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. That's good, that's good. Although your preference is quite unique. At least you found someone of a different gender. Yi Kong fell silent once more. Dad, I am Yi Kong. 2 minutes later. Yi Ling held Yi Kong's hand in the living room, gazing into each other's tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless by emotion. It's all right, my son. Having such a hobby is not a bad thing. After all, your father supports whatever you choose to pursue. All right then. I will broadcast live at 10 o'clock this Friday night. Dad, you must watch. You're going to stream again? What a disgrace to the Yi family. This is quite unbecoming. Perhaps fueled by a sense of anticipation, the week passed unusually quickly, and soon it was Friday night, following the conclusion of evening study sessions. The students of Class 3 in the second year of high school rushed out of their classroom in a frenzy. The class group chat instantly buzzed with excitement. In this battle, victory is the only option. Song Ilian, are you ready? I bet old Deng is destined to lose this time. Song Ilian had been silent in the chat for a long time. After nearly an hour, she finally dropped a link into the group. Come in and witness what a sweet and stunning performance from Hashimoto Kana looks like. Soon, all the members of Class 3 made their way to the live broadcast room. Wow, Sister Lien is amazing. So kawaii. Old Deng is definitely going to lose. On the screen, there appeared a face that bore a resemblance to Hashimoto Kana, though one could still discern traces of Song Ilian's features. Her delicate, petite face was adorned with bright, light brown eyes, a straight nose, and full lips, radiating with an energetic vitality. Tilting her head slightly, she smiled, revealing a set of pearly white canine teeth, exuding the charm of an idol. Such a Song Ilian drew the admiration of her classmates. This is not mere makeup. This is a transformation. From a 45-degree angle, she looks exactly like Hashimoto Kana. Old Deng must be dumbfounded. In the live broadcast room, facing the camera, Song Ilian adjusted her posture, her tone infused with unparalleled confidence. I have studied this makeup technique for several days, striving for both resemblance and essence. In truth, Song Ilian was not particularly striking, and her face had its share of flaws. Her reputation as a goddess at school was entirely attributed to her makeup skills. Why hasn't our teacher made a move yet? The nuances of makeup artistry are not easily comparable. So they had previously arranged to each host a live stream and compete head-to-head. Within the stipulated time, the one with the higher PK value among passers-by would be deemed the winner. At this moment, Song Ilian was ready to go live. Yet Yi Kong still showed no signs of activity. Thus, she dispatched someone to urge him to log on. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping shared the live stream link in their own spaces, and many curious students from Langhua High School flocked in. Hashimoto Kana Ilian, my goddess, my goddess, my goddess. So beautiful, even I, a girl, admire her. Is our school about to produce a new internet celebrity? Feeling quite shy? Song Ilian mimicked Ming Mei's tone as she gazed at her classmates flooding into the live stream. With her hands clasped together and a pitiful expression directed at the camera, she exclaimed that she was no internet celebrity. Today's live broadcast was merely a friendly competition with their homeroom teacher. She urged everyone to show their support. Her charming demeanor was enchanting, yet what truly astonished her audience were her words. Competing against their homeroom teacher? The teacher of Class 3 of the second year? Is this for real? Of course, it was real. The old teacher would be online shortly, so there was no need to fret. And she reminded everyone to send her a few gifts. The comments in the live stream were rolling in rapidly. Wow, Class 3 of the second year is really something. The teacher is even getting involved in this. In contrast, our homeroom teacher wouldn't even dream of doing a live stream with us. If he knew I was idly watching this live broadcast, he would surely come bursting through the internet to interrupt me. What kind of grades does Class 3 of the second year have that they could even compare with us? In the live stream, seeing her popularity grow slowly and realizing Yi Kong was still absent, Song Ilian decided to showcase her talent. My homeroom teacher hasn't arrived yet, so I'll sing a little lucky song for everyone. Soon, she began playing the accompaniment of Little Luck, as the piano and guitar unveiled the essence of youth. Her sweet voice gradually filling the space. I hear the raindrops fall on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing, but I cannot hear your voice. Earnestly calling my name. Song Ilian's tender voice was imbued with the essence of youth, perfectly encapsulating the innocence of friendship and love during adolescence. It was as if a naive girl was softly recounting the bashfulness of her secret crush, the bittersweet emotions of first love, and the satisfaction of encountering him again. The feelings of missed opportunities, growth, and nostalgic sighs resonated deeply with many in the live stream. When I fell in love with you, I didn't understand feelings. It was only in parting that I realized how profound it was. You were the luck I wished to hold on to the most. We were once so close to love. Her naturally flowing voice created a profound sense of immersion, allowing many to find their reflections within the song. The comments section was filled with numerous gift effects. 666. So, turns out Song Il-yin sings beautifully. It seems our class is bound to win. But where is the homeroom teacher? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Chapter 47. Seamless transition from lowly voice to mature voice. An absolute kill. Song Il-yin, resembling Hashimoto Kanna with her makeup and possessing a sweet, immersive singing voice devoid of technicality, captivated not only her schoolmates, but also many passersby. The popularity of the live stream soared. In reality, Yikong had been lurking in the live stream, ignoring the messages urging him to hurry online. The main reason was that his makeup wasn't finished yet. He had been in front of the mirror for nearly an hour, fussed over by two special makeup artists. However, it must be noted that Song Il-yin's makeup skills were indeed impressive. If it were a straightforward comparison, he would undoubtedly fall short. Fortunately, he had the financial means to support his appearance. All right, sir. Upon receiving the connection request, Song Il-yin, having just finished her performance, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at the sight of the prominent title class teacher. She swiftly accepted the request. In that fleeting moment, the barrage of comments surged wildly. I thought old Deng wouldn't dare to show up, yet here he is. I, the Huahua version of Kanna Hashimoto, shall mercilessly challenge the class teacher. Let me see what old Deng has in store this time. Soon, the screen connected. The audience before their screens fell into a deep silence as they beheld the figure within the live stream. A face with smooth and distinct lines appeared. The woman's profound gaze seeming to penetrate the souls of onlookers, glimmering with an enigmatic light. The slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes radiated allure and cunning. Her elegantly arched brows combined beauty with a hint of vigor. Her wine-red, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, reminiscent of a nocturnal fox, wild and enticing, imbued with an alluring danger. This was undeniably the visage of a perfect seductress. Both her demeanor and features were impeccable. Some bewildered viewers in the livestream mistakenly assumed that Yikong was female, with comments rolling in that expressed fervent admiration. It seems that cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. A captivating female teacher. How delightful. Is there a ruler? Might I be chastised with it? However, the once vibrant class 23 of the second year fell collectively silent. If their memories served them correctly, their class teacher was supposed to be male, right? Even Song Il-yin experienced a brief moment of stupor, tentatively calling out, "Old class?" Although merely a single syllable, the deep, resonant tone unmistakably belonged to a man, and a familiar one at that. Indeed, it was their class teacher. In contrast to the shock felt by class 23, the casual viewers in the live stream were even more astounded. What? A man? Today, I have learned that I am not as superficial as I thought. My affections are not bound by gender. This is exhilarating. A captivating male teacher. Take that. What on earth? Even Yikong himself was taken aback. He had only uttered a single hum, and suddenly, his previously sparsely populated livestream began to swell with viewers. These individuals certainly had peculiar tastes. Yikong was not accustomed to such broadcasts. Had it not been for his commitment to fulfill a promise, he would never have ventured into live streaming. Thus, he decided to expedite matters. He initiated a 5-minute PK challenge against Song Il-yin. In this 5-minute span, whoever achieved a higher PK value would emerge victorious. Yikong's presence and the audience's reaction instilled a profound sense of urgency in Song Il-yin, who had previously felt supremely confident. To secure victory in this competition, she seized the initiative by launching into a rendition of Ailey's. Although she sang for 4 minutes, establishing an early lead in PK value, Yikong remained unruffled, resting his chin in his hand as he observed her performance, mentally critiquing her delivery. Several notes were off-key, revealing a lack of talent in singing. As Song Il-yin concluded her performance, she gazed at the data with satisfaction when Yikong spoke. His tone was soft and laced with an air of flirtation, an immediate bombshell. Are you comparing your charm to mine? You should retreat at once. My stockings are silkier than yours. In live streaming, contrast is essential. With a wild yet enchanting visage, he juxtaposed a delicate voice with a commanding presence, creating an exquisite auditory and visual disparity that was utterly irresistible. Yet, in the next moment, Yikong's voice shifted dramatically, adopting a sultry, mature timbre. I can catch fish in my net. Indeed, I am invincible. Who embodies the cunning fox in this hunter's theme? The sudden transition to a mature tone sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. Wow. A male teacher with a captivating aura using both a lowly and a mature voice in a comparison. This is overwhelming. Who would have imagined that a man could ensnare me with such a beguiling voice? In 3 seconds, I demand all the information on this individual. Which school does he belong to? I truly adore academia. Hurry, shower him with gifts. I declare that I will live on instant noodles for a year. Observing the comments, Yikong smiled gently and switched his voice once more, adopting an innocent yet teasing tone. My skirt is shorter than hers, my dance more captivating. And I know how to play the game. Which version are you? The flood of comments intensified. Not only were the viewers in the live stream captivated as if they'd unearthed a treasure, but even students from class 2 and 3 were swayed. One couldn't blame their wavering loyalties. After all, their cunning teacher not only possessed a stunning visage, but could also charm with his voice. Who could resist? Honestly, even I find it hard to resist our teacher. Is there anything he cannot do? Help, this is too delightful. Amidst the cacophony of excitement, Yikong once again switched to a playful tone. With a slight lift of his brow and a gaze filled with playful disdain, the viewers experienced an exhilarating high. The dance floor lights shine too brightly. Love demands to be expressed loudly, but I cannot stay out too late. Alas, my parents keep a watchful eye. In a mere 5 minutes of PK time, Song Ilian spent 4 minutes singing, overshadowed by Yikong's 30 seconds of rap. The barrage of gift effects on the screen rapidly elevated Yikong's PK value, soon surpassing Song Ilian's, reducing her PK bar to nearly invisible. With a decisive clap, the lively atmosphere subsided as Yikong ceased the music and the live stream returned to tranquility. The PK results were revealed, displaying victory beside his avatar. Without a doubt, he had triumphed in this contest. Sighing in the live stream, Song Ilian lamented, believing that her resemblance to the charming Hashimoto Kanna, combined with her sweet voice, would undoubtedly defeat Yikong. To her dismay, she was utterly crushed. Chapter 48. The entire network of teachers went crazy. Why the sigh? Observing the pitiable expression of Hashimoto Kanna on the screen, Yikong reverted to his original tone, wearing a stern countenance. Although you have lost, you are the first to possess the courage to challenge me. Asking for leave at any time is certainly out of the question. However, this time, the homework assigned for Friday can be somewhat reduced. In the barrage of comments, students from Class 2 and Class 3 of the second year fervently expressed their thoughts. How could we possibly defeat you when you're so twisted? From the very beginning, you never intended for us to win. Song Ilian dedicated so much time to perfect her makeup and practice her singing for this competition. And now you say we can do less homework? Old Deng is utterly heartless. Just wait. I will surely defeat you and rub your face in the ground. In the confines of the live stream, they were all using their online aliases, rendering Yikong unable to associate names with faces. Thus, he freely voiced thoughts he would not typically express in front of them. Supporting his chin with his hand, he scrolled the mouse. As he glanced at the displayed IP address, a slow smile crept across his lips. The live feed showcased his captivating, enchanting smile, yet his words tightened the nerves of those behind the screen. To the student Jiang, who called me a pervert, I shall not mention your full name, but your homework for this weekend will be doubled. When Monday arrives, I will personally check it. Failure to comply will result in a detention during gym class. Jiang Fengli, who had been grinning widely with her mouth agape, suddenly found her smile frozen. The straw she had been holding falling with a thud onto the table. However, she had no time to dwell on it. How could old Deng possibly know I am Jiang Fengli? Could my information have been leaked? But I didn't disclose any personal information on my account. To the student Wu, who referred to me as old Deng, you shall be solely responsible for grading the homework on Monday, while the other 3 will enjoy a break. Wu Donping, upon hearing his name, was left utterly dumbfounded, his lips twitching in uncertainty of whether to laugh or cry. This old Deng is too exaggerated, isn't he? If I had known, I wouldn't have said a word. This mouth of his. And to the student Du, who declared he would rub my face in the ground. Do you prefer gazing at the floor or the ceiling? Do you favor the floor, or do you prefer the ceiling? Du Yuqin stood in bewilderment for quite some time, only realizing the implication after glancing at the barrage of comments. Sister, 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 he prefers to look at the ceiling. Shouldn't you be calling him Appa? Appa. He likes gazing at the ceiling. Goodness, this train is moving too fast. Isn't it inappropriate for a homeroom teacher to treat students this way? The comments scrolled rapidly. Yikong leisurely explained, Du, on Monday, you will accompany me to the sports equipment room for practice. If you prefer looking at the ceiling, you can lie down and take the beating. If you prefer looking at the floor, you can crouch and endure it. The barrage erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Caught talking bad about the teacher. Huh? I can totally get behind a teacher like this. What kind of divine teacher is this? It makes me, a graduate of over 10 years, want to return to school. All right, that was just a joke. We shall end here for today. Make sure to do your homework well over the weekend. Each of you is so intelligent that little bit of homework will hardly pose a challenge. Yikong sighed, thinking about the headache he would face while grading their assignments otherwise. Just moments after being schooled by Yikong, Du Yuqin jumped in to reveal a truth. Class teacher, all the assignments were graded by us, you know? Yikong readily admitted. Indeed, it was precisely because I found grading them so exasperating that I called upon you all. Each of you copies the homework, but fails to comprehend it. When one makes a mistake and draws a slanting line, you all follow suit without understanding. When someone writes around the earth for a week, you write around the earth for a week. I need not elaborate on who committed such an error. He glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Just as he prepared to end the live stream, he noticed a familiar ID in the chat arguing with a passerby. Why should I care what you say? One user remarked. As the head of the Yi family, I must intervene when you speak of my son in such a manner. One must possess decorum. The other user retorted, you're saying the host is your son? Who lacks decorum now? To which the head of the Yi family replied, the host is indeed my son. System message, the user has been muted by the moderator. Initially, the barrage of comments went unnoticed amidst the clamor. But in the next moment, not only did the mute notification appear, but Yikong's resigned voice echoed in the live stream. Dad, it's so late already. Hurry and go to bed. Aren't you tired? I'll sleep after watching your stream, came the reply. What a revelation. The host's father was indeed the top supporter, having donated an impressive 20,000. While his son hadn't earned even 10,000 in that session, his father had effortlessly contributed twice that amount, leaving him at a net loss of 10,000. What a father. More like my future father-in-law. Yikong ended the stream, initially thinking it was merely a casual session spent entertaining students. During the live stream, he had only about 10,000 viewers, and half of the gifts were from his father. A minor form of cheating. However, the aftermath of this stream proved quite substantial. The following day, as he scrolled through short videos, he stumbled upon himself. A particular account had posted a compilation of his live stream, which quickly went viral. Numerous marketing and new media accounts began to edit and share it, spiraling out of control. Moreover, his private messages were inundated. There were offers for advertising collaborations, influencer incubation companies eager to sign him, requests for interviews, and even propositions of monetary compensation. In essence, he was approached by all sorts of individuals. He chose to ignore them all. Yet, he remained unfazed, while many other teachers, similar to him, were not as fortunate. Teacher, come quickly and learn. Students exclaimed, this is how other teachers do it. If you could sing, dance, and rap, I would study diligently. After watching the video, a group of teachers fell into collective silence. When did this world become so absurd? These are teachers? A bunch of mischievous students, and they dare to watch. Didn't they wish for such teachers when they were in school? Of course, they existed. Certainly, the teachers at Langhua High School were not spared either, as they too encountered the viral video, observing Yikong's exuberance on screen. Although many teachers privately knew about the change of the homeroom teacher for Class 3 of the second year, no one expected such an abstract character to take the role. Is this a case of fighting poison with poison, or is Class 3 of the second year destined to spiral further into decline? It seems that Class 3 is utterly doomed. Alas, the standards for teachers have truly diminished. Anyone can now assume the role of an educator. Chapter 49. May I borrow your classroom window? Is it really him? I can hardly tell. As the new week commenced, Yikong stepped into the school and was immediately met with a chorus of curious glances from all directions. Several girls from other classes even made a special detour just to catch a glimpse of him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Am I really that handsome? Teacher Yi. As he was on his way to his classroom, he encountered the mathematics teacher from the same office, who approached him to greet him and subtly advised him not to take the chatter of others to heart, as they merely spoke thoughtlessly. In truth, most teachers at Langhua High School were rather serious in demeanor, and while Yikong's videos were popular among students, many teachers deemed his conduct unbecoming, even cringeworthy. This was particularly true among some of the older educators at the school, who held strong reservations about him. Had it not been for the dire situation in Class 3, they would likely have sought to dismiss him already. However, the mathematics teacher, knowing Yikong's good nature and his consideration for fellow educators, was acutely aware that only he had the capability to manage the unruly students of Class 3. He feared that if Yikong were to leave in frustration, it would plunge them back into a nightmare. Yikong smiled slightly, acknowledging, yes, I understand. After all, he was a person who had lived 2 lifetimes. He certainly wouldn't let such remarks affect him. Soon, he entered the classroom. Teacher, you're amazing. Is that really the person from the live stream? Hey, have you ever considered dressing as a woman for class? I believe that would motivate me even more. As soon as he appeared, the students of Class 3 swarmed around him. Yikong playfully slapped Kai Jia on the back of his head, chiding, you're quite thirsty, aren't you? But you really look good dressed as a woman. Teacher, we didn't get enough from the live stream. Please show us just once, and we promise to study hard. For the prospect of their male homeroom teacher dressing as a woman for class, many were willing to go to great lengths, even promising to study diligently. After all, the mere thought of their male teacher dressing in women's attire was thrilling. They could boast about it and stand a little taller. Oh, you've learned to make promises now, Yikong chuckled. Class is about to start, so return to your seats, and I'll consider it. Consider what? You are the most virtuous teacher in the entire school. Yes, for our education, isn't that just a matter of integrity? Let it go? It's not just empty promises, I assure you. A throng of students surrounded Yikong, refusing to leave, which began to irk him, when suddenly, a breathless voice from the doorway called out, Teacher, quick, something serious has happened. Yikong sensed something was amiss and cast a quick glance at Zhu Yurong, asking, what is going on? Jean Shuezi. She wants to jump off the building. Chu Ting was on the verge of tears. This morning, I walked with her, and she cried the entire way. Shortly after entering the school, She claimed she needed to use the restroom and left, leaving me bewildered. What should I do? Upon learning that Jin Shueji intended to jump, Shu Ting's first instinct was to seek Yi Kong, and she hurried to the classroom. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Zhu Yurong, who in the class was unaware that he and Jin Shueji were a couple. Why would she even consider jumping? Zhu Yurong was equally shocked and incredulous. I interrupted him. No need for explanations. Did you have a fight with her or something? Why would she want to jump? I don't know. I just felt it was pointless and ended things with her. Zhu Yurong was also anxious. Song Ilian's piercing gaze fixed on him. Did you cheat on her? The mere mention of infidelity caused the other girls in the class to cast him lethal looks. Zhu Yurong was nearly overwhelmed by the accusation. Cheat. I was merely practicing street dance over the weekend. She kept asking me to go out, and I found it uninteresting, so I broke up with her. Besides, you all know my character, right? Indeed, after more than a year of school together, the class was aware that Zhu Yurong was not the type to act recklessly. He had received affection from many girls, but had never betrayed anyone. He had been with Jin Shueji for a year and had never taken advantage of her. Then why aren't you rushing to persuade her? All right. Zhu Yurong was just about to step out of the classroom when Yi Kong pushed him back with a firm hand. Just then, the class bell rang. You all focus on your studies. I will handle this. With that, he instructed Chu Ting to lead the way. Chu Ting guided Yi Kong to the rooftop terrace. Initially, the school's rooftop was locked for safety, but later it was opened to promote extracurricular interests among students. Featuring a small astronomical observatory. Although the terrace had railings, they were not particularly high. Jin Shueji had already climbed over the railing and was standing outside it, refusing to let anyone approach. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will jump. Her fragile form swayed precariously in the wind, instilling fear in everyone present. Fortunately, it was early self-study, and the school's management was strict. The students had already gone to class, leaving no onlookers. Just as Yi Kong arrived, Yi Rushi followed closely behind, glaring at him as her first reaction. Confused by the glare, Yi Kong thought it unjust to be blamed for the situation. However, he did not dwell on it. The priority was to ensure Jin Shueji's safety. Chu Ting, go talk to her and distract her. Remember, don't mention Zhu Yurong. It might provoke her. Chu Ting was anxious and bewildered. What should I say? Say whatever comes to mind. With that, Yi Kong dashed down the stairs. The teaching building had 6 floors. He reached the classroom closest to Jin Shueji and burst in. The teacher, currently engaged in a lesson, momentarily froze upon seeing him. I apologize for the interruption, but the situation is dire. May I borrow your classroom window for a brief moment? I shall offer my apologies later, Yi Kong uttered as he approached the window. Before the students and the teacher could fully comprehend the meaning of his words, he abruptly flung open the classroom window, vaulted over, and leapt outside. His appearance was akin to a fleeting dream. From entering the classroom, speaking, to jumping down, the entire sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds. The teacher at the podium dropped her chalk, bewildered, and inquired, did someone just jump out of the classroom window? Indeed, the students nodded in silent agreement. The teacher then dashed towards the window in a frenzy. Why on earth must he jump here? Can't he find anywhere else? And then he plans to apologize afterward. As if that would suffice. Chapter 50. Is it hard to believe that one is still alive? The entire class rushed to the window. However, below, there was no sign of him, only an expanse of desolate greenery. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, and they looked upwards. The man extended his hand. Leveraging the air conditioning unit to scale the wall, his veins bulging, his body pressed tightly against the surface to avoid drawing the attention of Jin Shueji atop the building. Noticing their heads peering out, Yi Kong lowered his gaze, his eyes sharp as arrows, inducing a tightening sensation in their hearts. He then gently shook his head, signaling them to remain silent. Instantly, the entire class felt as if they were under his control, instinctively holding their breath. Divert her attention. Do not mention Zhu Yurong. Speak freely, Chu Ting urged, her mind a muddled haze, with only Yi Kong's words echoing repeatedly. She surged to the forefront of the crowd and shouted with all her might, even breaking her voice, Jin Shueji, hear me out. At least let me finish speaking before you jump. Perhaps her fervent tone caught Jin Shueji's attention, as she turned her gaze toward Chu Ting, her lips beginning to move. I believe that Lu Zhishan should not have ridden a shared bicycle during his 3 encounters with the Whitebone spirit. For a forced outcome often leads to the Chekhov's gun effect, which is quite detrimental to the aeration of red wine, don't you think? Jin Shueji, who had been awaiting her words, suddenly raised an eyebrow. The director of education and other teachers stood frozen, mouths agape, their expressions contorted with anguish. Good heavens! What kind of day is this? One is threatening to jump, while another seems to have lost their mind. Yi Rushi felt utterly despondent. If Jin Shueji dared to leap from this place, her tenure as principal would come to a catastrophic end. She truly wished to avoid returning home to inherit the family business. Thus, testing the speed of smoke bombs at home while donning a level 1 helmet is akin to studying the explosive potential of a litter of piglets with a Klein blue sweater. Could this possibly be the doing of Chow Chow? Chu Ting continued. Jin Shuezi, unable to tolerate her ramblings any longer, interjected, "What on earth are you saying?" Shu Ting replied candidly, "I am rambling nonsensically. And why is that?" "Because I was sent by the old class to deliver this message." "You were sent just to say this?" "He instructed me to divert your attention, to speak freely without mentioning Zhu Yuro." As soon as Zhu Ting finished her words, Jin Shuezi seemed to be triggered by the mere mention of Zhu Yurong, her entire being suddenly ablaze with agitation. "Bring Zhu Yurong to me. I must see him. Let him come. If I don't see him within a minute, I swear I will jump." She was precariously perched on the railing. With only half a foot on the edge, and in her excitement, her body swayed dangerously. The head of the guidance office panicked and shouted, "What on earth is that pig? Hurry up and fetch him." "Yes, yes, quickly go get him." Just as the guidance director and the teachers were in a flurry of activity, they caught sight of Jin Shuezi slipping. Her instinct for survival compelled her to grasp the railing, but her excitement had made her palms sweat, and coupled with the iron railing being utterly non-slip, she found herself tilting backwards at a rapid pace. Scenes flashed before her eyes like a kaleidoscope, and the sound of screams filled her ears. Yet, she felt herself merging with the wind, lifted by its embrace. "Zhu Yurong, then let us meet in the next life." "In the next life? I hope you will love me well." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time trickled by. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and Jin Shuezi opened her eyes in disbelief, questioning her own existence. Before her stood a familiar, chiseled face. Yikong asked, "Are you unable to believe you are still alive?" One hand gripping the railing, the other supporting Jin Shuezi's back, he swiftly flipped over and caught the back of her clothing, narrowly saving her from falling. Yi Rushi, the head of the guidance office, along with numerous teachers, rushed over, looking at Yikong as though he were a savior. However, their gazes toward Jin Shuezi were far less benevolent. Though there was concern in their eyes, it was overshadowed by reproach. After all, such reckless behavior in school could lead to significant consequences. Jin Shuezi quietly shrank behind Yikong, her head bowed in silence. Yikong glanced at her and said, "Everything is fine now. You all go handle other matters. I need to speak with her." "What more is there to say?" "Just go handle other matters." A teacher voiced discontent, but was promptly silenced by Yi Rushi. The group of teachers retreated from the rooftop, leaving only Yikong and Jin Shuezi. Golden rays pierced through the clouds and cold mist, illuminating the rooftop. The girl leaned against the railing, gradually sliding down until she slumped to the ground, burying her head in her knees. Soon, low sobs escaped her. Having brushed so closely with death once, she lacked the courage to step over that railing again. Yet, the suffocating pain was unbearable. Yikong leaned against the railing and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. "Hey, do you know what I just did while I was next to you?" Halfway through the cigarette, Yikong suddenly spoke. Jin Shuezi did not respond. Yikong continued, "Just now, while I was smoking, the wind came to smoke with me. I think the wind must have its own troubles too. Yet, what right does he have to smoke my cigarettes while burdened with his own troubles?" Thus, I began to act whimsical. A few moments later, Jin Shuezi emitted a sound that transformed her tears into laughter, not forgetting to tease him. Remarking how cold his jokes were. Whether they were cold or not was inconsequential. What mattered was their effectiveness. Yikong also settled beside her, flicking the ash from his cigarette, and asked if she still wished to cry. If she felt the need to weep, she might continue. He had a particularly frosty joke stored away for her. "No more tears. If you refrain from crying, that's sufficient." Yikong took a drag from his cigarette and opined, "At your age, engaging in romantic relationships is quite normal. If we were to rewind a few centuries, you'd be old enough to run errands. However, in every endeavor, one must remember to leave themselves an escape route. When faced with the predicament of a breakup, one must learn to analyze the situation." Jin Shuezi lifted her head, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. "A breakup is simply a breakup. What is there to analyze? Is it because I did not perform well enough? That certainly warrants analysis." She promptly retrieved paper and pen from her bag, declaring, "Teacher, please share your thoughts. I shall record everything you say. Do you know what I intend to convey? Just write it down. Aren't we analyzing my issues within this relationship?" Jin Shuezi pondered deeply. Was it the snacks I bought him that he grew tired of without me replacing them? Was my frequency in reaching out too excessive, leading to his annoyance? Or perhaps my failure to assist him with homework recently has caused him displeasure. Listening to Jin Shuezi, Yikong found his desire to smoke dissipating. His gaze wandered, fixated on the phrase love-struck emblazoned across her attributes. "System, come forth. Present host. Can I exchange my talent enhancement card for an attribute modification card?" Despite being bound to the system, Yikong had never utilized the talent enhancement card provided to him. He understood that such a card was akin to cheating. If he were to apply it to just one individual and offer a modicum of guidance, it would be effortless to cultivate a prodigy. Even if each person received one card, it would undoubtedly yield significant improvement for them. Yet, Yikong refrained from using it. He had never wished to evaluate his students solely based on their innate talents. He recognized that contemporary society was increasingly impatient, favoring those who appeared intelligent and gifted at first glance. Yet, in reality, those who ultimately achieve greatness often begin with stark differences in their inherent abilities. If one were to crudely judge merit solely based on talent, it would be a gross misallocation of potential. Nevertheless, Yikong found himself yearning for an attribute modification card. Jin Shuezi's love-struck demeanor was notorious, instilling dread in many. Thankfully, this time she encountered no mishaps. Perhaps even the specters of fate had no desire to claim her. That is not possible, host. Regrettably, the system delivered an unyielding rejection, advising, please do not squander your energy on trivial matters. Focus on enhancing your students' performance. So this system may accrue points for upgrades, thus catering to your greater needs. Life and death are inevitable. Why concern oneself with trivial matters? Yikong twitched the corner of his mouth and queried, system, you surely must be single. Those in love ultimately find their companionship, while the solitary witness the scene. Apologies. The system is undergoing an upgrade. Could you perhaps make an exception and provide me with a card to alter attributes? Regrettably, the system is in a dormant phase. Please accumulate points to awaken it. What a charade. When it truly matters, even the system falters. Yikong felt quite helpless. Very well, allow me to narrate a story, and we shall analyze the issue thereafter. Jin Shuezi nodded. All right. In the land of opportunity, there exists a shelter for cats and dogs, where approximately 3 million animals enter annually. Yet, only a mere fraction finds a home. The shelter surmised that the lack of adoptions stemmed from insufficient publicity. Thus, they intensified their promotional efforts, urging the public to adopt more, yet the results were disheartening. The number of abandoned pets remained high, and the shelter was perpetually busy. After profound contemplation, the shelter's director realized their approach was misguided. The root of the issue lay not in the scarcity of adopters, but rather in the excessive number of abandoners. If everyone refrained from abandoning their pets, the problem would dissipate. Subsequently, following an investigation, the shelter began offering free vaccines and food to pet owners, effectively reducing the likelihood of abandonment. Jin Shuezi listened, bewildered, as Yikong concluded the story. Utterly perplexed about his intended message, Yikong patiently guided her. The issue you face is that Zhu Yurong wishes to break up with you, correct? Yes, she replied. What was Zhu Yurong's role in your life? He was my boyfriend. Thus, you desire a boyfriend, do you not? Indeed. Let us clearly define the problem. You seek a boyfriend, hence you do not wish to part ways with Zhu Yurong. Observing the growing confusion in Jin Shuezi's eyes, Yikong's smile deepened. With the problem delineated, the next step is to explore solutions. Your current approach is to employ various means to win him back, even contemplating extreme measures, such as jumping off a building. Allow me to propose an alternative. How about finding another boyfriend? Upon hearing the suggestion of a new partner, Jin Shuezi immediately shook her head, eager to express the profundity of her love for Zhu Yurong. Yikong, with a smile, interrupted her. Hold on. We are merely at the second step. There remains a third step to consider, making a judgment. Now, two choices lie before you. One is to win back Zhu Yurong. The other is to find a new boyfriend. Winning Zhu Yurong back may lead to success or failure. Should you succeed, you might face another breakup, and should you fail, you could resort to extremes again. Conversely, seeking a new boyfriend is clearly a favorable option, as it could divert your attention, enrich your experiences, and help you emerge from the shadows of your past relationship. Yet you are reluctant to pursue this course. Jin Shuezi attempted to speak several times, but was continually interrupted by Yikong. Yikong extended 4 fingers, now arriving at the final step, executing the optimal choice. Optimal choice? Jin Shuezi appeared bewildered. What was the optimal choice? I have already mentioned that one must leave a path for retreat. I have analyzed the 2 proposals for you. The first option leads to a deadlock, yet you are willing to pursue it. The second option, while beneficial for you, is one you are reluctant to embrace. Yikong's tone dripped with temptation, so why not execute both? Fish and bear's paw are, at times, not entirely unattainable. All right. A glimmer of realization sparked in Jin Shuezi's previously vacant gaze. Why hadn't I thought of that? Who should I choose as my second boyfriend? That shall be your next objective. Understood. After an ultimate coaxing session, Yikong felt a significant depletion of his brain cells, yet the outcome was relatively satisfactory. At the very least, Jin Shuezi was no longer contemplating self-harm. However, there remained numerous matters to address, although the situation did not precipitate any severe consequences. When Jin Shuezi ascended to the rooftop, intending to leap, someone had already dialed the emergency services to organize a rescue. Thus, the matter could not be concealed. The school notified Jin Shuezi's parents, conducted a comprehensive responsibility assessment, and arranged for psychological counseling for her, ultimately leading to a formal report on the incident. To minimize the impact of this occurrence on Jin Shuezi, Yikong, as the homeroom teacher, had to navigate through various departments. Teacher Yi, your agility is remarkable. It would be a pity not to become a physical education instructor. Although only one class witnessed the scene of Yi Kong climbing to the rooftop to bring Jin Shuizi down, the news had spread widely. Hence, whenever he attended to matters in different departments, he inevitably became the subject of onlookers. Yi Kong felt somewhat helpless, wishing to be a physical education teacher himself, but regrettably, no student would likely desire to attend his class. Teacher Yi, you must engage in extreme sports, right? Of course. Otherwise, how could I possess such skills? Extreme sports are perilous. You ought to set a good example for the students. What danger? That is called bravery. Haven't you heard that the brave enjoy the world first? Indeed, the brave savor the world first, while the audacious often depart it prematurely. Regardless of what was said, there were always teachers with varying opinions. Yi Kong turned a deaf ear, glancing at the notification on his phone regarding a mandatory meeting for teachers in the academic building, feeling particularly exasperated. What is the purpose of this meeting? He sent a message to the instructional director, inquiring if he could take a leave. The principal has specifically called for your attendance. Anyone else may take leave, but not you. Chapter 52. Men, after all, have those few days every month. Love letter update. Teacher Yi, wake up. When Yi Kong awoke from his slumber on the auditorium desk, most of the teachers who had come for the meeting had already left. It was the kind-hearted Chinese teacher from his class who roused him. He wiped his mouth, relieved that it was finally over. Indeed, I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? He yawned, walking outside with the Chinese teacher. All right then. The good news is that an opportunity for promotion has arisen. Oh, this is certainly not good news for Yi Kong. He had thought teaching a group of unruly children would be a simple task, yet it has proven to be quite the ordeal. No more sleeping in. He must address their rebellious tendencies, attend to their mental well-being, and clean up after their messes. In truth, he has a fondness for cats and has been feeding a litter of strays near his home. However, he has never named those cats. Yet, he refers to these students in class 2 to 3 as little rascals. The unfortunate news? A public class meeting is scheduled for this Friday, where all school leaders will be visiting each class, and it is rumored that higher authorities will be in attendance. The Chinese teacher raised an eyebrow at him, saying, Teacher Yi, do perform well. Ah, indeed, this is quite disheartening news. So, was this the reason the homeroom teacher spent so long talking with you? Today, Yi Kong was nearly invisible as he busied himself in class. They finally caught their breath. At the very least, they no longer had to worry about him barging in with a basin and stick while they were napping. As for Jin Shuizi, she was determined to jump off a building in the morning, yet by the afternoon, she seemed completely unbothered. Zhu Yurong had avoided her all day, and her normal demeanor left him perplexed. Curiosity got the better of Chu Ting, Song Ilian, and others, who sought out Jin Shuizi to inquire about what the homeroom teacher had said. She honestly recounted Yi Kong's words. Upon hearing this, a question mark appeared above Song Ilian's head. Was this about teaching Jin Shuizi to raise fish? No, the homeroom teacher merely stated this. Just as Chu Ting was about to voice a challenge, she was nudged by Song Ilian, prompting her to quickly amend her statement. The homeroom teacher is right. Indeed. Just then, she turned around to find Yi Kong standing at the doorway. However, it may have been her imagination. He seemed to have a rather displeased demeanor today. As evening study commenced, why were they still not returning to their seats? The group promptly settled back into their chairs. Yi Kong glanced at them before moving to inspect the classroom's cleanliness. Well, the floor was free of litter, the windowsills were dust-free, and it was relatively tidy. Even the blackboard had been wiped down. He cast a look at Wu Dongping, who tightened nervously. Damn, why did he feel as if he had survived a catastrophe? The cleanliness was satisfactory, and he had no time to oversee discipline today, nor had any teachers complained to him. The students silently watched Yi Kong circle the classroom twice, their intuition telling them something was amiss. In fact, their instincts were correct. By the way, I haven't yet reviewed the couplets you were supposed to write for me last time. Feng Yukai, please go to the office and bring me the submitted couplets. We will read them during tonight's study session. After days of not hearing Yi Kong mention the couplets, they had thought he had forgotten. Soon, Feng Yukai returned with the couplets in hand. Yi Kong's expression was scarcely more pleasant than those couplets. He picked up the first one. Weep for Yi Kong. Weep for Yi Kong. Yi Kong is no more. Who shall bear the heavy burden? Born as a homeroom teacher, died as a homeroom teacher. What becomes of the homeroom teacher thereafter? Only upon witnessing the achievements of his students can he finally rest. After he finished reading, astonishment flickered across the faces of his classmates. This elegiac couplet was truly a masterstroke. Who would have thought that such a literary genius resided in their class? Kai Jia instinctively straightened his back, thinking to himself, with such a splendid composition, surely they wouldn't dare to criticize him now? In the next moment, Yi Kong stood before him, looking down with an air of authority. What do you call me? Class teacher, he replied. What do you call me in the elegiac couplet? Yi Kong. And the deceased me? The questions grew increasingly absurd, and Kai Jia, who had been brimming with confidence, now felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The deceased Yi Kong. The response was so ludicrous that the students couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of thought process could conjure such a bizarre answer? With a swift motion, Yi Kong threw the couplet at Kai Jia's face. Is it so difficult to address me as your esteemed teacher, even in death? You can't even comprehend what you copied. Go back and revise it. I want you to copy it 100 times and submit it tomorrow. Ha ha ha. You've killed me with laughter. Finally, someone could no longer contain their amusement and laughed openly. Yi Kong shot a glare at Li Hao, who was laughing the loudest. Next, let us hear yours. He rummaged through the papers until he found Li Hao's elegiac couplet. Unfortunately, the young master has met an untimely demise. You should know that the old teacher is a hero. Untimely demise? Yi Kong's expression darkened. You need to clarify your words today. Who has met an untimely end? Li Hao, with a pained expression, explained, Teacher, it's the elegiac couplet, the elegiac couplet. I asked you to extol my virtues, and instead you imply I am short-lived. Cursing the class teacher? That's an even graver offense. You shall copy it 200 times. The others dared not laugh. Sitting upright with faces flushed from suppressing their amusement, Yi Kong casually picked up Jiang Fengli's couplet and continued reading. A paragon in the past, a model for future generations. Renowned throughout history, benefiting one's hometown. Jiang Fengli cast a nervous glance at Yi Kong, wondering, surely this must be flattering, right? It couldn't be wrong, could it? However, Yi Kong furrowed his brow. What kind of paragon? What model? Why should you be renowned? Can't you articulate these clearly? Tonight, you shall write an essay titled My Teacher. The true paragon, no less than 1,000 words, with genuine emotion, and furthermore, the physical description must not be less than 500 words. 10 minutes later, Yi Kong had read through all the elegiac couplets. The expressions of the students mirrored the weight of the couplets themselves. Yi Kong felt considerably better. After all, they were all in the same class. It simply wouldn't do for this group of little rascals to cause him trouble without him giving them a bit of a challenge in return. Well then, for the upcoming evening study session, I shall not assign anything else. You may work on your homework. Feeling somewhat uplifted, Yi Kong exited the classroom, leaving it buzzing with activity. Wow, has the old teacher gone mad today? Well, you know how it is. Every month, there are a few days like that. But I have to copy it 100 times. 100 times? What are you complaining about? I have to copy it 300 times. Zhao Jinsheng pulled out 3 pens, grimacing as he began to write. If only I had 20 fingers, I could use 12 pens at once and finish in no time. You're truly hopeless. What am I going to do about my essay? Chapter 53. Meals and Hunger. The theme of this class meeting revolves around nurturing children's mental health. And esteemed leaders have been invited to attend. Should they bestow their commendations, it would undoubtedly facilitate the process of evaluations for promotions and such. Consequently, the homeroom teachers are placing great importance on this gathering. They have dedicated countless nights to preparing PowerPoint presentations and even enlisted the assistance of subject teachers, striving for innovation, brilliance, and unexpected creativity. On the other hand, Yi Kong intends to merely make a few remarks, believing that a few words on mental health will not significantly impact the children. Conversely, the mathematics and Chinese language teachers from the same office are notably enthusiastic, persistently presenting him with various ideas. They suggest titles such as the worry-free grocery store, which he dismisses as inadequate, while he finds the concept of simulated life more appealing. As the two educators continue to fret over the meeting, their zeal far surpasses Yi Kong's indifferent responses. He has been nonchalantly responding with until around 11:50, when he finally lifts his gaze from the novel he has been absorbed in. Logically, his lunch should have arrived by now. Why is it still delayed? He sends a message to his father. Yi Ling, meals, hunger. His sister promptly replies with an image depicting Yi Kong's lunchbox, wherein he is seen eating with a spoon. Confounded, Yi Kong inquires, then what shall I eat? Your sister advises you to dine at the cafeteria, comes the reply. Standing up, he retrieves a cafeteria meal card that had been prepared for him long ago, but had remained unused. Dining at the cafeteria it is, as there is no reason to let him go hungry. After a half period of discussion from the Chinese and mathematics teachers, they finally notice his engagement and eagerly inquire. Have you decided on a theme, Teacher Yi? Yi Kong nods, albeit without a specific theme in mind. However, it is time for lunch. 5 minutes later, the trio finds themselves in the school cafeteria, collecting trays and queuing at the serving window. As he observes the plates of seemingly healthy yet insipid dishes devoid of any richness, Yi Kong falls into contemplation. Is this what you typically consume? He asks, his brow furrowed in confusion. Having never lacked for money in either his past or present life, he can hardly fathom this standard of fare. His only experience with the cafeteria was during university, and he has not returned since. Faced with this distinctly inferior quality compared to university dining, he struggles to comprehend the situation. The mathematics and Chinese teachers, however, are quick to understand his bewilderment. It's quite normal for a young master like you not to have experienced this before. While it may not appear appetizing, it's quite palatable. Why not try a few dishes? Reluctantly, Yi Kong selects a couple of dishes. Just then, a throng of ravenous students from class 23 of the second year rushes into the cafeteria. Old class, Wu Dongping exclaims, astonished to see Yi Kong in the cafeteria, seemingly for the first time. However, the swarm of students offers him little time to ponder, and he swiftly darts into the crowd, leaving behind only a fleeting remark. Greetings, esteemed instructor, and farewell. The echoes of our conversation linger, yet the individual is no longer present. Is there truly a need to vie for such meager sustenance? Yi Kong returned to his seat with a tray, but after a few bites, he found the meal utterly insipid. He decided to rise and survey the dining habits of the second-year Class 3. Observing them relishing their bland fare with gusto, Yi Kong could hardly restrain himself. He stood up and exclaimed, "What is there to enjoy? Stop eating." The bewildered students of the second-year Class 3 lifted their heads in confusion. Stop eating? Then what shall we have for lunch? In the next moment, Yi Kong provided them with an answer as he made his way towards the kitchen. I shall prepare it for you. He is going to cook? Watching Yi Kong's figure, their appetite diminished, and suddenly the food on their trays seemed far less appetizing. Though their families were reasonably well off, Langhua High School maintained stringent regulations, prohibiting snacks from being brought to school. The school lacked a vending shop, and to enforce this, the head of the teaching department frequently conducted random inspections at the school entrance. For the second-year Class 3, the inspections were always thorough. Thus, the meager snacks they risked bringing were insufficient, compounded by the fact that they were at a crucial growth stage, leaving them with no choice but to rely on the school cafeteria. When options are limited, the cafeteria still holds a certain appeal. Can our homeroom teacher really cook? What can't he do? The meals he prepares must be delightful. In fact, I find myself quite eager. Then let us refrain from eating for now and save our appetites for the teacher's meal. Indeed, I will cook. Yi Kong entered the kitchen, conveyed his intentions to the kitchen staff, donned an apron and chef's hat, and began rummaging through the freezer. The kitchen staff, bewildered, were unsure whether to intervene. After a brief phone call for guidance, they received the response to leave him be and return to their tasks. However, it was Yi Kong who sought them out first. Where's your pantry? Show me to the pantry. He stood before several large freezers in the kitchen, his face reflecting discontent. What is all this? We have no pantry. The ingredients for the students' meals are delivered each morning, and this is all that remains. Is this it? Yi Kong gazed at the verdant contents of the freezer, wondering if there were at least some poultry or fish. The kitchen staff looked at him in confusion. For instance, chicken, duck, fish, or beef and lamb. Never mind. I shall make do with what is available. With a sigh, Yi Kong opened the freezer and began washing and preparing the vegetables. Cooking, despite his lack of experience, was not entirely foreign to him. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to understand the basics. It was merely a matter of focusing on the aesthetics and flavors. He ignited the stove, tossed a generous handful of greens into the pan, and as the vegetables wilted, he commenced seasoning. Oil, salt, vinegar. Suddenly, as he poured in the vinegar, the flames surged high, almost singeing his bangs, startling him into swiftly placing a lid over the pan. Fortunately, he had prior experience with human interaction. Otherwise, he might have met his demise today. In the kitchen, Yi Kong was in a flurry of activity, utterly oblivious to a shadowy figure at the back door who, upon witnessing his fluid movements, scurried away. Zhang Dong, returning from gathering intelligence, began to animatedly describe the scene. Our homeroom teacher is incredible. When he was stir-frying, the flames shot up high. You wouldn't believe it. I've seen professional chefs do it just like that. It's impressive. Quick, quick, what's on your plates? It's not fit for a dog. Hurry and dispose of it. Soon, we shall feast on the grand meal prepared by our esteemed teacher. With that, he took the lead in clearing the plates. Chapter 54. Silence during the feast done. An hour and a half later, as class time approached, Yi Kong finally emerged from the kitchen. You lot, join the tables together. You there, come and serve the dishes. He directed the students from classes 2 and 3 to assemble the tables, while also beckoning the kitchen staff to bring the food to the table. Ultimately, 6 large platters appeared, each mysteriously covered. Zhang Ning, unable to contain his excitement, rushed to lift the lid, only to be lightly smacked on the wrist by Yi Kong's chopsticks. What's the rush? One hand on the lid, after all my hard work. Should I not introduce the dishes first? Ah, right, of course. They were all eager to hear about the meal. Cooking requires a balance of color, aroma, and flavor, with color being paramount. Therefore, the first dish is. The crowd leaned in, gripping their chopsticks tightly, ready to pounce as soon as he unveiled it. Seeing that he had whetted their appetite, Yi Kong was pleased. He dramatically lifted the lid. Today's first dish is celery stir-fried with strawberries. Done. Not bad, right? The moment the lid was removed, revealing a vibrant array of red strawberries alongside green celery, the faces of the assembled diners froze in disbelief. What on earth is this? A chorus of hesitant voices filled the air as they held their chopsticks aloft, uncertain of whether to advance or retreat. You first. No, you're the class monitor. You go first. As the class monitor, I'll go last. In an unspoken agreement, they all displayed their virtue of humility, deferring to one another. Yet no one dared to take the first bite. Yi Kong glanced at them, exclaiming, "What are you all waiting for? Dig in. There are more dishes to come. Indeed, more dishes await. Teacher, let us finish the introductions before we commence." Zhang Ning, pushed to the forefront, cleverly urged Yi Kong. Yi Kong found merit in his suggestion. Very well. He swiftly began to describe the second dish. Now, this one is truly remarkable, an exceptionally robust dish. I can assure you, no one has innovated upon it as I have. You all know that before making braised pork, one needs to caramelize sugar, right? That is for the delightful flavor it imparts. However, though delicious, it's not the healthiest option. Therefore, I sought a compromise, allowing the meat to maintain its flavor while providing you with a distinctive culinary experience. His words flowed with elaborate flair, yet the audience had grown skeptical. As expected, when the lid was lifted, a dish of sweet and sour beef with sugarcane was revealed. The crowd gaped at the unblinking cow, the silence deafening. If they are guilty, let the law punish them. Why, oh why, must Yi Kong not only serve as their homeroom teacher, but also possess culinary skills? This is indeed intriguing. Yi Kong's gaze swept over the assembled individuals, who immediately nodded in agreement, praising his creativity. Alas, it is a pity that you do not pursue a career as a chef, dear teacher. Shall we move on to the next dish? Yi Kong felt quite pleased with their response. The third dish, stir-fried corn, carrots, enoki mushrooms, and black fungus. The fourth dish, snow vegetable stir-fried pumpkin. The fifth dish, tofu stewed with orange peel. The sixth dish, cabbage and pig liver soup. Teacher, we're not that hungry, haha. Yes. We've already had our fill. Class is about to start. We should head there first. By the time Yi Kong finished introducing all the dishes, the crowd had already retreated to the cafeteria door. Let them go hungry. It is their misfortune to trust in Yi Kong's culinary prowess. Class. Yi Kong stood before the table, still holding the lid, and said, "All right, we shall have physical education this afternoon." 3 seconds later, everyone was seated around the table, reluctantly picking up their chopsticks to face the spread before them. Compared to physical education, this was not inedible. Surely, it isn't poisonous? Eat quickly. Yi Kong crossed his arms, watching them, almost ready to assist in serving the dishes himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a boy passing by and casually pulled him over. "Which class are you from?" The boy was small and dark-skinned. His school uniform faded to a pale hue, a rarity in the school. After all, students are in a phase of growth, and new uniforms are typically ordered each year. The boy, caught off guard by Yi Kong's call, appeared both surprised and anxious, as if a secret had been uncovered. Typically, at this time before class, students would have finished their meals and returned to their classrooms. The cafeteria should not be so crowded today. "I'm from class 1. Class 1, huh? You haven't eaten yet?" I got delayed by something. There's hardly any food left in the cafeteria. Luckily, I made quite a bit. Come eat with us. Yi Kong was not one to be stingy, and he pulled the boy over to join the meal. The students from class 3 were eager for someone to help share the food and promptly seated him at the table. Come eat. "Yes, we're from class 3. Class 1 and class 3 are like family, so feel free to eat without reservation. Sit by me." Song Ilian gently pushed aside others, took the boy's hand, and seated him beside her. "Come, I'll serve you some food." With that, she placed a pair of chopsticks filled with strawberries and celery before him. The group watched him with eager anticipation. The boy, feeling a bit embarrassed, took a bite. Immediately, someone inquired, "How does it taste?" "Quite good," he replied honestly. "The celery is crispy, and the strawberries are sweet and sour. This dish must be quite expensive, right?" He always arrives last to the cafeteria, and it is his first time witnessing a teacher personally preparing meals for students. The table is laden with dishes he has never encountered before. Delicious? Surely not. Zhang Dong exaggeratedly gaped, having just taken a bite of beef that nearly sent him reeling. How could anyone praise this food? "Well, it does taste quite good." The boy nodded in affirmation. The others, as if discovering a treasure, swiftly began to serve him more food. "Come on, if you find it tasty, indulge a little more. This is specially prepared by our homeroom teacher, a unique offering, unparalleled." They encouraged. "Look at you, so thin and short. You should eat more nutritious food." Within 5 seconds, his bowl was piled high with food. At school, he rarely encountered such warmth from his classmates, and his eyes quickly glistened with tears. "Thank you," he murmured softly, bowing his head to eat swiftly. Although he had never tasted such dishes before, and their flavors seemed somewhat peculiar, he indeed felt like an unwitting fool. Zhang Ning leaned closer, curiously inquiring, "Do you really find it delicious?" Chapter 55. Your entire class cannot compare to a dog. When Yi Kong returned from the restroom, the boy had already devoured 2 large bowls of food. Yet, everyone continued to kindly serve him more. "Have some more. I see you haven't had much good food. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. I've never seen you in the cafeteria. Do you always come last for meals? And your clothes are patched, really? Can't you afford a new uniform?" They surrounded the boy, not just observing his eating, but also bombarding him with questions, as if he were a fascinating new toy. Coming from well-off families, they had always been cherished, and even those who were less favored had never been denied financial support. For them, it was incomprehensible why someone would find such unpalatable food enjoyable, or why someone would rather patch their clothes than buy new ones. Never considering that some families could not afford new garments at all. After all, the price of new clothes was merely equivalent to the cost of purchasing a couple of skins in a video game for them. As the boy continued to eat, he sensed their disdain and condescension. He chewed his food with effort, his expression becoming increasingly awkward. The reason he chose to eat after everyone else finished was to avoid such encounters, but some situations are unavoidable. Half of the students in class 2 to 3 felt that their remarks were excessive, yet ultimately, they chose silence, caught between their classmates and a stranger. Have you had enough? Yikong approached with a serious expression, gently patting the boy's shoulder. We will clean up here. Class is about to start, so you should head to your lesson. The boy hurriedly expressed his gratitude and left. The others remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Tian Qingyang, seeing the boy depart, continued to laugh. This individual is truly intriguing. Wealthy enough to pay tuition, yet unable to afford clothing. How much could clothing possibly cost? Who knows? Perhaps he squandered all his money. Where could it have gone? The class is about to commence. Dear instructor, we must take our leave. After a brief exchange, the students from class 3 of year 2 prepared to depart. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a table hurtled from the side and collided forcefully against the cafeteria entrance, producing a deafening sound. My goodness! The crowd recoiled in shock, staring at the table in disbelief. Had it struck a person, it would surely have rendered their leg useless. Only one person in the vicinity possessed the strength to propel a table so far. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yikong. Standing still, he remained silent. His lips pressed tightly together, his gaze towards them alien and distant. What had transpired? The sudden emergence of this expression on Yikong's face left everyone bewildered. How could he transform so drastically from his previous self? Surely, they had done nothing wrong? Or was it that he resented their lack of appreciation for his cooking? Yet, they could hardly be blamed for that. His dishes were unpalatable. I truly cannot comprehend this. After nearly a minute of silence enveloped the cafeteria, Yikong finally spoke. His eyes scanned each individual present, the chill emanating from his gaze sending shivers down their spines. Why have you become such individuals? Yes, you do not fit the mold of traditional good students. You possess an array of cunning tactics to manipulate your teachers, an inexhaustible energy to engage in intellectual duels with me, and your academic performance leaves much to be desired, your pride resting on half-baked accomplishments. Yet, when I assumed the role of your class instructor, I found you to be quite fascinating. Yikong's words left many students wide-eyed in astonishment. He had never articulated such sentiments before. They had always believed that he was reluctantly appointed as their homeroom teacher while they had been begrudgingly compelled to accept him, resulting in mutual disdain. There were countless moments when they genuinely wished for his departure. After all, he had a unique talent for tormenting them. However, now he claimed to find them interesting. Never had a teacher expressed such a sentiment about them. I have witnessed your rebellion, your fervor, your unity, and the exuberance of your youth. I find you endearing and captivating. Admittedly, my initial tenure as your homeroom teacher has revealed many areas in which I fall short. Yet I am striving to improve, with the aspiration of guiding you towards greater heights. From the perspective of a teacher, from the vantage point of a homeroom instructor, I carefully endeavor to impart lessons on justifiable self-defense. I wish for you to possess the courage to resist when faced with bullying and the unwavering determination to stand firm. I desire for you to wield your metaphorical swords to confront the malice of the world and to withstand the adversities of life. Yet, I could never have anticipated that you would turn those very swords against the more vulnerable. Yikong clenched his fists, delivering a powerful blow to the table. His final words resonated profoundly. Many students appeared to grasp the reasons behind his fury, their heads bowed in shame. Why do you act this way? What gives you the right? Is it merely because you have the fortune of reincarnation and loving parents? Or perhaps it's because you possess exceptional circumstances and abilities. Does that grant you the audacity to belittle those less fortunate? In terms of genetics, we all share 99 identical DNA. We inhabit this world. We are all flesh and blood. We endure life's hardships, and we will all inevitably face our mortal end. We can all feel love and the warmth of being loved. Yet in your eyes, he is deemed inferior? Yikong inhaled deeply, casting another glance at them, disappointment saturating his gaze. Truly, I have never cared about you whispering old dang behind my back. I have never regarded your mischievous antics as heinous transgressions. But when confronted with your fellow beings, those who endure the tribulations of this world, you exhibit a complete lack of empathy, even going so far as to add insult to injury. I genuinely question whether you are even human. Many dogs display compassion toward humans, yet your class does not. A group of individuals, less noble than dogs. After unleashing his tirade, Yikong turned away, uninterested in their reactions, and strode toward the cafeteria exit. I understand you take no pleasure in my guidance. Nor do you wish to hear my moralistic lectures. That is fine. You are free from this day forth." With that, he exited the cafeteria, slamming the door behind him. Silence reigned in the cafeteria. The students gazed at the door, which emitted a mournful echo, watching Yikong's figure diminish into the distance. "Where did our teacher go?" asked Su Ran, breaking the silence with a question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds, though none had the courage to voice it earlier, nor did anyone dare to intervene. Chapter 56. This is akin to a horror film. Teacher Yi, what about the students of Class 3, Grade 2? Just as Yikong stepped out of the school gates, he received a phone call from the mathematics teacher. At that moment, the math teacher stood at the classroom door, staring at the empty room, feeling utterly powerless. He had double-checked the timetable. This was indeed his math class, so where was everyone? He promptly decided to call Yikong. However, Yikong's response only deepened his sense of helplessness. "Students? They are all dead." The cold reply came before the call was abruptly terminated. A chilling dial tone echoed in his ear. "Dead?" Yikong's tone did not suggest he was jesting. But how did they die? Today. He had kindly offered to cook for them. Did he inadvertently cause the demise of the entire class? Was it intentional, or an attempted murder? The mathematics teacher, bewildered and in a stupor for a minute, ultimately resolved to call Principal Yi Rushi. "Principal, just now Teacher Yi said all the students of Class 3, Grade 2 are dead." "What?" After briefly recounting the events to the principal, the mathematics teacher hurriedly made his way toward the cafeteria. Upon reaching the first floor of the teaching building, he encountered the dejected students of Class 3 of the second year, who were trudging in with their heads hung low. This particular class had already driven away several homeroom teachers and countless subject teachers. In the past, whenever those teachers were driven to their wits' end, the students would celebrate with unrestrained glee, proudly adding another achievement to the tumultuous history of Class 3. However, this time, witnessing Yikong's departure after slamming the cafeteria door left them feeling unexpectedly disheartened and concerned for his well-being. He had declared, "Set them free." Was this merely a moment of anger or a genuine sentiment? Their hearts brimmed with questions they longed to ask, yet they lacked the courage to take that step. Merely watching Yikong leave with helpless eyes. Had it not been for the cafeteria staff ushering people out, they would likely still be standing there in a daze. "You all scare me to death." The mathematics teacher, a man nearing 6 feet tall, felt tears welling up in his eyes upon seeing them. He genuinely feared something dreadful had befallen these little troublemakers. Now, seeing them standing before him, he was too weary to dwell on why they were not in the classroom. He just wanted to embrace them and weep. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. Please, don't cry. We're all fine. Let us return to class." Upon witnessing their teacher's tears, the students of Class 3, usually prone to mischief and mockery, stepped forward to pat his back and offer him tissues. Watching the mathematics teacher's concern for them, a wave of guilt washed over the entire class. The teachers capable of handling them now were merely those who had endured the trials and tribulations. While those who had been driven away were acknowledged for their tenacity, the remaining teachers were derisively dubbed softies by the students. In class, these teachers often neglected their responsibilities, merely fulfilling their roles as if they were automatons, leaving the moment their lectures concluded. Especially the mathematics teacher. They had never afforded him the respect that a teacher deserved, nor had they truly regarded him as their own. Yet, in that moment, as they saw him cry, they suddenly realized that Yikong's words were not unfounded. They were foolish. They lacked empathy. They wielded their weapons not against those weaker, but against those who genuinely cared for them. They mistook their numbness for individuality. They misinterpreted the cruelty of humanity as jest. Indeed, they were even inferior to dogs. "Teacher Zhang, let us return to class now." Once the mathematics teacher's emotions had settled, a few students supported his arms, guiding him toward the stairs. Observing their respectful and affectionate demeanor, the teacher felt an overwhelming urge to cry again. Could this group of students truly be the same ones from Class 3? They appeared utterly transformed. The mathematics teacher cautiously expressed his demands, suggesting, "Shall I simply walk away?" "Mr. Zhang, your unwavering dedication to our education warrants our assistance. Indeed, there is no need for formality. Step aside." Du Yuchen burst forth from the crowd, exclaiming, "How could we allow our mathematics teacher to ascend the stairs unaided? I shall carry him instead." This notion struck him as more terrifying than the supernatural. As the mathematics teacher's legs gave way, he fortuitously collapsed onto Du Yuchen's back, who then effortlessly bore him into the classroom. Upon entering, the students quietly returned to their seats, retrieving nearly pristine mathematics textbooks from their desks. For the students of Class 3, Year 2, this marked the commencement of their genuine transformation. For the mathematics teacher, it felt akin to a horror film. He had endured much during his initial days. Was there something significant brewing this time? "My apologies, Mr. Zhang. We were immature in the past," Zhao Jincheng, seated in the front row, murmured after a prolonged silence. The mathematics teacher was momentarily taken aback. Was this really the audacious Class 3, Year 2? Yet soon, a second student stood, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. Ultimately, the entire class rose in unison, bowing deeply to him in apology. each face reflecting solemn sincerity. The mathematics teacher found himself moved to tears once more. Could it be that they were truly intent on bringing him to despair? Please, Mr. Zhang, do not cry. Witnessing their teacher's emotional response, the students felt a rush of panic, and their guilt towards Yikong intensified. It dawned on them that their mathematics teacher had been waiting for their apology for an extended period. They too owed Yikong an apology, but in that moment, they lacked the courage to stop him from leaving, to utter those two simple words. Would another opportunity arise? Had he truly abandoned them? As the atmosphere thickened with emotion, a few girls in the class could no longer contain their tears. We truly were immature, they lamented. Had we only known, we would have acted differently. Yet now it was too late. Though they were still minors, in this digital age, they had matured in certain aspects earlier than previous generations, becoming acutely aware of various sentiments. Their hearts throbbed with fervor and regret, sensing Yikong's genuine intentions. Unfortunately, they had not yet awakened to their realizations, leaving Yikong profoundly hurt. Chapter 57. Apologies had been extended on your behalf. Is this all there is? The mood had escalated to this point. The events of earlier were conveyed to the mathematics teacher, who, after listening to the account, waved his hand dismissively, not letting the matter weigh heavily on him. What teacher is without their moments of anger? Although he uttered harsh words and threatened to cease teaching them, those were merely expressions of frustration. The mathematics teacher possesses a rather open-minded perspective, thus there is no need for excessive concern. It was rather alarming to witness everyone in tears. Is that truly the case? Hearing the mathematics teacher's words instilled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of those in class 2 and 3. After all, he is the homeroom teacher. Surely, he wouldn't simply abandon his responsibilities without warning, would he? Indeed, it is true. As an educator myself, I would never deceive you. The mathematics teacher shook his head, asserting that if teaching were so easily abandoned due to frustration, there would be no teachers left in this world. His words served as a much-needed tonic for the students, reassuring them that Yikong would surely return. A collective sigh of relief enveloped the room. After class, Zhang Ning gathered everyone together. Our homeroom teacher is upset. Perhaps we should try to cheer him up? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the crowd, specifically targeting Song Ilian. You, of all people, are adept at soothing men. What do you suggest we do to placate our homeroom teacher? Me? Song Ilian pointed to herself, somewhat incredulous. You seem to have misattributed the cause and effect here. It's not because I can charm them. Rather, it's due to my looks that they come to me for comfort. Enough of that nonsense. Zhang Ning interjected. Does anyone have a brilliant plan? Shall we throw him a lively welcome party? Perhaps buy him flowers, cake, and gifts? Flowers and cakes might win over a female teacher, but I believe purchasing a car would be far more effective. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ning rapped on the desk, signaling for silence. I asked for suggestions, not for you to scrutinize my wallet. It's nearly the end of the month. How could we possibly afford such extravagances? We can barely pool enough money for a model car. Tian Qingyang scoffed. You've said so much. Now why don't you propose an idea? Actually, I do have a suggestion. The following day, everyone arrived at school bright and early, fully prepared. After placing the items on the podium, Song Ilian signaled with an okay gesture before returning to her seat. They eagerly awaited the arrival of their teacher. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway, signaling that class was about to commence. Yikong typically sauntered into the classroom just on time, ready to guide them through their morning self-study or engage in light-hearted banter. The bell rang repeatedly, yet this time, the familiar figure did not appear even after the final chime. Why is he not here yet? Perhaps he is stuck in traffic? Why would there be a traffic jam at this moment of all times? The anticipation that had once filled the air was now replaced by a sense of desolation. A poignant ache welled up in Song Ilian's heart. He doesn't strike me as the type to hold grudges. How could he behave this way? Exactly. We've already acknowledged our mistakes. Doesn't he owe us a glance? How frustrating. Surely, everyone deserves a chance to admit their wrongs. Today, the classroom appeared no different from any other day. However, without Yikong to share in their discussions and laughter, the presence of 45 students felt oddly desolate. Some individuals may seem inconsequential in everyday life, yet it is often only in their absence that one realizes their true significance. Chu Ting rose, taking a deep breath. I believe this situation cannot entirely be blamed on the homeroom teacher. Our apologies would not guarantee forgiveness. Indeed, our actions yesterday were excessively harsh. They are not foolish. They are well aware of certain truths. For instance, the remarks they directed towards that boy were undeniably hurtful, and deep down, they understood the gravity of their words. However, they held him in contempt and did not perceive any repercussions for their statements, which emboldened them to speak as they did. I believe the fault lies with us. As the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly somber, Chu Chin stood up. Do you not feel we have strayed from the right path? Confusion swept over the room as everyone turned to him. Chu Chun nodded firmly. Based on my understanding of him, the words he spoke yesterday were merely expressions of anger. If it were solely a matter of frustration, he would have already canceled his plans. The reason for his absence lies in our failure to apologize. Wu Dongping interjected, no. We already recognize our mistakes and are prepared to apologize. It is he who refuses to grant us the opportunity. No, we have not apologized. Chu Chen shook his head. The chance has always been before us. We simply overlooked it. Zhang Ning, attempting to appear profound, could not resist delivering a playful kick to Chu Chen's backside. Just say what you need to say already. If you continue to speak so cryptically, I might just help you out. Can you not let me finish? Chu Chen protested while covering his rear. Our intended recipient of apology should be the boy from yesterday. As his words sank in, realization dawned upon the group. However, where could they find him? I recall him mentioning he was in Class 1. Then let us inquire in Class 1. What if he does not forgive us? Excuse me, is there a slender boy in your class? Perhaps around this height, quite thin, and rather dark-skinned? Since they had not inquired about the boy's name the previous day, they decided to send Song Ilyan to the entrance of Class 1 to seek their fortune. Song Ilyan, possessing both beauty and charm, quickly garnered attention. Someone dashed into Class 1, locating the boy diligently working in a corner. By long, there's a beautiful girl at the door seeking you. As he spoke, he winked flirtatiously. I must say, you've been quite discreet, managing to catch the eye of such a lovely lady. When did this happen? Bai Long merely shook his head at the comment. Subsequently, he retrieved a letter from beneath his desk and approached the classroom door. Hello, do you remember me? We shared lunch together yesterday. Upon seeing Bai Long, Song Ilyan greeted him. I forgot to ask your name yesterday, so I had to ask your classmates today. I hope you don't mind. Such matters are of no concern, Bai Long replied, shaking his head. What brings you here to see me? Song Ilyan hesitated for a moment before quietly pulling him aside. I have come to offer my apologies, not just on my behalf, but also for our entire class. Yesterday, we spoke without thinking, and I sincerely hope you can forgive us. You need not apologize, Bai Long replied with a smile, handing over the envelope. Someone has already conveyed your apologies on your behalf. Chapter 58. The nation's most talented actor, Yi Sung-wen, you mischievous little rascals. Have you finally realized the weight of my authority? In Class 2, Year 2, Song Ilyan stood at the podium, preparing to read the letter she had retrieved. The students below watched her intently, and upon hearing her first words, they collectively exhaled in relief. They had speculated that the strict teacher could not possibly be genuinely angry. It had all been a ruse. How was my performance in the cafeteria? Yi Sung-wen mused. To speak candidly, if the current crop of young actors possessed even half my talent, they would have already achieved legendary status in the entertainment industry. Several girls in attendance felt their eyes welling with tears upon hearing his familiar tone. Honestly, how can he be so self-absorbed? They thought. At least you're not entirely foolish, having secured this letter. Can you believe people still write letters in this day and age? How outdated. Despite their internal mockery, no one averted their gaze from Song Ilyan, eagerly awaiting her next words. Since you have recognized the need to apologize to Bai Long and have received his forgiveness, let us consider this matter resolved. As I have previously stated, I shall not deny you opportunities. As my students, you possess countless chances to err, and I shall continue to forgive you time and again, though I refer to different mistakes. What a character, this teacher, clearly not genuinely upset, yet making such a grand affair of it. Well, it's good that you understand I am not angry. In fact, this is not merely a letter but an invitation. This Saturday, at 9 in the morning, gather at the entrance of Xiang Mountain Villa. I invite you all to a grand feast. As Song Ilyan concluded her reading, nearly everyone let out a sigh of relief and rushed to the podium to snatch the letter from her hands. That insufferable teacher, always picking on us. We'll show him on Saturday. Wait, Saturday is still 2 or 3 days away. Aren't we supposed to have a themed class meeting on Friday? Is he planning not to show up these next couple of days? Ah, the bliss. Lying on a floating bed in his own pool. With a cocktail in his left hand and grapes being tossed into his mouth with the right, Yikong basked in the sunlight, fully content. In the next moment, a pair of pink slippers soared through the air, landing squarely on his head. He opened his eyes reluctantly to find his sister, Yi Rushi, glaring at him. Why are you doing this, sister? He inquired, bemused. Are you going to class or not? Yi Rushi asked coldly. Yikong sighed honestly. I really don't want to go to class. The early mornings are just too much. Back in his university days, he often skipped classes, yet now, as a teacher, he rose at the crack of dawn every day to teach, and weekends were consumed with addressing the myriad issues of those little rascals. It was quite the challenge. As a homeroom teacher, you express your reluctance to attend class? Yi Rushi is nearly driven to physically confront him. I could tolerate your antics in the cafeteria, but your entry into the school was already marred by irregularities, and now you inexplicably refuse to attend. How am I to explain this to the other teachers? Yikong glances at Yi Ling, who is absorbed in his computer by the poolside. Just say that our father is ill. Yi Rushi also casts a sidelong glance at Yi Ling and smirks, for I am not one to indulge in falsehoods. A sudden fit of violent coughing erupts from Yi Ling, who gathers his newspaper and retreats to the living room, lamenting, Ah, my body is failing me. Yi Rushi continues to scoff. Father, do keep up the charade. How can you possibly be unwell? Perhaps Perhaps I am allergic to the sun. That too is a form of ailment. Let Kong Kong stay home with me. Infuriated, Yi Rushi stamps her foot. Father, you spoil him endlessly. Yi Ling hastily makes his escape, pretending not to hear. I have already heard about the matters in your class. Indeed, that group of children has crossed the line. Yi Rushi continues her earnest counsel to Yi Kong. But you cannot allow yourself to be so upset that you miss several days of school. Can you? I am not angry. Yi Kong tosses another grape into his mouth. No matter their mischief, they are not my offspring. How could I be so incensed over them? I have certainly heard about that incident. Oh, you refer to my outburst in the cafeteria? Yi Kong chuckles. Life is all about performance. Otherwise, how could one justify sleeping in? Sleeping in. You only know how to indulge in sloth. When you were a student, you slept, and now as a teacher, you still sleep. Do you not aspire for a promotion? As one who has painstakingly ascended to the position of principal through diligence and a modicum of familial connections. Yi Rushi cannot abide Yi Kong's current demeanor. He was once charming, adorable, and sunny as her younger brother, quick-witted and deserving of her affection. Yet now, as her subordinate, Yi Rushi yearns to reprimand him. Yi Kong languidly continues to banter, unmotivated by aspirations of advancement. I intend to unseat you instead, and what will you do then? Huh? You believe you possess the ability to oust me? I could simply persuade father to purchase the school and appoint me as principal. Enraged, Yi Rushi plunges into the water, swiftly overturning Yi Kong's cocktail and grapes, yanking him from his floating bed and submerging him. Upon entering the water, Yi Kong slips from his swimsuit like a golden cicada shedding its shell and swims away rapidly. Yi Rushi pursues him, managing to grasp his swim trunks. Yi Kong covers himself, emerging from the water in surrender. Sister, please do not act recklessly. I acknowledge my mistakes. Do not. Amidst his cries, Yi Rushi, filled with delight, exerts force and yanks his swim trunks down. Yet, in the next moment, her triumphant smile freezes on her face as she emits a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. How is it that a man of your stature is not wearing undergarments? With that, she swiftly swims to shore and flees. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Kong leisurely retrieves his swim trunks from the water and dons them. At over 30 years of age, how can one be so naive to the world? He climbed back onto the floating bed, leisurely extracting his phone to contemplate the content for the class meeting. Although he truly loathed the idea of rising early for class, he felt compelled to ensure that their class meeting was not inferior to those of others. With this thought in mind, he once again awakened the system. System, could you conjure up a virtual auction scene for me? The more realistic and grandiose, the better. Apologies, host, but that is not possible. When I read novels, other systems can perform such feats. Apologies, this system is currently undergoing an upgrade and has once again entered a dormant state. Dormant again? When you were just a fledgling system, you could sleep as you pleased, but now that you have a host, shouldn't you strive to elevate their status? Do you not desire for your host to earn more points to facilitate your upgrade? Do you wish to remain a low-tier system indefinitely? That is not entirely unfeasible, but only this once, and it shall not be repeated. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Kong revealed an impish grin. So, this system is merely a product of his sister's workplace manipulation tactics. Chapter 59, The Incalculable Crimes of Yi Kong. Friday afternoon. Both the school and the authorities placed significant emphasis on this class meeting. Thus, aside from the third-year students who continued their lessons as usual, all classes for the first and second-year students were canceled in the afternoon. 2 class periods were allocated for rehearsal, followed by 2 for the actual meeting. Desks were arranged in formation, the floor was swept clean. No running around. Come, let the teacher see this PPT. The hustle and bustle echoed throughout the building. Only the second-year class 3 was left without a supervising teacher. Initially, the students engaged in reading novels, but as time passed, they began to lose interest. Zhang Ning and a few others decided to escort Feng Yukai to the office to retrieve his phone. All this was observed by Yi Kong. Seated in the garage, he watched as they each enjoyed their phones, unable to restrain himself from muttering curses. A bunch of ungrateful little brats. Think phones are so entertaining? After venting, he turned and borrowed 2 accounts. A new request message appeared. Chunmei has requested to join the group chat. Soon, the group chat of Class 3 received a request to join. Several administrators were perplexed. Everyone from their class was already in the group. So who would request to join at this moment? Zhang Ning initially intended to reject the request, but, upon noticing the attractive profile picture, hesitated. Perhaps there is a reason for this request. He did not approve the group request. Instead, he sent a friend request to Chunmei. Before long, Chunmei accepted the request. Who are you? I am your new homeroom teacher. The reason for requesting to join your class group is to familiarize myself with you all in advance. What? A new homeroom teacher? What the hell? Lao Deng isn't leaving. Why do you have to meddle? This was Zhang Ning's first reaction. However, captivated by the girl's sweet and charming appearance, he inexplicably clicked on her profile. She graduated from a prestigious 211 university, was sweet and cute in appearance. and was known as the class beauty. In the circle of friends, her various photographs abound. Pictures from events, selfies, and candid shots taken by others. Regardless of the angle, she radiates beauty like a shimmering gem. Having such a stunning head teacher seems rather delightful. He swallowed his harsh words and approved her request. Soon enough, she joined the group and introduced herself once more. Your former teacher, Mr. Yi, will not be returning for certain reasons. Henceforth, I shall take over your class. My name is Yu Chun. You may call me Teacher Yu. The announcement of the new homeroom teacher sent shockwaves through the chat. Most could hardly accept this development. What? Wasn't he supposed to treat us to dinner on Saturday? How can he just quit? Fish lips? What a ridiculous name. Old Deng is still alive. And you're so eager to take his place? The group's reactions were fervent. They abandoned their novels and games, immersing themselves solely in the chat. Before long, the group chat exploded to 99 messages. Yi Kong, seated in his car, found his lips curling into a smile. It seemed these little rascals still had some conscience. However, he swiftly shared a selfie in the group. In the photo, the girl had a rosy complexion, her smile radiant and warm under the sunlight, instantly capturing the hearts of many boys. Wow, Teacher Yu, is that really you? With your beauty, why be a teacher? You could easily become a sensation on short videos. Are you genuinely going to be our teacher? Upon seeing the selfie, the majority of the boys swiftly altered their perception of Yu Chun, readily accepting her as their homeroom teacher. Only a few girls stood up to defend Yi Kong's position. Don't be so easily swayed by appearances. The old teacher has been so good to us. Zhang Ning immediately protested. What do you mean, swayed by appearances? What has that old Deng done for us? Behind the screen, Yi Kong furrowed his brow. His fingers paused over the dialogue box before he began typing furiously. Instantly, a new message appeared in the group. What's wrong? Was your previous teacher unkind to you? As soon as those words were uttered, the girls in the group fell silent. However, Zhang Ning and the others began to voice their grievances. With a beautiful teacher like you, it's hard to believe that old Deng could be so malicious. He confiscated our phones daily, even taking my phone from the bottom of my shoe. Yes, and he would often resort to physical punishment under the guise of physical education, which was merely a guise for tormenting us. The most despicable thing is that he prepared us dreadful meals, attempting to poison us. And that's not all. His transgressions are simply too many to enumerate. Indeed, he is nothing short of a devil. Yi Kong silently observed the conversation unfolding in the group, then pocketed his phone without a word, opened the car door, and exited the vehicle. A pack of heartless little rascals. A devil, is it? Inflicting punishment upon you, is he? Attempting to poison you, is he? Just wait. Hey, Teacher Yu, why aren't you saying anything? The group, previously lively with chatter, suddenly noticed that the newly joined homeroom teacher had gone silent. Zhang Ning murmured. Where did she go? How could it simply vanish? From my experience, Li Hao, with an enigmatic expression, must have gone for a bath. Who bathes in the afternoon? You see, girls differ from us. They cherish cleanliness and bathe at any moment, like my goddess who showers 7 or 8 times a day. Fine. Zhang Ning, disinterested, chose not to engage him further. After Yu Chun submerged himself in the group chat, the atmosphere gradually grew cold. He decided instead to open a game and play a match. Holding his Han Xin, he was poised to invade the enemy's jungle when a voice interrupted him, suggesting that the jungle had already been cleared and he should head to the top lane to ambush. Who told you the jungle was clear? The number 1 Han Xin in our server doesn't require your advice on gameplay. Zhang Ning retorted, guiding Han Xin into the enemy's jungle. Indeed, as he had predicted, the jungle lay desolate. He turned back. You little rascal. His hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone. Old classmate. His exclamation startled a flock of seagulls. The crowd turned, realizing that Yi Kong had unexpectedly reappeared after 2 days. Goodness. As the realization struck, everyone hastily concealed their phones. Observing their anxious demeanor, Yi Kong felt a twinge of nostalgia, pondering how many had lost their companions. However, he bore no anger, simply smiling gently. All right, hand over your phones. I won't pursue the matter any further. After all, more pressing matters await. We didn't mean to play on our phones, old classmate. We were merely bored. Yes. Now that you're here, we won't touch our phones. Quickly, hand them over. Chapter 60. Shall we send the leader away for a couple of days? The group obediently surrendered their phones. Yi Kong ascended the podium, casting a solemn gaze over the phones in the basket as he surveyed the students below. Do you harbor discontent regarding my collection of phones? Not at all. The response was a harmonious chorus, the entire class sitting upright, gazing at him like obedient children. Oh. Yi Kong nodded thoughtfully. Yet, in the group chat just moments ago, you were not so courteous. The group chat? Yi Kong's words struck like thunder, leaving the students of Class 2, Year 3, in shock and confusion. How could old classmate know what they had said in the chat? Oh. I borrowed a classmate's account to test you, and to my surprise, knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Human intentions are as inscrutable as the depths of the stomach. Yi Kong waved his phone. Below, Song Ilian and others stifled giggles. They hadn't spoken ill of Yi Kong. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Wu Dongping wore grim expressions, lamenting how cunning old classmate was. The longest road he had ever traversed was the path of old classmate's tricks. Who could withstand such temptations? I ask, who could endure? Old classmate, we acknowledge our mistakes. What was said in the group chat was mere nonsense. In our hearts, you remain our irreplaceable homeroom teacher. They showered him with compliments, seeking redemption. Yi Kong cast a glance at them, remaining silent as he descended from the podium. Zhang Ning watched Yi Kong approach with a sidelong glance, his face brimming with a reckless bravado. Alas, his irreverent tongue. With a swift motion, Yi Kong delivered a sharp slap to the back of Zhang Ning's head, exclaiming, "What are you still standing there for? As class monitor, can't you see that other classes are conducting their meetings?" Zhang Ning instinctively stood up, his expression somewhat bewildered. He was well aware that other classes were preparing for their meetings, yet what could he, as a mere class monitor, do? Wasn't the class meeting the teacher's responsibility? Don't just stand there like a fool. Go to the administration office and fetch 6 chairs for me. Oh, all right. Zhang Ning rubbed the back of his head as he exited. Yi Kong glanced at him, remarking, "Your rebellious nature protrudes too prominently. It hurts my hand. Strive to conceal it next time." Laughter erupted around them. Zhang Ning, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Show me how to conceal it." "Why not? Aren't the dragon kings of the sea quite long? Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping, Du Yuchen, and Li Hao, Zhao Jincheng. You 4 stay behind to rearrange the desks into a U shape. You all can manage, right?" The most boisterous students from earlier were called by Yi Kong. They stood up helplessly. "We can. The rest of you may go play. We will reconvene in half an hour." "Hee. Thanks, old class." Song Lilian was the first to rise, grinning as she approached Tian Qingyang, patting him on the shoulder. "Comrade, do your best. We're off to inspect other classes. If ours isn't as tidy as theirs, we might just be upset." With that, she pranced out of the classroom, her steps light and playful. "Show off all you want. There will come a time for your tears." Tian Qingyang muttered at her retreating figure, dutifully moving to rearrange the desks. Soon, half an hour passed. The classroom was arranged in a U shape, with chairs borrowed from the administration placed on either side of the podium. One by one, the students returned to their classroom. Song Yilian excitedly asked Yi Kong, "Old class, I just observed the rehearsals of several other classes, and they were quite impressive. Oh, I even brought back their PPT. Shall we borrow some ideas?" "No need. Return to your seat." "All right." Song Yilian returned to her seat, feeling somewhat disheartened. Still worried for Yi Kong. After all, the teachers of other classes had prepared exquisite PPTs and had rehearsed the entire meeting content, meticulously arranging who would speak at what moment, and even when tears would flow on which slide. It seemed their class didn't have a PPT at all. "Old class, what is the theme of our meeting this time?" Chu Ting couldn't help but inquire, "Shall we practice in advance?" At the mention of practice, Zhang Ning's eyes lit up. What a splendid opportunity to shine. He stood, brandishing a bottle of 2 milliliters eye drops. "Old class, I have plenty of eye drops here. We can distribute 1 to each person. When you ask us to cry, we shall cry, ensuring it's heartfelt." Zhao Jincheng immediately waved his hand. "That's too contrived. What if someone sees through it? How embarrassing would that be? My grandmother's aunt's daughter-in-law is a professional mourner. During my last visit to pay my respects for the new year, she imparted a few tips to me, the most crucial being the ability to weep upon hearing sorrowful sounds." At this point, he paused and turned to Yi Kong, saying, "Old classmate, remember, for the desired effect, the absence of a PowerPoint presentation is inconsequential. The background music must be meticulously chosen. It should evoke a profound sense of grief, stirring memories of dearly departed loved ones. Once the atmosphere is set, tears will surely flow. I guarantee that the mourners will be heartbroken and those who hear will weep, far surpassing the efficacy of eye drops." "Your idea is indeed commendable," Yi Kong remarked, his expression devoid of warmth as he listened to their discussion. "Is this a class meeting? Surely, they aren't intending to send me off right here, are they?" "Indeed, your idea is quite clever." Yi Kong approached Zhao Jincheng and playfully tapped his head. "How about I fetch some white chrysanthemums and a soul-calling banner to place at the entrance? When the leaders arrive for inspection, we can conveniently send off 2 souls as well." Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Unbeknownst to them, the first 2 periods of the afternoon had slipped away, and it was now time for the themed class meeting to commence. Oh no, the rehearsal hasn't even begun, and the meeting is about to start. As the students of Class 3, Year 2, fidgeted nervously, Yi Kong remained composed and stood up to take charge. "Song Yilian, swap places with Zhao Jincheng at the door. You will be responsible for reception. When the leaders arrive, guide them to the seats next to the podium." "Understood. Those by the window, please draw the curtains tightly to block out all light." All right. Once these tasks were completed, Yi Kong moved to the entrance and switched off the classroom lights. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room. The sudden absence of light caused everyone's eyes to squint as they instinctively searched for Yi Kong's figure. Snap! In the darkness, Yi Kong snapped his fingers. And with the crisp sound, it was as if a magical switch had been flipped. The classroom erupted into brilliant light. A soft blue glow outlined the desks and podium, while the ceiling sparkled with radiant stars. The entire classroom seemed to detach from the mundane world and enter an alternate realm. Yikong stood at the center, bathed in a shaft of pale blue light, with moonlight shimmering on his hair, rendering him ethereal and otherworldly. He raised his right hand. Snap! He snapped his fingers once more, and this time, 5 large characters composed of starlight gradually materialized behind him. Life auction. Chapter 61. If you can't find a wife, consider marrying me first. Now, you are granted a chance at rebirth. However, prior to your resurrection, you must possess 10 million in funds to bid on the items necessary for your ideal life. Each item starts at a base price of 500,000, with increments of 50,000, and the highest bidder wins. Once sold, goods are non-refundable. As Yikong's words echoed, 20 gleaming virtual tokens descended from the air onto each student's desk, each token valued at 500,000. What an astounding effect. A completely isolated space engenders an immersive sense of absurdity. Were it not for the familiar chair beneath them, the students might believe they had transcended the classroom. Song Ilyin reached out to touch the shimmering golden chips, only to find her hand passing through them. Mere virtual illusions. Why does everyone only have 10 million? Zhang Dong was the first to raise his hand. How could 10 million possibly suffice? If you believe 10 million is insufficient, you may exchange your possessions for chips. Yikong responded, casting an alluring glance in his direction. What you currently possess is your lifespan and health. Would you trade them? They are quite valuable for acquiring chips. Absolutely. Zhang Dong slammed his hand on the table. Let us trade my health then. Very well, I'll add a cancer diagnosis for 1 million chips, Yikong replied, sliding 2 virtual tokens towards him. He then surveyed the assembly. Is there anyone else wishing to exchange chips? Once the exchanges are complete, we shall officially commence the auction. Laughter erupted from the crowd. I'll sell a kidney for 2 million. That is not unreasonable, is it? 50,000 as a starting bid. Then I'll forfeit 30 years of my lifespan. I'll give you 150,000 for that. Once the chip exchange is concluded, Yikong announced the official commencement of a life auction. The first item up for bid is exceptional academic performance, starting at 1 million. Please place your bids. 150,000. Feng Yukai was the first to stand and shout, don't compete with me. There are plenty of other good items to come. If I have good grades, my father will beat me less. Laughter erupted once more. Fear not. No one will compete with you for this. What use is good performance? Regardless of grades, one still ends up working for someone else. Who taught you such a peasant mentality? My father. Then why did your father send you to Langhua High if grades are so insignificant? Had he sent you to a vocational school, he might be a grandfather by now. What do you know? Langhua High holds prestige. Amidst the laughter, the students engaged in light-hearted banter, adhering to a code of fair play. And no one contested Feng Yukai's bid. Ultimately, he secured the exceptional academic performance for 150,000. Feng, do share. Why did you wish to acquire such academic prowess? Feng Yukai stood, scratching his head. I just want my father to hit me less. You have no idea how painful his 7 wolves punishment is. Yikong raised an eyebrow. If it's so painful, why haven't your grades improved? Isn't it because my mother intervenes? Every time my father tries to hit me, she threatens to jump out the window, which stops him. But when she is not home, I get beaten. Securing good grades will prevent my father from hitting me. Yikong waved his hand dismissively. All right, take your seat. The second item for auction is unparalleled confidence, starting at 150,000. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as no bids were placed. The students began to murmur among themselves. What use is confidence? Is it merely for being an average Joe or Jane? There are better options ahead. Money must be spent wisely. Indeed, that is a valid point. After a minute of discussion, with no bids emerging, Yikong decisively announced the item had failed to sell. Subsequently, a third item appeared behind him. The image depicted a blissful family of 3, each face radiant with joy. The starting bid for this piece, titled A Happy Family, was set at 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million, 4.5 million, in stark contrast to the previous item's lack of interest. The third piece evidently captivated the audience, and soon bids began to flow in. Below, Su Ran silently raised her gaze to the cheerful family portrayed in the artwork. Standing to call out, 5 million. Instantly, another voice followed, 5.5 million, 6 million. She unhesitatingly raised her bid once more. 6.5 million, 7 million. Su Ran's confidence in her bidding caused others to hesitate. Exchanging glances, the crowd chose to withdraw. 7 million once, 7 million twice, 7 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations, Su, for acquiring a happy family at 7 million. Could you share with us why you chose this piece? Yikong turned his attention towards Su Ran. The usually quiet girl stood, tilting her head in contemplation. Because I believe my parents had me out of love, I am their unwavering choice, not a decision they would abandon among many. For a brief moment, the atmosphere became palpably still. Although Su Ran did not recount a specific story, Her words insinuated a depth of experience. Song Ilian was the first to speak. We are your friends. Rest assured, no matter what, we choose you. Tian Qingyang, seated one spot away from Su Ran, chimed in. Right. If I can't find a wife in the future, you'll be my first choice. Laughter erupted around them, followed by a chorus of playful jeers. Su Ran, her cheeks flushed, stood to playfully strike him, as if, who would marry you? Hey. If you want to marry me, then don't hit me. Be gentle. Tian Qingyang ducked and dodged, circling the seats. Hey, you two are too much. Where are my shoes? Kai Jia, originally laughing heartily, suddenly noticed his shoes had been stepped on by the passing Tian Qingyang. He cursed softly while bending down to recover them, only to grasp a bare foot instead. Li Hao kicked him. What is wrong with you? Why are you touching my foot? No, you're the one with a problem. Who told you to take off your shoes? The classroom buzzed with merriment. In the corridor of the second-year class, Yi Rushi, along with the educational director and other school leaders, accompanied several officials from the Education Bureau as they made their round from the bottom of the stairs, inspecting each classroom. It was evident that the homeroom teachers had put considerable effort into this class meeting, as smiles adorned the leaders' faces throughout. However, since the meetings had been meticulously rehearsed and the teachers repeatedly emphasized that everything must go flawlessly, the atmosphere felt more akin to a public lesson, lacking in vitality. Unlike other classrooms, Class 2 to 3 had its windows facing the corridor sealed, and the door was tightly shut. Yet, peals of laughter resonated from within. Chapter 62. Am I not a merchant? In business, deception is inevitable. This class is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the laughter is so infectious that it has piqued the interest of several leaders in the second and third classes of the second year. Yi Rushi felt somewhat anxious, uncertain about what her younger brother was up to. It was stated to be an open class meeting and that the leaders would be coming to inspect. Couldn't they leave the door ajar? Moreover, what could possibly be amusing about a class meeting? Surely, this wasn't an endeavor aimed at undermining her professional career. Perhaps it would be better to visit another class. Just as Yi Rushi contemplated heading to another class, she noticed the door of the second and third class of the second year opening a crack, allowing a lively and charming girl to emerge. Greetings to all the esteemed teachers and leaders. I am Song Ilian, and I warmly welcome you to the second and third class of the second year. Would you care to step inside for a while? The leaders from the Education Bureau, charmed by Song Ilian's eloquence, smiled in return, eager to enter. However, with the door so tightly shut, we thought you might not welcome our presence. How could we not welcome you? We have closed the door to enhance the experience. You will understand once you enter. Very well, let us take a look. Encouraged by Song Ilian, the leaders decided to step inside. She opened the classroom door wider, inviting them in. As the leaders entered one by one, they were momentarily entranced by the dreamlike ambience within the classroom, unable to suppress their laughter. No wonder it was so secretive. The interior held an entirely different world. The effects of light and shadow were indeed masterfully crafted. An auction of life, how intriguing. Observing the youthful and spirited Yi Kong on stage, one of the leaders chuckled and remarked to Yi Rushi, "It seems your school has not fallen short in introducing a new generation of talent. While veteran teachers are rich in experience, they cannot match the quick wit of today's youth. This is commendable." Yi Rushi smiled in appreciation. "Thank you for the kind words. Although teacher Yi is young, he is indeed a teacher with innovative ideas." As if someone had arrived, she thought. But what of it? The leader's presence did not significantly alter the atmosphere in the class as the auction continued. Yi Kong announced the sixth item for bidding. "This time, we are auctioning power. But let me clarify in advance. This power must be exercised within legal bounds, with a starting bid of 3 million. Let the bidding commence." 3.5 million. Wu Dongping was the first to leap up in excitement. "Please, do not compete with me for this. The rest can have their turn." "For million." Tian Xingyang immediately began to vie with him. "Such a fine item. How could I not compete with you? Not willing to concede, are we? I bid 8 million. Wu Dongping made a face at him. "Double your offer." Tian Xingyang, undeterred, countered with 8.5 million, 90 million, 95 million, 100 million. After Wu Dongping made his bid, he looked at Tian Xingyang triumphantly. "Place your bid. Running out of funds, are we? Ha ha ha. I bid 105 million. Just as Wu Dongping basked in his triumph, Du Yuqin leisurely stood up. "Surely, no one can surpass my offer. Where did you acquire such wealth? Envious, aren't you?" Du Yuqin chuckled. "You shouldn't covet too much. I traded my lifespan for this. That's quite a price to pay." Wu Dongping exclaimed, indignantly taking a seat. Yi Kong cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, inquiring, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 1,050,000 once. 1,050,000 twice. 1,050,000 thrice. "Congratulations, Du, on securing this item. Pray tell, why do you desire power?" As the auction concluded successfully, all the chips before Du Yuqin flew toward Yi Kong. Rising from his seat, Du Yuqin slammed the table exuberantly, declaring, "For me, power outweighs good grades or a happy family. And why? Pray, is power paramount? Because with power, I can compel the diligent students to work for me. Oh, by the way, homeroom teacher, I now possess power. Kindly return the money you just took from me. Du Yuchen beamed at Yi Kong, convinced he had uncovered a flaw in the game. First, your ability to command diligent students depends on their consent. Secondly, your demand for repayment was not an exercise of power, but rather an act of robbery, Yi Kong replied with a cold glance. Ultimately, regardless of how you wield your power, you must wait for the next lifetime to employ it, not here at the auction. What? The conditions for usage are so complex? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I never anticipated you would exploit this loophole. Yi Kong clapped his hands. Now, for our seventh item. A healthy life extending to 90 years, starting at 3 million. Before any bids could be placed, Zhang Dong voiced his dissatisfaction. Teacher, I exchanged my severe cancer for just 1 million. How can living healthily to 90 cost 3 million? That is a loss for me. You insisted on trading chips. It's a fair game. I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous, you swindler. What can I say? I'm now a businessman. No merchant is without guile. Zhang Dong sat down, fuming as the auction continued fervently. Initially, several leaders made brief rounds through the classes, but captivated by the atmosphere in the second and third grades, they inadvertently lingered for an entire period. Meanwhile, Kai Jieza had no interest in participating in the auction. He was still searching for his shoes on the floor. The dim lighting made it challenging, and he could only feel his way around, uncertain where his shoes had been kicked off to. He lamented the lack of morality among the hapless crowd. After 5 minutes of groping, he finally stumbled upon a pair of neglected shoes. Delighted, he slipped them on. Why do these shoes feel a bit large? He pondered, but with the auction nearing its conclusion, he paid it no mind and stealthily returned to his seat. By the time he resumed his place, the life auction was approaching its finale. Our 12th item is beauty. Before Yi Kong could announce the starting price, Song Ilian excitedly stood up, exclaiming, I want this. I have yet to disclose the base price, but regardless of what it may be, I shall acquire it. After boldly presenting all her chips, Song Ilian delivered her remarks. For me, beauty is of paramount importance. While power and wealth are indeed desirable, only beauty can truly please both oneself and others. Hence I am willing to pay any price to secure it. Chapter 63. Who stole the leader's shoes? What sort of values do these children possess? Sitting in the audience, Yi Rushi rubbed her forehead, wishing to give Yi Kong a signal to silence the students from Class 2 and 3 of Year 2, who were chattering nonsense. Unfortunately, Yi Kong had his back turned to her and was oblivious to her attempts. Moreover, in this dim light, signaling was akin to performing before the blind. Thus, she resolved to call out to the leader. Leader, we have been observing this class for quite a while, and there are still more than 10 classes left to visit. Shall we wander to another class for a bit? We can return to this one later. A muffled voice came from the leader seated beside her, making it difficult to discern whether he was pleased or displeased. She felt a sense of helplessness. So, they would continue. She could only hope this group of children would behave and refrain from uttering nonsense. All right, next up is the last item of our auction. As the event neared its conclusion, Yi Kong cast a glance at the final item, his tone filled with resignation. I believe this item will certainly pique your interest. Let us see who will claim it. Behind him, 2 lines of text gradually materialized. Wealth. Starting price, 3 million. Money, money, money. This is a must-have. I bid 3. 5 million. For million. 4. 5 million. When it came to other items, the students of Class 2 and 3 hesitated, fearing their limited funds would be exhausted. However, upon seeing the word wealth, their eyes lit up with eagerness, as if they were ready to pounce. Before long, the price soared to 10 million. At this moment, the advantage gained from previous bids became apparent. I bid 10. 5 million. Zhang Ning stood proudly, declaring, I knew there would be an option for wealth. Most of the attendees had already expended their funds. Even those with 10 million left could not match his monetary prowess. Noticing his smug demeanor, Wu Dongping's mind raced, contemplating borrowing money. Hey, can someone lend me 20 million? When I reincarnate, I will repay you with interest. I will treat you to lavish meals and luxury cars. The crowd responded eagerly. After all, if they could not win anything, lending money seemed a fair trade. Yi Rushi was at a loss for words. Was it appropriate to openly discuss luxury cars and beautiful women in such a setting? Yi Kong shot them a reproachful glance, insisting that money should not be borrowed. In the end, Zhang Ning successfully secured the item of wealth for 5 million. Life is replete with opportunities. After winning, Zhang Ning stood atop a chair, mimicking a microphone with one hand, and began to exuberantly deliver his speech. However, many opportunities slip away when one lacks the funds. I, old Zhang, have seized this opportunity. Should any of you struggle in your next life, feel free to seek me out, and I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. In the realm of whimsical attire, the most flamboyant of undergarments is donned, while the most substantial is embraced during slumber. Enough said for today, let us applaud. Yi Kong promptly interrupted Zhang Ning's discourse. Acutely aware of the stormy expression on his sister's face, knowing that should Zhang Ning continue, he might very well find the key to his home replaced upon his return. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Zhang Ning extended his hand, exclaiming, all right, esteemed brothers, I appreciate your support, but you must take your seats. Yikong swiftly approached him, gently pulling him down from the stool and urging him to sit. I have not yet concluded my thoughts, he protested. If you are so eager to speak, come to my office after the meeting. Very well, I hereby declare the life auction to be at an end. Yikong returned to his position to deliver the final summary of the class meeting. His gaze swept over the youthful faces before him, appearing to observe them while simultaneously looking beyond. You are all remarkably ambitious individuals. Some aspire for excellent grades, others for wealth, power, or the warmth of a happy family, or perhaps lifelong friendships. The majority have secured what they desired. Yet, there are those who, from the beginning, acquired nothing at all. This auction bore neither victors nor vanquished. My intent was merely to prompt you to contemplate what, in the tapestry of your lives, holds the utmost significance for you. One cannot genuinely step into another's shoes to perceive their perspective. As your teacher, despite having traversed the path of your age, I find myself unable to fully grasp your confusion, pursuits, and dreams. His gaze softened gradually, shedding his usual nonchalance. Looking upon the 45 students was akin to gazing at his own offspring. Life grants us approximately 30,000 days, while we cannot alter the length of our existence. I fervently hope that you possess the strength and courage to expand the horizons of your lives. Moreover, regardless of the challenges you face, always strive upward, eternally. As he paused, he abruptly drew open the curtains, allowing the classroom to bask in sunlight, dispelling the starlit ambience. A sense of hope filled the air. All curtains were harmoniously drawn aside. Sunlight streamed through the windows, embracing every corner of the classroom, its golden rays caressing desks and youthful faces, bestowing a luminous sheen upon them, akin to rebirth. Leader? The drawn curtains revealed the entirety of the classroom, signifying the conclusion of the meeting, prompting Yi Rushi to hasten to escort the leader away. Yet, she observed her superior awkwardly rising from the floor. Her puzzled gaze fell upon the leader's bare feet. Where are your shoes? The leader's toes fidgeted anxiously, teetering on the brink of despair. A small stone had entered my shoe. I had just removed it to shake out the stone, and suddenly my shoes vanished. In such a spacious classroom, how could they simply disappear? The mystery of the missing shoes left everyone astounded. Yi Rushi steeled herself and approached Yikong, whispering a few words in his ear. Yikong was taken aback. His shoes had vanished? He intended to suppress his surprise, but ultimately could not resist glancing back at the leader who was shoeless. The leader sat upright, hands resting on his knees, his demeanor not at all resembling that of someone who had lost their shoes. Yikong silently marveled. Truly, a leader possesses remarkable composure. Cough. Has anyone seen the leader's shoes? He suddenly inquired, surveying the entire class. This question left the students utterly bewildered. How could they know where the leader's shoes had gone? Only Kai Jia quietly looked down at his mismatched shoes, lost in thought. Chapter 64. If your monthly exam results do not improve, your class will be disbanded. Pray tell, what have you been doing all day? Yi Rushi scolded. You should be diligently teaching, yet as a homeroom teacher, you skip class. You ought to conduct a class meeting, and instead, you've pilfered the leader's shoes. After the leader departed, Yi Rushi immediately summoned Yikong to the principal's office, shutting the door and unleashing a torrent of reproaches. He had anticipated a reprimand, and now regretted coming. Yikong murmured under his breath. Yi Rushi slammed the table. What did you say? Speak up. I said. How could I have known a student would take the wrong shoes? Yikong approached with a forced smile, kneading Yi Rushi's shoulders. Sister, calm down. If you truly cannot manage at Langhua, I shall invest in a hopeful primary school for you, and you can be the principal. Yi Rushi massaged her throbbing temples. Fine. Since the leaders are not pursuing this matter, I shall refrain from further comment. However, you must ensure your class's academic performance improves. The monthly exam is next week. If you can elevate the results of class 2 and 3, I would be immensely grateful. Sister, you are placing me in a difficult position. I do not care. If your class's scores do not improve in this monthly exam, you might as well resign as homeroom teacher. Yikong nonchalantly remarked, it's merely grades. How significant can it be? But Yi Rushi suddenly seized his collar. This is what you said. I am not joking. If your class's performance does not improve, you should resign, and let this class be dissolved. Kai Jia, you have truly embarrassed me. During a class meeting, you took the leader's shoes. Now I've faced the principal's wrath. During evening self-study, Yikong chastised Kai Jia, then sighed, tell me, how can we possibly improve your grades? Zhao Jinsheng tilted his head. Cheating? You must be joking. Yikong smacked his head. If caught, where would my dignity go? Old class, you need to take it easy. Zhang Dong advised, in life, what is face? It's all ephemeral. Yikong did not even lift his eyelids. Very well, I shall now publicly disclose your browsing history. Whoa, old class, must you be so ruthless? I was trying to comfort you, and you threatened my life. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Yikong rapped his fingers on the table. I am earnestly discussing a matter with you all. If your results in the upcoming monthly exam do not improve, I, your homeroom teacher, shall face dismissal. Zhang Ning, seemingly indifferent, retorted, how could that possibly happen? After all, our class has seen numerous homeroom teachers depart. Only those who either requested to leave or were dismissed by the principal have faced such an unprecedented fate. With a smirk, he continued, I know you would relish my departure in favor of a more attractive female teacher. Old teacher, that is not my intention, came the reply. Regardless of your intentions, it is imperative that your scores rise in this month's exam. Yikong narrowed his eyes, surveying the group. Do you know why I have never studied, yet consistently rank among the top? What? One can excel without studying? What a remarkable skill. The students pondered if the old teacher intended to impart this talent to them. Is it because of stealing exam papers? As Yikong remained silent, Song Ilyin could no longer contain herself. Yikong shook his head, his enigmatic demeanor inciting a competitive spirit among the students, who began to speculate wildly. Is it due to last-minute cramming? Again, he shook his head. What else could it possibly be? As their guesses dwindled, Yikong, with an air of profound mystery, finally divulged, it is simply because I am intelligent. A chorus of exasperated groans erupted. The students lamented, believing their teacher could not possibly offer any wisdom. Was this not a thinly veiled critique of their own intellect? To be frank, I consider it an honor to teach you. You have shown me a side of the world I had never known, the astonishing depths of academic failure. Before they could counter, he pressed on, however, this also presents a challenge for me. There is nothing more daunting than the task of elevating your scores. Thus, I have resolved to confront this challenge. There are 45 of you in this class, correct? I shall grant you 5 minutes to organize into groups of 5, selecting a leader who will compile a list of names to present to me. Confused murmurs rippled through the students as they executed Yikong's directive. After 5 minutes, they provided him with their group information. Yikong examined the lists and pointed to Zhang Ning's group. Zhang Ning, Zhang Dong, Tian Qingyang, Wu Dongping. Du Yuqin, are you all certain you wish to be in a group together, being the last 5 in the class? Zhang Ning protested, old teacher. Your words are an affront to our dignity. Yikong shot back, given your current standings, what dignity remains to be insulted? I worry you possess so little foundational knowledge that you may not even comprehend the questions. Do not fret about that, Wu Dongping interjected. I am slightly better than they are. While I may not solve the problems, I can at least understand them. If necessary, I will explain. Yikong retorted. Do you truly believe being 5th from the bottom is significantly better than 4th from the bottom? Old teacher, that's not a fair comparison. I may be 5th from the bottom, but I am also the 40th from the top. Yikong rubbed his forehead, counting silently to the 41st. After all this talk, what exactly does old classmaster intend to do? The groups have already been assigned, yet the students below remain utterly perplexed, completely unaware of Yikong's intentions. He cast a glance at them and uttered 2 words, focus on the exam. This group of young scholars possesses a rather shaky foundation. Cramming at the last moment will surely yield little understanding. Resorting to stealing questions is something he, as the homeroom teacher, cannot condone. However, guiding them towards exam preparation is entirely acceptable. After all, if one can predict the college entrance examination questions, why not the monthly assessments? The exam questions invariably follow certain patterns, and the teachers often select from a pool of past questions to craft new papers, essentially rehashing old material. By studying the question-setting tendencies of the teachers at Langhua High School over the past 5 years, it should not be too difficult to predict a significant portion of the questions. From now on, I will provide you with 5 questions for each subject daily. During morning and evening self-study sessions, you will work in groups to memorize them, with the group leader and members supervising one another while I conduct random checks. The top 4 groups with the best memorization will be exempt from homework for the day, while the bottom 4 will be tasked with cleaning, fetching water, running errands, and grading assignments. Chapter 65, the deadly multiple choice question. Did you choose correctly? 5 questions per subject, across 6 subjects, totals 30 questions. Memorizing 30 questions in a day. That seems exceedingly difficult. As Yikong outlined the task, a chorus of complaints arose from below, but he paid no heed, settling down on the podium to earnestly work on question predictions. As soon as the bell for evening self-study rang, he sprang up from his chair. All right, class dismissed. Don't forget our agreement for tomorrow. I'll treat you to a meal, and you all must come. After reminding them of this, he stood up and left. Understood. Old classmaster. Despite his few shortcomings, Yikong had at least one redeeming quality. He never lingered after class. He always left faster than a rabbit. What do you think old classmaster will treat us to tomorrow? He.S. not short on money, so it's bound to be something good. I checked. Ziyang Mountain Villa is a private estate. The food will be served is likely to be exquisite home-cooked fare. Really? That is fantastic. The students of Class 3. Year 2 slowly packed their bags while discussing the upcoming feast. Though Yi Kong might be disliked, his invitations were indeed highly anticipated. Here are your phones. As usual, Feng Yukai retrieved the phones from Yi Kong's office and distributed them to everyone. After receiving their devices, the students slung their bags over their shoulders and headed outside. Hey! Song Ilian was the first to power on her phone, only to find that the screen displayed not her meticulously edited photos but a dismal black background, adorned with red blood-like effects. In the center of the screen was a glaring multiple-choice question. Please choose one person between Xiao Zhan and Yi Kong to be your homeroom teacher. Whom would you select? Is that even a question? Of course, it's Xiao Zhan. Song Ilian's finger hovered over Xiao Zhan's option, only to hesitate again. In this gloomy backdrop, if she made the wrong choice, it would be rather unlikely for her phone to explode, considering Yi Kong's personality, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, such pettiness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Ilian ultimately chose Yi Kong. Although this may not be your heartfelt choice, congratulations on making the correct decision. Subsequently, the peculiar scene dissipated, reverting to a standard desktop interface. How childish indeed. Having resolved the crisis, Song Ilian turned to her companion, Chu Ting. What is your question? Chu Ting raised her phone to show her. Pray tell, if you had to choose between Fu Xinxing and Yi Kong as your homeroom teacher, whom would you select? Song Ilian inquired. Who is Fu Xinxing? Chu Ting cleared her throat. He is the male protagonist of a novel. That is not important. I shall choose our old homeroom teacher. Naturally, the choice would be the old homeroom teacher. After successfully unlocking her phone, Song Ilian and Chu Ting approached a few boys. What are your selections? Given Yi Kong's usual demeanor, each person's choice was bound to differ. Li Hao was the first to present his phone. My question involves him and my goddess. It goes without saying, I must choose my goddess. As he said this, he reached to select the goddess option. However, Song Ilian restrained his hand, offering a friendly warning. I believe it would be more prudent to choose our old teacher. Li Hao swatted her hand away, exclaiming, Get off me. If my goddess sees this, she might misunderstand. Without hesitation, he chose the goddess option. Almost instantly, a vivid red blood effect enveloped the entire screen, coalescing into several blood-red words. Ungrateful wretch. As the crimson hue faded, the wallpaper transformed into a mocking photo of Yi Kong. What on earth is this old fool up to? Upon unlocking his phone, Li Hao discovered that the home screen was also adorned with Yi Kong's selfies. To make matters worse, every single icon was replaced with pictures of Yi Kong. Trembling, he opened the chat interface with his goddess, only to find that the chat background had also morphed into one of Yi Kong. Ha ha ha, this old fool truly has a way about him. He was immediately met with a wave of merciless laughter. Puffed, Li Hao feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. It's just a few pictures of the old fool. I'll get used to it. Now, let us see your options. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to Wu Dongping's phone. He pressed the power button. Pray tell, if you had to choose between Takizawa Laura and Yi Kong as your homeroom teacher, who would you select? Puffed, so your favorite is Takizawa Laura. Of course. He too was subjected to a barrage of merciless taunts. Only Song Ilian and Chu Ting were somewhat perplexed, wondering if Takizawa Laura was Wu Dongping's girlfriend, as it sounded like a girl's name. Mind your own business. Wu Dongping quickly pressed Yi Kong's option. He certainly did not want Yi Kong's visage appearing constantly on his phone. Yet, in the next moment, the screen erupted with an effect of an arrow piercing through. Liar. Prepare for punishment. Subsequently, the desktop transformed into a collage of various pictures of Yi Kong. Wu Dongping was so furious that he felt like smashing his phone. What nonsense is this old man up to? He's simply tormenting people. Song Ilian, reveling in his misfortune, thought to herself that he deserved it. After all, who asked him to speak recklessly in the group chat? How petty. That was merely a matter from the morning. You should consider yourself lucky. You only had to see his photograph, which is hardly a crisis, certainly preferable to tackling exam questions. Everyone returned home, indignantly clutching their phones that had been subjected to ridicule. However, a prank is just a prank. It's not a significant issue. Later that evening, in the class group chat for the second year, a message from Chu Chen popped up. Addressing all members, the teacher asked me to remind you all to sleep early tonight. No one is allowed to be late tomorrow. We know, came the chorus of responses, somewhat exasperated. A few replied, but many, like Li Hao, merely read without responding, even scoffing. As if just saying sleep early makes you someone important who can meddle in everyone else's affairs. With that, he opened the album he had created specifically for his goddess. This collection was filled with selfies she had sent him, and he had saved every single one to admire before sleeping. He clicked on the first photo, which was a shot of her legs, long, fair, and smooth. But wait, what was that? There seemed to be leg hair. He didn't remember that being the case. Oh, well, it's normal for girls to have leg hair. With this thought, he moved to the second image, and upon catching sight of the girl's face, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop his phone. The face he had yearned for had transformed entirely into that of Yi Kong. His fingers shook as he scrolled down. Not just this photo had changed, but the entire album was altered. At 10 o'clock that night, Li Hao's furious shout echoed throughout the entire building. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Meanwhile, Zhang Ning had opened a small website. After a long day of arduous study, wasn't he at time to reward himself? What is life without a little enjoyment? Yet today, as he browsed, something felt off. He didn't dwell on it too much and navigated to a familiar section, selecting a teacher he knew well to begin his studies. Soon, he was jolted awake in his bed. The teacher he recognized had turned to reveal herself as Yi Kong. No wonder he sensed something amiss. It turned out that the entire website's cover bore Yi Kong's likeness. This relentless tormentor. Did he even understand the harm he was causing? Hey, wake up. Wake up. Zhang Ning cried out in desperation at his little brother, observing his lethargic and waning state. Never had he felt such despair and anger as in this moment. If Yi Kong were in front of him, he would undoubtedly leap at him. Of course, tragedies seldom befall just a single individual. That night, those who had foolishly spoken in the group chat earlier were all left with indelible psychological scars. Where's Yi Kong? Where's everyone? At 8 in the morning, at the entrance of Xiang Mountain Villa. Last night, the victims could hardly indulge in a moment of slumber as they arrived at their destination with fervor an hour before the scheduled assembly time of 9 o'clock. They were determined to demand an explanation from the old master. "Dear students, please remain calm," said the butler, Uncle Lin, who had previously encountered Zhao Jincheng and his companions at the Yi residence. He composedly endeavored to soothe the crowd's agitation. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the irate Zhang Ning, who insisted, "Enough of your idle chatter. Summon Yi Kong to face us. Do not be a coward. I sincerely apologize, but our young master has yet to awaken and is unable to meet you at this moment. Nevertheless, he has instructed me to ensure that if his students arrive early today, they are treated with courtesy." Uncle Lin reflected inwardly on his young master's remarkable foresight. "I do not seek your courtesy. I demand that old master to come forth. Please, follow me," Uncle Lin beckoned, leading them into the guest room of Xiang Villa. Though modest in size, the room was exquisitely constructed, radiating an ancient charm. Once they were seated, Uncle Lin served each of them a cup of tea. "Esteemed students, this is specially prepared for you by our young master. He said that once you finish drinking, you will comprehend his thoughtful intentions." With that, he smiled and retreated. In truth, Zhang Ning and his companions were seething with unspent frustration. Yet, given Uncle Lin's unwavering politeness, they hesitated to unleash their anger upon him. "What nonsense is this? A mere cup of tea to placate us?" Zhang Ning muttered, ready to lift the lid of his teacup when suddenly, the massive television opposite him flickered to life. A booming voice filled the guest room, proclaiming, "Amidst your rigorous studies, do you find your memory faltering or feel overwhelmed? In a brightly lit classroom, do you experience dizziness or struggle to concentrate? After prolonged study, do your knees ache, your hands tire, and your ears ring? What is this?" Zhang Dong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, seeing confusion mirrored in each other's eyes, bewildered by the unsolicited advertisement being presented to them. "Open the 9 transformation revitalizing tea beside you." As they instinctively lifted the lids of their teacups, they discovered that the contents were not merely ordinary tea leaves, but included goji berries, ginseng, and several unfamiliar herbs. The 9 transformation revitalizing tea is not just a beverage. It is meticulously crafted through 9 intricate processes by Master Yi, with each drop encapsulating the vitality of nature, and each sip exuding the profound care of a dedicated teacher for their students. The 9 transformation revitalizing tea is your steadfast companion in the journey of learning. It enhances your academic performance while helping you maintain balance amidst the pressures of study, ensuring you remain in optimal condition as you explore the realm of knowledge. "Quickly, enhance the tea's potency." A voice called out, but the response was, "Apologies, insufficient points. This feature has not yet been activated." Observing Zhang Ning and the others stunned by the advertisement he had hastily concocted the previous night, Yi Kong swiftly summoned the system. He certainly lacks the ability to casually brew a cup of tea that achieves the miraculous effects advertised. He can only rely on his golden finger. "System, I have boasted extensively. You cannot possibly stand idly by while your host is humiliated, can you? As a system, it is your duty to assist your host in achieving grandeur." "Apologies, host, insufficient points." "Do not speak to me of insufficient points. I simply ask you, are you capable or not?" "Apologies, host." "Silence. Do not utter another apology." "Not possible." Sighing, Yi Kong resigned himself to the situation. He had thought that since he was bound to the system, they would share both glory and disgrace, but he never anticipated such a heartless response from the system. Now that he had boasted, the students had tasted his tea, yet it bore no effect. Undoubtedly, he would lose their trust. "Apologies, host. I do not believe your students trust you. Following a host like me leads nowhere. You might as well switch to someone else. I would not wish to hinder your potential." "Apologies, host. Your account truly lacks sufficient points. Then cannot you lend me some? Once they perform well in the upcoming monthly exam, you can repay me, right? This is a one-time exception. It will not happen again." The system was indeed easily swayed. Yi Kong smiled. Thank you, my dear system. You are the most promising. Once I achieve success, I shall not forget you. Is this device truly as miraculous as he claimed? In the reception room, Zhang Ning was initially reluctant to drink the so-called 9-transformation great nourishing tea. Yet after being repeatedly brainwashed by the advertisements, he found himself unable to resist his curiosity. Zhang Ning decided to give it a try. Li Hao quickly grasped his hand. Are you out of your mind? Are you not afraid that the old teacher will poison you? Poisoning me seems unlikely. After all, we are his students. He cannot be that malicious, can he? Zhang Ning lifted the cup and took a sip, believing it should be fine. What does it taste like? The others looked at him with curiosity. You won't believe it, but Zhang Ning took another sip and, upon finishing, felt significantly more at ease. The fatigue from waking early vanished, and his mind felt clear and invigorated. It seemed that even Yi Kong, who had previously annoyed him, was no longer so bothersome. Chapter 67. Free labor force is ready. Is it truly as miraculous as you say? The others gazed at him skeptically, deeming his statement absurd. After all, it was just a cup of tea. Even if it contained millennium ginseng or 10,000-year cordyceps, the effects could not possibly be so immediate. Tian Xingyang shot him a sideways glance. Based on my understanding of our teacher, this tea must taste dreadful. Are you trying to trick us into drinking it? Zhang Ning, exasperated, replied, what kind of relationship do you think we have? We are brothers in arms. How could I conspire with that old teacher to deceive you? That was a valid point. The others lifted their cups as well. After drinking, they each experienced varying sensations. Admittedly, it did seem to provide a sense of comfort. Is our old teacher perhaps so formidable because he drinks this every day? It is indeed possible. Several individuals promptly drained their cups of tea and subsequently called for a refill, only to be informed that they were permitted but a single cup. How miserly. At 9 o'clock, the students of Class 3 from the second year of high school began to arrive at Xiang Mountain Villa in succession. They were all ushered into the reception room for tea. Today, there was an abundance of beautiful women. Usually at school, everyone wears uniforms. And although the uniforms of Langhua High School were thoughtfully designed by a professional, making them far more appealing than ordinary ones, the monotony could become tiresome. This weekend, Yi Kong had invited them to dine at the villa, reminiscent of a private kitchen, and naturally, they took the opportunity to adorn themselves. Half of the girls had changed into lovely dresses, styled their hair, and donned pearls or sparkling accessories. A glance revealed a vibrant array of blossoms. Some radiated innocence and charm, others embodied a bold, sultry flair, while some exuded a sporty vibe. And yet others displayed elegant sophistication. It was astonishing to see them so dazzling, a stark contrast to their usual appearances. The boys in the class were all aflutter with excitement. Kai Jia placed his hand on Zhu Yurong's shoulder and remarked, you wouldn't believe it. I had no idea our class had so many beauties. Today, Jin Xueji seems particularly stunning. Do you feel any regret after breaking up with her? Jin Xueji was clad in a flowing white bohemian-style gown, her smooth, pale shoulders exposed. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned simply with a champagne-colored rose. She embodied a captivating charm, blending youthful playfulness with mature grace. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, caught in the attention of such a beauty. And with Kai Jia showering him with compliments, Zhu Yurong's vanity was significantly appeased. He whispered to Kai Jia, you know, she's still trying to win me back. Really? I thought she had locked her heart away after threatening to jump off a building for you. How could that be? She loves me above all. All right then. Kai Jia rolled his eyes at him. When you were together, I didn't see you treating her exceptionally well. Nobody blamed you for the breakup. But now your words make you sound like a true cad. To be honest, most of the class was aware of the situation between Zhu Yurong and Jin Xueji. They were both willing participants in the relationship, so others could hardly criticize. When Zhu Yurong and Jin Xueji parted ways, and she attempted to take her own life, no one placed blame on Zhu Yurong, for aside from indulging in her snacks, he had not truly invested in her. Even Yi Kong merely handled the matter quietly, without ever speaking to Zhu Yurong about it. However, Zhu Yurong's current behavior was undeniably contemptible. TCH, what do you know? This is what we call masculine allure. Zhu Yurong smiled, preparing to greet Jin Xueji, only to see her approach Zhao Jincheng, engaging in conversation and laughing animatedly. Angered, he strode over. Hey, what are you doing? Jin Xueji turned, her smile radiant, and exclaimed, oh, when did you arrive? I didn't even notice you. Just as Zhu Yurong was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a commotion around him. Yi Kong had entered the room at some point. Dear students, it seems that everyone has gathered. Have you all enjoyed the tea I prepared for you? He asked with a cheerful smile, hands clasped behind his back. Although Zhang Dong, Zhang Ning, Tian Xingyang, and the others felt anxious and wished to confront him, it was somewhat awkward to voice such sentiments. The girls, however, had favorable opinions regarding the tea. Well, since we are all here, allow me to introduce someone to you, Yi Kong said, as he brought forth an individual from behind him. It was Bai Long, the boy from Class 1 who had appeared in the cafeteria that day. He smiled shyly and greeted everyone. Hello, I am Bai Long. Ah, it's you. Upon his arrival, the group was somewhat surprised but equally welcoming. By the way, after our last meal together, I hadn't had the chance to introduce myself. Hello, I am Zhang Dong. And this is Zhang Ning, our class monitor. Regarding the incident in the cafeteria, after being reprimanded by Yi Kong, they realized their actions were inappropriate and asked Song Ilian to apologize on their behalf. However, due to the awkwardness of the moment, they could only express their remorse through actions. Soon, with Zhang Dong, Zhang Ning, and a few others' amiable social skills, Bai Long became quite familiar with them. Observing that the situation had progressed nicely, Yi Kong clapped his hands to capture their attention. Alright, everyone is here, and the tea has been enjoyed. Now, the main event is about to commence. He clapped his hands and said, Come, follow me. The group assumed he was leading them to a grand feast and eagerly followed him. Indeed, the surroundings here surpassed any farmhouse I had ever visited. It was autumn, and the grand ginkgo trees spread their canopies like a magnificent umbrella, with fallen leaves carpeting a golden path. Walking along this path, one could see enormous pumpkins nestled among the greenery, peacefully slumbering, while golden corn cobs sparkled in the sunlight, and tomatoes and peppers playfully jostled on their trellises, embellishing the splendid autumn scenery. As Yi Kong guided them through, it felt as though they were traversing a painting. However, the destination of this picturesque journey was a modest farmhouse. Although this simple abode appeared quite poetic in this setting, surely it could not accommodate their entire class for a meal, could it? Come, each of you take one. Yi Kong entered the house and quickly emerged with a hoe. The group stood in bewilderment as he casually thrust the hoe into Zhang Ning's arms. What are you standing there for? Take it. Zhang Ning, bewildered and helpless with the hoe in his arms, exclaimed, But, teacher, you said you would treat us to a meal. Indeed, I did say you could come for a meal, but I am not your parents. I cannot allow you to come and eat for free. Yi Kong tossed another hoe towards them. Hurry up and get the tools. After you gather them, we'll work before we eat. Don't worry. The meal will not disappoint. Damn, this old man truly wouldn't concede an inch. Did they really think they could gain any advantage from him? Were they not being overly naive? Alas, do you suppose that once we leave school, the world will be filled with insidious individuals like our old teacher? Kaijia, with a hoe slung over his shoulder, sighed wistfully, harboring a deep-seated concern that the days ahead appeared exceedingly bleak. It is no wonder that school is often referred to as an ivory tower, is it not? If the world outside is populated by people like Yi Kong, one would be perpetually encircled by devils. He truly believed that the future offered no glimmer of hope. There's no need for such pessimism, Zhu Yuruan whispered, taking advantage of Yi Kong's distraction. In truth, those who are overly dogmatic cannot thrive in society. Otherwise, why would he come here to teach? Surely he has been ostracized by the honest folk. Indeed, you make a valid point. Chapter 68, A Sudden Stab, Piercing to the Heart. To prepare this plot of land, merely a dozen acres, once completed, would yield sustenance. After the boys in the class received their farming tools, Yi Kong guided them to a recently harvested field and instructed them to till the soil. Initially, they were somewhat reluctant, but after tentatively turning over a couple of shovels of earth and realizing it was not overly arduous, they begrudgingly consented to the task. Once they were organized for tilling, he then led the girls of the class, each taking a basket, and directed them to the vegetable garden. These vegetables are cultivated by my family, entirely organic and free from pollutants. Feel free to pick whatever you desire. Afterward, you can prepare your own meal in the kitchen over there, which is stocked with a variety of seasonings. With that, he intended to depart, but was halted by the short-skirted Song Ilian, who tugged at his sleeve. Wait. You invite us to dine, yet expect us to cook? The issue is that, at home, who among them is not a delicate princess, untouched by the toil of culinary endeavors? Take Su Ran, for example, whose parents divorced and abandoned her. She has even employed a maid to clean her apartment and prepare her meals, ensuring she is never hungry. Now, arriving at Yi Kong's place, they were expected to cook for themselves? Was this a jest? Indeed, or else what will you eat? Yi Kong paused momentarily and reminded them, Oh, and don't forget to prepare my portion. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Listen, is that what people are saying? Song Ilian grasped his clothing once more. Wait a moment, old teacher. You must consider that we cannot cook. How difficult can cooking truly be? Before Yi Kong could finish his thought, he felt a chill run down his spine, a shiver that raised the hair on the back of his neck. He quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, my last incident was an accident. This time is different. The kitchen is equipped with an electronic screen. You'll find recipes for whatever you wish to prepare, just follow them. With that, he slipped away, hastily making his exit. This time, due to his foresight, Song Ilian was unable to catch hold of his garment as he darted away, covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters in no time. I'm keeping an eye on you. His voice echoed back, even as he vanished from sight. Song Ilian sighed. I knew I should not have harbored any illusions about that old teacher. This basket does not match my outfit today at all. Never mind. Let us go and pick some vegetables. All right. See, they are doing splendidly. At the pinnacle of Xiang Mountain Villa, a few towering pomelo trees stand majestically, their trunks thick enough for two individuals to embrace. Their branches are laden with lush foliage and abundant fruit, while the fragrant aroma of pomelo leaves invigorates the senses. Beneath these grand trees lies a quaint pavilion, offering a splendid view of the majority of Xiang Mountain Villa. Yikong reclines leisurely in the pavilion, a pomelo leaf delicately held between his lips, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin gazes down at the children at the foot of the mountain, shaking his head with a hint of sympathy. Young master, they are merely a group of pampered children. How could they possibly manage this? Besides, we have agricultural machinery for a reason. With just one person, this small plot can be tilled in an hour. How uninteresting, Yikong replies with a smile. What if we make a wager? Young master, you are the one proposing this bet. If I win, you must not cheat. Whoever cheats is a puppy. At the base of the villa, over 20 boys, once full of vigor, now pant and sit directly on the muddy ground, exhausted. Farming requires skill and endurance. Initially, the first few shovelfuls felt effortless, but as they continued, the toil became overwhelmingly daunting. This is no work for humans. Half an hour later, the only one still diligently toiling away is Bai Long. His lean frame moves swiftly, embodying strength as he turns the earth. Bai Long, you may as well take a break. If it becomes too much, we can just slack off. This old dang is clearly trying to make things difficult for us. Zhang Ning calls out to him. Bai Long adeptly wipes the sweat from his brow with the hem of his shirt. It's fine, you all rest. This is what I do at home, so I'm accustomed to it. What, you have to do this at home too? Yes, Bai Long nods. My family relies on a few acres of land for sustenance. My mother left after giving birth to me, and my father used to work the fields until he passed away from lung cancer. My grandfather is old now, so it falls to me. Initially, this work is exhausting, but you get used to it over time. His words resonate deeply with the group, leaving them in stunned silence. The disparity between wealth and poverty is stark. Although they have gleaned an understanding of the hardships faced by farmers through documentaries or television, the reality is far removed from their sheltered lives, where they have never even witnessed a chicken laying an egg. The phrase, "the farmer toils under the midday sun, sweat dripping into the soil," is merely a poetic line to them. They cannot fathom that this verse reflects a tangible reality, now vividly unfolding before their eyes, shattering certain illusions within them. No wonder Yikong remarked that day, "Is it simply because you were fortunate enough to be born into a loving family, with a nurturing environment and capabilities, that you feel entitled to belittle those who are less fortunate? They are truly insufferable." I find myself wishing I could slap the arrogant version of myself from back then in the cafeteria. Why are you all staring at me? Upon noticing their guilty gazes, Bai Long halted, interlocking his fingers around the handle of the hoe, taking a moment's respite. In truth, there is no need for your pity. Compared to others in the village, I am quite fortunate. At the very least, heaven has bestowed upon me a reasonably functional intellect, allowing me to progress from the village to the city. I have had teachers and schools assisting me throughout the journey, waiving my tuition fees, and even providing me with meals in exchange for my help in the cafeteria. Furthermore, I encountered Teacher Yi and all of you. Teacher Yi has graciously offered to lend me the tuition and living expenses from high school through university, with the understanding that I will repay him gradually after graduation. You all regard me as a friend. Teacher Yi also mentioned that if we managed to finish digging this plot of land today, he would lend me additional funds to purchase a laptop. Sitting on the ground, everyone exchanged glances. I had to clench my fists, feeling a mix of resentment towards Yikong, yet I could only adhere to his words. How can this old man grasp them so accurately? Chapter 69. Aren't students meant to play? I have one. In the pavilion, Yikong extended his hand towards Uncle Lin, urging him for 100 yuan. Uncle Lin slapped his palm onto Yikong's hand. No cash. I'll transfer it to you later. You better not renege. Observing Yikong's intense fixation on that 100 yuan, Uncle Lin couldn't help but shake his head, pondering how someone so grown could still be so childish. He stood up, saying, "You should just entertain those kids. Aren't students meant to play? Otherwise, why would I even be a teacher?" Uncle Lin racked his brain for a way to counter Yikong's argument. It seemed that every time he faced Yikong, he had a plethora of reasons. Yet he always felt at a loss for words, as anything he said would be met with Yikong's peculiar retorts. However, before he could formulate a rebuttal, he noticed a thick, black smoke rising from below, emanating from the kitchen. Oh no, those kids Haven Tea set the kitchen ablaze, have they? Uncle Lin dashed downstairs, berating Yikong along the way. You only know how to cause chaos. Yikong also hurried down, thinking, it's just cooking. Surely they Haven Tea really burned the kitchen down. Cough, cough, cough. I can't take this anymore. What on earth is happening? In the kitchen, a group of girls, covered in soot, stumbled out, coughing incessantly from the thick smoke. Among the 21 girls, only 5 or 6 had any experience with a gas stove. And that limited knowledge proved futile here, as they were using a traditional earthen stove, one that required firewood. They joyfully gathered a bountiful harvest of fruits and vegetables from the fields, took delightful pictures with their bounty, and before they could even begin cooking, they encountered the greatest hurdle: how to start a fire. After fumbling for over half an hour, they had yet to ignite the flames, nearly suffocating in the process. When Yikong and Uncle Lin rushed over, they found the girls coughing, their faces streaked with tears and mucus, their makeup completely ruined, and their little dresses marred with patches of black and gray. "Are you all right?" Uncle Lin hurried into the kitchen, where fortunately there was no fire. The smoke was merely a result of using damp wood for the fire. Yikong checked each of them one by one, and upon confirming their safety, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, he rolled up his sleeves and decided to take matters into his own hands, declaring that the chef would have the day off. Given their current state, it seemed unlikely they would be able to eat, so he would cook personally. What? He is cooking himself? Before they could relax, Yikong's announcement caught them off guard. "Old classmate, let us stay calm. It's not necessary. Let us take some pictures instead. I can make your long legs look like they're 8 feet tall. Please, as long as you don't cook. I'm fine with anything." In the end, after Uncle Lin managed to get the fire going in the kitchen, he decided to take over the cooking duties. "Young master, you needn't bother. You've never set foot in a kitchen before. How could you possibly cook? Let me handle it," he said, rolling up his sleeves and methodically beginning to prepare the ingredients. Yikong watched his movements with a degree of surprise. "Uncle Lin, you, young master, have them assist me." Uncle Lin interrupted. Yikong could only nod in agreement. "Wash these vegetables, and go to the field to gather a half basket of scallions, cilantro, and garlic sprouts." Uncle Lin had worked at the Yi family for most of his life and had once been an excellent cook in his youth. However, due to his age and the loss of his only son, he had not cooked in many years. It was a rare occasion for him to feel inspired to cook, and Yikong quickly led the group of dusty-faced young ladies to the vegetable garden. Upon returning from the garden, they encountered the boys who had just finished tilling the land. Food, food, food. They had assumed there would be a meal waiting for them at Xiang Mountain Villa, so they had skipped breakfast. After over an hour of labor, they were already famished, their hunger evident as they looked at each other with gleaming eyes. Several girls were startled by their appearance and instinctively took a step back. "Your expressions are quite terrifying. It's just been an hour of digging, hasn't he? Why do you look like different people? Hurry up, I'm really starving." Du Yuqin was too exhausted to even bicker with them. "What are we eating today?" Song Ilian timidly stepped back a few paces. It's still not ready." "What? Not ready yet?" Zhang Ming looked at them weakly. "We don't need to make a lot of dishes, just a few will do." The problem is, we haven't even lit the fire yet." "What?" A group of boys, on the brink of starvation, were almost too weak to consider consuming anyone. Eventually, they followed to the courtyard next to the kitchen. Some were simply too weak to carry on. They drank some water and nibbled on a few freshly picked cucumbers before taking a break. Du Yuqin, Chu Chun, Zhu Yurong, and Bai Long, who could still hold on, struggled to peek into the kitchen to see if they could help with anything. Just then, they spotted a platter of freshly cooked Xian being brought out from the kitchen. After being deep-fried, the eggplant and potatoes exhibit an alluring golden exterior, complemented by tender green peppers. The three ingredients unite in the wok, enhanced by the seasoning of minced garlic, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce, resulting in a unique flavor profile. The aroma is savory and enticing, provoking a ravenous response from anyone nearby. Upon entering, Du Yuqin and his companions gazed at the dish as if they had just laid eyes upon an unclothed beauty after months of restraint, their expressions transforming into that of famished wolves. "Don't touch that dish," Du Yuqin bellowed, rushing over to seize the plate from Chu Ting's hands. "I'll take care of it." "You little rascal, are you trying to hog it all?" quipped Chu Chun and Zhu Yirong, also unable to resist. The dish looked delectable, and they were eager to sample it. Zhu Yirong exclaimed as he seized a piece of potato and popped it into his mouth. He had never experienced such exquisite potatoes before. The outer layer was a delicate crisp, and as he bit into it, the soft, starchy interior melded perfectly with the seasonings and the wok's essence, instantly captivating his palate. After savoring one piece, he swiftly grabbed another, thinking, "What was that flavor? I must have another." The remaining three quickly followed suit, and in mere minutes, the plate of three delicacies had vanished into their hungry bellies. Had it not been for all the watchful eyes, a brawl might have ensued over who would lick the plate clean. "You lot are like Zhu Beiji. We haven't even begun to eat," Jiang Fengli remarked disapprovingly. Song Ilian pulled her back, saying, "Let it be. They are genuinely famished. By the way, do we have only vegetables? No meat?" Chapter 70. Do these Kuan bite? Her question piqued the attention of Du Yuqin and his friends. Exhausted and hungry, they found it absurd that they could not even have a morsel of meat. What sort of surrealism was this? What is the meaning of life without meat? Want meat? Simple. Before they could voice their protests, Yikong interjected, gesturing towards the back mountain of Xiang Villa, where chickens, ducks, fish, sheep, cows, and horses were plentiful, ready to be slaughtered on the spot, ensuring delectable meals. Du Yuchin swallowed hard. Old classmate. Then you should go. Me? Yikong pointed to himself, then raised a finger, elegantly shaking his head. You see, the gentleman does not indulge in the suffering of beasts. He cannot bear to witness their death. Thus, the gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Speak plainly. Du Yuchin paused for a moment. Are you suggesting we do the killing ourselves? Indeed. The group fell silent at Yikong's words. Were they to slaughter the chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep? They had rarely even seen live poultry. If you wish to eat, naturally, you must do the killing yourselves. After stating this, Yikong disappeared into the kitchen. I'll go lend a hand. You all, even a distinguished young master such as myself, has taken it upon himself to stoke the flames. How difficult could it possibly be for them to dispatch a mere chicken, duck, or fish? With that, he swiftly shoved firewood into the stove. Uncle Lin could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to expel him from the kitchen. Oh, my dear ancestor, spare me your antics. You've nearly scorched the pot. Might you not stand beside me and hand me some seasoning? That is acceptable. Yikong stood beside the cabinet, holding a jar containing a white, sandy substance, inquiring, is this salt or sugar? Uncle Lin, apprehend them. Charge. Let us indulge in the pleasures of feasting on lamb and beef, and we shall drink 300 cups. For the sake of meat, they were determined to press on. On the hillside of Xiang Manor's rear, dozens of free-range chickens foraged in groups amidst the grass, while numerous cattle, sheep, and horses lazily grazed on the tender, fresh grass. Du Yuchin, accompanied by a large entourage, arrived nearby and began to chant fervently. After 5 minutes, observing that none dared to take a step forward, Bai Long was at a loss for words. Why are you all standing still? It's not that we refuse to move. Du Yuchin rubbed his hands together. Surely these creatures won't bite? Theoretically, they do not bite, Bai Long added silently, but they do peck. Aren't those cattle and horses rather large? They must be dozens of times bigger than our dog. Surely they want to eat us? As he spoke, every muscle in Du Yuchin's body seemed to convey his fear. Bai Long sighed at his apprehension. They won't eat you. Do you think I would believe you just because you say so? We ought to investigate. What if they do eat humans? Forget it. Relying on them means we might never eat meat in this lifetime. Bai Long had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, the animals here, apart from being free-range, were also accustomed to human feeding, rendering them relatively unafraid. He easily captured 2 free-range chickens weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Grasping the chicken by its wings, he handed it to Du Yuchin while he went to catch a sheep. But just as he turned his head, the chicken flew away. Irritated, he exclaimed, do you all truly desire meat? If not, then never mind. We want it. Then eat, eat. Bai Long caught 2 more chickens and thrust them into Du Yuchin's hands. If you run off again, don't expect to eat. After a chaotic half-hour of chasing, they returned triumphantly, having secured 2 chickens for plump, white rabbits, and a small lamb weighing 40 to 50 pounds. With the capture complete, it was time for the slaughter. Initially, Du Yuchin thought they would dawdle during this phase, but Bai Long had no expectation of them taking action. He boiled hot water and swiftly dispatched the chickens, immersing them in the hot water for scalding, plucking feathers, and eviscerating them in one seamless motion. Each chicken was dispatched in under 5 minutes. Within half an hour, they had processed 4 chickens and 1 lamb. Lastly, he turned his gaze toward the rabbits cradled in the arms of several young women. Hand them over to me. The girls instinctively clutched the rabbits tighter. But the bunnies are so adorable. How could we eat them? Then will you be having them braised or spicy? Spicy. Ultimately, Du Yuchin and his companions proudly carried the chickens, lamb, and rabbits into the kitchen, tossing them into the iron basin. For chickens, 2 prepared as clear soup and 2 as firewood chicken. As for the lamb, it shall be roasted. The rabbit, ideally, should be spicy. Observing the arrival of chickens and lamb, Yikong exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Lin, a hint of pride shining in his eyes. Look at my student. Is there anything he cannot accomplish? When will we finally eat? I fear we shall starve. It seems that old Deng is intent on making us famished. In the small courtyard, the students of class 2 to 3 expressed their grievances. They had arrived at Xiang Mountain Villa at 9 o'clock, tirelessly working since, and now, at 1 or 2 in the afternoon, they had yet to partake of a meal. This is even worse than school. At least there is a cafeteria. Here they come. What is the hurry? Come lend a hand. At the entrance of the courtyard, Du Yuchin, Zhu Yurong, and Chu Qin entered, bearing a whole roasted lamb weighing 40 to 50 pounds. The lamb's skin was roasted to a golden crisp. The natural aroma of the meat mingling with the spiciness of the herbs, the freshness of the greens, and the smoky flavor of the charcoal, creating an irresistible fragrance. Upon catching a whiff, everyone present felt their mouths water uncontrollably, instinctively swallowing. How delightful! They had never imagined that a whole roasted lamb could be this fragrant. Surely that lamb will not suffice? The previously subdued crowd suddenly buzzed with excitement, as if invigorated, assisting in placing the lamb on the table. Of course, it won't be enough. The girls helping in the kitchen began to bring out dishes in a steady stream. Song Yilian placed a massive iron basin on the table with a resounding thud, unveiling clear soup with hen, and firewood chicken, and spicy rabbit. Before long, the 4 square tables in the courtyard were filled to the brim, and everyone, too eager to care, squeezed onto the long benches, each person with a plastic bowl, ready to indulge in rice. After an entire day, they finally had their meal. Wait. Chu Ting stood up, her gaze fixed on the spicy rabbit, tears welling in her eyes. This was the rabbit I personally caught. Why does it smell so divine? Chapter 71. The wine brewed by this young master. A treat for them. The small courtyard, slightly larger than a classroom, was filled with the aromas of lamb roasting, rabbit butchering, and chicken stewing. The fresh, vibrant vegetables from the countryside added to the feast. Surrounded by friends and mentors, the students of class 2 to 3 were creating an unforgettable memory. So delicious. It turns out that the free-range chickens from the villa are so delectable, entirely different from what I had at the farmstay before. The meat dishes on the table were devoured in an instant. Kai Jia, patting his belly, felt immensely satisfied as he picked his teeth. This was his first experience of such exquisite chicken. The meat was firm and succulent, bursting with a delightful flavor, especially the broth, which floated a thick layer of chicken fat, making it particularly enticing. A pot of clear chicken soup was completely devoured, with everyone having their own bowl. The rabbit was spicy and flavorful, and Chu Ting, with tears streaming down her face, managed to eat 3 large bowls. The unfortunate lamb, of course, was left with nothing but a pile of bones, the meat between the bones thoroughly picked clean. In summary, their bellies were well filled. Zhang Ning savored the bone in his mouth, relishing the exquisite fare. However, he mused, it would be splendid to have some wine to accompany such delectable dishes. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Kong, half expecting a reprimand for indulging in spirits, only to be surprised when Yi Kong nodded in agreement. Indeed. How could he have nearly overlooked such a pivotal matter? How many of you partake in wine? Tian Qingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, do you mind if we drink? Would I object? If you choose not to drink, that is your decision, Yi Kong replied, rising to his feet. Come, a few strong lads. Accompany me to the wine cellar. Let us fetch some wine. A wine cellar, you say? I'm on it. Upon hearing the prospect of wine, especially that of their teachers, enthusiasm surged among the students. In no time, 7 or 8 boys joined Yi Kong in making their way to the cellar. The wine cellar of Xiang Mountain Villa spanned approximately 10 square meters, filled with an array of vividly colored jars. So this is the wine cellar, teacher. Which shall we choose? The presence of a dedicated wine cellar suggested that the contents were likely of fine quality, yet the boys hesitated, turning their gazes towards Yi Kong. With a grand gesture, Yi Kong proclaimed, select whatever you wish, carry what you desire. Is that truly so, teacher? Are you not concerned we might abscond with all your finest wines? Today, Yi Kong's generosity was astonishing, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Why should I worry? I teach but one class, and you are my sole students. These fine wines merely sit here. Sharing them with you brings me joy. His words left Zhang Dong, Zhang Ning, and Tian Qingyang feeling particularly bashful. They had long perceived Yi Kong as stingy, yet he revealed himself to be remarkably magnanimous. Then we shall not be polite. Ultimately, Wu Dongping approached the central cluster of several sky-blue jars, arranged prominently in the dim light of the cellar, their beauty undeniable. With a single glance, Wu Dongping was entranced. He immediately embraced one of the jars and declared, this one is mine, teacher. He then rallied everyone to each carry a jar. Zhang Ning, Tian Qingyang, and Zhang Dong promptly followed suit, each hefting a jar. Meanwhile, Li Hao cunningly ventured into a corner to select an earthen-colored jar, asserting, you truly do not understand. Wine only improves with age. The jars you've chosen are clearly from recent brews. You know nothing. The group, however, ultimately staggered out with their chosen jars, each convinced they had secured the finest selection. They continually observed Yi Kong's expression, eager to discern any signs of regret. Yi Kong feigned a frown, clenching his fist momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. Go on, take them away. Noticing Yi Kong's somewhat reluctant demeanor, they became even more convinced they had acquired the best wine. They felt triumphant. Come, let us uncork this splendid wine. You are in for a treat. They hurried with their jars to the courtyard, each receiving a bowl, filled with eager anticipation as they opened the jars. Yi Kong, however, sauntered leisurely, being the last to arrive at the entrance of the courtyard. Uncle Lin at the entrance glanced at the cunning Yi Kong, then at the delighted students in the courtyard, who believed they had struck gold. He shook his head in resignation. These foolish children. How could they think there was only one wine cellar in such a vast Xiang manor? Young master, is this really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? This wine was personally brewed by me. They're fortunate to have a taste. The conversation between Uncle Lin and Yi Kong went unnoticed by the others. The students in the courtyard each filled their cups. Their curiosity piqued as they began to sample the drink. Why does this wine have a bitter taste? Several girls licked their tongues and frowned, feeling the flavor was not particularly pleasant. However, Since they were not accustomed to drinking, they could not discern the subtleties. What do you know, you bunch of girls? Aged fine wine has this flavor. Although Zhang Ning and a few others found the taste somewhat off, they still managed to swallow it, unwilling to admit their poor judgment, and stubbornly declared the wine delightful. To lend credence to their claims, they downed 3 large cups in rapid succession. What is so good about this? Li Hao opened his dusty jar and poured a cup for each person, proclaiming, "Now this is the real deal." Yi Kong then entered. "Pour me a glass of my wine. How can you not serve me?" "Of course not, old classmate. The first glass is for you." Feng Yukai, ever the sycophant, brought a cup to Yi Kong. Yi Kong accepted it, raised the cup, and declared, "To the future of our class 3 in the second year, cheers." Cheers. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as the students of class 3 raised their cups and drank heartily. Several girls, though inexperienced with alcohol, also downed a cup for the occasion. After several rounds, they began to feel a pleasant dizziness. Yi Kong, not wishing to indulge them to the point of inebriation, retrieved an old guitar from the room. This guitar, weathered by time, had lost its luster, showcasing a deep brown hue, while the metal components of the bridge had oxidized yet remained steadfast in holding the strings. Yi Kong's fingers lightly strummed the strings, occasionally adjusting the tuning pegs. Soon, his slender fingers produced a simple yet pure chord. The guitar's sound was muted, imbued with a unique charm. Each string narrated tales of the past and youth, lingering on the road. "Are you leaving? Fragile, yet proud. That was once my visage." Chapter 72. Too much fake wine. And falling into old Deng's trap. His voice, reminiscent of aged golden silkwood, was slightly raspy, yet brimming with strength. The students, who had been laughing and drinking, could not help but set down their cups and turn their attention towards Yi Kong. The man, clad in simple jeans and a white t-shirt, sat in the small courtyard with his old wooden guitar, strumming and singing. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, concealing the deep emotions within his eyes, while his voice floated through the air, intertwining with the melody of the guitar. "Where are you going?" The atmosphere was charged with an unsettling energy, mysterious and silent. Are you truly listening to the story? How is it that his song can be sung with such purity and tenderness? The young boys and girls gathered around the table laden with remnants of a meal gradually peel away the ordinary, cynical facade of the male teacher performing the ordinary road. He indeed does not walk the conventional path. He is, after all, both whimsical and enigmatic, always playing tricks on them. Yet, undeniably, he enriches their lives with an extraordinary perspective. It turns out he possesses such a distinct side, which is nearly the sole thought resonating in the minds of the students present. His song is remarkably unique, even though they have heard the ordinary road countless times, and many singers have passionately interpreted it. The rendition from his lips is simply unparalleled, and profoundly so. That soft, husky voice, which, despite lacking fervent intensity, irresistibly draws one in. It is a perfect match for the song. I have crossed mountains and seas, traversed through vast crowds. I once possessed everything, only to see it dissipate like smoke. In the courtyard, the sound of the guitar suddenly rises, emotions long suppressed erupting like a volcano. In an instant, it sweeps through the emotions of everyone present. Every heart beats fiercely at this moment, contracting. All feelings rapidly ascend, soaring. I have once felt lost, disheartened, and devoid of direction, until I realized that the ordinary was the only answer. Yi Kong slightly lifts his gaze, observing the 46 youthful faces in the courtyard. Their eyes so clear and fervent. Perhaps they are drawn into his realm at this moment. They glimpse a fragment of his world. Perhaps one day they will understand his solitude and wandering, or perhaps they never will. But at least in this moment, they are before him, their eyes fixed upon him. Listening to his narrative, I have once destroyed everything I had, longing to leave forever. I have once plunged into boundless darkness, struggling and unable to extricate myself. I have once been like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers, despairing yet yearning, crying and laughing, and being ordinary. As the intense emotions ebb away like the tide, and the final chord gently descends, his song concludes amidst the tranquility of the courtyard. Pairs of eyes silently fixate on him, still entranced by the emotions that have just unfolded. There is no applause, yet it resonates like thunder. Yi Kong chuckles, casually tossing aside the wooden guitar, raising his wine glass and downing it in one gulp. Can't you little rascals even applaud? After a brief silence, the men and women in the courtyard finally react and start clapping vigorously. Some words need not be spoken. The applause speaks volumes. The emotions that applause cannot convey. Yi Kong, with eyes full of understanding, has already comprehended. Old classmate, it turns out you sing so beautifully. Feng Man rushed to Yi Kong, seriously scrutinizing him for the first time. I feel it is such a pity that you are our teacher, truly. What a pity. I have previously expressed that it is my fortune to be your teacher. Yi Kong's gaze traversed each of their faces, and he continued, you are kind, united, interesting, and full of ideas. It is merely your grades that fall short. I understand that your academic performance is not a reflection of your intelligence, but rather a result of not having discovered the imperative reasons to study. Once you uncover those reasons, your grades will undoubtedly improve, will they not? His eyes brimmed with conviction and belief. Beneath him, 45 pairs of eyes suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Even if no one else believed in them, even if they themselves doubted their capabilities, what did it matter? Their homeroom teacher believed in them. Zhang Ning clenched his fists, striking the table with a resounding thud. Yes. His voice was heavy and gritty, prompting the remaining students to nod in unison. Yes, yes, yes. Each response echoed a commitment not to disappoint. Indeed, that was the essence of it. Yikong's smiling eyes gleamed brighter. I am aware that reclaiming what has been lost is no simple task. I understand how arduous it is to start anew. I ask you only this. Do you wish to move forward? Yes. The intoxicating atmosphere heightened emotions, and Yikong provided them with an outlet. Their synchronized response was filled with exuberance. Good. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Yikong slapped the table and glanced at Uncle Lin. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Uncle Lin entered a small room and soon emerged with a stack of photocopied papers. He began distributing them one by one. A gust of cold wind swept through the creaking old door, causing many to shiver, suddenly feeling a bit more alert. Wait, what did they just agree to? Zhang Ning lowered his head, examining the A4 paper before him, densely filled with various problems. How did this suddenly come about? Old classmate. We will go back and memorize it. Zhang Dong reacted the quickest, folding the paper and attempting to tuck it into his pocket, only to be halted by Yikong, who grasped his wrist. His smile appeared unchanged yet subtly different. There are a total of 30 questions. Start memorizing them now. You are not permitted to go home until you complete this. He picked up the guitar from the floor and gently wiped it with a soft cloth. I am not forcing you to do anything. You all agreed to this just now. To move forward, you must begin now. As your homeroom teacher, I recognize that you currently lack a goal. Therefore, I have set a small target for each of you to advance 50 places in the upcoming examination. Not too difficult. Is it? Not difficult? Not difficult at all. Zhang Ning lamented, supporting his head in frustration, regretting why he had consumed that inferior wine, clearly falling into old Deng's trap. To advance 50 places, he was originally ranked last, and with half of their class occupying the bottom 50. Asking him to rise 50 places essentially meant he would have to rank first in the class. Was this truly a small goal? Chapter 73. Am I truly a genius? Here, each person shall receive a bowl of the hangover remedy, which I have diligently prepared. Once you have consumed it, recite the questions, with your current state. Completing them in half an hour is a mere trifle. Yikong grasped a large iron bucket in his left hand and a hefty ladle in his right. Uncle Lin assisted him in arranging the bowls as he ladled the broth into each one. The students below, their faces etched with discomfort, reluctantly drank the hangover soup and began to memorize the questions Yikong had selected. With so many questions to tackle, when would they ever finish? Moreover, why must they endure this on a perfectly fine weekend? Not only must they memorize, but they must also grasp the reasoning behind each problem. If they do not understand, they are to come and consult me. Yikong, seemingly from nowhere, had procured a rocking chair, reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head, gently swaying back and forth. The sight was nothing short of indulgent. The students from Class 2 and Class 3 observed him with growing resentment. It seemed he had come to relish this moment while they toiled away, not only completing the work, but also memorizing questions. Their frustration was palpable, almost tangible. If Yikong could not sense it, he would be foolish indeed. However, maintaining their composure was a trivial matter for him. Yikong glanced at Uncle Lin seated nearby and discreetly signaled him. Uncle Lin sighed, though his resignation lasted but a moment. The next second, he stood up and, with a pained expression, addressed the comfortably drowsy Yikong in the rocking chair. Young master, why not take a rest in the guest room? Yikong covered his eyes and shook his head. No, I must guide my students through their studies. Oh, what studies? If it becomes too much, I can take over. That once he do, Uncle Lin, you wouldn't know how. But young master, you cannot continue like this. Last night, you stayed up until past 3 in the morning preparing questions, and then you rose so early this morning. How can your body endure this? Uncle Lin, ever the devoted caretaker, managed to squeeze out a couple of tears while speaking. This display of concern softened the hearts of the students, who had not previously realized the extent of their homeroom teacher's dedication. Indeed, preparing questions was no simple task. The sheer volume of exams and problems to review demanded late nights. For their sake, Yikong truly bore a heavy burden. Yet they questioned why they could not dedicate a Saturday to study. Old teacher, you should rest. We can handle it ourselves. Once we finish, we'll check each other's work, and for anything we don't understand, we'll look it up online. Song Ilian, moved by compassion, approached and urged Yikong to take a break. Yikong hesitated, eyeing them. Are you certain you can manage without me? Of course, they replied in unison. Very well. Seeing your maturity reassures me. I shall retreat to rest for a while. Feel free to summon me if necessary. With that, he made his way to the guest room. Upon entering, he locked the door, lay on the soft bed, and pulled out his phone to scroll through videos. What do these questions mean? Oh, it seems I have memorized all of them. I didn't realize I could memorize so quickly. After Yikong's departure, out of guilt, the students of Class 3, Grade 2 earnestly began to tackle their problems, seeking assistance from Bai Long whenever they encountered difficulties. Although Bai Long lacked any extraordinary skills, he was diligent in his studies, particularly adept at laying a solid foundation, allowing him to elucidate the problems with clarity. Within less than half an hour, the students were astonished to discover that they not only grasped the concepts, but had also memorized the material. The girls felt relatively at ease, as they were already proficient in memorization and had been diligently practicing, resulting in a noticeably quicker pace than before. However, Zhang Ning was utterly flabbergasted. He loathed memorization more than anything else, yet these problems seemed to imprint themselves in his mind after just a glance. Upon reviewing them again, he could recite one or two, and astonishingly, after 3 or 4 readings, he had nearly memorized them all. This speed was utterly outrageous. Could it be that he was a genius? He pondered this as he touched his head, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. With this newfound realization, he immediately lowered his head, scanning the problems 2 more times before reciting them from memory. Confident that he had mastered them, he discreetly poked his classmate Tian Qingyang. Upon being prodded, Tian raised his head, and the two spoke in unison. How is your memorization? I've got it down. Then, both widened their eyes in disbelief. Really? You say you've memorized it? Tian squinted, sneering. With your level, you claim to have memorized it? I know you too well. Unyielding. The two immediately donned their metaphorical armor and sought out a corner for a surprise quiz. Ultimately, they stared at each other in astonishment. Did you really memorize it? 6 out of 6. Returning to the courtyard, they soon realized that they were not the only ones who had memorized the material. Nearly everyone had done so. If only 1 or 2 had memorized quickly, it might have indicated a couple of geniuses, but with the entire class achieving such speed, something else must have been amiss. As they huddled over their desks in discussion, one wondered if it was due to the Jiuzhuan de tea they had consumed. After all, their day had been quite ordinary, with only their work and meals standing out, except for the Jiuzhuan de tea. So, it turned out that Lao Deng's brilliance stemmed from this tea. Initially, they had thought he was boasting, but it truly was effective. With this pace of memorization, even if they indulged in games daily, they could still excel in exams at the last minute. After confirming their collective success, they privately resolved to seek out Yikong to acquire the recipe for this Jiuzhuan de tea. Such a remarkable aid to learning was worth any price. However, before they could embark on their quest, Yikong emerged from his room after enjoying a leisurely hour of video watching. Stretching, he feigned ignorance. So, how is the memorization coming along? Old classmate, that tea of yours is fantastic. We've all memorized it. Why not check? No need, he replied casually. Yikong waved his hand, expressing his trust in them. He chuckled softly. Zhang Dong approached Yikong and remarked, by the way, old classmate, this tea of yours is quite exquisite, earning unanimous praise from our class. Could you possibly share the recipe with us? Zhang Ning nudged him with his shoulder, saying, you can't just reach out for something like that. Old classmate, name your price, and I shall have my father procure it.